My family includes my grandmother, my parents, and my uncle's family. Among the younger generation, I have a younger sister and a cousin. My family is simple and harmonious. There won't be any difficult in-laws. Everyone likes Ashu, especially my grandmother and mother. I have no bad habits. I am 1.91 meters tall, good-looking, and healthy. So please rest assured, Grandma, I will take good care of Ashu. After we marry, I will add her name to my properties, and I will contribute my salary every month. So please trust me to take care of Ashu. Old Lady Sue was naturally pleased with his conditions, but she was caught off guard by his sudden arrival with people without prior notice. She turned to her eldest grandson, who was of no help. Call your aunt's husband and ask him to come over for dinner, and also invite your brother-in-law. Gu Shaoqing stood even straighter. It seemed like a serious discussion was about to happen tonight. Meanwhile, Su Lashu in the store wasn't thinking about Gu Shaoqing at all. As the year-end approached, everyone was on holiday, had money to spend, and had no other business. So, they came out to shop and the store was crowded. Some customers waited in line for over 10 minutes to check out and complained to Su Lashu. Boss, your store is so busy. You should make it bigger. Su Lashu smiled and nodded as she packed the customers' clothes. It's all thanks to everyone's support. She was busy until 6 o'clock, sending off the last customer, and then quickly called for someone to close the door. Yuan handed her a glass of water and smiled. You have more customers today. Su Lashu took a sip of water and noticed a new face, a 21-year-old girl who looked quiet but spoke well and had a good sense of style. She had paired outfits nicely for several customers, who seemed to really like them. Feng Chichi noticed the boss looking at her and quickly introduced herself. Hello, boss. My name is Feng Chichi, and I joined last month. Yuan helped with the introduction. After the new styles came out, business has been good. Xiaoying is on maternity leave, so it's just me and Qin Jie in the store, which is why we hired a new employee. This was personally arranged by Xiaoying, and Chichi has been doing well. She usually handles the outfit pairings. Su Lashu nodded confidently. That's right, I saw it just now. I heard that after you graduated from high school, you didn't continue your studies. With your talent, I think going to university to study fashion would be a great path for you. Feng Chichi looked down shyly. Being able to attend high school was already the biggest allowance from my family, Su Lashu nodded. It was someone else's situation. She had only asked because she noticed Feng's talent and youth. All right, let's leave it at that for today. Thank you all for your hard work. I brought back some local specialties from the provincial city for you to share with your families. Tomorrow is the last day of work, so make sure to rest well. Thank you, boss, Zhang Qin said, picking up her share with a happy expression. Every time Su Lashu returned, she would bring something for the staff. Feng Chichi felt a bit overwhelmed and said, Thank you, boss. Su Lashu nodded. Be careful on the way home. It's winter now, so it gets dark early. The work hours have changed to 6 p.m., while in summer, it's 7 p.m. Let's go, sister-in-law. It's time to head back, Yuan said as she locked the door. Where's Xiao Weiyan? I haven't seen him. Is he at Grandma's? Yuan shook her head and tightened her scarf. He's back home. The shop has been busy lately, and since there's not much to do on the farm at this time of year, I took the opportunity to bring him back when I delivered some clothes. When they got home, the house was already full of people. Her uncle, aunt, and brother-in-law were all there. In the living room, Su's dad, her aunt, uncle, brother-in-law, and older brother were chatting and drinking tea, while Gu Shaoqing was in the kitchen cooking, wearing an apron. Su's grandma and Su's mom were helping him, and Su Ling, who was pregnant, was leaning against the kitchen door watching. At that moment, Gu Shaoqing came out with a plate of stir-fried pork and smiled when he saw her. You're back. You can wash your hands and get ready to eat. Su Lashu changed her shoes and set down her bag. Why are you the one cooking? Trying to show off your skills? Seeing the playful look on Su Lashu's face, Su's grandma realized her granddaughter had tasted the dishes made by her future grandson-in-law. Su's grandma felt a bit more satisfied. Once they got married, it was good to have someone in the family who could cook. She had always hoped her granddaughter would have an easier life. Xiaogu knows you like spicy food, so he made a few dishes. I must say, he cooks even better than I do, Su's mom said, holding a plate of stir-fried pork, her eyes filled with satisfaction when talking about Gu Shaoqing. Su Lashu raised an eyebrow at the man. He was quite impressive. In just one afternoon, he had won over both of the women in the house. Stone quickly took out the bowls and chopsticks to serve the rice. Today's meal felt like an early celebration for the new year. At the dining table, Zhou Hao, the little uncle, brought over 2 bottles of his prized Mao Tai, while Chiu Ming, the brother-in-law, brought a bottle of foreign wine. Zhou Hao called out to Gu Shaoqing, "Come over here, let's sit together and have a drink. We haven't had a proper drink since we met." Su Lashu sat on the other side, making sure not to interrupt them. If you take someone's daughter, you have to go through some challenges first. Although it wasn't that serious, it was normal to drink when visiting for the first time. Gu Shaoqing quickly stood up to pour drinks for Su Dad, Zhou Hao, Chiu Ming, and Su Lahong before finally pouring for himself. Among these men, he wasn't the youngest, but he still had to rank the lowest in seniority, except for Stone, who was still a middle school student. Gu Shaoqing first raised his glass to Su Grandma, respecting the family hierarchy. Just as he sat down without having a bite of food, Chiu Ming placed his hand on his shoulder. "Brother, can I call you Shaoqing? Even though I'm 2 years younger, we're about to become family." Gu Shaoqing, despite having drunk several cups, remained calm and clinked glasses with Chiu Ming. "Of course, it's only right for a brother-in-law to call me by my name." Chiu Ming raised his glass and signaled, "Then I'll drink first. You can take your time." Gu Shaoqing also drank without changing his expression, and Zhou Hao nodded in satisfaction. Su Lang nudged Su Lashu and quietly asked, "When did you two get together? Was it before you went to the provincial city?" "The first time I saw you and your brother-in-law together, you didn't even tell me," she added. Su Lashu swallowed her food and replied, "No, we've only been together for less than half a month." Su Lang looked at her in shock, and even Yu and beside them was surprised. "Isn't it too fast for you two? You've been together for less than half a month, and you're already bringing him home to meet your parents. Isn't that a bit rushed?" Su Lang nodded in agreement but then added, "But it's not too rushed. You and your brother-in-law have known each other for half a year, so you must know each other well. Little uncle also knows the brother-in-law's family, and their relationship is good. Given how your little uncle is getting along well with him, it shows he approves of him, and his personality seems fine." With a teasing smile, she looked at her sister. "Sister-in-law, you still don't know about our little Shu? Just by looks, this brother-in-law has already won. And his height and build are exactly what our little Shu likes. It's normal for him to be 6 years older. He knows how to take care of people, has a stable job, and treats little Shu well. This afternoon, Grandma said that brother-in-law really likes you and knows all your preferences and habits. Your brother-in-law only figured that out when I was pregnant, but this brother-in-law is doing better." Su Lashu didn't expect her sister to understand her standards for a partner. She smiled at them. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. You still don't trust my judgment? I only agreed to his pursuit because he meets all my requirements. As for why I brought him home so soon," Su Lashu smiled. "Good things should be held onto quickly, just like money. It's only yours when it's in your pocket, right? Sister-in-law, do you think there's anyone in the whole of Yuezhou with better qualities than Gu Shaoqing? Even if someone has better qualifications, can they match his looks and build?" Yuan thought for a moment. In her 22 years, she hadn't met a young man with such good qualities as Gu Shaoqing. Not only was he good-looking and tall, but he also came from a good family and excelled in his career among his peers. Such a man certainly wouldn't lack admirers, so she needed to hold on tight. Su Lashu took a bite of spicy chicken and continued, "But rushing into a relationship is the least cost-effective. There are plenty of men in the world. It's hard to find a 3-legged frog, but there are plenty of 2-legged men. With my conditions, I can find any type of man I want." Su Lang suddenly understood. "So, brother-in-law's family is pushing for this, and he wants a formal relationship, which is why he came over so quickly?" Su Lashu smiled but didn't respond, as that was indeed the case. In fact, according to her thoughts, she had just turned 19 on the day they got close and wanted to enjoy her youth a bit longer without her family needing to know just yet. But the man disagreed. He was okay with not marrying right away, but both families needed to know they were in a relationship. Otherwise, he would keep her in limbo, And after Grandma Gu found out about their relationship, she insisted that their parents meet to discuss marriage. In the end, Gu Shaoqing said he would visit, but Su Lishu was still in college and felt too young, wanting to wait until after graduation to marry. So, that's how it happened that he visited shortly after they confirmed their relationship. Su Lang admired her younger sister once again. Whether it was in studies, making money, or finding a partner, she excelled in everything. Yuan also admired Su Lishu. In the Su family, Su Lishu was like a golden phoenix that had flown out of the chicken coop, having found her perfect match. After dinner, Su Lishu returned to her room to rest while the others continued drinking at the table. Gu Shaoqing had already drunk enough to feel a bit dazed, but Su Lishu felt no sympathy for him since he insisted on coming along. When she woke up again, it was already the next morning, and Su Lang was sleeping soundly beside her. Last night, her sister had leg cramps twice, and Su Lishu had gotten up to help her both times. Suddenly, Su Lang frowned in her sleep, clutching her stomach in pain and calling out. Su Lishu opened her eyes and struggled to sit up, quickly helping her sister. "Baby, don't kick mommy. You're so active this early in the morning." Su Lishu placed a pillow behind her sister, but then her hand was tightly grabbed. "Xiao Shu, I wet the bed." Su Lang's voice trembled slightly, filled with shock and a hint of despair. Su Lishu paused for a moment to comfort her. "It's okay. It's normal to have trouble holding it when you're pregnant. I'll take care of it in a bit." Su Lang couldn't believe that at her age, she still had this accident. At that moment, she wished she could bang her head against the bedpost. Su Lishu hesitated while looking for clothes, realizing that her sister was likely close to giving birth. Turning around, she lifted her sister's skirt and saw blood. "Sis, you're going to give birth. I'll go get brother-in-law." Su Lang's expression of despair paused for a moment, then her brows relaxed. Thankfully, it wasn't wetting the bed, otherwise, she would have been too embarrassed to face anyone. As she opened the door, she saw Gu Shaoqing coming out of the bathroom, heading to knock on Shida's door. Brother-in-law, my sister is going to give birth." Everyone had eaten late the night before, and hearing the commotion, Grandma Su quickly got dressed and came out of her room. "Xiaoying is going to give birth?" "Yes, her water just broke, and there's blood." Grandma Su went straight to open Su Dad's room. Yesterday, Qiuming had shared a room with him. Walking in, she saw the two still sound asleep, and she slapped Su Dad on the shoulder, then hit Qiuming on the back. "Still sleeping? I told you to drink less yesterday, but you insisted on drinking more." Su Dad rubbed his shoulder, groggily opening his eyes. "Mom, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me?" Seeing that Qiuming still couldn't open his eyes, Grandma Su grabbed his hair. "Ow." Now Qiuming was fully awake. "Grandma, that hurts. My scalp is going to come off." "Mrs. Su, let him go. Hurry up, Xiaoying is about to give birth. We need to get her to the hospital quickly." Qiuming got up in a hurry but tripped over his own feet and fell to the ground. Ignoring the pain, he got back up and rushed to Su Lang's side. "Don't be afraid, Xiaoying. I'll carry you to the hospital right now." The contraction started again, but Su Lang was still holding on. Seeing Qiuming's messy hair and his clothes not properly worn, with no shoes on his feet, he tried to look calm, but his anxious eyes and trembling lips gave him away. Mrs. Su came in and pushed him aside, looking at him disapprovingly. "Why aren't you getting dressed? How can you carry Xiaoying to the hospital like this? Giving birth doesn't happen that quickly. Once this contraction passes, we can help Xiaoying down. If you carry Xiaoying down, I will really worry." Su Leishu turned to Gu Shaoqing beside her. "Go get dressed and then take us to the hospital." She went inside to help Su Lang get dressed, putting a long coat on her that reached her ankles. Shirtu heard the commotion and got up to find the house empty, with no one around. In the distance, he thought he heard something about a baby being born. It was his sister. When he opened the door, he ran into an aunt. "Shirtu, you're still at home. Your older sister is giving birth. They've already gone to the hospital." Once they arrived at the hospital, Su Lang was already 6 centimeters dilated and was taken into the delivery room. It turned out that Su Lang had started having contractions while she was sleeping, but she thought it was just a disturbance and kept dozing off, enduring the pain. Xiaoming paced anxiously outside the delivery room, his hands clenched tightly. Su Leishu leaned against the delivery room, listening to Su Lang's cries. The sounds made her a bit scared of childbirth. It seemed so painful that she feared she might faint. Gu Shaoqing wrapped his arm around her shoulders and helped her sit down. It's okay. If you don't want to have kids in the future, we won't. Mrs. Su's eyes widened at his words. Was her son-in-law being too dramatic? Would they really decide not to have children just because her granddaughter was afraid of pain? Would the in-laws agree to that? Even though she spoiled her granddaughter, she wouldn't allow her to avoid having children just because of fear of pain. Su Leishu was indeed a bit afraid of pain, but she had never considered not having children. However, Gu Shaoqing's words still affected her. When Xiaoming's parents arrived, they saw their son with his hair looking like a bird's nest. He was squatting on the ground, staring intently at the delivery room. Xiao's mother walked over with a food box and looked at Su's mother. How is everything, dear mother-in-law? Su's mother looked a bit anxious but remained calmly seated. In her heart, every woman goes through this. As long as the child is born, everything will be fine. It's been a while since she went into labor, Xiao's mother said, placing a food box on the chair and looking at Su's grandmother.
Su, have something to eat.
I bought these buns from a state-run restaurant on the way. Su's grandmother waved her hand. Let's wait, dear. I don't have an appetite right now. Suddenly, the sound of a baby crying filled the air, and Xiaoming sat down on the floor in surprise. The door opened, and a nurse came out holding a bundled baby. Family of Su Lang? That's me. I'm her mother-in-law. Xiao's mother hurried forward. Su's mother quickly stood up and approached the nurse. I'm her mother. How is my daughter? The mother is fine. It's a boy, weighing 6 pounds 8 ounces. Congratulations. Xiao's mother joyfully took the baby. Thank you, nurse. Thank you, doctor. Oh, my grandson is so lovely, just like his father. Xiaoming leaned against the wall to stand up, his legs numb from squatting. Nurse, why hasn't my wife come out yet? The nurse glanced at him as she went back inside. The mother still needs some final cleaning and observation. Su Leishu stood up and glanced at the little one in Xiao's mother's arms, a look of disdain crossing her face. She leaned closer to Gu Shaoqing and whispered, He's so ugly. Did they mix him up? Su's grandmother chuckled upon hearing her. Newborns often look like this. In 10 days or so, he'll look better. Besides, your sister is the only pregnant woman in the hospital today. How could they mix him up? You looked like this when you were born too. Su Leishu pouted, clearly unconvinced. No matter what, the features should be visible. This baby had skin as red as a monkey, tiny eyes, and a flat nose. He didn't inherit any good traits from her sister and brother-in-law. Instead, he seemed to have all the flaws. He was really quite ugly. Now, Su Leishu worried about his future. How would he find a wife looking like this? At that moment, Su Lang was wheeled out, her hair damp with sweat, her face pale but still showing some spirit. Su Leishu bent down to look at her. Are you okay, sis? Does it still hurt? Su Lang's eyes reddened again as she nodded and shook her head. It hurts, but the moment the baby was born, I felt it was all worth it. Xiao's mother happily handed the baby to Su Lang. Xiaoling, take a look at your baby. He has the same nose as you. Su Lang gazed at the child in her arms, tears sliding down her cheeks, radiating a glow of motherhood. Su Lang looked at Xiaoming and said, Brother Ming, please hold our son. Xiaoming bent down to pick up the child and gently kissed Su Lang on the forehead. You've worked hard, Aing. The new mother needs to rest. Let's not all stand here. When they arrived at the hospital room, Su Leishu was surprised to find it was a double room. The Qiu family showed some kindness by spending a lot to get a double room. Although it wasn't a single room, it was still much better than a shared room with many people. It would be tough if all the mothers had just given birth. If the baby cried at night, both the baby and the adults would have trouble resting. Qiu's mother handed the baby to Su Laotai and said, Aunt Su, you've worked hard holding the baby. I'll go home and make chicken soup for Xiaoying. Qiu's father watched his wife hold their grandson, feeling eager to hold him too. Seeing Qiu's father looking so anxious, Su Laotai smiled and placed the baby in his arms. Here, take a turn holding him. He's very good. Chio's father happily held his grandson, his eyes softening. This was his first grandson, and the Chio family finally had a boy. Su Leju wondered if her brother-in-law and sister-in-law would feel jealous seeing Chio's father so happy. Chio's sister-in-law had 2 daughters, and now Su Lang had a son. With how Chio's parents were acting, she wondered if there would be any conflict when they returned home. Shirtu entered carrying 2 large food boxes, sweating despite the winter chill, showing he had rushed here. Mom, Dad, Grandma, and second sister's husband, I made breakfast for you all. Shirtu looked at the baby in Chio's father's arms, frowning. He turned to his second sister with a doubtful expression. Is this my nephew? He's not cute. Just as he said that, Su Lautai gave him a light smack on the head. You were even less cute when you were born. Shirtu covered his head, feeling wronged, and whispered to Su Leju, he really is not cute, and I can't say that. Su Leju nodded in agreement. I think he's not cute either. Gu Xiaoqing watched the 2 siblings joking around, smiling fondly. Seeing them all crowded in the hospital room, Su Lautai said, All right, you all should go home. It's too crowded and may disturb Xiaoying's rest. Chiu Ming and I can manage here. Then she looked at Su Leju. Nuan, take Xiaogu out for a walk. Grandma will make you something delicious for dinner when you come back. After leaving the hospital, Su Lishu gave 5 yuan to Shirtu. Go have fun by yourself. Shirtu happily took the 5 yuan. Okay, second sister, I promise not to bother you and brother-in-law. He understood not to be a nuisance to them. Gu Xiaoqing smiled at this. Su Lishu asked him, Where do you want to go? Otherwise, you'll go back tomorrow. She remembered he often traveled to Qingyuan City and must have explored it already. How about we go watch a movie? It seems we haven't done that yet. Gu Xiaoqing opened the car door. I'll follow your lead. The next day, Su Lang was discharged from the hospital, and Su Lishu was also preparing to go back home for the new year. On the bus, Su Lishu smelled the unpleasant odors and quickly opened a window for fresh air. She almost felt sick from breakfast. If she had known, she wouldn't have eaten. Hey, young lady, please close the window. It's very cold. An older woman in the aisle saw Su Lishu with the window wide open and shivered from the cold breeze. Su Lishu closed the window, leaving it slightly open, and thought she must buy a car when she returned. After getting off the bus, they had to transfer to another vehicle to reach the commune. Uncle Su was already waiting with his ox cart at the corner. Seeing the 8 of them get off, he quickly took the things from Grandma Su's hands. Mom, little brother, and sister, you're back. Hurry and get in. Xiaoyu is at home cooking, waiting for you. Uncle, Dad, Su Lishu, Shirtu, Su Lahong, and Yuan called out to Su Weizu. Uncle Su smiled and nodded. Good. How is Xiaoshu at university? Are you getting used to it? Su Lishu stood aside, letting them load the cart. I'm used to it. Uncle Su looked at Yuan. Xiaoyu, quickly put your things away, and let's go home. Benin has been thinking about you every day. Thinking of her son, Yuan felt anxious to get home. He was 2 years old now, and had never been away from her. She wondered if he would still recognize her after being apart for half a month. Su Dad took the bag from Uncle Su. I'll handle this, big brother. You bring the one by Mom's feet. Uncle Su and Su Lahong led the ox cart, while Su Lishu sat on it, finally feeling a weight lift from her chest. Lu Xiaoyu was waiting at the corner with little Wan and pointed at Su Lahong and Yuan as the ox cart entered the village. Anan, look. Is that your mom and dad? Before the cart had completely stopped, Su Lahong jumped down and picked up little Wan. Did you miss Daddy? He asked, tossing him lightly into the air.
Haha.
Higher. Yuan slapped Su Lahong lightly and said, Hurry up and put down the baby. Be careful he doesn't fall. Mom. Yuan looked at her son, who was clinging to her neck, and gently kissed his little face. Hey, Mom is here. Lu Xiaoyu looked at Grandma Su and said, Mom, let's go home. It's freezing outside. Wei was sister-in-law. Come inside quickly. Ma Jinmei carried some things and added, Sister-in-law will be here for a while. What are you talking about? When you come back home, there's no need to worry about bothering anyone. I've already washed and dried the bedding in the sun. It will be warm tonight. I heard Xiaoying gave birth, right? A big baby boy. We need to prepare for the new year. I haven't seen her. How is she recovering? She could get out of bed the same day. The baby was worried about his mom and came out just a couple of hours later. Su Lishu watched her two sisters-in-law chatting happily ahead while she and Shirtu slowly followed behind. Lu Hua is back. Come inside and sit. The village elder saw Grandma Su return and called out to her. Grandma Su raised her luggage and replied, Okay, I'll be in soon. Get the sunflower seeds and butterfly peas ready. You old lady, do you think I'll lack food? Yuan, holding the baby, greeted the elder who was talking to Grandma Su. Happy New Year, Grandma Lu. Su Lishu and Shirtu joined in. Grandma Lu, oh good good. It's little Shu and Shirtu. Come over to Grandma's house to play later. As they walked from the village entrance, every household was free and wanted to catch up with Grandma Su's family, who hadn't been back for a long time. So it took them over half an hour just to greet everyone before they got home. As soon as Shirtu got home, he dropped off his things and went out to find friends to play with. Feng Xiaoyu and Ma Jinmei were cooking in the kitchen. Since it was still early, Grandma Su went out to chat with people. Su Dad and Uncle Su were chatting in the yard, while Su Lahong helped in the kitchen. Su Lishu and Yuzhen were in the living room by the heater with little Weian. After everyone finished eating, Su Lishu lay on a lounge chair in the yard to soak up the sun when the door was pushed open forcefully. Mom, Weigua, Weizu, I'm here. His aunt is here. Have you eaten? Hearing the voice, Lu Xiaoyu and Ma Jinmei quickly came out from the living room, still holding peanuts. Su Weifan saw that only they were home and looked at them with disdain. Where's Mom? Didn't she say she was back? Saying this, he walked into the living room and sat down. Hurry up and get me something to eat. I haven't eaten since I walked here. Mom went out to chat. Today, they're fishing at the village pond and Weizu, Weigua, and Xiao Hong went to help. Su Lishu and Yuan exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. It was already 2 in the afternoon, and it took about 2 hours to come from the neighboring village, specifically to return for a meal. Lu Xiuyu put down the peanuts in her hand and smiled, saying, We still have leftover meatballs from lunch at home. Your aunt can make you a bowl, but I didn't know you were coming back today, so lunch will take a little longer to prepare. Su Weifan waved his hand dismissively. All right, but please add 2 fried eggs for me. Lu Xiuyu's smile paused for a moment, but she nodded. Okay, I'll go cook the noodles. Yuan placed Xiaowei in Su Lishu's arms and stood up, saying, Mom, I'll go call Grandma back. You can chat with Aunt for a bit. Lu Xiuyu pushed her away, saying, I'll go. You go call your grandmother back and tell her that your aunt is here to see her. Su Weifan looked at the noodles being served, topped with a few meatballs and 2 golden fried eggs, swallowing his saliva. But he continued to complain, Why is it taking so long to cook the noodles? Are you trying to keep me from eating? And there's not enough soup. The noodles are already clumping together. And why is there so little oil? Sister-in-law, I'm not trying to be rude, but even though I'm not a guest, I am still a visitor in your home. You should treat me better. And sister-in-law, don't you know I like pickled radish with my noodles? Where is it? Oh dear, I forgot. Just give me the noodles, and I'll add some more soup and pork fat for you. Su Weifan eagerly took a big bite of noodles and, after swallowing, said reluctantly, Fine, I'll make do with this. At this rate, when will I get to eat? Su Lishu looked at Su Weifan, who seemed like he hadn't eaten in ages, and said, You must not have eaten anything since this morning to be this hungry. You could finish a bowl of noodles in 3 minutes. After finishing his noodles, Su Weifan noticed their gazes and put his chopsticks down on the table, annoyed. What are you looking at? It's just that sister-in-law is too slow. That's why I'm so hungry. Lu Xiuyu nodded with a smile and took the bowl to the kitchen. Su Weifan saw some dried meat on the table and quickly brought the container closer to himself. After taking a big bite of the dried meat, his critical gaze fell on Ma Jinmei. Sister-in-law, I'm not trying to criticize you, but since you're back, you shouldn't just sit there. This isn't your home. You need to be more helpful. Help with washing dishes and sweeping the floor. Don't just sit around like a landlord while sister-in-law does all the work. After finishing, she looked at Su Lishu in the yard and said, And you little Shu, you're getting more and more unruly as you grow up. You didn't even greet your aunt when she came back. It's a shame after all these years your aunt has cared for you. Did going to college make you forget your manners? You're a young lady. Look at how you act, lying around like a rich girl. This isn't your home, so don't behave like you're at home without any rules. At the very least, you should help feed the pigs or go up the hill to cut some grass for the chickens and ducks. Go see if any girl in the village is as lazy as you. You're getting lazy, aren't you? If you keep this up, if your mom doesn't teach you a lesson, I, as your aunt, will have to step in. Su Lishu scratched her ear and looked at Lu Xiuyu, who was washing the dishes in the kitchen but hadn't come into the hall. Aunt, didn't Fu Wang go out? Why do I still hear a dog barking at home?
Huh.
Lu Xiuyu, confused, listened for a moment.
No.
Realizing halfway through that her niece was making a jab at her, she closed her mouth and looked at the hall. Su Lishu, what nonsense are you talking? Who are you calling a dog? Do you want me to shut your mouth for you? Su Weifan suddenly stood up, wanting to rush into the yard and give Su Lishu a good scolding. Ma Jinmei quickly held her back, grabbing her hand. Sister, little Shu is just a child. Don't take her seriously. She's just talking nonsense. Don't get yourself worked up. Little Shu, you should apologize to your aunt.
What are you saying?
Su Lishu remained lazily lying in the chair, turning her head to look at Su Weifan, who was being held back. Did I say anything? Oh, it seems like the barking is getting louder. Aunt, can you hear it? You little troublemaker, if you keep talking like that, I'll tear your mouth apart. You're a worthless girl who doesn't know any better. Ma Jinmei, let go of me. I want to deal with her. Ma Jinmei suddenly loosened her grip, and Su Weifan fell heavily to the ground.
Ah.
Su Weifan covered her nose, blood flowing from her fingers. Seeing the blood, Su Weifan angrily shouted at Ma Jinmei, Ma Jinmei, are you trying to get me killed? Why did you let go? Su Weifan stood up and reached out to hit Ma Jinmei, but Ma Jinmei held her hand firmly, looking coldly at her. Sister, what's going on? Didn't you just tell me to let go? Why are you blaming me now? Is this how you let go? I'm bleeding from my nose now. Ma Jinmei, are you foolish or what? Su Weifan grabbed one hand, ready to raise the other to hit Ma Jinmei in the face, but she pushed him away. Su Weifan bumped into the table, but luckily it was a round table, so it didn't hurt much. However, he felt his authority was challenged. Ma Jinmei, what are you doing? He looked at her in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe that the usually submissive sister-in-law had just attacked him. Ma Jinmei looked serious, her expression cold as she replied, What am I doing? I usually respect you, second sister, because you are Weigu's sister and the children's aunt. So, when you act a bit arrogant and criticize me, I let it slide since you don't come to the city often. But what you said today was too much. My child will be taught by me and her father. What did you just say? Is it appropriate for an elder to speak to their niece like that? You said my child has a mother but no one to teach her? Let me tell you, Su Weifan, my little Shu is doing well. Even though her father and I haven't been very strict, her grandmother has taught her well. She knows how to respect her elders and care for the young. As for why she didn't greet you when you came in, shouldn't you reflect on yourself? Do you act like an elder? You don't have the grace of a princess, yet you behave like one. Every time you come back to your sister-in-law's house, you just sit there and give orders. You are an outsider. It's nice to say you are from your mother's family, but frankly, you are just a relative. You come back without bringing anything, yet you expect to eat well every time. It's always meat or fine grains and eggs. How can you be so shameless? Don't you see your nephew is already married with children? The kids are small and need nutrition, and it's hard to save some eggs for them. You are so inconsiderate, eating a bowl of meatballs and white noodles and then asking for 2 eggs fried in lard. If I were you, I would be so embarrassed. Ugh, how shameless. Su Weifan was furious at Ma Jinmei's words and rushed at her without thinking. I'll fight you, Ma Jinmei. How dare you say that to me? He grabbed her clothes and pulled her hair roughly. At the same time, he tried to scratch her face, but Ma Jinmei was not defenseless. She grabbed Su Weifan's hair and pulled back hard. With the same hand, she slapped his face, the loud sound momentarily stunning Su Weifan. At that moment, Ma Jinmei pulled her down and started hitting her. Lu Xiaoyu, who was in the kitchen, quickly came out. Seeing the two of them fighting, she reached out to stop them. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Can't you talk it out instead of fighting? Su Lishu was surprised that Ma Jinmei was defending her, but in less than a minute, they were directly at it. The table was overturned, and things fell everywhere. Su Lashu quickly got up from the lounge chair, and before she could go inside, she heard Su Laotai's furious shout. "What are you two doing? Stop it right now." Yuan, who was holding a child, saw that she had only been out for 10 minutes, and now they were fighting. She hurriedly closed the yard gate to prevent the neighbors from watching. Hearing Su Laotai's voice, both women froze. Lu Xiaoyu took this chance to separate them and tried to help Su Weifan up. But Su Weifan shook off her hand, looked at Su Laotai in the yard, her hair messy and face covered in blood, and cried out, "Mom, look at your daughter-in-law. She hit me and look at what she did to me. You have to stand up for me." Su Laotai frowned, her expression dark as she looked at them. She walked into the house and kicked the chair blocking her way. With a loud bang, both Ma Jinmei and Su Weifan jumped in surprise. Su Laotai sat in the chair, coldly watching them. "Now, tell me what happened. Why did you two fight?" Su Weifan, with tears streaming down her face, replied, "Mom, what could I do? It was Ma Jinmei's fault. I just said a few things to that girl." Seeing Su Laotai's glare, she couldn't finish her sentence. "I just said to Xiaoshu that I didn't know why she was calling me that. Mom, did you know? That girl you like actually called me a dog and I am her elder. I said what I thought. Even if I hit her, she shouldn't call me a dog. I only scolded her a bit and Ma Jinmei didn't hold me back, causing me to fall. Look, Mom, I'm bleeding." Su Laotai turned to Su Lashu at the door, her face serious. "Is that what your aunt said?" Su Lashu pretended to be strong, but her eyes were filled with hurt. "Grandma, I was wrong for saying that my aunt sounded like a dog, but my aunt spoke too harshly. She said I didn't call her, but she rushed in and immediately asked Danny to get her food. I'm always hearing my aunt talk about my aunt, and then she talks about my mom, and then she talks about me without taking a breath. I wanted to call her out, but I didn't get the chance. My aunt said I learned all the rules in college, and that I act like a spoiled rich girl lying around at home doing nothing. She even told me to feed the pigs, go up the mountain to cut grass, and then feed the chickens and ducks. She said I'm lazy and even threatened to hit me, saying she was doing it for my mom. My aunt kept talking about me, calling me a dog, which is why I said my aunt barks like a dog. Mom, did you hear that?" This girl admitted it herself. "I wasn't wrong, right? Be quiet." Grandma Su looked coldly at Su Weifan, who was enjoying the drama. Su Lashu lowered her head, her whole body showing signs of sadness. "My aunt wanted to come out and hit me, but my mom stopped her, and my aunt just kept cursing at me. She called me a worthless girl and said I was born with a mom but raised without one." At this point, Su Lashu shrugged her shoulders, looking very sad. When Grandma Su heard the words about being born with a mom but raised without one, she bent down to pick up a small basket of peanuts from the ground and threw it at Su Weifan. "You say your niece was born with a mom but raised without one? Is this how you and your dad taught her to speak? Little Shu is your niece, and you talk to her like this. I'm still alive, so how can you act like you're in charge of your brother's family?" Su Weifan couldn't believe that Grandma Su would throw something at her for that girl. "Mom," she shouted, slapping her legs, "you actually hit me for that worthless girl. What did I say wrong? Isn't her bad behavior just proof she was born with a mom but raised without one?" Hearing this, Grandma Su was so angry that her chest heaved, and she stood up and slapped her across the face. "So, you mean you're not happy with me as your mother? Blame me for how little Shu turned out? Blame me for giving birth to you and not teaching you well, which is why you said such things today?" Su Weifan covered her face in shock, unable to believe her mom was hitting her instead of helping her. Su Lashu looked down at Su Weifan on the ground, her expression calm. She really didn't understand what Su Weifan was thinking. It was bad enough to act like a tyrant in her own home. She wanted everyone to cater to her. Grandma Su looked at her coldly. "Let me tell you, Su Weifan, I'm still alive. Even if I were dead, the Su family is not something you can control. Go back to the Zhang family. If you want to be in charge, go back there. I don't want to see you right now. Fine, go ahead. I'm telling you from now on, if you ask me for help, I won't come." Su Weifan got up from the ground, kicked away the small basket that Grandma Su had thrown at her, and angrily pushed open the door to leave the yard. The door creaked loudly, and the whole yard fell silent. Grandma Su, feeling upset, held her chest, while Lu Xiaoyu and Ma Jinmei quickly helped her sit down. "Mom, are you okay? Do you need to lie down for a bit?" Grandma Su waved her hand. "No need. Don't just listen to that ungrateful girl. Whatever she says, you don't have to take it seriously." Lu Xiaoyu and Ma Jinmei exchanged glances. "What's wrong with Mom?" "I saw Aunt leave the village in a huff. She ignored me when I called her, like she was upset with someone." Su Leshan entered the yard and saw the situation in the living room, staring blankly at Yuan. To avoid scaring the children, Yuan stood in the middle of the yard, a bit away from the living room. Yuan shook his head at her, signaling her not to ask. Grandma Su went to her room to lie down, while the others cleaned up the mess in the living room. Su Leshan picked up a broom and listened to Yuan explain everything. She squatted next to Su Lezhu and gave her a thumbs up. In a low voice, she said, "Lezhu, I admire you. Besides Aunt, you're the only one brave enough to stand up to her." That was impressive. Su Lezhu calmly picked up the peanuts from the ground and scoffed. What does she think she is? Always thinking about herself and putting everyone else down, as if the world has to follow her rules. If she insults me like that again, it won't just be calling her a dog. Su Leshan had no words and could only keep giving her thumbs up. Even though she was a year older, her personality was no match for her younger sister, Su Lezhu. The only one affected by this situation at home seemed to be Grandma Su. The others felt happy, especially Ma Jinmei, who finally let out the frustration she had been holding in after arguing with Su Weifan. In the afternoon, Su Weizhu, Su Weigua, and Su Lehong returned home with several big fish, completely unaware of what had happened. They only sensed that the atmosphere in the yard was much better, even happier than in the morning. That night, while going to bed, the three men heard their wives talking about the events of the afternoon. Su Weigua and Su Lehong had no reaction, but Su Weizhu let out a small sigh. "Let her be. She'll regret it later." Lu Xiaoyu smirked in the dark. Has he not heard that Xiaoshu opened a clothing store in the city and even started a company in the provincial capital with a factory and a shop? Even with all this, he still doesn't know how to build relationships. Today, he actually scolded Xiaoshu so harshly. With Xiaoshu's personality, his aunt has probably ruined their relationship today. It might be difficult for her to send her child to work in Xiaoshu's factory in the future. Su Weizhu listened to his wife's chatter while looking at the dark ceiling. He probably doesn't realize that, with Ermiai's personality, no one wants to be involved with her. Xiaomei definitely won't talk to her. Lu Xiuyu sneered. If she finds out later, she'll surely regret it deeply. She then touched him and said, "You know? Yu earned 143 yuan this month, and Xiaohong makes about the same every month. Wow, just the salaries of Xiaohong and Yu are almost equal to what we earn from farming in a year. With that, we could buy a nice big house in the city." Su Weizhu sighed. "We have to thank Xiaoshu. If she hadn't encouraged Xiaohong and his wife to work, who would have thought their monthly salary could surpass a year's worth of farming?" "Exactly," Lu Xiuyu agreed, reflecting, "and it's so much easier. No wind or rain to deal with. Xiaohong and you don't have to pay for food or housing. They just need to eat a little." Lu Xiuyu turned to Su Weizhu. "Hey, I heard Xiaoshu's clothing store makes several thousand each month, and during busy times it can exceed 10,000. Wow. Xiaoshu is only 19, and she's already making that much. Last time, Xiaoshu had you buy so much rice and cooking oil in the village. Xiaohong said it was all for the company's employees' New Year gifts. Today I saw what Xiaohong got. Besides 10 pounds of rice, 2 pounds of cooking oil, 2 pounds of pork, 2 roasted ducks, several pounds of apples, a few packs of snacks, and a complete set of her company's skincare and makeup products. I heard that set alone sells for over 200 yuan. When you add it all up, it's several hundred yuan, plus a 50 yuan bonus red envelope. Xiaohong said there are over 40 employees at the company. That must cost over 10,000 just for the gifts." Su Weizhu didn't think much of it at first, but now, hearing that over 10,000 was spent just on gifts, he looked shocked. Lu Xiuyu continued, "Weizhu, just for this, they've already spent over 10,000. The total earnings must be in the hundreds of thousands," she gasped, as if startled by her own words. She had never seen so much money in her life. The most she had ever had was a few hundred. This amount of over 100,000 might last her a lifetime. The couple was stunned by this sum and remained quiet for a long time. If Su Lashu heard them, she would surely laugh. Although she was a bit generous, she wasn't that generous. The reason she gave Su Lahong a complete set was out of family ties and consideration for Yuan, while the other employees only received a basic set. Su Lashu, the person involved, was sleeping soundly and had no idea they were awake because of her. On New Year's Eve, every household had happy smoke rising from their rooftops. Xiao Shu, make the fire bigger. It can be high now. Su Lashu sat in front of the stove, and upon hearing this, she used the fire tongs to add the previously set-aside firewood. The smell of fried sweet potato balls and braised pork filled the air, and she couldn't help but swallow. In the evening, Su Lashu ate until she was full during the New Year's dinner, leaning back on the sofa and listening to their conversations. In Yuzhou province, there is a tradition of staying up until midnight, and everyone, young and old, must stay awake. Su Leshan took out a deck of cards and sat across from Su Lashu, inviting Su Lahong and Yuan to join. Big brother and sister-in-law come over and give in to mom. Lu Xiuyu smiled as she took little Wei-en. Go ahead. Su Leshan was happily shuffling the cards. Hee, this year I must redeem myself. You all better be ready for my challenge. Su Lashu took out 50 yuan in change and confidently placed it on the table. Second sister, the money is here. Let's see if you can win. Su Lahong also pulled out 30 yuan in change and looked at her, ready to take it if she could. Su Leshan glanced at her sister-in-law, who quietly took out 20 yuan. Su Leshan looked at the money in front of them with envy, then at her own meager amount of just over 10 yuan. This was what she had earned from her part-time job during the winter break. She had originally had over 30, but after buying some things, this was all that was left. In this game, Su Leshan was the landlord, Yuan was below her, Su Lashu was across, and Su Lahong was above. Looking at her cards, Su Leshan instantly felt confident. 1-3, 1-8. Yuan drew a card. 1-2. Su Lashu glanced at Su Leshan. Pass. Su Lahong also looked at Su Leshan, indicating it was her turn. Su Leshan frowned slightly, hesitating, then played a card. Little king, none of us want it. Su Leshan laughed as she played a big hand. I bet you can't handle this. Su Lashu looked at the 5 cards in her hand. Bomb. Can't handle it. Su Lahong shook his head with a smile. Su Leshan's eyes lit up. For twos. Holding her only card proudly, she said, I only have 1 card left. Haha, you all lost. Yuan shook his head. I can't play. Su Leshan looked at Su Lashu, her eyes filled with smugness. Wild card. Su Lashu revealed a slight smile and calmly laid down 2 cards. Seeing the light in Su Leshan's eyes fade, she was shocked into silence. 3 of a kind, do you want in? Yuan and Su Lahong shook their heads. Su Lashu turned to Su Leshan. Sister, do you want to play? Oh, I forgot you only have 1 card left. Su Lahong and his wife laughed at Su Lashu's tone. No. Su Leshan angrily leaned back against her chair. I don't believe you don't have a single card. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 10. 3 high cards with 1. Su Leshan looked at her hand, now down to just 1 card, and the little joker floated down onto the table. Su Lashu chuckled. Last card is a 6. Su Lashu reached out to her. Sister, sorry, pay up. Yuan and Su Lahong also reached out, and Su Leshan placed a dime in their hands. Let's go again. I can't believe this. They played until 11 o'clock, and Su Leshan was on the verge of losing it. Seeing Su Lashu win again, she shouted and leaned on the table. Xiao Shu, you're not human. You're a devil. Can't you lose just once? I only have $5 left. Su Lashu looked at the pile of change in front of her and touched her nose. It seemed she had won quite a bit. Su Leshan had lost nearly $10 playing for dimes. Su Lashu and Su Lahong exchanged glances, both smiling. After that, with Su Lashu and Su Lahong easing up, Su Leshan won easily, finally recovering her losses by midnight. Su Leshan looked at the money in her hand and clicked her tongue. After playing all night, I didn't win a single penny. As soon as midnight struck, Su Lahong hurried outside to set off firecrackers, and the whole village was filled with the sound of fireworks, with wealthier families buying fireworks as well. This time, Su Lishu also bought a few tubes of fireworks, leaning against the door and looking up at the colorful displays in the sky. A smile appeared on her lips. Happy New Year, the first new year in this world. Gu Shaoqing, Happy New Year. In the provincial city at the Gu residence, Gu Shaoqing stood by the window with one hand in his pocket, watching the brilliant fireworks outside. Ah Shu, Happy New Year. On the first day of the new year, Su Lishu was woken up early by Grandma Su, who wouldn't let her sleep in. In the new year, I want to set a good example. If I sleep in all year, I will become lazy. Su Lishu got dressed and came out, and a group of children rushed into the yard. They greeted her with their fists raised, saying, Happy New Year, Sister Lishu. May all your wishes come true. Seeing the smiles on their faces made Su Lishu's lips curve into a smile. She grabbed a handful of seeds, peanuts, and candies from the table for each of them. Then, she took out some red envelopes she had prepared and handed one to each child, saying, Okay, I wish you all a Happy New Year too. Each child happily accepted the red envelope and carefully placed it in their pockets. Thank you, Sister Lishu. Shizhu, who was behind, gave Su Lishu a big white rabbit candy he had been saving, saying, Happy New Year, Sister Lishu. Shinya took a large orange from her small bag and placed it in Su Lishu's hands. Her pure eyes were filled with admiration for Su Lishu. Su Lishu bent down and patted her head, saying, Thank you, Nyonyo. I'm sure this orange is very sweet, and I will enjoy it. Shinyu felt a bit shy but nodded, saying, This orange is really sweet. In the afternoon, Su Weirong's family returned, and Su Lishu didn't get any rest all day. On the second day of the new year, when they returned to the city, Su Lishu took a long nap in her room. Later in the afternoon, Chioming came over alone, carrying gifts for the new year. Since having a child, he radiated happiness. Grandma and parents, this year Xiaoying can't come back because of her health, so I hope you understand. Once she finishes her confinement, I will bring her back. Su Laotai pretended to be angry. Did we not know that? You don't need to say it. We are all family. Does Xiaoying have enough milk? Is the baby well fed? Talking about these matters in front of his father-in-law made Chioming a bit uncomfortable, so he could only nod. Yes, my mom makes pig's trotter soup for Xiaoying every 2 days. It's enough. Ma Jinmei reminded him. Xiaoming, make sure Xiaoying doesn't wash her hair or take a bath. A woman during confinement is like having a second life. If she doesn't take care of herself, her health can suffer. Chioming quickly nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Mom. If Xiaoying wants to wash her hair or take a bath, we won't let her. That's good. Just tell her to get through this month. On the third day of the new year, Su Weifan's family rarely came to visit. Su Lishu looked at the large family at the door, expressionless, and called out, Aunt and Uncle, then stood aside to let them in. Why do we say it's a big family? Su Weifan, her uncle Zhongquan, and their eldest son and daughter-in-law each hold their twins in their arms. Behind them are their second daughter and her husband, with the second daughter still pregnant. Lastly, there's their youngest son, Zhang Jiaoliang. When Su Weifan saw that Su Lishu opened the door, her usual high and mighty demeanor was replaced with a smile today. Happy New Year, Lishu. This is a red envelope from your great-aunt. Su Lishu stared at the red envelope in front of her, momentarily confused. Was she mistaken about today? In previous years, she wouldn't have even received a red envelope. It was a surprise just to not have things taken from her. Seeing that Su Lishu wasn't accepting it, Su Weifan simply stuffed the envelope into her arms and walked inside. Mom, Wei Guo, sister-in-law, I'm here. Su Lishu watched Su Weifan act as if nothing had happened, wondering if she had forgotten the harsh words she said a few days ago. Mom, grandma, uncle's wife. When Su Laotai saw Su Weifan's expression, she knew something was up but didn't look at her. However, she greeted Zhang Quan, her honest son-in-law, and the grandchildren with a smile. She took the little girl from Zhang Jiadong's arms and said, Everyone sit down. Why are you standing? Ma Jinmei brought out 2 large plates of apples and oranges. Sure to. Quickly pour some water for your great-aunt and uncle. Then she took out various nuts and snacks from the cupboard. Your great-aunt and uncle should try these snacks. They were brought back by Lishu from the provincial city. It wasn't that Ma Jin-mei didn't mind. It was just that Su Laotai was her daughter and her husband's sister. Plus, she had won that day. Zhang Quan, feeling a bit awkward, accepted. Sister-in-law, you don't have to go through the trouble. Su Weifan unceremoniously took a piece and started eating. After one bite, she kept eating several more before stopping. The pastries from the provincial city are really different. They taste great. They must be expensive, right? I heard Lishu opened a clothing store in the city and also started a cosmetics factory in the provincial city, along with a large cosmetics store. Su Lishu, sitting in a chair, looked up and nodded, meeting her gaze. That's correct. Hearing her confirmation, Su Weifan and the Zhang family members looked pleased. Su Lishu sneered inwardly, realizing today was about this. No wonder the usually proud Su Weifan was willing to come down and visit. Su Weifan happily clapped her thigh. Lishu, you should have told your great-aunt earlier. Your cousins could help you, and you wouldn't have to work so hard alone. I only found out yesterday that Lishu is so capable, even starting a company in the provincial city. Su Weirong looked at Grandma Su and said, Mom, nowadays, only big bosses can afford to run a company. Our little Shuji is really impressive, but Mom, you and my brother and sister spoil her too much by giving all your savings for her to open a store and a company. Good thing she succeeded. If she hadn't, it would have been a disaster for our family. Su Leiji coldly glanced away, afraid that if she looked too long, she might snap back at her. Grandma Su picked up a piece of pastry to feed the child in her arms, listening to her words. Her originally smiling eyes became calm. Are you here to celebrate the new year or to lecture me? Am I your mother or are you mine? You don't need to teach me how to do things. Take care of your own piece of land instead of reaching too far into your mother's family. And where did you hear such nonsense that we gave all our savings to Shuji? Do you have ears everywhere or eyes that see everything? The cost of Shuji's clothing store came from her own earnings from selling things, and the company was started with a loan. Are you here today to borrow money for Shuji to pay off her loan? Su Weifan's smile faded, but then she laughed in disbelief. Mom, I was just joking. How could I not believe in Shuji? She's the first college student in our Su family. She must be smart. I'm just worried you might act on impulse and lose everything. I heard starting a company costs a lot of money, so I was just concerned. Su Leiji quietly ate sunflower seeds, ignoring the looks directed at her. Su Weifan chewed on an apple, making crunching sounds, while looking at Grandma Su and Ma Jin-mei. By the way, Mom, there's another piece of good news. Zhang Quan's sister is getting married on the 8th day of the new year. My mother-in-law insists that I invite you all to come and said the whole family should go. Ma Jin-mei thought for a moment and looked at her in confusion. I remember her uncle's sister got married a long time ago. Which sister are you talking about? Su Weifan paused, about to show impatience, but then remembered the purpose of her visit and suppressed her annoyance. Oh, it's a second marriage. Hearing this, the Su family fell silent. Su Weifan continued, Don't underestimate Nana's second marriage. Her new husband is the deputy director of the canning factory in town, wealthy and powerful, and the betrothal gift was $188, plus 3 rounds of gifts, much more impressive than her first marriage. Zhang Quan quietly sipped his tea, seeming a bit hesitant to speak. Elder Su took a deep breath and placed the peanuts on the table. We won't go on the 8th. Wei Gua and Jean may have to work. Xiao Shu also has to work in the provincial city, and sure too, and I have things to do there too. Su Weifan's smiling face immediately fell. She looked at Elder Su with dissatisfaction. Mom, what could you possibly have to do in the provincial city? It's fine for Wei Gua to work, but Xiao Shu is the boss of the company. It doesn't matter if she doesn't go. Elder Su interrupted her with a slightly stern tone. What are you saying? Can I have something to do? If Xiao Shu doesn't go, how will her factory operate? I'll give you the money later to congratulate Zhang Na for us. We really have things to do, and can't go. Zhang Quan, don't overthink it. This was decided early on. The tickets are already bought. Zhang Quan quickly waved his hand. It's fine, it's fine. Mom, if you have something to do and can't go, that's okay. It's just a family meal, not a banquet. Hearing there wouldn't be a banquet, Elder Su glanced at her dissatisfied eldest daughter. Since there won't be a banquet, it wouldn't be appropriate for us to go. We appreciate your kindness, Mom. Su Wei-fan shot a sideways glance at Zhang Quan, then looked up to see Elder Su's serious expression and forced a smile. Well, after all, it's a second marriage. Not having a banquet is normal. Su Wei-fan turned her attention to Su Le-shu, who was sitting far away. Why are you sitting so far? Come sit next to your aunt and warm up by the fire. Su Le-shu spat out the sunflower seed shell and calmly looked at her. No, I've been feeling irritable lately and often want to lose my temper. It's better if you stay away from me. If I accidentally lose my temper, it won't be easy to control. Su Wei-fan looked at Ma Jin-mei and smiled. This child just likes to say silly things. What irritability during the new year? Ma Jin-mei chuckled lightly. She's been eating too many oranges lately. It's not irritability. I was just about to make her some soup to cool her down. Su Wei-fan continued the conversation. Sister-in-law, I heard Xiaoying had a big baby boy, right? Oh, I need to go see him soon. Ma Jin-mei nodded with a smile. Yes, it's been a week. Su Wei-fan's eyes lit up. Xiaoying is only 2 years older than Xiao Shu. If Xiaoying has a child, does that mean Xiao Shu has found someone? Ma Jin-mei opened her mouth to say that Xiao Shu was seeing someone, but Su Wei-fan's excited voice drowned her out. Sister-in-law, I know a good match. Not only does the family have money, but he is also good-looking, has a nice temperament, and is polite. He works as an assistant manager at a canning factory. This young boy has become the deputy director at such a young age. His future is limitless, and many girls' families are eager to introduce him to their daughters. I'm thinking about our little Shu. It's not easy to find someone with such good qualities, so we shouldn't let this chance slip away. Perfect timing for you to meet on the 8th day of the new year. It's rare to find someone like little Shu. You're 19 now. Getting married and starting a family is important. Su Le-shu felt that she was being treated like a child by her elder, and she couldn't hold back her feelings anymore. Uncle, I remember Aunt Zhang has a daughter about my age. With such good qualities, why are you trying to introduce me to someone else? A mother and daughter can't marry into the same family, Su Wei-fan instinctively replied loudly.
HMPH, Shu Le-shu scoffed.
Zhang Jiadong noticed the look in Su Lao-tai's eyes and quickly took the child away. Su Le-shu coldly looked at her and said, While I still call you aunt, please don't say such unpleasant things. I won't stop you from trying to connect with that deputy factory director, but using my marriage as a stepping stone is too much. What stepping stone? If they weren't looking for a college student, do you think I would want to be with you? Su Wei-fan was frustrated that she wasn't being appreciated and was being criticized instead. That person is 28 and already a deputy director. If you can't appreciate that, do you think you're some kind of fairy? My second sister has a boyfriend, and her husband is the deputy secretary of the government. What does that deputy director mean? Plus, my second sister is beautiful and a college graduate. Most importantly, she is the owner of a factory. That deputy director is nothing compared to her. And good qualities? My sister's qualities are far better than his. His status is nothing compared to my brother-in-law. Aunt, your ability to speak nonsense is getting better. As she spoke, there was clear disdain in Shertu's eyes. Su Wei-fan was shocked to be criticized by a child. But what shocked her the most was that Su Le-shu had a boyfriend, and he was the deputy secretary of the government. The Zhang family looked at Su Le-shu in surprise, and Su Wei-fan turned to Su Lao-tai. Mom, is what Shertu said true? Believe it or not, Su Lao-tai said, not wanting to see her current expression. Deputy Secretary, isn't he a bit too old? Zhang Jianing, who had been silent, touched her belly and said in surprise. Su Le-shu looked at her and noticed her surprised expression, but she could clearly see the jealousy in her eyes. How can you say she's older? She's not even older than Zhao Yug. My brother-in-law is really handsome. Zhao Yu, who was mentioned, felt a bit awkward. He was Zhang Jianing's husband, a truck driver. Because he spent a lot of time on the road, his skin was dark, making him look like he was in his 30s, even though he was only 27. Zhang Jianing didn't expect Su Le-shu to be so lucky and find someone with such good qualities, and younger too. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Su Le-shu, sitting next to the door, stood up to open it. When she saw who was at the door, her eyes widened in surprise. She stepped forward excitedly and grabbed his sleeve, saying, What are you doing here? Gu Shaoqing smiled at her and ruffled her hair with the things he was holding. I came to wish you a happy new year. Hearing his voice, Shirtu shouted happily, "Brother-in-law." Ma Jinmei was the happiest and quickly walked to the door. "Xiaogu is here. Why did you bring so many things?" "Of course, Annie, Happy New Year." "Great, coming quickly." Ma Jinmei picked up the things from the floor and hurried him inside. Gu Shaoqing saw so many people at home and politely nodded to them. When he looked at Grandma Su, his eyes lit up with a smile as he handed her the things he brought. "Grandma, I wish you a Happy New Year and good health." Grandma Su smiled with satisfaction, her face full of affection. Gu Shaoqing then gave gifts to Su Dad and Su Mom, and for Shirtu, he had a complete set of children's books and a red envelope. "Thank you, brother-in-law." Shirtu happily accepted it, calling him loudly. Finally, he handed a bag and a necklace to Su Lishu. She took them and playfully glared at him, saying, "Why didn't you tell me you were coming today? Xiao Gu, don't just stand there, sit down." Since Gu Shaoqing entered, Zhang Jianning's gaze had been fixed on him. She couldn't help but feel jealousy as she looked at Su Lishu beside him. Why was it fair? Su Lishu had always been favored by Grandma Su and didn't have to do anything at home. Now she had found such a handsome and young man who was even a deputy secretary in the government. Grandma Su introduced Gu Shaoqing. "Xiao Gu, this is Nanan's big aunt and uncle along with her cousins. Uncle, Andy." Gu Shaoqing greeted Su Weifan and Zhang Quan, then nodded to the younger generation. Su Weifan did not expect her niece's boyfriend to be so impressive. The gifts he brought were not cheap. The bag he gave her niece cost over 200 yuan, and she had seen the same bag on Zhang Na's stepdaughter before. Su Weifan smiled and said, "So, you are Xiao Shu's boyfriend. I heard you work in the government, right? You're the deputy secretary at such a young age, looking so capable." Gu Shaoqing calmly nodded. "It's just a job." Zhang Jianning laughed when she noticed Gu Shaoqing's vague response. "Xiao Shu, you aren't being fooled, are you? How could someone so young be a deputy secretary? You wouldn't be tricked by him, would you?" As soon as she said this, the whole living room fell silent. Su Lishu looked at her as if she were a clown and playfully nudged the man beside her with her shoulder. "Hey, she's questioning you, saying you're fake." Grandma Su felt a headache coming on. Her granddaughter had inherited her mother's competitive and prideful nature. "Looks like Miss Zhang knows my identity," Gu Shaoqing said with a slight smile. "I don't know what your identity is," Zhang Jianning replied, frowning at him. Gu Shaoqing smirked. "Oh, so you really don't know? I thought you did." Zhang Jianning realized it too, her face turning slightly red. But she stubbornly insisted, "I'm just worried about Xiao Shu. Besides, how could there be such a young deputy secretary in the city government? My uncle is the secretary of the city government. How could I not know who the deputy secretary is?" Su Lishu interjected. "Xiao Gu is from the provincial government." Grandma Su interrupted, exposing her granddaughter's embarrassment. "And your uncle knows Xiao Gu's father and has connections with him at work." Zhang Jianning suddenly remembered that if the Su family knew about Su Lishu's boyfriend, her aunt and uncle would definitely know too. So, she had embarrassed herself in front of everyone, and they all watched without stopping her. Su Lishu found Zhang Jianning's changing expressions amusing and relaxed back on the sofa. For a moment, everyone was silent, except for Ma Jinmei asking Gu Shaoqing how he was doing and his gentle replies. Zhang Jiandong tugged at Su Weifan's sleeve, signaling her to speak. Su Weifan looked at the quiet Su Lishu across from her and put down the orange peel she had been holding. "Xiao Shu, your cousins haven't found jobs yet, and in the provincial city, you only have Xiao Hong as a relative. Why don't you help your cousins find a job? Anything would be fine, but not too tiring. It would be best if they could be a team leader or supervisor to manage the workers, otherwise they might slack off and you wouldn't even know. There isn't any. Why not?" Su Weifan frowned at her. "I'm telling you, Xiao Shu, don't think just starting a small company is enough. If you make money, don't forget your relatives. Your cousin and brother are strong and capable." Su Lishu calmly looked at Zhang Jiaoliang and Zhang Jiadong. "Do you know how to repair machines? Can you skillfully operate equipment? Do you understand beauty and skincare? Can you sell products? Do you have management skills? Do you have more than 3 years of management experience? Are you college graduates in accounting? Or are you veterans? You don't have any of these qualifications, so why should you work for my company?" And you want to be a team leader just because you are my relatives? Auntie can be forgiving, but don't be too unreasonable. If you want to join my company, you can as long as you meet the hiring requirements. But since you don't meet any, it doesn't matter if you are my cousins. Even if you were my brother, it wouldn't be allowed. Su Weifan's main purpose today was to ask Su Lishu to arrange jobs for her two sons, but now she was told they couldn't even be ordinary workers. She had even given her a 10 yuan red envelope, and now she was told it wouldn't work. Her pent-up anger erupted as she stood up and slammed the half-eaten orange on the table. She looked at Grandma Su and shouted, "Mom, how can you let her treat me like this? I am her elder, her aunt. Why is it okay for my brother's son, Xiaohong, but not for my sons? You're belittling my son. This is what you've spoiled him into. You won't even help your relatives." Grandma Su looked at the smashed orange on the table, her expression darkening. She slammed the table. "Who are you throwing things at? Are you losing your temper at me? Is Nwanwan wrong? What can Jiaoyang and Jiadong do? They do nothing but play all day? And I have to pay them every month? You have no shame, but I still have some. If you throw things around again, just try me." Grandma Su turned to Zhang Jiaoyang, who was holding a child. "If you really want a job, don't let your mom speak for you. You are a man, and you are the pillar of your small family. Why are you hiding behind your mom? If you want an easy job, you need to have the skills. You can't pressure your cousin here if you don't have the ability." Zhang Jiaoyang's wife saw her husband being criticized and wanted to speak up, saying that wasn't their intention. But remembering that yesterday she learned her cousin Su Lishu started a company and that her uncle's family was helping her, she thought they should also have a chance for a position. Even though it wasn't their intention, she couldn't help but feel that way. She could only sit there with a difficult expression while Su Laotai lectured them. "And Jiandong, why aren't you studying properly? Your mom said your cousin started a company and you just want to benefit from it without any effort." Su Laotai looked at them coldly. "Let me tell you, before you even think about whether Nanan agrees, I am the first one who disagrees. Every day, you all think about free lunches. If you don't have the ability, stop dreaming. If you want to eat a good meal today, sit down and eat. If not, then leave." Zhang Jianing wanted to say something, but Zhao Yu shook his head at her. Su Weifan sneered. "It seems Mom really wants a granddaughter more than me as her daughter. I see how it is. Today I must be the one causing trouble. We're leaving. Let's not upset anyone here." Su Weifan suddenly turned back at the door and walked up to Su Lishu, extending her hand. "Give me back the red envelope." Su Laotai was genuinely shocked. A senior giving a red envelope to a junior and then wanting it back in front of her partner. How would that make the Su family look? Su Dad saw her expression and looked displeased as well. Su Lishu pointed to the table, where the orange she had dropped was, and the red envelope was covered in orange juice. Su Weifan didn't care how messy it was. She took it angrily and stormed out. As she passed the door, she also took the New Year gift she had brought. Seeing her take the New Year gifts made Su Laotai furious, and she collapsed onto the sofa. Su Lishu hurried over to comfort her. "Grandma, are you okay? Don't be upset. Relax, and don't take it to heart." Su Laotai noticed Gu Shaoqing's concerned expression and straightened up, feeling uncomfortable. "I'm sorry, Gu, for making you witness this. Our family is unfortunate." Gu Shaoqing handed a cushion to Su Lishu for her to place behind Su Laotai. "Grandma, take care of yourself. That's what matters." That day, Su Laotai was in a bad mood, but after Su Wirong came and scolded her, she felt better for some reason. Su Wirong looked at Su Laotai with disappointment. "Mom, you know your eldest daughter's character. Why do you let her actions bother you? You're just asking for trouble. You are her mother. If she doesn't meet your expectations, you can just send her away without talking to her. Today I came late. Otherwise, I would have liked to see where Su Weifan gets her confidence, bringing the whole family to her brother's house to pressure her niece into finding a job. She has no ability but talks so big, daydreaming all the time. I bet she had her pillow too high while sleeping last night." Gu Shaoqing looked at Su Wirong, who had been talking since entering, and then at Grandma Su, who looked like she had done something wrong, bowing her head to listen. It seemed a bit funny. Su Lishu poured a glass of water for Su Wirong. "Aunt, have some water to calm down. She doesn't have the upper hand here." Su Wirong took a sip of water and reminded her. Be careful not to let any useless people into the company. Zhang Jiaoyang is acceptable since he is learning carpentry from his father. Normally, he can earn some money, but Zhang Jiadong is hopeless, doing nothing in school, relying on Su Weifan's favoritism. He doesn't work at home and doesn't study well at school. He is just a good-for-nothing. If someone like that joins the company, it will be a disaster, like a piece of gum stuck to you that you can't get rid of. Su Lishu nodded obediently. Don't worry, Aunt, I won't do that. After talking for a while and seeing everyone silent, she brushed her hair back and remembered the purpose of her visit. Looking at Su Lishu, she said, "By the way, your grandparents are returning to Beijing tomorrow, so they want you to go for dinner today. Coincidentally, Xiao Gu is here too, so we can go together later." Ah, Su Lishu was a bit surprised. I was thinking of visiting them tomorrow for New Year's greetings. Why are they going to Beijing so early this year? Su Weirong finished her water, having talked so much that her throat was dry. She put down the cup and stood up. I'll go back to prepare now. You two remember to come early. After Su Weirong left, Su Lishu and Gu Shaoqing sat at home for a while before heading out to the department store to buy things. This time, Gu Shaoqing only brought gifts for Su Lishu's family, planning to buy things for others on the spot. Originally, Grandma Su suggested just taking things from home, but Gu Shaoqing disagreed. At the department store, they bought 2 bottles of Matai liquor, some snacks, health products, and 2 cans of expensive tea. Zhou Hao's family lived in a small villa area not far from the government office on the 2nd floor. As soon as Su Lishu got out of the car, Zhou Xingxing, who was playing with friends by the roadside, happily rushed towards her. Sister, you're here. Su Lishu was pushed back a couple of steps, but was caught by a large hand on her waist to prevent her from falling. Zhou Xingxing looked at the man behind her sister, leaving Su Lishu's embrace to hold her hand while looking at Gu Shaoqing. Is he my brother-in-law? She asked, feeling shy and burying her face in Su Lishu's hand when she noticed Gu Shaoqing looking at her. Last time Gu Shaoqing visited, Zhou Xingxing and her brother Zhou Xingyu were not back in the city, so she missed their meeting. Gu Shaoqing smiled and bent down to give her a red envelope. You must be Xingxing. Just as your sister said, you are very beautiful and cute. Hearing this, Zhou Xingxing looked up and asked seriously, who is more beautiful, me or my sister? Your sister is more beautiful in my eyes. Upon hearing Gu Shaoqing's confident answer, she had a knowing expression. Though Zhou Xingxing was only 10, she loved beauty very much. Whether at the Zhou family or the Su family, the most beautiful one is Su Lishu. Zhou Xingxing admired her sister and wanted to grow up to look like her, but unfortunately, she always felt overshadowed by her sister's beauty. As her grandmother said, her sister received all the beauty when Manhwa shaped people. But today, she unexpectedly met someone who matched her sister's beauty, even if he was a man. This did not dampen her love for beauty, especially since one was her sister and the other was her future brother-in-law. She imagined how beautiful their future children would be and felt a bit excited. Zhou Xingxing held Su Lishu's hand and walked into the yard. Sister, you are no longer the most beautiful person in my heart. Why? Do you have someone else in your heart? Su Lishu asked playfully. Zhou Xingxing quickly glanced at Gu Shaoqing beside Su Lishu. Gu Shaoqing happened to meet her gaze, and she immediately looked away, her face turning shy. She shouted loudly, Grandpa and Grandma, my sister is here. Then she continued, Brother-in-law is here too. I heard your loud voice. I could hear you even at your Grandpa Zhao's house. A voice came from behind them. Grandpa. Su Lishu turned around and greeted warmly, her tone sweet. Zhou Jing was holding a birdcage and smiled kindly. Good, good, be good. When Zhou Jing's kind gaze fell on Gu Shaoqing beside Su Lishu, it turned sharp and scrutinizing. Gu Shaoqing stood tall, meeting Zhou Jing's gaze with warmth. Seeing Zhou Jing's expression soften, Gu Shaoqing respectfully followed Su Lishu and said, Grandpa. Zhou Jing laughed heartily and walked into the house. You heard that your father recently visited country, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I saw it in the newspaper, Gu Shaoqing replied modestly from behind. Shu Shu is here. Come try the cold shrimp Grandma made. Su Lishu quickly stepped forward and ate the shrimp from Grandma Zhou's chopsticks. Su Lishu gave her a thumbs up. It's still Grandma's best. So delicious. I really like the chili oil you make. I have to take a bottle with me when I leave. I miss your chili oil at school. Grandma Zhou laughed at her words. Okay, Grandma will make plenty, so take some with you later. Grandma. Gu Shaoqing spoke after they finished talking. Grandma Zhou looked at the tall Gu Shaoqing and nodded repeatedly after seeing his face. Hey, go sit and chat with your grandpa. Dinner will be ready soon. Come on, Xiao Gu, play a few rounds with me. Su Lishu nodded at him, signaling him to go. She wouldn't join. She really didn't like playing chess. It was boring, and she couldn't focus. Gu Shaoqing noticed she wasn't interested in chess, smiled, ruffled her hair, and walked to the living room to sit across from Zhou Jing. Su Lishu wanted to go into the kitchen but was shooed out by Su Weirong. Go on, don't be in the way in the kitchen. I can't let you back in. Last time I asked you to add some salt to the dish, you put in a spoonful. When I told you to add some sugar, you mixed up the salt and sugar and added half a spoon of salt instead. In the end, a perfectly good dish was ruined, and I had to get you to scoop the soup out of the ceramic jar. You spilled half the soup and burned your hand, and you broke the ceramic jar. You just aren't cut out for the kitchen. Go play with your sister. Su Lishu found it amusing to hear Su Weirong speak to her like a child. That incident was just an accident. Why did they decide she wasn't suited for the kitchen? After being pushed out of the kitchen, Su Lishu saw Zhou Xingxing sitting next to Gu Shaoqing, her eyes fixed on him. Is there something on my face? Gu Shaoqing turned to meet Zhou Xingxing's gaze, his expression gentle, a slight smile on his lips. Zhou Xingxing shook her head. No, you just look good. Zhou Xingxing was no longer shy, resting her fists on her chin as she looked at him. Brother-in-law, when are you and my sister getting married? How many kids do you plan to have? Do you prefer boys or girls, or do you want both? Gu Shaoqing was momentarily taken aback by her rapid-fire questions, and his smile deepened. Answer her seriously. Getting married depends on your sister's wishes, and having children also depends on her desires. We will marry whenever she wants. Having a child involves a lot of challenges and pain that only women truly understand. If your sister wants to have kids, then we will. If your sister doesn't want to, adopting a child is also an option. Zhou Xingxing didn't expect this response. But it's a shame not to have children with such beautiful parents. I still want a little nephew or niece. Su Lishu walked over and playfully ruffled her hair. Why are you asking so many questions? This is an adult matter and you are still young. When I have kids, will you help me take care of them? Do you really want us to get married and have children? Hearing this, Gu Shaoqing looked at her with a fond smile. Zhou Xingxing thought for a moment and shook her head, responding seriously to Su Lishu. She hesitated slightly. I still need to go to school. I'm here, and you and brother-in-law are in the city. Kids can be noisy, and I can't even change a diaper. Zhou Xingxing looked up at Su Lishu. How about this? After my little nephew is born, I can use my allowance to buy things for him. You can have one, and when he grows up, I'll play with him. Su Lishu chuckled and pinched her cheek. Your sister is still studying, so even if she wants kids, it's still too early. Zhou Xingxing let Su Lishu pinch her face, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It's okay. As long as my sister wants to have kids, it can be any time. Zhou Xingxing, do you have no shame? A child is telling her sister to have kids. A teasing voice came from the doorway, and a boy about 5 feet 9 inches walked in. He was wearing a basketball jersey with a long black coat over it. This coat style was from Su Lishu's shop, but it was made specifically for the men in the family. He resembled Su Weirong more, but upon closer inspection, he also had features similar to Zhou Hao. He was handsome and confident in his movements. You have no shame. If your sister and brother-in-law are good-looking, wouldn't it be a waste not to have children with their genes? Zhou Xingyu's gaze then fell on the person playing chess with their grandfather. After seeing his face, a look of surprise crossed his eyes. Seeing his surprise, Zhou Xingxing smiled up at him. What do you think? Isn't brother-in-law handsome? Just like my sister. Brother-in-law is handsome. Zhou Xingyu put down the basketball and called out to Gu Shaoqing. Gu Shaoqing smiled and nodded, handing him a red envelope. You must be Xingyu. Nice to meet you. I'm your sister's boyfriend, Gu Shaoqing. Zhou Xingyu scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Hello, brother-in-law, I'm Zhou Xingyu. Zhou Xingxing rolled her eyes at her brother, who looked a bit silly. You're so silly, brother. Haha, come on, Xiao Gu, if you don't focus, you might lose. Gu Xiaoqing looked at the chessboard, seeming like he was about to lose. Zhou Xingyu walked in front of Zhou Xingxing and playfully messed up her hair, making it even more chaotic. Calling your brother silly, that's not respectful. Zhou Xingyu, I'm going to get you. Zhou Xingxing jumped up and chased after him. Hearing the siblings playfully fighting, Su Weiran walked to the kitchen door with a spatula. Xiaoyu, go take a shower quickly. Be careful not to catch a cold. Xingxing, fix your hair. Su Lishu sat next to Gu Xiaoqing. She actually knew how to play chess, but didn't enjoy the dullness of the game. It was clear that Gu Xiaoqing was about to lose, but there was a hint of strategy in his moves that suggested he was holding back. In less than 5 minutes, Gu Xiaoqing lost his last piece, and Zhou Jing laughed heartily. It's rare to meet someone so young with such skill. But don't hold back. Show me your real skills, and let's see how you compare to your grandfather. Gu Xiaoqing smiled lightly, his eyes downcast. Your skills are indeed better. Let's play another round. All right, let's play again. Zhou Jing was in a good mood, quickly playing with 2 walnuts in his left hand. Gu Xiaoqing, sitting in the passenger seat, looked a bit flushed, clearly having had a bit too much to drink tonight. At that moment, he held onto the seatbelt with one hand and tightly gripped the overhead handle with the other. Shu, should we go back tomorrow? It's not safe for you to drive since you haven't learned yet. Su Lishu looked down, exploring the various buttons in the car and noticing the differences from modern manual cars. Hearing his nervous voice, Su Lishu didn't look up and reassured him. Don't worry, even though I don't have a driver's license yet, I can drive. Finally, she finished checking everything, looked ahead and said, all right, we're ready to go. Su Lishu turned the key to start the engine, pressed the clutch, shifted into first gear, slowly released the clutch, and gently pressed the gas pedal, making the car move forward. Hey, why does the car feel a bit off? It seems to lack power. Gu Xiaoqing let out a nervous breath. You didn't release the handbrake. With both hands tightly gripping the overhead handle, her eyes fixed ahead, Su Lishu suddenly realized, oh, the handbrake was still on, no wonder. The car came to a sudden stop, and Gu Xiaoqing's body lurched forward but was quickly pulled back by the seatbelt, landing against the seatback. The strong push made him wide-eyed, his whole body frozen, as if he could still hear his heart pounding. His mind cleared instantly, and the effects of the alcohol vanished. The panic in Gu Xiaoqing's eyes hadn't faded yet when the car started moving slowly again. Su Lishu found his stiff posture amusing, saying, why are you so tense? It was just a little accident. What could Gu Xiaoqing say? He was already in the car, so he just nodded. Focus on the road and don't get distracted. Suddenly, Gu Xiaoqing saw someone crossing the road ahead, but the car's speed didn't decrease. He anxiously urged her. There's someone ahead. Shift gears quickly. Su Lishu frowned but didn't mention slowing down. As the car entered a narrower road, Gu Xiaoqing raised his voice slightly, pointing at an oncoming vehicle. Lishu, the car coming towards us is getting too close. Be quiet, Su Lishu shouted. Gu Xiaoqing immediately fell silent, afraid to speak. I told you I can drive, so stop interrupting me. Su Lishu shot him a displeased glance. Her voice, usually gentle, was now filled with anger. Can't you see the oncoming car? And why are you in such a hurry? Just go back to sleep. For the rest of the journey, Gu Xiaoqing didn't dare to say a word, gripping tightly and not relaxing. He was prepared for the possibility of a scrape, but surprisingly, they arrived home without any issues. Su Lishu turned off the engine and looked at the tense man who was too nervous to speak, letting out a light laugh. She reached out and scratched his chin, teasing, were you scared by me earlier? Gu Xiaoqing wiped the sweat from his forehead, unbuckled his seatbelt, and smiled with relief. He took her hand gently, saying, no, I was just worried about you. But I didn't expect you could drive. I underestimated you. Su Lishu tossed the keys into his lap as she got out of the car. How hard can driving be? You just need to watch and learn. Gu Xiaoqing got out, locked the door, and quickly caught up with her, holding her hand. Did you learn before?
Su Lishu not that.
I learned with Brother Jianjun, but I never actually drove. I just tried it today, and it was okay. Su Lishu wasn't lying. She really had learned from Zhou Hao's bodyguard, but she had never actually driven before. Looking down at the hand held by the man, she shook it lightly and said, "Be mindful of your image, Mr. Gu. If someone sees us, there will be gossip." Gu Shaoqing looked at their clasped hands and smiled, not only not letting go but holding on tighter. "I won't let go. I like it." Su Lishu smiled and said nothing, allowing him to pull her along. When they got home, Su Laotai and the others were already asleep. Su Lishu made a cup of honey water for him and went to the bathroom to wash up. When she came out, she saw him lying back on the sofa with his eyes closed. Su Lishu bent down and gave him a light kiss on the lips, meeting his open dark eyes. "Get to bed early. We have to go back tomorrow." She kissed him again on the lips before standing up and returning to her room. Gu Shaoqing touched his lips and smiled silently. "Be careful on the road, Xiaogu," Su Laotai reminded him from outside. Su Laotai glanced at her granddaughter in the passenger seat, who was casually eating. "Nuan Nuan, be careful on the road. Xiaogu just drank yesterday, so don't fall asleep. Make sure to stay safe. If you're tired, stop and rest for a bit." Su Lishu nodded while swallowing a potato chip and gave Su Laotai an okay sign. "Xiaogu, come over to play again when you have time. Auntie will make you some braised pork with preserved vegetables." Su Ma Jinmei, looked reluctant to let him go, and Gu Shaoqing smiled in response. "Sure, Grandma, Uncle, Auntie, you all head back. It's cold outside. I'll accompany Lishu next time when I have the chance." Su Lishu looked at the few people still standing outside through the rearview mirror, then turned her gaze to the man beside her, who was steering with one hand. "What kind of charm did you cast on my mom? She's closer to you than to me, her own daughter. Look at her now, still reluctant to part." Gu Shaoqing lifted his eyelids to glance at the rearview mirror. Su Laotai and the others had already left. "Maybe it's because I look good." Su Lishu was a bit incredulous at his self-praise, wondering how a serious man like him could say such things. "Have some self-respect, Mr. Gu. If we're talking about looks, I'm the one who's truly beautiful. You're just a novelty. Once that wears off, you'll be just like me." The man smiled, glancing at his girl. "Yes, to me, you will always be the most beautiful." Su Lishu proudly looked away. "I already am the most beautiful." The man nodded in agreement, chuckling softly. They arrived at the Gu residence right at noon and could hear voices coming from inside, though one of the voices was unfamiliar. "Aunt Sun, how do you find this tea?" "I think it's quite good, so I brought some this time. According to my family member, this tea comes from the soft tips of a 1,000-year-old tea tree that grows in a high-altitude area. Each year, only 10 pounds are produced, and my family member managed to get 3 pounds. This tea has a calming effect, and I thought you would like it, Aunt Sun, so I brought some for you." Grandma Gu took a sip and nodded. "It's indeed good, but this tea is rare, so you shouldn't have spent so much." "Oh, Aunt Sun, don't say that. Are you saying that after not seeing each other for a few years, you feel distant from me? I heard from Yea last time that her college roommate is a relative of yours. When she visited you, you even baked some snacks for her." Grandma Gu put down her teacup and looked at the quiet girl sitting nearby. "Yea's changed a lot after a few years. She's getting better and better." Su Yea smiled shyly. "Grandma Gu, you look just the same as before, still so young. If someone didn't know, they would think you're only 50, not in your 60s. Haha, you little charmer." Grandma Gu laughed. "How much honey did you eat before coming here? Your words are so sweet." "I'm just speaking the truth, Grandma Gu. Please believe me." Su Yea stood up to refill Grandma Gu's tea. "I'm getting old. My health isn't what it used to be. My biggest wish now is to hold my great-grandchild." Hearing this, Mrs. Su's eyes were filled with joy. Yea was just saying at home that after not seeing Xiaoqing for so many years, she wonders if he still remembers her. She was thinking about it on the way here. Su Ye's eyes widened in surprise at her mother's words. Did her mom just put her on the spot? When did she ever say that? Quickly shaking her head at Grandma Gu, she forced a smile at her mom. "Mom, when did I say that? Don't make things up. I meant that many friends from the courtyard haven't been seen for a long time. That's the same thing. This child is just shy." Mrs. Su teased Grandma Gu with a smile. Su Yaya heard footsteps behind her and turned to see Gu Shaoqing and Su Lishu entering. She quickly called out, Lashu, Brother Gu. Mrs. Su's smile faded slowly when she saw the girl next to Gu Shaoqing. Grandma Gu's smile deepened as she saw them return. You're back. Lashu, come here. Su Lashu handed her things to the butler and walked over to sit beside Grandma Gu. Gu Shaoqing sat next to Su Lashu and called out, Aunt Qin. Old Lady Gu introduced Su Lashu, saying, Let me introduce you to Shu Shu. She used to live in our big courtyard but moved away with Shaoqing. You can just call her Aunt Qin. Su Lashu politely greeted Mrs. Su, saying, Hello, Aunt Qin. Mrs. Su looked her over and nodded with a polite smile. Then she turned to Old Lady Gu, saying, This is a relative from home. I've never met her before. Old Lady Gu held Su Lashu's hand and smiled. This is our Gu family's future granddaughter-in-law, Shaoqing's partner. Shaoqing visited Shushu's home for New Year's yesterday, so he isn't here. Mrs. Su's smile froze at the mention of partner. Yes, but Shushu is still in college, and she happens to attend the same university and share a dorm with Yaya. Isn't that a coincidence? Mrs. Su turned to her daughter and saw her nodding, feeling a bit awkward. Hadn't her earlier comments made Old Lady Gu feel embarrassed? But Mrs. Su was the wife of a company president. She smiled, saying, Congratulations, Aunt Gu. You just said you wanted to hold your great-grandchild. It seems that might happen soon. Old Lady Gu smiled. Shushu is still studying, so there's no rush for marriage. Let them enjoy their youth and dating life, but an engagement should happen soon. Mrs. Su looked at the quiet Su Lashu. But which family does this young lady come from? I've never seen her before. Su Lashu met her gaze, saying, My parents are both workers. Just an ordinary family. I'm not from a wealthy family. Hearing that she came from an ordinary background, Mrs. Su's eyes showed a hint of disdain. Feeling a bit embarrassed for her words, Mrs. Su laughed. It's my fault for speaking without thinking. But the young lady is as beautiful as the people in paintings. Her background isn't that important. Mom, what are you saying? Su Yaya frowned and tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to stop. Didn't she see Old Lady Gu and Brother Gu's expressions? Su Lashu glanced at Su Yaya and then at the man beside her. This was about her beauty attracting Gu Shaoqing, who seemed like a simple country boy. Old Lady Gu's smile gradually faded. Our family is also just an ordinary one. As long as the children are happy, we elders support them. Moreover, with Shaoqing's looks, he has an advantage in attracting women. Mrs. Su paused while holding her teacup, her eyes filled with shock. The old lady was defending her position, implying that the girl Shaoqing was pursuing agreed to it because of his handsome appearance. Grandma Gu continued, Before we met Shuzhu, I didn't know that our families were already acquainted. When Shaoqing and Shuzhu get married, Shuqing should come to celebrate with us and join in the fun. Mrs. Su chuckled and nodded. Of course, I will definitely be there. We've taken up too much of your time today. We have matters to attend to at home, so we won't impose any longer. We'll visit Aunt Sun again when we have time. Grandma Gu stood up, but Mrs. Su quickly stopped her, saying, Aunt Sun, please sit. We are all familiar here, so there's no need to be so polite. Once outside the Gu residence, Mrs. Su placed her handbag down with some force in the car. I can't believe the Gu family is planning to marry someone from a working-class background. What are they thinking? Or is Gu Shaoqing really one of those shallow men who only values a girl's looks? It's funny that the old lady seems to be under some spell, claiming that the girl Gu Shaoqing is pursuing only agreed because of his good looks. Mom, why did you say those things today? Grandma Gu is right. It is indeed Gu Dage who is pursuing Su Lashu. In school, I often saw Gu Dage visiting Su Lashu. Even though Su Lashu's parents are workers, she is quite capable and has her own company. The skincare products I gave you were developed by her. Also, while her parents are workers, her uncle by marriage is not. He is the mayor of Qingyuan City and has significant influence in Beijing. Su Lashu's uncle is friends with Uncle Gu and has known him for many years. She is not just an ordinary child from a working-class family, Mrs. Su was surprised to learn about this connection. But even if her uncle has a background, she is still just a niece by marriage. That's where you're mistaken, Mom. Suya interrupted with a slight frown. Su Lashu and her uncle have a father-daughter-like relationship. I heard Su Lashu on the phone. Her uncle called her big girl, and Su Lishu referred to her uncle's father as Grandpa. Mom, do you think it's just a casual relationship if Su Lishu can call her uncle's father Grandpa? Their relationship must be special, and I don't like Gu Dage. You scared me today with your assumptions. Madame Su nodded and suddenly looked at her. How do you know so much? Did your classmate tell you? Su Yi shook her head. No, my dad told me. I mentioned to him that one of my dorm mates is really impressive. She started her own company, and her skincare products became famous in no time. My dad got interested and did some research. He said if Su Lishu's company has good prospects, he might consider acquiring it as a subsidiary, but after learning about her connections, he lost that idea. Madame Su felt a bit anxious now, relieved that she hadn't spoken too harshly earlier. Grandma Gu patted Su Lishu's hand. Lishu, don't take her words to heart. Just let them go in one ear and out the other. We used to be in the same circle, but we don't see each other often. What are you saying, Grandma? You just said you don't see her often, so why should I care? Su Lishu served her tea. Where's Ching Ching? Su Lishu poured herself a cup, took a sip and nodded. This tea is quite good. Grandma Gu took a sip and nodded. This tea isn't new, but it's rare because there's so little of it. If you like it, I can share half. Su Lishu shook her head. It's fine, Grandma. You can have it. Grandma put down her cup. Ching Ching went with her parents to visit her dad's teacher. She'll be back soon. Gu Shaoqing quietly listened to their conversation, reached for the cup in front of Su Lishu, and took a sip from where her lips had touched. He smiled slightly. When Su Lishu reached for the cup, it was suddenly gone. A large hand offered it back to her. Seeing the moisture on his lips, she shot him a glare and took the cup. She filled it and took a sip. Although she didn't drink tea often, this one was indeed good. The man watched her drink, his smile deepening. His right hand rested behind her, and he gazed at her profile. Grandma Gu noticed their interaction and couldn't help but smile. She stood up and said, Lishu, Grandma is going to take a nap. You and can play here. Once Grandma Gu went into her room, Su Lishu elbowed the man in the chest. What were you doing just now in front of Grandma? It's not like there weren't any cups. Gu Shaoqing leaned closer and finished the tea in her cup. I thought it would be a waste to use another cup. This tea tastes especially good this way. Su Lishu rolled her eyes at him, filled the cup again and handed it to him. Here, drink as much as you want. Gu Shaoqing looked at the teacup in his hand, smiled, and drank it all in one go. He got up and followed the woman upstairs. Su Lishu glanced at him and pointed to the suitcase downstairs. The man turned back to carry her luggage upstairs, wanting to follow her into the room. Su Lishu took the suitcase from him and gently pushed him back. You don't need to come in. I want to take a nap. The man looked down at her hand on his chest, his expression darkening. Just as the door was closing, he wedged his foot in to stop it and pushed the door open. He pushed the suitcase that was between them aside and tilted her chin up slightly, leaning down to kiss her. He pressed her against the wall, holding her hands above her head with one hand. His kiss was intense, and Su Lishu was caught off guard, wondering what had gotten into him. Just then, a voice called from the doorway. Gu Qingqing is calling you downstairs. Su Lishu, worried about Gu Qingqing coming in suddenly, pushed him away and quickly got dressed. Brother, Dad wants you to come down. Gu Shaoqing gently rubbed his thumb over her lips and said in a low voice, I'll go down first. You can come down later. Su Lishu nodded. It was her first time meeting his parents after they got together, so she wanted to look presentable. When the door opened, Gu Qingqing had a knowing expression on her face. She figured there was no response when she knocked on her brother's door, so she didn't rush in. Gu Qingqing pointed at his lips. Brother, you have lipstick on your mouth. Gu Shaoqing wiped his thumb across his lips, noticing the red color, and rubbed his fingers together. Once he went downstairs, Gu Qingqing knocked on the door. Sister-in-law, I'm coming in. Su Lishu finished putting on her jacket and walked into the bathroom.
Come in.
Gu Qingqing entered and heard sounds from the bathroom, walking to the door to see Su Lishu touching up her makeup. Sister-in-law, Dad seems really angry. When I called my brother down, he went to the study to get the ruler. Su Lishu paused, turning to look at her. The ruler? Yes, Gu Qingqing said, looking a bit worried. It's used to discipline when someone misbehaves at home. That ruler has been passed down in our family. My dad and uncle were punished with it by my grandfather. When my brother was 18, he got into trouble, and when he came home, my dad used that ruler to punish him. He was in bed for 2 days afterward. My dad found out about what happened between you and my brother while he was under the influence. After my parents returned and learned about it, my dad got really angry. Sulishu put down her lipstick and quickly headed downstairs. A loud slapping sound was heard on the stairs. You are ruining our family's reputation. Is this how I raised you? To mistreat a young lady before marriage? Is this what I taught you? Smack. After his words, there were 2 more slaps, mixed with the man's muffled groans. Sulishu walked downstairs to find Grandma Gu and Zhao Yu anxiously watching from the study door, but neither of them spoke up to intervene. He was clearly in the wrong. Sulishu saw Gu Shaoqing kneeling on the floor of the study, his white sweater stained with blood, and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. She's only 19 and you are 26. What were you thinking? How could you dare? You are a government official, not a reckless youth. You are past the age of impulsiveness. Tell me how this happened. Gu Shaoqing swallowed hard. It's my fault. I have admired Ashu for a long time, and that night I couldn't control myself because of the effects of the medicine. Gu Shaoqing received another strike on his back. Gu Onmin, frustrated, struck him hard again, causing Gu Shaoqing to collapse to the ground. Sulishu was startled and rushed in to catch him. As soon as she touched his back, her hand felt warm and covered in blood. Gu Shaoqing's back trembled slightly from the pain, and Sulishu wanted to help him up. But Gu Shaoqing smiled at her and shook his head, signaling her to leave. The next moment, he spat out blood, and Sulishu felt a surge of anger in her chest. She looked at Gu Onmin with a questioning tone. Uncle, what are you doing? I was in the wrong that night. He pushed me away, and I was the one who held on to him because I was drawn to his looks. If you want to hit someone, hit me. After all, I was the one at fault. Gu Shaoqing gently pulled her back. Don't say that. Just go outside. It's not your fault. Sulishu wanted to say more, but Gu Shaoqing held her hand. Be good and go out. Rest in your room for a while. Seeing Sulishu intervene, Gu Onmin sighed, threw the ruler onto the table, and left the study. Sulishu helped Gu Shaoqing up and slowly walked out. Gu Onmin looked at Sulishu and Gu Shaoqing. He turned to Grandma Gu and Zhao Yu. Tomorrow, go to Qingyuan City and finalize the marriage arrangements with the in-laws. Find a date for the wedding. No way, Sulishu instinctively blurted out upon hearing about the wedding. Everyone turned to look at her, and Gu Shaoqing also glanced at her. Sulishu saw everyone looking at her and explained, I am still studying, so even if I want to get married, I have to wait until after graduation. Zhao Yu, hearing her refusal, grabbed her hand and looked at her with concern. Lil Shu, tell Auntie, was it really Shaoqing who forced you last time? You can tell me and I will help you. No. Sulishu quickly shook her head. Auntie, it wasn't Guda Shaoqing who forced me. I did it willingly. I just said I was attracted to his looks. Zhao Yu stopped her from saying more, as such words could harm a girl's reputation. Then, how can you refuse the marriage? You and Shaoqing have already been together, so you should get married soon. Or, do you not like Shaoqing and don't want to join our Gu family? Grandma Gu also looked at her anxiously. Lishu, if you have any concerns, please share them. Grandma will help you, but this marriage cannot be delayed. Delaying is not good for a girl like you. Often, it's the girls who suffer in these situations. Don't worry, if Yuan Yuan treats you badly, I will be the first to step in. Gu Onmin looked at her. Is it that you don't like my son or him as a person? I like him, Sulishu met his gaze. I just think getting married now is too early. Then it seems you still don't see my son as a good match. Gu Onmin nodded. In that case, I will consider you my goddaughter, and in the future, your.
Dad, what are you saying?
Gu Shaoqing frowned at him. Sulishu sighed softly and met Gu Onmin's gaze. Uncle, don't push me. I do like Shaoqing, that's true, but since it's true, marrying sooner or later doesn't really matter, does it? It won't affect your lives. Or, do you have concerns? If you do, don't rush into it. You're still young. Her hand, which was hanging down, was held by the man's large hand, and Su Lishu turned to look at his pale face. Taking a deep breath, she smiled and nodded. Uncle is right. We will have to get married eventually, whether sooner or later. Hearing her relent, Gu Shaoqing smiled faintly and tightened his grip on her hand. Grandma Gu and Zhao Yu exchanged glances, both seeing joy in each other's eyes. Zhao Yu happily patted Su Lishu's hand. Then let's go meet the in-laws tomorrow. Okay. Su Lishu paused while applying the medicine, pressing her fingers hard on the wound. Feeling her subordinate's body stiff with pain, Su Lishu released her grip and continued to sprinkle the medicine powder. What's with the act? You were so pitiful when you got me to agree to the marriage, and now you're pretending again. Gu Shaoqing turned to her, holding her hand against his face. It's been too long, Shu. I want us to have a home together, our little home. Since the first time I saw you in Qingyuan City, I have been thinking about our future. Shu, I want to share every meal with you, through all seasons for many years. Su Lishu looked down into his eyes, the deep affection nearly overwhelming. She pushed his head away gently. Lie down. I'm still applying the medicine, seeing him still holding her hand. All right, I understand. We still have to go to my house tomorrow to discuss the marriage proposal. I'm not going anywhere. Su Lishu went downstairs and saw only Gu Qingqing, where Grandma and the others. They went to buy things for the proposal tomorrow. How's my brother? Su Lishu sat down. He's fine, still in the mood to joke. Gu Qingqing moved closer to Su Lishu. Sister-in-law, were you scared just now? My brother is very stubborn. No matter how much Dad hits him, he stays silent. This time he admitted it was his fault, and it was the worst beating he's taken. Last time, he only had some bruises, but this time he even coughed up blood. Honestly, I was a bit scared too. Su Lishu stared at the patterns on the coffee table, saying nothing. That night, when she called home, the Su family learned that the Gu family would come to visit the next day, leaving Grandma Su stunned for a moment. Ma Jinmei was happy, surprised that the Gu family was so eager. It seemed they really valued her daughter. Early the next morning, Grandma Su and Ma Jinmei got up early to go to the market to buy vegetables, meat, and even to prepare chickens and ducks. The residents of the building were puzzled by their activity. A woman of the same age as Ma Jinmei stopped her. Jinmei, what are you and your mother-in-law doing? Are you expecting important guests? Buying so much so early. Look at the smiles on your faces. Something good must be happening. Ma Jinmei glanced at what she was carrying. It's for my daughter. Her boyfriend's family is coming over today. The woman looked confused. Didn't your daughter's boyfriend just go home yesterday? Why are they coming again today? Everyone in the building knew that Su family's second daughter had a boyfriend during college. He not only worked for the government but also looked great and was a good match in height for the Su girl. It started with a tall girl from the Su family who was about 1.7 meters tall, and it seemed hard for her to find a husband until the day the man's family came to visit. Among a group of men, he stood out for his height. Together with the Su girl, they looked great and pleasing to the eye. From what I heard, it seems the man's family is here to propose. Oh, congratulations. It looks like we won't be far from enjoying the wedding sweets. Ma Jinmei smiled happily. I can't chat now. I have a lot to do at home. I'll talk to you later. In less than half an hour, news spread through the building that the pampered Su girl was getting engaged. At noon, 2 cars parked in the yard of the building. When Gu Shaoqing got out first, it was clear they were from the Gu family. This must be the family of the Su girl's fiancé. With cars like these, they must be well off. Gu Shaoqing helped Grandma Gu out of the car, followed by Gu Onmin and Zhao Yu. Behind Gu Onmin was a young man in his 20s, quietly observing his surroundings. The butler also came along, following Grandma Gu. Grandma Gu signaled for them to bring in the gifts and took Su Lishu's hand. Let's go, Lishu. Second brother-in-law, you're back. Shirtu had been assigned a task today and was watching from upstairs, keeping an eye on everything. He saw Gu Shaoqing get out and quickly ran down. Grandma Gu looked at the boy who resembled Su Lishu. This must be Lishu's brother, Shirtu. Hello, Grandma Gu. When Gu Shaoqing first visited, he had introduced his family, making it clear that this lady was the matriarch of the Gu family. Shirtu then turned to Gu Onmin and Zhao Yu. Hello, Uncle Gu and Aunt Zhao. I'm Sula Hui, but everyone calls me Shirtu. Zhao Yu smiled and nodded, stepping forward to give him a red envelope from her bag. Good, so you're Shirtu. What a good boy. Shirtu turned to look at Su Lashu. Su Lashu chuckled. Go on. Don't forget to say thank you. Happily accepting, Shirtu said, Thank you, Aunt Zhao. Let's go home. My grandma has been waiting with food. Gu Qingqing watched Shirtu, who was not shy at all. Gu Qingqing presented a brand new picture book to him. Hello, Shirtu, I'm Gu Qingqing. Shirtu accepted it, sweetly replying, Thank you, Sister Qingqing. Grandma Su, who had already heard the commotion, was waiting at the door. Seeing Grandma Gu approaching, she smiled and welcomed her. Welcome, honored guests. Mrs. Gu smiled as she held Mrs. Su's hand, saying, Why are you being so polite? We're all family. Hearing this, Mrs. Su's smile grew wider. You're right, we're all family. Come on in. Gu Onmin politely called out to Mrs. Su, addressing her as Aunt, and started chatting with Su Weigua, who was behind her. Zhao Yu walked over to Ma Jinmei, linking arms with her and joking as they entered the house. The people around noticed how friendly the Gu family was, showing no signs of the arrogance often seen in wealthy families, which indicated they valued Su's daughter highly. Mrs. Su and Mrs. Gu sat at a large round table. Su Weigua and Gu Onmin sat on one side, while Ma Jinmei and Zhao Yu sat on the other. Su Lashu, Gu Shaoqing, and Shirtu sat at the bottom. Mrs. Su looked at Mrs. Gu and said, This is just simple food, please enjoy. Aunt, you're being too modest. There are so many delicious dishes here. They all look wonderful. I've heard from Xiaoshu that your cooking is the best. I'm lucky to have it today. Although Zhao Yu's words were a bit exaggerated, who doesn't like to hear compliments? Then eat more. If it's not enough, I can make more, Mrs. Su said with a smile, her eyes squinting happily. Halfway through the meal, Mrs. Gu looked at Mrs. Su. Aunt, I see that the two kids have a good relationship and seem stable. I was wondering if they could take a step further. Before coming, she had heard that Mrs. Su was the head of the family and had raised Su Lashu since she was little. So, any proposal would definitely be brought up with Mrs. Su. Mrs. Su glanced at her granddaughter, swallowing her food. Isn't it a bit too early? Xiaoshu is still in school, and they haven't spent much time together. Zhao Yu paused her actions upon hearing Mrs. Su's words. Aunt, I believe that as long as they understand each other well and are sure about their feelings, the length of time doesn't matter. Besides, our Gu family has already accepted Xiaoshu. They have a good relationship, and she's studying in the provincial capital.
Ma Jinmei nodded.
I think you make a good point, Aunt. Since they have a good relationship, marrying sooner isn't a bad idea. Weren't you always worried about Xiaoshu not having anyone to look after her in the provincial capital? It would be perfect to hold the wedding before school starts, so she can come home on weekends, and when she doesn't have classes. Su Lashu looked at the happy Ma Jinmei, wondering if she was eager for her to get married quickly to avoid any conflicts at home. Mrs. Su shot a glance at Ma Jinmei, thinking that even if they agreed, they shouldn't rush into it, especially with her being so cheerful about it. Is she really worried that the man doesn't know how satisfied she is and how eager she is to join the Gu family? Ma Jinmei quickly hid her joyful expression and avoided looking at Old Lady Su. Old Lady Gu cheerfully replied, looking at Old Lady Su. Don't worry, it's a pleasure for our Gu family that Shuju can marry into our family, especially my grandson Xiaoqing. Once he decides on someone, he will do his best to treat her well. I understand your concerns about Shuju being young and still in school. You might worry that marrying so soon is too much for her, and that she might regret it later. We only came to visit after both children agreed. Hearing Old Lady Gu's humility, Old Lady Su nodded in satisfaction. Gu Shaoqing stood up with a glass in hand, looking at Old Lady Su, Ma Jinmei, and Su Weigua. Grandma, Uncle, Aunt, I know that my time with Ashu may not seem enough to you, but I feel it is. I don't want to see Ashu only occasionally as just a partner. I want to build a little home with her, a warm and peaceful life together throughout the year. Please trust me with Ashu. I will treat her well. Old Lady Su glanced at her granddaughter and saw no hesitation in her eyes, smiling as she nodded. Grandma believes in you. You have good character. Just remember, there will be small disagreements as you two interact. You are older than her, so be more understanding. If you truly can't get along, then bring her back. Don't worry, if I'm here, if he dares to harm Ashu in any way, I will break his legs. Before Gu Shaoqing could speak, old lady Gu assured them first. She wasn't joking. If Suliju and Gu Shaoqing ever argued, or if he did anything wrong to Suliju, she would indeed break her grandson's legs. Grandma, that day will never come. Old lady Su looked at Suliju with reluctance, realizing that the child she once held is now getting married. As long as Asa chooses you, I have no objections. Hearing old lady Su's approval, both old lady Gu and Zhao Yu smiled. Gu Shaoqing took a sip of his drink and bowed to old lady Su. As he lowered his head, warmth rushed to his eyes. When he sat down, Su Liju noticed something was off and squeezed his hand. Gu Shaoqing listened to Su Weigui speak, holding Su Liju's hand tightly under the table. Zhao Yu then looked at Mrs. Su and said, "Aunt, can you check if there are any requirements for the bride price?" Mrs. Su shook her head. "You can decide on the bride price. Our family doesn't rely on it to live. Even for Nanan's bride price, we will give it all to her without taking a penny, as long as Xiao Gu treats her well. That's what matters most." Su Weigui didn't speak but nodded in agreement with Mrs. Su's words. "Then let's set the bride price at 8,888. This includes 3 sets of jewelry, a television, a washing machine, a refrigerator, and a house in the provincial city." "Aunt, does that sound good?" Hearing this, the Su family looked at her in surprise. Mrs. Su replied, "Isn't that bride price a bit too high? It should be more reasonable. Currently, the usual bride price ranges from 100 to 500, and 800 is already for families with some wealth. 1,000 is considered high, let alone 8,888. Mrs. Su had lived for many years and had never heard of anyone receiving such a high bride price for marrying off a daughter. "Aunt, it's not too high. To marry someone like Xiaoshu, it's only fair." Originally, Shaoqing thought this was still too low and wanted to set it at 11,888, but I thought since he works in the government, it's better to keep it modest. However, don't worry, this amount isn't because Xiaoshu isn't worth it. It's just that both he and his father work in the government. Mrs. Su nodded. "We understand. But 8,888 is still a bit much. 1,888 would be fine." Mrs. Gu smiled and said, "Don't worry, if it weren't for their government jobs, I would think 8,888 is too low. Marrying Xiaoshu is a blessing for our family, so please don't decline." Mrs. Su thought of her own granddaughter, who is also very talented, and nodded. "Then our Su family will give 1,880 as a dowry, and the bride price will all go to Nan Nan." Ma Jinmei was surprised to hear such a large dowry. She looked at Mrs. Su, wanting to say something, but remembering that her daughter had given her 500 during the new year, the words got stuck in her throat. With the bride price settled, it was time to discuss the wedding date. Mrs. Gu said, "I think we should set the wedding date before Xiaoshu starts school. What do you think?" Although Mrs. Su felt the date was too soon, she could accept it, as many people have weddings the day after the proposal. Xiao Lishu's school start date is February 25th, which is the 20th day of the first lunar month. Old lady Su looked at the calendar and said, "Let's set the date for the day after the Lantern Festival. Let Shushu celebrate the festival at home." Old lady Gu nodded with a smile. "We'll do whatever you say." Once everything was settled, the Gu family returned to the provincial city after lunch. Su Lishu stayed at home since she would be getting married in 10 days. However, she needed to go to the provincial city for work on the 8th day of the new year. Su Lishu offered some encouraging words and gave out red envelopes for the start of work. Gu Shaoqing came to pick her up, asking, "Are we going to the Gu residence or to Pingjiang?" Su Lishu rubbed her neck. She had taken an early train and went straight to the company, so she just wanted to rest. "Let's go to Pingjiang. I need to head back tomorrow, so I won't go there." On the way, Su Lishu fell asleep. When the car stopped, Gu Shaoqing noticed her head leaning against the seat, and the dark circles under her eyes were quite noticeable. It seemed she hadn't rested well these past few days. He opened the passenger door, unbuckled her seatbelt, and carefully held her in his arms. As soon as he placed his hand on her, Su Lishu opened her eyes, saw him, and then closed them again, resting her head on his chest to continue sleeping. When the news of Gu Shaoqing's marriage reached the courtyard, Everyone was in disbelief, especially Lu Tianrui. He couldn't believe that his teammate had secretly gotten a wife. He refused to accept that his good friend had abandoned him, so after work, he went to the Pingjiang villa with Xin Xingyao and Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu had returned the day before and heard that their leader was getting married in a few days, but they had received no prior news. Lu Tianrui walked ahead, saying, "This Gu Xiao is really something. He got married without telling us and abandoned us. I'm getting married, so don't drag me into this." "You and that big guy still don't have girlfriends," Xin Xingyao replied, his eyes full of amusement. "I heard Gu Xiao's wife is a college student. He's really going for younger girls. I want to meet this future sister-in-law." Jiang Yu glanced at his own physique, pursed his lips, and raised an eyebrow. Jiang Yu and Gu Xiaoqing were both about 1.9 meters tall, but Gu Xiaoqing was a bit more muscular, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Jiang Yu was even more robust, and even in winter clothes, his strong build was evident, though he didn't look overly muscular. With a handsome and strong face, he stood out among the three. As they stood at the villa entrance, Jiang Yu looked at them and asked, "Are we just going to stand here?" Xingyao Shen glanced at Xiaoqing Gu's car. "Let's just knock on the door. Old Gu is home." Tianrui Lu took out a key from his pocket and grinned. "According to my information, Old Gu's wife is at the company today. She came to the provincial city, so she must be with Old Gu now." Xingyao Shen's eyes lit up at the sight of the key, and he gave Lu a thumbs up. "You really are something, Lu Air. You actually have Old Gu's key." Tianyu Lu inserted the key into the lock. "Old Gu left it at my place last time." Yujuan Wang watched their actions, hesitating to speak. "Are you sure Old Gu won't beat you up?" Tianyu Lu focused on opening the door and replied, "But you're here, right? No matter how tough Old Gu is, can he really take on all three of us? Or do you just not want to see your sister-in-law?" Jiang Yu didn't respond, even though he was curious about who had captured Old Gu's heart. Besides, Lu Er had already opened the door, so it was too late to stop them. As they entered, Tianrui Lu shouted loudly, "Old Gu, we're here. Come out and greet us." The three were shocked to see two people in a passionate embrace at the kitchen door. The usually expressionless brother now wore a satisfied look of enjoyment. Tianrui Lu's eyes showed not only shock but also horror. Were these really their brothers? Shila Shu wanted to push away Xiaoqing Gu upon hearing the noise, but it was too late. Xiaoqing Gu quickly pressed Shila Shu's head into his chest and glared at them. "Get out." The group quickly turned away, and Tianrui Lu was surprised at how impatient Old Gu was. Xingyao Shen hurriedly pushed them along, realizing that if they didn't leave, Old Gu might come after them. He quickly said, "You two continue. We didn't see anything." Once outside, the three let out a sigh of relief. Tianrui Lu looked at the key in his hand, feeling it was a death warrant. Xingyao Shen recalled that he had seen the girl in Old Gu's arms before. He turned to Tianrui Lu, who looked like he was in shock. "Isn't that the girl we saw at your place last time with Grandma Gu?" Tianrui Lu thought for a moment, frowning at him. "Did we? Is it her?" The memory became clearer, and he nodded excitedly. "Yes, it's her. Your wife was with her all night. Speaking of which, even earlier, when I was patrolling the mall, I happened to see your sister-in-law's store opening. That day, I ran into Old Gu. I thought it was strange for such a busy person to be at the mall. I even saw him on the third floor for a long time. Turns out they were together back then. Wow, Boss Gu is impressive. They've been together for a while now, and didn't even tell us. We need to ask him about it later. What are we asking about?" Hearing this voice, Lu Tianrui paused and turned to see Gu Xiaoqing, dressed casually, lazily leaning against the wall, watching them coldly. Shen Xingyao shook his head innocently. "Nothing. What are we asking about?" Zhang Yu also shook his head. "Not me." Gu Xiaoqing looked at Lu Tianrui. Lu Tianrui glared at the two men beside him who were trying to gain favor, then smiled at Gu Xiaoqing. "Old Gu, you must have misheard. I was just saying the weather is nice today." Gu Xiaoqing glanced at the gloomy sky that looked like it might rain, scoffed, and turned to go inside. Seeing the door was still open, the others followed him in. Sulishu changed her clothes and came downstairs after making sure her lips looked better. Seeing the few men sitting on the sofa, she felt a bit embarrassed inside, wondering how they saw her like this. But she quickly regained her calm expression. Lu Tianrui and Shen Xingyao had seen her at the Lu family banquet last time, and the other man sitting upright and looking serious was their fourth friend, Jiang Yu, from the army. When she came down, the men stood up, and Gu Shaoqing walked to the stairs, wrapping his arm around her waist and bringing her in front of them for introductions. "Le Shu, these are my friends I've known since childhood. This is Lu Tianrui, this is Shen Xingyao, and this is Jiang Yu. If I'm not around in Huyang, you can reach out to them." Su Lishu smiled and shook their hands. "Hello, I'm Su Lishu. Nice to meet you." Lu Tianrui grinned as he shook her hand. "Sister-in-law has heard of us." Su Lishu chuckled lightly. "Qingqing mentioned you, for are very close in the courtyard." Shen Xingyao's smile froze, and he quickly interrupted. "Sister-in-law, Qingqing is just joking. We're very upright, good students in school." After shaking hands with Jiang Yu, Su Lishu looked at him and smiled. "Oh, is that so? Wasn't it you who dumped dog waste when you were 14? Sister-in-law." Lu Tianrui interrupted her loudly, pulling out his business card. "Here's my card. This is my office number. If you need anything, just call." Su Lishu took it without saying anything more, as it was a bit embarrassing to bring up such childish matters in front of them. Shen Xingyao laughed awkwardly. "Sister-in-law, don't listen to Qingqing. That never happened." Jiang Yu also felt a bit embarrassed, surprised that such an old story was known by their little sister-in-law. They felt a bit shameless. Shen Xingyao glared at Gu Shaoqing and muttered, "I hope I don't see that girl again." For the past 10 days, Su Laotai, Ma Jinmei, and Su Wirong have been busy preparing for the wedding, sewing quilt covers and making quilts. This time, the Su family is providing 12 quilts as dowry. Su Laotai didn't want to buy ready-made ones, so she insisted on making them all herself, which kept her busy for several days. Su Lishu wanted to help, but Su Laotai wouldn't allow it, so only Su Lishu had some free time. Soon, the wedding day arrived. Before dawn, the kitchen was already bustling with activity. The betrothal gifts had been delivered the day before, shocking the entire family. The Su family's spoiled girl was marrying so well, with a betrothal gift worth a staggering 8,888. In addition to the traditional gifts, there were also a television, refrigerator, washing machine, and even the deed to a house. To put it in perspective, the average person's annual salary is less than 1,000, and saving 8,888 would take the whole family several years of not eating or drinking. Not to mention the television, refrigerator, and washing machine that ordinary families can't afford. And there was a whole house in the provincial capital, not just a few rooms, but an entire building. All of this added up to tens of thousands. How did the Su family's spoiled girl get so lucky? As Su Laotai continued to style her hair, her voice suddenly changed, and Su Lishu saw her wiping away tears in the mirror. Feeling emotional, Su Lishu's eyes also filled with tears. She turned and hugged Su Laotai, burying her head in her embrace. "Grandma, what are you doing? Didn't we agree not to cry today? Your tears make me want to cry too. My dear granddaughter has grown up so fast and is getting married." "I'm just so happy," Su Laotai replied. Su Wirong, watching from the side, also had tears in his eyes and stepped forward to embrace them. "Remember to tell Grandma or your aunt if you ever need anything. Your aunt will always be your support." Ma Jinmei came in and saw this scene, her eyes also getting a bit misty. "Mom, we don't have much time left." Su Laotai patted Su Lishu's hand. "All right, dear. Today is your big day, so no crying." Once Su Laotai finished styling her hair, she left Su Lishu alone in the room to do her makeup. Zhou Xingxing peeked through the door and was amazed to see Su Lishu getting ready. Su Lishu saw her in the mirror and waved her in. "Sister, you look so beautiful today." Su Lishu pinched her cheek. "Xingxing, you look beautiful too." Su Lishu wore a long red dress that reached her ankles today, with her hair styled in a fluffy bun and curled at the sides of her face. She was adorned with a complete set of diamond jewelry gifted by the Gu family, looking every bit like someone raised in a wealthy family. Zhou Xingxing leaned on Su Lishu's shoulder, reluctant to let her go. "Sister, I don't want to part with you. This is my saved pocket money, all for you, Su Lishu said, looking at the mix of bills in her hand, probably amounting to several tens or 100. Really for me? Are you sure? Zhou Xingxing looked at her, seeing the reluctance in her eyes. It turned out she was upset about giving away her pocket money. Zhou Xingxing took a deep breath and pushed the money into Su Lishu's arms, avoiding eye contact with the cash. Quick, take it, sister. This is my pocket money saved over a year, and I haven't spent a single cent of my New Year's money. Su Lishu found Zhou Xingxing's determination amusing as she handed the money back. Since it's your saved pocket money, you should keep it. You don't need to give it to me. Hearing that Su Lishu didn't want it, Zhou Xingxing frowned slightly. That won't do. I also want to contribute to your wedding. My parents and grandparents have all contributed, so I want to as well. Grandma says this is your support. Although I can't give you the 500 or 800 like your parents and grandparents, this is all the money I have. I'll give you more when I have money later. After saying that, she stuffed the money into Su Lishu's arms and ran out. I'm going to see if brother-in-law has arrived. I need to block the door for my red envelope. Su Lishu looked at the small change left in her hand and couldn't help but smile. Su Lang was at home looking out the window when Chio's mother came in with a child and placed the baby beside her. You haven't finished your confinement. I've told Chio Ming. He will explain everything to Xiaoshu. She will understand. Su Lang glanced at her son and nodded. I didn't expect Xiaoshu to get married so soon. It's just a bit regrettable that I couldn't personally send her off, Chio's mother said, wrapping the baby's blanket tightly. After 9 in the morning, 8 small cars adorned with big red flowers slowly drove into the courtyard below the apartment building. Everyone was surprised to see 8 cars for the wedding, feeling a pang of envy in their hearts. Especially the Chen family, who had no dealings with the Su family. Chen's mother glared at the 8 black cars with resentment. That girl from the Su family really doesn't understand manners. I can't believe someone would like her. They must be blind. Chen Xiaobao looked at the 8 fancy cars with longing. He wondered when his family would be able to buy a small car so he could ride to school. Hearing his grandmother's words, Chen Xiaobao thought for a moment, but Sister Xiaoshu is very popular and really pretty. I once saw Sister Xiaoshu's boyfriend. He is also very handsome and tall. I heard from Shirtu that her brother-in-law treats her very well and bought her the latest set of picture books. Just as he finished speaking, he received a slap on the head. Chen Xiaobao covered his head and looked up at his grandmother with a pout. Grandma, why did you hit me? I didn't say anything wrong. His grandmother glared at him. You talk too much. Go home. Chen Xiaobao looked at the delicious food on the table and refused to move. I'm not going home. I want to eat the good food. His grandmother shot him another glare and turned to go upstairs. Eat, eat, eat. You have no pride at all. Chen Xiaobao didn't think that was a lack of pride. Would pride let him eat so many delicious dishes? The food at home was nowhere near as good as what was on the table, just cabbage and potatoes, and he had lost weight. The last dish was finally ready, and those who had been waiting at the table eagerly watched for it to be served. Today, there were a total of 12 dishes on the table. The main dishes included chicken stew with mushrooms, braised pork with preserved vegetables, braised fish, boiled shrimp, and tofu. There were also meat-flavored dishes like minced meat with sour long beans and stir-fried cabbage with pork. The vegetarian dishes included stir-fried potato strips, stir-fried cabbage, and stir-fried asparagus. There was also a cold dish of seaweed salad and a soup of seaweed and egg. Seeing so much delicious food, everyone stopped chatting and focused on eating. With such good dishes, if they didn't pay attention, they wouldn't get any later. Lu Tianrui got out of the car and saw the lively courtyard. He took out a big bag of candy and handed it to the children gathered around. Come and have some candy. It will bring you good luck. Everyone noticed that the young men getting out of the driver's seat were all handsome, tall, and energetic, dressed like they came from wealthy families. They looked at them with envy. Lu Tianrui, Shen Xingyao, and Yu Yi each drove a car. The first car was driven by a friend from the old neighborhood, accompanied by a photographer. The second car was Zhang Quan's wedding car, and the other cars were driven by familiar friends. The first obstacle was at the main gate, where a group of children blocked the way. Gu Qingqing walked over with a bag of red envelopes, handing them out one by one. Come and get your envelopes. Every child gets one, so don't rush. After you get your envelope, you can go eat. The food today is really delicious. Lu Tianrui was giving out treats, and soon the children who received candies and red envelopes ran off happily to show their parents what they had. These small red envelopes contained just 1 cent each, meant for children blocking the door as a festive gesture. When they reached the Su family's door, it was, of course, closed. At this time, blocking the door was mostly symbolic. A few lucky words and a red envelope were all that was needed. At the entrance stood the siblings Shi and Zhou Xing, who opened the door after receiving a large red envelope. Zhou Xing was delighted to find 50 yuan inside the envelope, instantly lifting his earlier disappointment. As the door opened, Gu Shaoqing was captivated by Su Lishu, who was wearing a red dress today. "Hey, wake up, old Gu." Gu Tianrui nudged his brother, who was still admiring the bride while everyone was watching. Gu Shaoqing snapped back to reality and walked in, handing her the bouquet of red roses. "Lishu, I've come to take you." Su Lishu smiled, her eyes sparkling with warmth as she looked at him. Taking the bouquet, Gu Shaoqing couldn't help but hold her hand, drawn in by the affection in her eyes. In the living room, Grandma Su and Su's parents were already seated on the sofa. They knelt to serve tea, and Grandma Su took a sip, prompting Su Lishu to tear up at her words. When it was Su's parents' turn, Ma Jinmei smiled brightly and handed Gu Shaoqing a red envelope after he drank the tea. After serving tea, Shen Xingyao held a camera and called out, "Come on, old Gu and sister-in-law, stand still for a photo." Su Lishu stood behind Grandma Su, unable to hold back her tears. As the shutter clicked, Gu Shaoqing looked at her with a loving gaze. As they left, Gu Shaoqing carried Su Lishu down the stairs in a princess hold, while others took her dowry to the large truck below. The bridal gifts filled 2 big trucks, and inside, Su Lishu was touching up her makeup in front of a mirror. Once she finished, Gu Shaoqing handed her the red envelope that Grandma Su had given earlier. Su Lishu, puzzled, looked at him and asked, "What's this for?" "Isn't this for you? Mrs. Gu, you are now the head of our little family, so it's only right to give it to you." Hearing this, Su Lishu gave him a knowing smile. She patted his shoulder and said, "Not bad, Mr. Gu, keep it up." "Thank you for your approval, Mrs. Gu." Gu Shaoqing watched her busy opening the red envelopes, and his lips slowly curved into a smile without any sadness. His eyes were fixed on her, filled with a tenderness he didn't even realize, completely focused on Su Lishu. When they arrived at the Lu's hotel, Su Lishu changed into another red dress. She didn't wear a wedding gown because weddings in this era weren't as ceremonial as in later times. It was just a few toasts and that was it. There was no need for a heavy wedding dress while going from table to table. Today, Su Lishu wore high heels that were 8 centimeters tall and walked around the hotel banquet, almost tiring herself out. Once home, she collapsed onto the bed, thinking that one wedding was enough. Gu Shaoqing followed behind and closed the door, loosening his tie as he walked. He lifted her legs onto his lap and began to massage them, saying, "You've worked hard, Mrs. Gu." Su Lishu enjoyed his massage and looked at him, saying, "It's good that I only have to get married once." She felt so relaxed that she was almost dozing off when she heard him ask if she felt better. She softly replied with a yes. In the next moment, he lifted her into his arms. "Ah," Su Lishu exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. She noticed he was carrying her toward the bathroom and pulled on his tie. "You startled me." "Why are you taking me to the bathroom?" "To take a shower," he simply replied. "Put me down. I can go by myself." Gu Shaoqing set her down at the bathroom door, but she tried to push him away. However, he held her hand and stepped closer, saying, "Tonight is our wedding night, Mrs. Gu." Su Lishu used a bit of strength to stop him from entering. "I know, but you can wash up in the other room. I want to enjoy a nice bath. I can help you with a massage." Su Lishu looked at him with some doubt. "Is it really just a massage?" Gu Shaoqing looked at her sincerely. "What else would it be? Or does Mrs. Gu want something more?" Su Lishu shot him a glare and turned to fill the bathtub with water. She leaned over the edge, watching him massage her hands without crossing any boundaries, which made her feel at ease. With her eyes closed, she sighed in comfort, unaware that the man's gaze behind her was becoming increasingly intense. Suddenly, the water in the bathtub began to overflow, and she felt a warm chest against her back, with a large hand wrapping around her waist. Sulashu's drowsiness vanished instantly as she turned her head to avoid his kiss. "What are you doing? Go away." It was then that she noticed the desire in his eyes was almost overflowing. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Sulashu turned her head to look out the gap in the curtains and could already see some light. In her drowsiness, she thought about how she should not provoke a man who had just indulged and then abstained for half a month. It would really excite him. Sulashu rolled over and rested her arm on the man. When she opened her eyes, she saw him sitting on the bed, looking at her as she woke up. He placed the book on the nightstand, held her hand resting on his stomach, and kissed it. "You're awake. Are you hungry?" Seeing him made Sulashu feel her body was sore, reminding her of the man's bad habits from last night. She rolled her eyes at him and pulled her hand away. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She sat up and lightly hit his chest. "Have you not eaten meat in 800 years? You kept bothering me last night, and I told you to stop. We should have gotten up earlier." Before she could finish, she grabbed his hand to check the watch on his wrist. She was shocked to see it was 1:30 in the afternoon. "Ah," Sulashu exclaimed and buried her head in his arms. "Why didn't you wake me? It's already afternoon. What will Grandma and my parents think of me?" Gu Shaoqing laughed at her expression, and Sulashu looked up at him with a pout. "You're laughing at me? Who let me sleep this late?" Gu Shaoqing chuckled softly, finding her adorable. He cupped her face and kissed her lips. "There's no one at home. They went shopping. It's just the two of us now." Sulashu widened her eyes slightly. "Really?" Seeing him nod, she felt relieved. She pushed away the man who wanted to kiss her again and got out of bed to wash up. As her feet hit the floor, she stumbled a bit. Gu Shaoqing quickly reached out to help her, but she swatted his hand away, still a bit annoyed. Seeing her angry expression, he couldn't help but smile, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Leaning against the door with one hand in his pocket, Gu Shaoqing asked, "Do you want spicy blood cake, boiled meat slices, or spicy shrimp?" Hearing the food options, Sulashu's stomach growled in response. She felt like she could eat a whole cow and spat out the foam in her mouth. "I want them all." By the time Sulashu finished getting ready, the house was very quiet, with only the sounds coming from the kitchen. Leaning against the doorframe, she watched the man cooking and thought that his demands from last night weren't so unreasonable after all. Gu Shaoqing glanced sideways and smiled gently. "Just wait a little longer, it will be ready soon." With a sizzling sound, hot oil was poured over the boiled meat slices, and the aroma instantly filled the air. Sulashu swallowed, thinking she would eat 3 bowls of rice this time. Gu Shaoqing brought out the boiled meat slices and noticed the little woman behind him, her eyes fixed on the dish. Without needing to be told, Sulashu turned to the kitchen and served herself a bowl of rice. Taking a bite of the meat, she closed her eyes in happiness. It was so delicious. She quickly took a bite of rice, and after a few mouthfuls, she remembered the man still cooking in the kitchen. "Come out and eat. Don't make too much. We can't eat all of it." Gu Shaoqing came out with a plate of spicy shrimp and sat across from her. "Just this. We'll make the hot pot tomorrow." Sulashu nodded eagerly, too busy eating to speak. She hadn't eaten anything since a little dinner yesterday, so it had been almost a whole day. Suddenly, a peeled shrimp appeared in her bowl. Sulashu smiled at the man across from her, who was peeling shrimp for her. "Thank you, dear." Hearing her call him that, his eyes sparkled with joy, and he couldn't hide his smile. He poured her a glass of juice, saying, "Eat slowly." Gu Shaoqing didn't make too much food, and in the end, they didn't finish both dishes. After putting down her bowl, Sulashu leaned back in her chair, satisfied. Gu Shaoqing stood up to clean up. "Go to the sofa, I brewed some tea." Seeing his thoughtfulness, Sulashu blew him a kiss. "Men who do housework are so handsome. My husband is simply amazing." But Sulashu pretended to be polite, saying, "How about I help? You just cooked, and I feel bad making you do all the work." The man cleaning the dishes smiled affectionately. "I'll handle the cooking. You just enjoy your meal. I can't let you do everything." And next time, just don't be so heavy-handed. Hearing this, Su Lishu rolled her eyes at him. What a man, always thinking about those things. She got up and lay on the living room sofa, leaving the dishes for him to wash. After cleaning up, Gu Shaoqing placed Su Lishu's head on his lap so she could watch TV comfortably. Su Lishu adjusted herself, resting peacefully while watching. Actually, the current TV shows weren't her favorites, but it was the only way to pass the time until smartphones came out in 20 years. Thinking about this time, Su Lishu suddenly felt a bit down. Why is it taking so long? Feeling her sigh, Gu Shaoqing gently rubbed the top of her head and asked, "Bored?" Su Lishu shook her head. "No, I just suddenly remembered that in 2 days I have to go to school and there's no more time for sleeping in, and I have to take the level 4 exam, and after that, the level 6 exam. I feel like my head is going to explode. My mind is filled with all kinds of vocabulary and professional terms. I really don't want to go to school. It's too hard." Actually, Su Lishu was just expressing her feelings. English isn't difficult for her. She can handle both level 4 and level 6. However, to reach the level of a foreign language translator, just passing those exams is not enough. She still needs to take 3 more levels and also do simultaneous interpretation, which are the real challenges. Grandma and the others returned only in the evening, and Uncle Gu went back that day. Uncle Gu had a hard time getting 2 days off, and Gu's father returned to the capital yesterday. Now the house only had Grandma, Gu's mother, Gu Qingqing, Gu Shaoqing, and Su Lishu. Seeing them come back, Su Lishu gently pushed Gu Shaoqing's hand away from her waist. "Grandma, Mom, Qingqing, you're back." When they entered, the couple was cuddling together. Mrs. Gu smiled happily. "How was your rest, Lishu?" "I thought you were tired yesterday, so we didn't call you to go shopping." Su Lishu shamelessly nodded. "I rested well." "Grandma, what did you buy today?" "There's so much." Zhao Yu sat next to Su Lishu with several bags, while Gu Qingqing flopped down on the sofa, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Sister-in-law, we went shopping at the mall and had delicious food. We even saw your store. Business is really great. How about going out to sea for fishing tomorrow? We can grill the fish right on the boat." Su Lishu was familiar with fishing, but was there a speedboat? It didn't seem like it. Gu Shaoqing wrapped his arm around her as they leaned back on the sofa, looking down at her. "Do you want to go?" Su Lishu felt a bit excited. "Is there a boat?" "There is." Seeing Gu Shaoqing agree, Gu Qingqing and Su Lishu exchanged a joyful glance. "That's perfect. Mom bought you a coat today. It's windy at sea, so it'll be just right for you to wear tomorrow." Zhao Yu showed her the things they bought today, including a coat, a bag, a pair of shoes, and a bracelet. Seeing that most of the items were for her, with the rest for Gu Qingqing, Su Lishu felt touched. "Mom, why didn't you buy anything for yourselves? I already have these, and you spent so much." Zhao Yu compared the clothes on Su Lishu and nodded in satisfaction. "Your mom and grandma have their scent every month. When they bring yours next month, we'll measure your sizes. Tell them what styles you like." Su Lishu was a bit surprised. "Is there a special custom service?" She smiled and nodded. "Sure, I'll go shopping with Grandma and you next time." For dinner, they had takeout from the restaurant that Zhao Yu brought back. Su Lishu was sitting at the vanity, washing her face, and thought about the generosity of the Gu family, especially since the elder Mr. Gu had passed away. He used to be just a city mayor, and Mrs. Gu was only a university professor. Although Mr. Gu was the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, his salary was fixed, and Zhao Yu seemed not to have a job. Gu Shaoqing only worked in the government, and while he had other investments, it didn't seem like they were that wealthy. Su Lishu glanced at Gu Shaoqing, who was leaning on the bed reading. "What does Mom do? It seems like our family spends quite a lot every month." Gu Shaoqing put down his book and met her worried gaze with a smile. "It's a company shareholder or vice president." Su Lishu's eyes widened in surprise. "A company? What company?" "It's the family business on my mom's side, involved in the medical field, and recently they have been exploring foreign trade. They used to do business too, but during the war, my grandfather entered the government and later donated half of the family fortune, so we lack nothing." Su Lishu was truly surprised. She didn't expect the Gu family to be so well off. While Su Lishu was still thinking, she suddenly lifted off the ground and was brought to the bed. Then the room lights were turned off. I haven't applied my body lotion yet. I'll help you with that later. The planned fishing trip didn't happen after all. First, Su Lishu woke up at 11, and second, Gu Qingqing got the time wrong. Today was Monday and they had school. The day after their return, Su Lishu and the others also started school. After a week apart, everyone saw Su Lishu arriving in Gu Xiaoqing's car and looked at her teasingly. Su Yeye, however, didn't join in the teasing. She knew that a few days ago, Su Lishu married Gu De Ge. Amid their teasing, Su Lishu placed the wedding candies on the table. All right, I'll treat you all to wedding candies. Now everyone looked shocked, and Lily glanced at the candies on the table and then back at the smiling Su Lishu. Are you married? The voice suddenly got louder. Su Lishu rubbed her ears and said, As you can see, I am married. To Gu Xiaoqing, Su Lishu nodded. Yes. The group quickly gathered around her, with Lonji putting her arm around her shoulder and shaking her. Sister, what happened in just over a month that you got married? You're so young. What were you thinking? Zhang Shuaqin was also shocked, her mouth wide open. She couldn't believe that a girl from a wealthy family, who was beautiful and well-off, got married so quickly. Feng Xiuyu pushed up her glasses and looked at Su Lishu, surprised but not overly so. Zhang Yinian, usually calm, looked at her in disbelief. Li sat her down on a chair. Tell us, how did you suddenly get married? You didn't even invite us, and we all live in the same dorm. Hey, Su Laoyao, do you think we don't matter? Lily turned to Su Yeye, who was sitting on the bed. Yeah, don't you think so? Could Su Yeye say yes? She didn't dare. She had just attended Su Lishu's wedding a few days ago. Well, maybe Lishu had her reasons for not inviting you. Not inviting us. Lily glanced at the two of them. She suddenly widened her eyes and pointed at Su Lishu. Wow, Su Laoyao, you invited Yeye to your wedding but not us? That's it, we're done. And you, Su Laosand, you're also cut off. You secretly went to Su Laoyao's wedding without us? You've abandoned the group. I won't forgive you without a big meal. Su Yeye waved her hand. Lishu didn't invite me either. I went with my parents. It was the Gu family who invited me. I think you're right. If there's no big meal, we shouldn't forgive Lishu. Su Lishu looked at the group in front of her, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. She turned to Lonji. Did you give me your exact address? Did you leave me your phone number? Can I find you? Su Lishu then looked at the others. Can I find you? The group was momentarily speechless, realizing she had a point. Seeing their expressions, Su Lishu pressed on. You all are making me feel wronged. Lily felt a bit guilty, avoiding Su Lishu's gaze and grabbing a piece of wedding candy from the table to eat. This candy is quite sweet. Lonji let go of her and opened a piece of candy to eat as well. Nodding in agreement, she said, It really is sweet. Zhang Yinian found it amusing to see them all convinced. Did they forget that everyone shared their detailed addresses at the beginning of the school year? Su Lishu looked at Zhang Yinian's expression and cleared her throat. It was my mistake not to invite you. I rushed the timing. Since you couldn't attend my celebration, how about I treat everyone to dinner tomorrow night? Lily turned to her and said, Then it should be a nice meal. Sure, you can order whatever you like. Li and Lonji exchanged excited high fives. That evening, after calling out Su Lishu's name, she went home since she only had classes in the afternoon the next day. She usually returned to the Pingjiang villa, only going back to her family home on weekends. Su Lishu lay in Gu Xiaoqing's arms while he rubbed her belly. I said I would invite our dorm mates for dinner tomorrow night. Will you be working late? Seeing her eyes starting to close, he patted her shoulder and said, No, I won't be working late. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow. With that answer, Su Lishu closed her eyes and fell asleep. She had her period today and was grateful for a good night's sleep. After class, Su Lishu walked to the school gate, where 2 cars were parked. Gu Xiaoqing approached and stood next to Su Lishu, looking at them. Hello, I'm Gu Xiaoqing, Ashu's husband. Brother Gu, Su Ye called out to him. The others shyly greeted him as Mr.
Gu.
Gu Xiaoqing smiled and nodded at them. Get in the car. None of them dared to sit in the car Gu Xiaoqing was driving, so in the end, Su Yeye and Zhang Yinian got into the couple's car. When they arrived, Li and the others looked amazed at the courtyard-style restaurant. The servers and kipeos had great figures, and they walked through several corridors to a private room. As soon as they sat down, a server brought tea and snacks. Lily looked at the prices on the menu and widened her eyes in shock. 18 for a cucumber? Is it just one cucumber from a vine? And this braised pork is 48? Is this dish made of gold? Startled, Lily closed the menu. She had said she wanted an expensive meal, but she didn't expect it to be this pricey. Looking at the others, except for Su Yeye and Zhang Yinian, everyone else seemed just as shocked, clearly not used to such luxury. Especially Zhou Shuaqin, who was drinking tea, choked on it when she saw the prices, filling the room with her coughing. Zhou Shuaqin waved her hand at them, saying, "No, it's fine, you all order, cough cough. I can eat anything." Zhang Yinian, although her family had money and she had been to many fancy places, found the prices here to be a bit outrageous. She quietly closed the menu, noticing Su Yaya hadn't ordered anything either. Unsure if she should close her menu too, she thought. Even though the dishes were expensive, they were still acceptable. Su Lishu could tell from their expressions that they were shocked by the prices. "Don't be shy, someone is treating today, and the food here is quite good." Lily chuckled awkwardly. "No need, let Xiaoshu and Mr. Gu order. We can all share." Zhou Shuaqin took a sip of water, her face turning red from coughing. She nodded. "Right, since we haven't been here before, we don't know what the specialties are." "Xiaoshu, you all can order." Feng Xiu pushed the menu away slightly. The prices were so high that just one bite would cost her several days' worth of living expenses. Su Lishu slammed the menu shut and looked at them, feeling frustrated. "Ladies, I have money, I run a company. Can you please stop making those faces? Let's eat freely today. Just this meal is no big deal." When she mentioned running a company, the others relaxed a bit and picked up the menus again. "I'll order a cucumber salad with abalone sauce," Lily said, choosing the cheapest item on the menu. Even that cost 18 yuan, which was her family's living expenses for a month. If her mom found out she spent 18 yuan on 2 cucumbers, she would chase her with a stick from the second floor for 2 miles. Zhou Shuaqin still hadn't touched the menu, enjoying the free pastries, which were even better than those sold outside. Lanji looked at the prices on the menu, many of which were over 30 yuan, and some even over 100. She was a bit overwhelmed, having come out to see the world with her dorm's youngest member. Finally, she settled on a vegetarian dish. "I'll have a stir-fried peanut sprout." She had wanted to order a simple stir-fried vegetable, but it seemed they didn't have any ordinary dishes here. The peanut sprout dish cost 12 yuan. It felt like they were spending money rather than eating. "If I didn't order a spicy pork dish," Zhang Yinian said before closing the menu. Suya spotted her favorite sweet and sour shrimp balls and called to the waiter, "1 order of sweet and sour shrimp balls, please." Seeing that Zhou Shuaqin hadn't ordered yet, Su Lishu added several of the restaurant's specialties to her order. Among them was Buddha jumps over the wall for 108 yuan and a serving of rock sugar blood swallow for 58, ordering 6 servings. Lily looked at the small bowl of bird's nest in front of her, which was no bigger than her palm, and thought to herself that this restaurant was a scam. They charged 58 for something that could be eaten in just 2 or 3 bites. However, the restaurant was quite nice. Even though they could have taken advantage, they still offered them 2 small dishes for free. While she was mentally complaining, her thoughts became even louder when she tasted the cucumber salad with abalone sauce she ordered. Her surprise showed on her face, and the others looked just as pleased. No wonder it was so expensive. It was so delicious that she felt like she could swallow her tongue. After this meal, the atmosphere in the dorm improved, and the school did not assign anyone else to their dorm, making the bond between the 5 of them even stronger. That day, Su Lishu was focused on her exam when she suddenly heard the system speak. "You have completed your goal of earning 500,000. Congratulations, the reward has been added to your backpack. Please check it." Seeing that she was in the middle of an exam, the system quickly disappeared. Su Lishu looked up at the spot where it had vanished and continued writing her test. After finishing her last exam and returning to the dorm, she checked her backpack and found various beauty and hair growth pills, along with a book about traditional Chinese medicine. Thinking that after passing the level 4 exam, she didn't have much to do, she realized she should speed up her preparation for the traditional Chinese medicine qualification exam. With that thought, She glanced at Zhang Enian, who was quietly reading by the window. Enian, does your grandfather accept apprentices? Zhang Enian looked up from her book and replied, yes. The field of traditional Chinese medicine has been slowly falling behind since Western medicine became popular. Her grandfather accepts disciples, but he doesn't take those who aren't passionate, are impatient, or lack talent. From what she knew, Su Lishu seemed to have a deep understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. Can I visit him this weekend? Zhang Enian smiled and nodded at her bright eyes. Of course. Then she added, when you come, don't bring anything. My grandfather doesn't like that. Su Lishu raised her eyebrows and nodded. Okay. Never mind. I have something important tomorrow. Su Lishu gently pushed the man beside her, breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling, her lips slightly swollen. Seeing the man approach again, she bit her lip lightly, letting out a soft sound that made his dark eyes deepen, revealing his desires. He grabbed her hand and pulled it to his chest, leaning down to kiss her fiercely, their lips meeting urgently. His left hand gripped her waist. Let's do it again, sweetheart. Su Lishu's voice was soft and filled with a hint of joy as she looked up at the ceiling. Her slightly squinted peach blossom eyes were filled with desire, and the corners of her eyes were red from pleasure, causing a few tears to fall. She let out a soft hum, enjoying the moment. Afterward, Su Lishu glanced at the bedside table and saw the time. 12 o'clock. The man carried her to the bathroom to clean up, just when Su Lishu thought she could rest. Her body was placed on the sink, and the man quickly laid a towel down. Before she could say anything, he kissed her, and her body reached another peak. Thinking about things, Su Lishu woke up once at 8, but was too sleepy to stay awake. It was still Gu Shaoqing who woke her up. Aren't we going to a classmate's house today? You should get ready. There's still time. Su Lishu grabbed his hand and looked at the time on his wrist. 10 o'clock. There was still plenty of time. She wrapped her arms around his neck, and Gu Shaoqing picked her up and carried her to the bathroom to wash up. As Su Lishu brushed her teeth, she became completely awake and glanced down at where her hand was resting. Remembering the wild night before, her face flushed, and she quickly pulled her hand away. She hurriedly finished washing up and doing her makeup. She had plans with Zhang Enian at 2 o'clock. After a leisurely lunch, Gu Shaoqing took her there. Spring had arrived, and today Su Lishu wore a two-piece outfit resembling a qipao, suitable for spring and autumn. The off-white fabric was embroidered with a light blue orchid, looking both intellectual and elegant. Su Lishu got out of the car holding a box of fruit. I'll go back by myself later. You can go ahead. Gu Shaoqing nodded. Okay, call me if you need anything. Su Lishu turned to leave, waving her hand dismissively without looking back. This man was a bit clingy. Zhang Enian's grandfather lived a 20-minute walk from the clinic, in a 2-story small villa with a large yard. When Su Lishu arrived, she saw an elderly man with half-white hair lounging in a chair, soaking up the sun. He opened his eyes and stared at her when he saw her, but Su Lishu didn't move, allowing him to look. She showed no signs of nervousness or unease, and her eyes met his. Zhang Enian's grandfather was a well-known traditional Chinese medicine expert in Huyang, likely among the top 3 in the country. He also practiced at Huyang Hospital, where he would see patients once a week. Su Lishu observed the old man, dressed in a gray casual outfit, with a sincere gaze. After a moment, her attention shifted to the box of fruit she was holding. She let out a soft snort and said, "Bribe me? I'm not interested in that." Su Lishu looked down at the fruit in her hand and smiled. This is just a small gesture of courtesy as a guest, just a bit of fruit. Isn't using this little fruit for a bribe a bit cheap? Humph, sweet talk. Feng Qishan snorted and turned away from her. Grandpa, she said, her tone a mix of amusement and helplessness. Zhang Enian looked at the old man with a sigh. Weren't you just praising Lishu before? Why are you acting like this now that she's here? When did I ever praise a little girl? Feng Qishan replied, his tone harsh, but with a hint of fluster. He avoided looking at Su Lishu. What a joke. If this girl knew how her vanity was inflating, it would be a problem. Kids today are already restless. Hearing praise before even starting would not be good. Su Lishu found it amusing to see such a childish side of the old man. Grandpa Feng, these are some oranges, apples, and cherries from our family orchard. My family knew I was coming and picked them this morning. They may not look as good as store-bought ones, but they taste great. This meant it was just a small gesture from her elders, not something valuable. Feng Qishan turned to look at the fruit on the table, especially the dark red cherries, his eyes brightening a bit. Seeing his granddaughter enjoying the fruit, she bit into one, and juice burst out. Feng Qishan casually walked over to the table, picked one up, and put it in his mouth, a smile forming at the delicious taste. Su Lishu and Zhang Yinian exchanged glances, with Zhang Yinian giving her an encouraging look, as if to say, "See? Winning over this old man is that easy." After eating a few, Feng Qishan noticed there weren't many left and stopped, looking at Su Lishu, who was exchanging glances with her granddaughter. He walked into the pharmacy with his hands behind his back and said, "Come in." Feng Qishan asked Su Lishu some basic pharmacology questions, and seeing her answer them confidently brought a glimmer of satisfaction to his eyes. He then asked about some common cases, and after a bit of thought, Su Lishu answered. Though her responses were a bit shaky, they were still correct. Seeing the expression on Feng Qishan's face, Su Lishu knew she had passed this test. The reason for her earlier hesitation was to avoid raising any suspicion from Feng Qishan. She wanted to learn here steadily. Being too sharp could lead to trouble, especially with those waiting outside. Su Lishu looked towards the door, where more than a dozen men and women were curiously and seriously watching her. More than half of them were just observers and did not have the qualifications to be taught directly by Feng Qishan. Feng Qishan glanced at the crowd by the door, his expression turning serious as he looked at them without a hint of a smile. "What are you all doing here? Don't you have classes to attend? No patients to see? No learning to do?" Seeing Feng Qishan getting a bit angry, the crowd quickly scattered. Zhang Yinian took Su Lishu to visit the learning area and said with a smile, "Don't mind them. They just heard there's a new junior sister. Starting in the intermediate class right away, and without a teacher before, your talent must be high to learn so well on your own. They're just a bit curious." Su Lishu smiled but didn't respond. She appreciated her words. Curiosity was there, but there was more to it. They walked past the entrance of Xuanxin Medical Hall and continued around to a large door at the back. Upon entering, Zhang Yinian explained, "There are 3 levels of learning here: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Beginners learn basic concepts, while intermediate students build on that knowledge and study common illnesses under the guidance of teaching assistants. The advanced class is taught by my grandfather along with masters in acupuncture and bone setting, among others. Additionally, advanced students must see patients for 10 days each month and participate in some community service, but they only handle minor symptoms. After passing the exams in the advanced class, students can obtain relevant certifications." Zhang Yinian knew Su Lishu came for 2 reasons: her interest in traditional Chinese medicine and her main goal of obtaining a medical qualification. Zhang Yinian stopped outside the beginner class window, saying, "There are relatively more students in the beginner class. My grandfather does not charge any fees for the classes, so many are just interested in traditional Chinese medicine or want to learn a skill. Most are just observers, with only a couple of students in the advanced class having apprenticed under my uncle. However, many find studying traditional Chinese medicine too dull and give up before finishing the beginner class." As they reached the intermediate class window, they saw students learning acupuncture. So, the beginner class has the most students, with only about 10 in the intermediate class and just 6 in the advanced class. After finishing her explanation, Zhang Yinian turned to Su Lishu. "Are you planning to come back to study tomorrow?" "Today, actually. I have time since it's the weekend." Zhang Yinian nodded and opened the door, smiling at the middle-aged man who was guiding the students. "Uncle Su, this is the new student." Su Huai turned to look at Su Lishu and calmly nodded. "Got it." After that, he turned back to observe the students' actions, ignoring Su Lishu. Zhang Yinian quietly said to her, "I'll go out first." Su Lishu nodded and leaned into focus on what the others were doing. The other students glanced at Su Lishu with a mix of surprise, especially at her appearance. One boy noticed Su Lishu smile in this direction, and his hand holding the needle trembled. His partner, who was the test subject, suddenly exclaimed, "Ouch. You hit the nerve. The fat guy is going to die." The boy, called the fat guy, quickly looked at the one who shouted, hurriedly took out the needle and apologized. I'm sorry. With a loud bang, Su Huai slammed the ruler on the table, looking at them coldly. This is how many times you've messed up acupuncture? If you don't want to learn, just leave. Don't take up space without contributing. Everyone was shouted at, lowering their heads like frightened quails, afraid to speak. Su Huai turned to the exceptionally beautiful Su Lishu. Have you learned acupuncture? I've self-studied a little, but I can't say I'm skilled. Su Huai pointed at her and then at the boy who had just made a mistake, Ma Jin. Since you dared to use a needle, you can treat his shaking hands. Ma Jin, who was called out, felt his hands start to tremble involuntarily. He looked at Su Huai with a helpless expression. Teacher, do we really have to? Maybe let Zhao do it instead. It's his turn anyway. Zhao shook his slightly numb arm and said, Teacher, I think it's better for the new student to practice. I can sit this one out. Seeing Su Huai's expressionless face, Ma Jin's round face showed a mix of pain, fear, doubt, and a hint of bravery. He extended his hand without looking at Su Lishu. Go ahead, I'm not scared. Su Lishu raised an eyebrow at Su Huai, seeing no change in his demeanor. Then she picked up a silver needle and directly inserted it into Ma Jin's arm, followed by a second and third. At first, everyone was doubtful, but as they watched her steady technique, they realized she seemed quite skilled. It didn't look like she was just a beginner. Su Lishu focused on her movements, slowly manipulating the silver needle. Seeing him so nervous that his eyelids kept twitching, Su Lishu chuckled and said, When I came in, I think I smelled braised pig trotters. Is that what we're having today, at the clinic? As soon as he heard food, Ma Jin opened his eyes and looked towards the kitchen. His eyes sparkled as he looked at her. Is it really braised pig trotters? He swallowed hard and added, Let me tell you, Lu Ma's braised pig trotters are amazing, and her sweet rice balls are delicious too. I wonder if we'll have those later. Su Lishu took out the needle and placed it aside, smiling. It seems like we will. But Ma Jin, your muscles are a bit stiff. The change of topic felt a bit awkward, and Ma Jin turned his head to see that all the needles on his arm had been removed. He moved his arm, and his eyes lit up. Hey, my arm doesn't hurt anymore. You're good, classmate. Everyone else was watching her, and Su Lishu wiped her hands with a gentle smile. It was just a lucky guess. It's nothing special. Su Huai softened his expression a bit and tapped the ruler on the table. New student, please introduce yourself. Su Lishu stepped forward with a smile. Hello everyone, I'm Su Lishu from Jianyuan City, and I'm studying at Yuezhou University now. After her introduction, Su Huai nodded. Alright, that's it for this morning's class. As soon as class was over, Ma Jin hurried to the door, reminding Su Lishu as he passed by. The others quickly followed him out, and Su Lishu was sure that the dishes made by this Lu Ma were definitely delicious. At the door, she saw Zhang Yinian coming out of a room at the end of the hallway. When Zhang noticed her, Su Lishu stopped to wait for her. As they walked to the dining area, Su Lishu explained, each person needs to pay 1 yuan for meals every day. It's for the next day's meal, so Lu Ma can prepare the right amount based on how many people are coming. Su Lishu didn't expect to have to pay in advance and thought, Oh? Then I knew you were coming today, so I told Lu Ma yesterday, Zhang Yinian said, pulling her inside. Then I'll give you the money later. I didn't know I had to pay in advance. Zhang Yinian pulled her into line. No need, it's just one meal. Su Lishu didn't insist. All right then. Today's menu included braised pig trotters, spicy fish slices, and stir-fried cabbage. There really were braised pig trotters. She had just been joking earlier, but seeing the snacks in Ma Jin's backpack, she realized he was a foodie. She hadn't expected her joke to actually grab his attention. While serving food, Lu Ma noticed the unfamiliar face of Su Lishu, especially since she was with Zhang Yinian, and immediately recognized who she was. Her hand didn't shake at all as she filled a large spoonful. Are you Xiao Su? Come, eat more. Just tell me what you like, and I'll make it tomorrow. Su Lishu quickly held her bowl with both hands and smiled. Thank you, Lu Ma. I like everything. After taking a bite of the pig trotters, Su Lishu raised her eyebrows in surprise at how delicious it was. Zhang Yinian explained, noticing her expression. Lu Ma's family has been chefs for generations, so her cooking is really good. Su Lishu nodded in satisfaction. The taste was indeed excellent. The things Su Lishu learned in the intermediate class were mostly things she already knew, so it was easy for her. The main focus was on treating various illnesses. From Monday to Friday, she attended classes, and on weekends, she studied at the clinic. After a month and a half, Su Lishu finally advanced from the intermediate level. At the same time, there was big news. Feng Qishan was preparing to accept a closed-door disciple. Anyone from the basic, intermediate, or advanced classes could take the exam he organized. Passing meant becoming a closed-door disciple of the renowned traditional Chinese medicine master, Feng Qishan. Regardless of one's medical skills, being a disciple of Feng Qishan would earn respect in the field. Initially, Su Lishu thought it didn't matter, but then realized having a great mentor could save her a lot of trouble. In the following half-month after hearing the news, Su Lishu completely focused on preparing for the exam, leaving her company matters to Wang Jia. On the exam day, the weather was clear, and Su Lishu was in a good mood as she got ready and drove to the clinic. "Xiao Su has a car now?" A male voice called out from behind the parked cars. Su Lishu locked her car and turned to see a classmate, smiling politely and nodding. "I thought I'd be coming here often, and since I need a car for work, I decided to buy one instead of always having my family drive me." Sun Yan looked at the well-dressed Su Lishu with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "A woman who loves vanity. What's the use of being pretty if it's just for show? Right? In the past month, I've seen several guys drop her off at the clinic." Sun Yan turned to the suddenly appearing woman. "When did you get here?" Li Wan looked at Su Lishu's car with a sneer, her eyes filled with jealousy. "I've been here for a while. What about you, Sun Yan? Falling for a vain woman? So what if she's in college? She's just trying to catch a high-quality man, while you can't even spare $10 at 30. Don't get your hopes up." Sun Yan frowned at her. "You are both women. How can you belittle her like this?" Li Wan scoffed. "How can someone under 20 afford a car worth tens of thousands? Besides, she has only been coming to the clinic for 2 months. I've seen several different men drop her off, and she changes outfits almost every day, wearing jewelry that costs hundreds to thousands. She claims to be from Jianyuan City, saying her parents are just ordinary workers. How can a family like that afford such expensive jewelry and cars? I've seen many women like her, using their looks to attract wealthy men, especially college girls who are very popular with rich men." Sun Yan's eyes sparkled as he casually remarked, "That's her skill, not only getting other men to buy her things but also winning over the teachers." Seeing Li Wan's expression turn jealous and dissatisfied, Sun Yan smirked briefly. He added fuel to the fire. "I came early yesterday and saw Xiao Su coming out of Old Feng's study. Usually there's also Xiao Nian tutoring her, so it seems like this opportunity is already decided." Li Wan's dissatisfaction was about to overflow. Her expression turned fierce. "Even if it's decided, she still has to take the exam openly. I want to see if she can pass." Satisfied with his answer, Sun Yan's lips slowly curled into a smile, then fell again. "Forget it. Let's leave it to fate. If I can't become Old Feng's closed-door disciple, being a disciple of another teacher is fine too." After Sun Yan left, Li Wan remained, contemplating while sneering at Su Lishu's car. When she reached the changing room, Li Wan entered and noticed Su Lishu looking a bit anxious. "Xiao Su, that little car outside is yours, right? I just saw a kid sneaking around your car. You should go check it out." Su Lishu pulled down half of her outfit, quickly closed the cabinet door, and went out. Seeing the unlocked cabinet, Li Wan smiled triumphantly, reaching in to grab the bag she needed for the exam and tossing it into the small dark gap behind the cabinet. Her movements were quick and agile, and her smile was relaxed and calm, unlike the first time she did this. After finishing, Li Wan scoffed and turned to leave. Feng Qishan looked at the crowd below. Everyone was present except for Su Lishu. Zhang Yinian was a bit puzzled and was about to go look for her when she arrived. "Su Lishu, do you know today is the exam day?" Feng Qishan said coldly as he looked at her. Su Lishu's expression was also a bit cold. Noticing everyone was staring at her, She softened her expression and replied to Feng Qishan. I know, but my acupuncture bag is missing. I just searched for it, and that's why I'm late. Your acupuncture bag is missing? The first lesson is about acupuncture, and you tell me your bag is gone. Feng Qishan's expression grew colder as he slammed his hand on the armrest of the chair. If you don't want to compete for this spot, then leave. Don't mention your missing acupuncture bag. Do you think this is a joke? The last words were loud enough for everyone in the clinic to hear, filled with disappointment. Su Lishu felt a bit pitiful from the reprimand and shook her head honestly. It's not funny, you. Feng Qishan was taken aback by her response. Li Wan, seeing her looking so pitiful after being yelled at, couldn't help but smile. Sun Yan noticed her pleased expression and realized things were going as planned. He smirked slightly. I'm really not joking, Mr. Feng. Seeing Feng Qishan frown, Su Lishu quickly changed her tone. Mr. Feng, I'm really serious. When I left yesterday, I checked my acupuncture bag and locked the cabinet. When I came today and changed my clothes, it was gone. Feng Qishan exchanged glances with Zhang Yinian, and his serious gaze scanned the crowd. When his eyes landed on Li Wan, she quickly looked down. Zhang Yinian was worried. How could this happen? You are the only one with the key to the cabinet. Think carefully. Did you leave when your cabinet was open? Was anyone else around? Su Lishu thought for a moment. I'm sure my acupuncture bag was in the cabinet when I left yesterday and I locked it. The only time I was away was when I was changing clothes. Li Wan mentioned there were kids near my car and I stepped out for a moment. When I came back and got my acupuncture bag, I found it was missing. You said the only person near your open cabinet was Li Wan, Su Huai pointed out, focusing on the name. He looked at Li Wan below. Li Wan felt the gaze of everyone on her, and a hint of panic flashed across her face. But then she remembered she was the only one there, and no one saw anything. She looked up with a hurt expression at Su Lishu. Su, how can you accuse me like this? After you went outside, I changed my clothes and left too. How can you slander me? Tears welled up in her eyes as she said, I saw your new car, and I kindly reminded you that there are children near your car. I was worried they might accidentally damage it. I was just trying to help, but you accused me of stealing your acupuncture bag. You have such a mean mind at such a young age. Su Lishu turned away, not wanting to see the pockmarked face, thinking she was like Lin Daiyu, trying to look pitiful. In reality, it was quite hard to look at, as she tried to squeeze out tears to appear sad. When she looked at Su Lishu, her face scrunched up in a way that was hard to bear. You feel guilty. You can't look at me. Li Wan thought Su Lishu was feeling guilty because she wouldn't look at her. She pointed quickly and said loudly, Look, she's guilty. She's slandering me. Su Lishu could only hear Li Wan's loud voice, so she took out the earring that had fallen in the hallway. I found this in front of my locker, which is in the far corner of the changing room, while yours is at the front. As soon as she showed the earring, Li Wan looked as if someone had tightly grabbed her throat, unable to breathe. Her eyes widened in shock. In a panic, she touched her ears and realized her left earring was missing. Li Wan had no idea when her earring had fallen, and she was completely flustered. Seeing Li Wan's panic, Sun Yan sighed, feeling a headache coming on from her naivety. He looked at Su Lishu and said, I'm not defending Li Wan, but you showing her earring doesn't prove you found it in front of your locker. If no one saw it, you could say you found it anywhere. This doesn't prove that Li Wan stole your acupuncture bag. Hearing Sun Yan's words, Li Wan's eyes lit up with a hint of realization. She feigned calmness and said, Yes, whatever you say is true. I clearly walked to my locker to change clothes before you left. Suddenly, she pretended to understand and said, Oh, I get it. You don't know who stole your acupuncture bag, and you just happened to find my earring, so you're blaming me, right? Su Lishu, don't go too far and slander me without proof. Li Wan looked up at teacher Feng Qishan, saying, Teacher, you have to stand up for your student. Feng Qishan glanced at the aggrieved Li Wan, and then at Sun Yan, who seemed to be subtly supporting Li Wan. Finally, he looked seriously at the somewhat isolated Su Lishu. Think carefully. Just this earring alone cannot prove that Li Wan took your acupuncture bag. Su Lishu suddenly turned to look at Sun Yan and noticed a hint of lingering dislike in his eyes. She felt confused about what she had done to make him dislike her. Did he and Li Wan have a relationship? Did he think she had slandered his girlfriend and believed she was terrible? Thinking this, Su Lishu carefully observed Sun Yan and Li Wan. It wasn't that she was trying to make Li Wan look bad. It was just that Li Wan had let herself go. Her features were not prominent, and she had noticeable blemishes on her face, worsened by poor quality makeup. She might have used cheap products to lighten her skin, resulting in red, swollen pimples and visible blood vessels on her cheeks. Su Lishu was around 155 centimeters tall and somewhat overweight, and she didn't take care of her appearance. In contrast, Sun Yan, though not very tall at about 170 centimeters, had a gentle demeanor and looked decent. Did he really like someone like Li Wan? Su Lishu didn't understand, but respected his preferences. In just a few seconds, Su Lishu had imagined a special romance in her mind. Sun Yan noticed Su Lishu staring at him, and his gentle expression became a bit uncomfortable. He wondered if she had overheard his conversation with Li Wan and had concluded that Li Wan was responsible. Sun Yan furrowed his brows but recalled that he hadn't explicitly said anything. With that thought, he relaxed his brow and met Su Lishu's gaze. "Xiao Su, are you trying to figure something out by staring at me?" Su Lishu smiled and looked at the defiant Li Wan. "Hearing what you said, son, I remembered something. Just one earring cannot prove that Sister Li Wan is the one who took my acupuncture bag." At this point, Su Lishu's smile grew as she focused on Li Wan's hair. "But I found a few strands of hair that aren't mine on my locker door, and they are still there." Li Wan's heart sank, and she instinctively touched her hair. Her face darkened. When she had reached for the acupuncture bag at the back of the locker, her hair must have gotten caught on something, but she had been too nervous to notice. She hadn't realized she had left her hair on the locker. Li Wan caught a glimpse of Feng Qishan and Su Huai's disappointed looks above her and quickly lowered her head. "I don't know what you're talking about. You're just slandering me." At that moment, Li Wan didn't know what to say to make up for it, her whole body trembling with tension. But she knew she absolutely could not admit to anything. Admitting it would mean everything was over. Now, Li Wan felt regret in her heart, wondering why she had acted that way. She had come to learn a skill, knowing her abilities would not impress Mr. Feng and the other teachers. What did it matter if Su Lishu was Mr. Feng's chosen disciple? Why did she let her emotions get the best of her after hearing just a few words from Sun Yan? Suddenly, an idea struck her, and Li Wan looked at Sun Yan in disbelief. That's right, Sun Yan had always been the most hardworking and likely candidate to become Mr. Feng's disciple among the 3 classes. So, he had intentionally said those things in front of her, just to provoke her. This was all Sun Yan's plan. He used her as a tool to eliminate his biggest rival, Su Lishu. Sun Yan could tell from Li Wan's expression that she had figured it out. He shifted his gaze away, a hint of disdain in his eyes. So what if she realized it? Was it his fault that she was foolish? He had only said a few words. It was her own jealousy of Su Lishu that caused this. She was jealous that Su Lishu was prettier, wealthier, more popular, and better at medicine than she was. It was her own jealousy that led to this situation. He had merely intensified her feelings. He hadn't forced her to steal Su Lishu's acupuncture kit. Feng Qishan sighed in disappointment and looked at Su Lishu. "It's important to focus on the exam. How about using a spare acupuncture kit?" Su Lishu understood that Feng Qishan was trying to save face for Li Wan in front of everyone. But everyone already had their opinions about her character. "That's fine. Although it's not as handy as my usual one, there's no other choice. All right, everyone, please take your seats." Feng Qishan signaled Su Huai's to start the exam. Li Wan shot a cold glance at Sun Yan in front of her, daring him to set her up. During lunch, in the changing room, Li Wan stopped Su Lishu. "Is there something you need?" Su Lishu looked at her coldly. Li Wan took a deep breath. "I'm sorry, Su. I did take your acupuncture kit this morning, and I apologize." Hearing her admit it, Su Lishu let out a cold laugh. Leaning against the wall, she looked at her sarcastically. "Why aren't you making excuses now? Didn't you just say I was slandering you?" Li Wan felt frustrated. She had apologized, yet Su Lishu still treated her coldly. Unable to hold back, she replied, I've already apologized. What more do you want? Besides, you didn't have any issues either, did you? You even got second place in the acupuncture exam, she said, walking behind the cabinet and pointing into the gap. Look, your acupuncture kit is right there. I didn't throw it away. She indicated the spot, but Liwan didn't say anything about picking it up. Even if she wanted to, it was out of reach. Liwan suddenly looked at her seriously. Sulishu, do you know why I tried to stop you from taking the exam? I thought it was no big deal. After all, it couldn't be me. Are there others? Sulishu's expression turned sharp. Are you saying someone else made you do this? Liwan lowered her eyes, a hint of hatred flashing across her face, then nodded as she met Sulishu's probing gaze. That's right. You ran into Sun Yan when you parked this morning, didn't you? Seeing Sulishu's confused look, Liwan sneered. Do you think Sun Yan is a good person? He said you were the chosen disciple of old Master Feng, claiming you bought that expensive car with your looks. Although I am jealous of you before this, I had no other feelings towards you. He was the one guiding me to harm you. He said he saw you coming out of old Master Feng's study yesterday. Usually, you and Xiao Nian are inseparable, so you must have been chosen by old Master Feng long ago. I'll be clear. I'm jealous that you got such expensive jewelry without any effort, and that you have a car at such a young age. Plus, when I found out you easily became old Master Feng's closed-door disciple, I lost my head and quickly hid your acupuncture kit. I have the courage to admit my jealousy and what I've done, but Sun Yan appears noble while being very dark inside. Among so many people, you are the biggest threat to him. The biggest threat to him being old Master Feng's closed-door disciple. So he used me as a tool to eliminate you as a threat. At this point, Liwan finally felt a sense of relief. Thinking back to when she learned the results of the acupuncture exam and saw Sun Yan's shocked expression, she couldn't help but laugh. But you didn't notice Sun Yan's shocked look. He thought you wouldn't perform well without your usual acupuncture kit and would struggle with the backup. Who knew your rank was even higher than his? Since his dirty schemes didn't work out, I'm happy. After saying this, Liwan left without waiting for Sulishu to respond. Sulishu gazed at Liwan's retreating figure, deep in thought, recalling Sun Yan's disdainful look at her that morning. First, she mistakenly thought of herself as a gold digger, and second, she felt she was a threat to him. So in the morning, she was wrong. Sun Yan didn't care about Liwan but saw her as a thorn in his side. Among the subjects, he was least skilled in acupuncture. If he could bring down the biggest threat, which was her, in that subject, he would have the best chance of becoming Master Feng's disciple. Thinking of this, Sulishu's expression gradually turned cold. She looked at the key in her hand and sneered. If you want to step over me, you need to see if you have the ability. In the afternoon, when Sun Yan heard he was in second place and Sulishu was first, his shock was evident. When he turned to meet Sulishu's gaze and saw her indifferent smile, he realized Liwan had betrayed him. During a break between exams, Sulishu had just come out of the restroom and saw Sun Yan standing not far away. She walked past him without looking, but he called out to her. Xiao Su, can we talk for a moment? Sulishu turned to see the false warmth on his face. She cut straight to the point. Just say what you need to say here. Seeing him hesitate, she glanced at her watch. There are only 10 minutes until the next exam. I don't have time to waste. Noticing her usual friendly demeanor was gone, Sun Yan realized they were at odds. He chuckled lightly and made a direct offer. What would it take for you to give up this spot? Give up, Sulishu laughed at his suggestion. Do you think I'm foolish? Why would I give up being a disciple of a master in traditional Chinese medicine, especially a direct disciple? I don't need to explain the value of that. Besides, what can you offer to buy me off?
Money?
Status? Power. Do you have any of those? What do you have to offer? Just your empty words? You think I would give up for that? Do you see me as someone who is easily swayed or pretends to be above it all? Are you foolish or am I? Sulishu's eyes sharpened. You paint me as someone who relies on looks to get everything. Because you have no achievements at your age, you think everyone around you reflects your failures and that other successes are shortcuts. I'll tell you, I have no need to explain myself to someone with such a dirty mindset. I originally thought that the opportunity to be Master Feng's disciple was something I could accept casually, regardless of who it was. But now I suddenly feel that I really want the spot, and you make me feel quite disgusted. So, son, if you want to take the position of Master Feng's last disciple, then come and prove yourself. Don't act like a petty person. It's unpleasant. Sun Yan watched Su Lishu's back, his hands clenched tightly. The veins on his forehead slowly became visible, and his expression turned fierce. When he noticed someone passing by, he relaxed his grip and put on his usual humble demeanor. In the final subject, perhaps Sun Yan wanted to prove himself too much and aimed for first place. Instead, he made a mistake and ended up in third place overall. When Sun Yan heard he only got third place, he stared at Su Huai's in disbelief. Feng Qishan nodded in satisfaction and announced that Su Lishu was his last disciple. In fact, with Su Lishu, Feng Qishan only had 3 disciples. The first is now the deputy director at a major hospital, and the second disciple is Su Huai's. Just as he was about to pay his respects and call him master, he was interrupted. Seeing a 20-year-old girl become the winner, some people immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. A man spoke up, "Master Feng, are you really going to take a young girl as your disciple?" Throughout the history of traditional Chinese medicine, only men have made a name for themselves. Are you not afraid of damaging your reputation by passing your teachings to a woman? Feng Qishan looked at him, then slowly surveyed the crowd. Some faces were calm, while others, though they felt it wasn't fair, accepted the outcome, realizing they were outmatched. However, some openly showed their discontent, believing that even if they lost, it shouldn't be to a woman, regardless of her skills. But who is Feng Qishan? No one could challenge him 10 years ago. Could a few words from a young girl make him reconsider? Feng Qishan calmly glanced at the man who spoke, and the man instinctively looked away. He then coldly addressed the crowd. "I made my conditions clear a month ago and explained everything. In my eyes, there is no distinction between men and women in traditional Chinese medicine. This was just a test of what you've learned during this time. If there are shortcomings, practice more. The biggest mistake in medicine is to aim too high. Being practical is far more important. If you think I shouldn't take this disciple, then I suppose I can't teach you all at the new clinic." Those with a bit of sense understood the meaning behind Feng Qishan's words. One by one, they are less skilled but talk too much. This clinic is run by Feng Qishan. Not just anyone can stay here. He foolishly tries to impose moral pressure. Although Feng Qishan is getting older, his mind and temper have not weakened with age. In fact, he has become even more stubborn. Hearing that he could not continue learning at the clinic, the man felt like shrinking into a quail. Continuing the unfinished ceremony, Su Lishu took the tea that Su Huai's handed her. Kneeling on the prepared mat, she smiled at Feng Qishan, who was sitting at the head. "Master, please have some tea." Feng Qishan finally smiled, took the tea, and had a sip. After saying a few words of caution, he allowed Su Lishu to rise. Feng Qishan put down the teacup, stood up, and noticed that everyone below was silent. The smile on his face immediately vanished, and with a cold snort, he left. Zhang Yinian and Su Lishu followed him. Once outside the clinic's backyard, Feng Qishan hummed a tune, clearly in a good mood. How could he not be? After more than 10 years, he had found a good student. It felt complete. Back in his study, Feng Qishan took a medical book from the top shelf and handed it to her. "This was left to me by your master. Study it well. I will officially start teaching you tomorrow." Su Lishu accepted it with both hands, stood up straight, and nodded seriously. Then she smiled and looked at him. "Yes, master. Can I go home now since there's nothing else today?" Feng Qishan knew she was married, and he waved her off, wanting to avoid any trouble. Go on, with your silly grin." Hearing the answer she wanted, Su Lishu smiled with her eyes squinting. Without hesitation, she turned to leave, waving without looking back. "See you tomorrow, master." Seeing Su Lishu skip away, Feng Qishan's lips slowly curled into a smile. Good character. Su Lishu happily hummed a song, tossing her car keys as she left. "Aren't you going to eat before heading back?" Zhang Yinian just entered the yard and bumped into Su Lishu at the door. "No need. I've been studying every day and haven't had time for my family. Today, I finally have time to go home early." Zhang Yinian immediately walked inside, feeling the sweet smell of love in the air. The car slowly entered the garage and, feeling good, she turned off the engine and got out. Not bad. Her driving skills haven't declined. As soon as she entered the house, the strong aroma of matsutake chicken soup filled the entire space. Upstairs, she could faintly hear someone talking on the phone about official matters. Not wanting to interrupt, she went straight to the kitchen and lifted the lid of the bubbling pot. Hastily serving herself a bowl of chicken soup, Su Lishu frowned slightly. Why does it have no flavor? She scanned the table with her eyes. She grabbed a small jar of salt, MSG, and sugar, and casually scooped a spoonful of salt into the soup. Just as she was about to pour it in, a large hand caught her and stopped her. Another hand put the salt back into the jar. Su Lishu glanced at him. Your chicken soup has no taste. Gu Shaoqing opened another small jar, and upon hearing this, the corners of his mouth lifted. He looked at her. Do you want sweet chicken soup? Su Lishu was taken aback and looked at the small jars on the table. 2 jars of white crystals were next to each other. Upon closer inspection, the sugar crystals were slightly larger. She had just added sugar. Seeing the man add salt to the soup, Su Lishu held out her bowl to him. How come you still have the time to make soup today? Gu Shaoqing directly poured her chicken soup into the pot and served her a new bowl. He brought it to her lips. A treat for my wife. Su Lishu opened her mouth and drank, a smile appearing in her eyes. Aren't you going to ask how I did on my exam today? Gu Shaoqing finished the last sip of his bowl, turned off the stove, and prepared to cook. He leaned over and kissed the corner of her mouth. As long as the result is proportional to the effort, there will be rewards. But it seems like the result is quite good. Of course, Su Lishu replied softly, her voice slightly playful. Gu Shaoqing affectionately stroked her chin. Let's go. Dinner is almost ready. Su Lishu went to her room to change into a spaghetti strap nightgown. It was already June, and it was quite warm. The man, who was bringing out the dishes, caught sight of her outfit, and a flicker of something passed through his eyes. Su Lishu didn't notice his gaze as she walked to the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks. As she passed by him, a faint peach scent lingered in the air. Looking down, he saw 2 soft shapes moving, and a rush of warmth flowed through him. Gu Shaoqing quickly averted his gaze and calmly walked to the dining table. However, his hand holding the dishes turned slightly pale from the effort of controlling his feelings. Hurry up and eat, I'm starving. I only had half a bowl of rice for lunch because of the exam. Su Lishu picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork, nodding in approval at how delicious it was. The man placed the chicken soup in front of her. Eat more. Su Lishu was focused on her meal and didn't notice the meaningful smile on his face. Are you full? Su Lishu finished the last sip of chicken soup and nodded, slumping in her chair. I'm full. Seeing the man take the bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen to wash, Su Lishu showed no intention of moving. Oh, she moved. She walked from the dining chair to the sofa and lay down, feeling completely relaxed. The main reason was that the matsutake chicken soup was the first dish Su Lishu had after arriving here, and it tasted incredibly fresh. After savoring this long-lost flavor, Su Lishu ate a bit more and ended up feeling stuffed. However, it was also because Gu Shaoqing's cooking was getting better and better. When Gu Shaoqing came out and saw her lying on the sofa, her nightgown barely reached above her thighs. Now lying there, the nightgown just covered. Su Lishu snapped back to reality and saw Gu Shaoqing standing in front of her. She reached out to him, saying, I'm done washing up. Pull me up quickly. Let's go for a walk. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight. The man helped her up, then sat down himself, holding her waist and pulling her onto his lap. Before Su Lishu could react, he leaned down and kissed her. The kiss was passionate, and his large hand on her waist pulled her closer. Su Lishu wrapped her arms around his neck in response. When the strap on her shoulder slipped down, her hand lightly grabbed his hair to stop him. No, we still need to go for a walk. She breathed heavily, trying to get the man, who was buried in her chest, to pause. He looked up, his moist lips hovering over her collarbone. In the quiet living room, Su Lishu could hear the soft sounds of him kissing her ear. His lips traveled from her collarbone up to her lips, kissing and nibbling gently. His fingers moved softly, and just as Sulishu was about to speak, he held her gently. A soft sound escaped her, and Sulishu looked down at her nightgown, which was awkwardly positioned at her waist, revealing more than it covered. Without needing to look, she knew her face was flushed with shyness and nervousness. Her gaze fell on the window, where the sunset illuminated the room, and the curtains were wide open. If someone were outside, they could clearly see what was happening inside. At some point, his lips found their way to her ear, his warm breath sending shivers down her spine, and he gently nibbled on her earlobe. Sulishu felt her body go weak and melted into his embrace, clearly feeling his intentions. "Isn't this exercise?" His voice, deep and magnetic due to desire, whispered in her ear. Then Sulishu sensed that he wanted to take things further. Forgetting her soft body, she placed her hands against his chest. The curtains. The man glanced out the window and picked her up, walking towards it. Sulishu immediately felt nervous, wrapping her arms around his neck as he lifted her. Her legs tightened around his waist due to her anxiety. He held her with one arm while pulling the curtain with the other. Just when Sulishu thought he was going to turn back, he stopped at the window. A piece of fabric fell onto the smooth, clean floor tiles. No, let's go to the bedroom." Before she could finish her sentence, his actions interrupted her. Although the curtain was drawn, they were still by the window. It was sunset outside, and the curtain swayed as if caught in the wind. Occasionally, something would hit the window, making a sound. Anyone paying attention could guess what was happening inside. No matter how much Sulishu tried to stop him, the man persisted at the window. Her entire body tensed up, and she was not cooperating with him at all. Little did she know, this only excited him more. Sulishu, feeling anxious, forgot that the villa had a large front yard, which took several minutes to walk through. From the road outside, it was impossible to see or hear anything inside. When the living room went dark, the man picked her up from the sofa and carried her to the upstairs bedroom. She felt exhausted from the tension, thinking it was over, but the sound of running water from the bathroom told her otherwise. When they moved from the bathroom to the bed, Sulishu realized just how eager the man was after being restrained for over half a month. "You all eat without me. I have things to do tonight." "I have things to do too. We'll come back when we have time." "Whose phone was that?" Sulishu asked as she slowly descended the stairs, supporting her waist. Gu Shaoqing hung up the phone and wrapped his arm around her waist at the staircase.
It was Grandma.
"She wants us to come back for dinner. Your favorite yellow cherries are ripe, and she wants us to pick them." He gently squeezed her waist with his large hand. "Is your back still sore?" Sulishu shot him a glance, as if to say he was talking nonsense. He chuckled softly and began to massage her. "My mistake." Sulishu pushed his face away when he tried to kiss her, looking at him seriously. "I think you're still young, so it's best to know your limits. Excessive desire can harm your health. A few times a week is enough." Suddenly, the man's hand that was massaging her waist stopped, and he pulled her into his embrace. Sitting on his lap, he leaned down to kiss her, laughing softly, while one hand explored. As their lips met, he murmured, "Then I'll make up for it." Sulishu trembled as she looked up, biting her lip to keep from making a sound. She regretted speaking up earlier. When Sulishu woke up, it was already evening, and the last rays of sunlight were shining through the window. The man was sitting elegantly on the sofa by the window, reading a book. The warm sunlight highlighted his strong nose, making him look especially handsome. They say that men with prominent noses have strong desires, and it seemed to be true. Noticing that she was awake, the man smiled and walked toward her. The sunlight was behind him, giving him an almost glowing appearance. This sight left Sulishu momentarily stunned. She couldn't help but admire him. Although he could be quite difficult at times, she still enjoyed his company. He leaned down and kissed her before picking her up and carrying her to the closet. "Today is Old Shin's birthday. We're going to eat at the Food Fun Pavilion." "Birthday? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "I didn't prepare a gift." "No need for that. Just your presence is enough." He pulled out a light blue dress. "How about wearing this?" Sulishu thought it looked a bit complicated, but then she noticed what he was wearing, a white and blue gradient shirt.
All right.
If he wanted them to match, she could go along with it. When they arrived at the private room, it was already lively inside. Tiao. Hey, cheers. Is Shun Xingyao interested? I'll take one, you take one. Come on, old Lu, don't panic. Didn't you just lose a little under 1,000? It's no big deal. He frowned, rubbing his thumb over the cards, then his eyes lit up.
Ha.
I won. Quick, give me the money. Wife, give me the money. Xiaonian, give me the money.
Ha.
Today I'm also standing tall. Lu Tianrui couldn't stand seeing him so pleased. Sister-in-law, look at him. He's trying to count your money. I think this guy needs a good lesson. Yesterday, I saw him getting close to a girl. Sister-in-law, be careful. Before Qin Xingyu could respond, Shen Xingyao pointed at him and shouted, Hey Lu Heir, I only want a little money and you dare to talk behind my back in front of my wife? I'll take you down. Qin Xingyu laughed as she watched the brothers tease each other. As for the girl Shen Xingyao was seen with yesterday, Qin Xingyu looked at the girl across from her. Shen Xingyao's cousin, Zhang Yinian. She understood it was just playful banter among the brothers. Is it this lively? As the door opened, Su Lishu saw two big men playfully wrestling. Seeing them arrive, the two stopped. Little sister-in-law is here. Come to the table. We're missing one. Lu Tianrui clicked his tongue, unhappy about being pushed aside. He looked at Su Lishu, who was walking over. Be careful of this guy, he cheats. Go away, you're ruining my reputation. Little sister-in-law, please sit. Shen Xingyao looked at her like a wolf eyeing an innocent rabbit. Gu Shaoqing pulled out a chair for her and placed some change in front of her. Take your time, if you can't win, just call me. Su Lishu was already handling the mahjong tiles and nodded in response. They really didn't believe in her skills. Looks like little sister-in-law is quite skilled too, Shen Xingyao remarked as he watched her play confidently. A hint of joy appeared in Su Lishu's eyes. Really? I've only played a couple of times at home with my sister and her friends. I don't know much, so you all have to go easy on me. Sister Qingyu, you have to help me. I'm a total beginner. Hearing this, Shen Xingyao couldn't stop his wolfish grin. Zhang Yinian shook her head at her cousin's smile, wondering how he could still be so amused. Qin Qingyu kicked him lightly. Tone it down. We're just playing for fun, little Shu. No one will lose money. Upon hearing no money lost, Shen Xingyao was unhappy. It was hard to get a table full of beginners, and he wanted to win. No way, wife. The money lost is from old Gu. How can we play mahjong without some stakes? As long as little sister-in-law is happy, right? It's fine, Sister Qingyu. Let's just play like before, it's all for fun. As Su Lishu spoke, she quickly stacked her tiles, her smile innocent and bright. Yes, yes, for fun. The smile at the corner of her mouth was hard to hide. She muttered quietly, usually with old Gu around, I always lose. Today, I'm going to win it all back. Your wife won't end up crying, will she? Shen Laosen looks like he's been bullied by us and wants to take it out on your wife. Gu Shaoqing blocked the cigar that Lu Tianrui was offering. Lu Tianrui paused, looking at Su Lishu, who was happily playing. Are you quitting? Did little sister-in-law ask you to? No. Gu Shaoqing took a sip of tea, his eyes fixed on the little woman at the mahjong table. We're preparing for a baby. What? Lu Tianrui was genuinely surprised. Hearing they were preparing for a baby, Lu Tianrui set the cigar down. Leaning back on the sofa, he asked lazily, Does your wife agree? She is still studying and is only a freshman. She won't be a sophomore until the second half of the year. Could it be what Auntie and Grandma Gu said? Gu Shaoqing glanced at him with a look of disdain. Of course, it was Ashu who said it. When will you get a wife? You're the oldest among us. As if that wasn't enough, he added, 28. He moved the teacup away and said slowly, I misspoke. I'll turn 29 next month and I'll be 30 soon. 30 years old. TSK. Lu Tianrui was annoyed to hear him add his age to 30 and clicked his tongue twice. To Lu Tianrui, that tone sounded like bragging, as if he was the only one with a wife. Those two clicks were really irritating. He hadn't swallowed the tea in his mouth when he spoke, causing him to cough. No need to be so worked up. Being older without a wife won't make us laugh at you. Cough, cough. The coughing got louder. Old Lu is getting old? He chokes on water. Shen Xingyao didn't look at them and called out, 10,000. Zhang Yinian said, 3 dots. Get lost, play your mahjong. Shen Xingyao laughed. You're getting angry because we called you old, but aren't you the oldest among us? Hearing this, Gu Shaoqing smiled and patted Lu Tianrui's shoulder. Be careful, after all, you're getting older. Get lost. Lu Tianrui swatted his hand away. You two are calling me old, and you're just a few months younger than me. Shen Xingyao shook his head with a smile. Old Lu, my child is over a year old, and you still don't have a wife. Gu Shaoqing said, I have a wife. Su Lishu and Qin Xingyu exchanged amused glances, thinking these 3 men were too childish. Hey, I think I just won with a pure hand. Su Lishu quickly revealed her cards. Shen Xingyao paused, looking at her in disbelief. Well done, little sister-in-law. You're quite skilled. In the first round, Shen Xingyao thought Su Lishu was just lucky and happily paid her. But as time went on, his frown deepened. After Su Lishu won again, Shen Xingyao finally realized. All that talk about luck and being a little white rabbit was a lie. She was a wolf in sheep's clothing. He regretted feeling guilty about winning at first. Now, he felt completely deflated. Shen Xingyao didn't dare to complain to Su Lishu and instead shouted at Gu Shaoqing, who was sitting on the sofa. Old Gu, did you teach your wife your tricks? Why is she only targeting me? It's not just him who lost. He was the only one to lose, and he lost over 2,000. For them, that amount isn't much, but the fact that he was the only one losing is strange. His cousin, who usually isn't good at cards, surprisingly won over 200. His wife also won over 500, while Su Lishu won more than 1,000. If it weren't for that sly old Gu teaching his wife, how could a pure-hearted college student count cards? It seems like they set him up to lose alone. Hearing that he was the only one to lose, Lu Tianrui laughed heartily. Gu Shaoqing was a bit surprised. It seemed his wife was quite skilled at mahjong. With a proud smile, he said, just because my skills are lacking doesn't mean you can blame me. He walked over to Su Lishu, wrapped his arm around her waist, and led her to the dining table. You played mahjong for half the day. It's time to eat. Shen Xingyao nodded at a waiter by the door, and soon a line of waiters brought out the dishes. A man who looked like a supervisor carefully brought over a bottle of wine. Try this. It's the best bottle I took from my dad's wine cabinet. Gu Shaoqing blocked the wine glass, saying, I'll pass. Huh. Shen Xingyao was surprised. The old fox wasn't drinking today? Old Gu is preparing for a baby, so I'll be the only one drinking today. Lu Tianrui poured himself a glass without hesitation and nodded after smelling it. Everyone's eyes turned to Su Lishu. Zhang Yinian was the most surprised, knowing they were still in school. Qin Xingyu smiled and poured Su Lishu a cup of milk tea, saying, That's great. My star happens to be single. Su Lishu accepted with a smile. Just go with the flow. Since old Gu was preparing for a baby, Shen Xingyao didn't push the wine and turned to fill Zhang Yinian's glass. Come on, Xiaonian, red wine is good for girls' beauty. Today, you can drink as much as you want. Actually, Zhang Yinian had never drunk alcohol at her age. Those studying traditional medicine prioritize health and avoid smoking and drinking. Even if they do, it's rare. Zhang Yinian took a sip of the wine and immediately frowned. The taste was a bit bitter with a hint of sourness. It wasn't enjoyable at all. How could so many people like drinking? However, the aftertaste was quite pleasant. Shen Xingyao served Qin Xingyu a bowl of soup and looked at them. What's going on? It's a brother's birthday today. Aren't you going to show some appreciation? Lu Tianrui tossed him a box, saying, You think you can get away with that? Shen Xingyao opened it to find a watch inside. Su Lishu recognized that this was a Patek Philippe gold watch, which is currently only available in the harbor city, priced between 10,000 and 30,000. That's quite extravagant. Seeing what Gu Shaoqing brought, Shen Xingyao eagerly accepted it. You actually gave this to me? A couple of years ago, you wouldn't even let me have it. Have you changed your mind today? It was a set of Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain tea utensils. Gu Shaoqing, peeling shrimp for Su Lishu without looking up, said, You're still talking so much after I gave it to you. Don't give it back. Shen Xingyao carefully placed it down, saying, How can I ask for something back that was given to me? If you give it to me, it's mine. Zhang Yinian generously brought over 100-year-old ginseng, making Shen Xingyao so happy that he drank 2 more cups. At that moment, the door opened, and Jiang Yu entered, dressed in black short sleeves and long pants, with slightly wet hair and red eyes. It was clear he hadn't rested well and had rushed over after a shower. Zhang Yinian, sitting near the door, blushed and called out, "Fourth brother." Jiang Yu glanced at her drink and nodded. "You actually rushed back. I didn't expect to be so important to you. Come sit next to me." Jiang Yu shot him a cold glance, ignoring his silly remarks and exaggerated expressions. However, upon closer inspection, his expression was relaxed, and there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. He tossed a blue box into Shun Xingyao's arms and sat down across from him. "Just finished a task, taking a few days off. Are you hurt?" Upon hearing he would be resting for a few days, Shun Xingyao's playful expression turned serious, showing a hint of concern. Gu Shaoqing and Lu Tianrui also looked at him. "It's nothing, just a minor injury." Jiang Yu took the utensils from the waiter and noticed their disbelief. He chuckled. "I'll be back in the team the day after tomorrow." Their worried expressions eased. Since he would return soon, it seemed his injury wasn't too serious. But they also knew that Jiang Yu was injured, and being given time off meant the task had been tough. The injury wasn't light, and even if he returned to the unit, he likely wouldn't be assigned a task for a while. Zhang Yinian glanced at Jiang Yu's abdomen. She had noticed a slight pause in his right leg when he walked in. The injury was likely on his lower right abdomen, which must have been affected while walking. It seemed like a serious wound. As the tall figure sat down beside her, Zhang Yinian detected a faint smell of blood. The wound is a bit torn, possibly because it got wet while bathing. Even walking can cause slight tearing of the wound, either because it was caused yesterday or today and hasn't scabbed over yet, or because the wound, though small, is a bit deep and has been stitched. It's impressive that she can endure it. Such a wound shows no expression, as if nothing is wrong. If she weren't focused on external injuries and used to observing such patients, she might have almost missed it. "Are you a dog person?" A slightly hoarse and deep voice reached her ears. Zhang Yinian instinctively touched her ear, which felt a bit warm. "I'm not a dog," she replied softly, glancing at him but feeling shy. But then she thought, she hadn't done anything wrong, so why should she feel shy? Jiang Yu looked at her with her big, watery eyes, resembling a little puppy just a month old in the army. He smiled. "Not a dog? Then why are you sniffing around?" For some reason, Zhang Yinian's face felt very hot, and meeting his dark eyes made it even worse. She quickly drank the remaining half glass of red wine in front of her. "I wasn't sniffing around." Jiang Yu noticed her soft and delicate voice and glanced at the wine glass in her hand. "Kids shouldn't drink too much wine." Zhang Yinian pouted and muttered, "I'm not a kid." "Who's a kid at 20? A low laugh came from him, and Zhang Yinian quickly looked at him, trying to appear fierce. But to others, her expression was far from fierce. It was rather cute, especially since she usually looked like a serious young lady from a scholarly family. Now, with her cheeks flushed from the wine, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed, and her big eyes glistening, she looked like an adorable little tipsy girl. The man across from her seemed to be listening intently, as if the laughter he'd just heard was not real. Zhang Yinian shook her head, feeling even more dizzy. When she averted her gaze, a smile flashed in his eyes. Since Su Lishu and Zhang Yinian had class the next day, they finished at 10:30 that night. Everyone else got up, but Zhang Yinian remained seated, her doe-like eyes staring blankly ahead, looking a bit dazed. Shin Xingyao was supporting the drunk Lu Tianrui and felt a headache seeing his cousin like this. He wondered if their grandfather would be upset to find out that his usually obedient cousin had gotten so drunk. Su Lishu wanted to pull Zhang Yinian up, but Qin Qingyu was quicker. "Are you feeling dizzy, little Yinian? Can you get up? Cousin? It's me. Come on, let's go home." Qin Qingyu gently touched its face, saying it was so cute. Zhang Yinian, hugging Qin Qingyu's waist, stood up and his eyes widened in surprise when he saw what was behind her, as if he had found a treasure. He quickly released his hold on Qin Qingyu and reached out behind him. "Beautiful lady, you are so pretty. Come give me a kiss." Suddenly, the room fell silent, everyone shocked at Zhang Yinian pouting and wanting to kiss Su Lishu. His hand was quickly grabbed by Qin Qingyu, but his body leaned towards Su Lishu, almost about to kiss her. Gu Shaoqing's face darkened, and he pulled Su Lishu into his arms to assert his claim. "She is my wife." Zhang Yinian immediately stopped, staring at him with wide, disbelieving eyes. His gaze shifted back and forth between him and the beautiful lady. Then he pouted. "She is really pretty, but why is her temper so fierce? How about you kick him to the curb, beautiful? My cousin is also good-looking and has a nice personality. I can introduce him to you." Gu Shaoqing shot a cold glance at Shen Xingyao. Shen Xingyao's head was pounding even more. Should he thank her for thinking of him now? What should he do? Where did his well-mannered and gentle cousin go? Who is this reckless girl? As soon as those words were spoken, Su Lishu couldn't help but laugh. Then she saw Zhang Yinian quickly shake his head. "No way, my cousin is married, and my cousin's wife is also very beautiful. I like her too." Everyone watched the little drunk shake her head in disappointment, counting on her fingers. "Gu Gu is good-looking, but he seems too cold, like someone owes him money, so I won't introduce him to you." Gu Shaoqing's expression turned icy. Was one jab not enough, and now she had to add another? "Lu Urge is also decent-looking and wealthy, but he's too flirtatious, so I can't introduce him either." Fortunately, Lu Tianrui was currently too drunk to notice. Otherwise, he would have pulled her ear and told her to wake up. "What about Jiang Sigi?" Jiang Yu leaned against the table with one hand in his pocket, observing how he appeared in the eyes of the drunk girl. Suddenly, Zhang Yinian made a gagging sound, her eyes catching sight of a tall, handsome figure. She pushed away the hand that was patting her back and stumbled over to the man. With starry eyes, she looked up at him. "Handsome guy, do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of me? I'm rich, good-looking, and caring." As she spoke, she reached out to grab him. Jiang Yu lowered his gaze to the hand she was holding. "Dare to be bold? Come closer and take a good look." The tipsy girl obediently stepped closer, furrowing her brows for a moment before breaking into a smile. "I know you, Jiang Yu." "You are Jiang Yu." She stepped closer and asked, "Have you answered me about your relationship status? What do you think of me? Am I pretty?" Zhang Yinian, with an angry shout, Shen Xingyao pointed at her, his finger trembling slightly. "Let go of him. You're a girl. How can you hold his hand? Come here. I'll teach you a lesson for teasing a guy and holding his hand. Don't think I won't do anything just because I've had a few drinks." "Let go." Zhang Yinian flinched at his shout, looking at her cousin with teary eyes. "I'm going to tell aunt and uncle and grandpa Shen. You yelled at me and even hit me." Zhang Xiaoyan, don't twist the truth. "When did I hit you? Keep talking like that and I'll really do it. Look. You say you didn't hit me, but you did. What will happen to the stars?" "Her dad is a bully." Zhang Yinian pouted. "I'm so unfortunate to have a brother like you. Even my sister-in-law is unfortunate to have married you and had a child with you." "Zhang Xiaoyan, if I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm not your brother." Shen Xingyao rolled up his sleeves and approached with a cold smile. "Unfortunate? Let me see how unfortunate you are. I get so much pocket money every year. Did I feed it to a dog?" Scared, Zhang Yinian ran behind Qin Qingyu complaining. "Sister-in-law, help. My brother is hitting me. I'm 20 years old. What's wrong with holding hands with a guy I like? My friends are all married, and I can't even hold hands." Sister Su Lishu raised an eyebrow and smiled at her, clearly amused. She hugged Qin Qingyu from behind and started to cry. "Wah. I've been single for 20 years and finally like a guy, but my cousin won't allow it. Wah." Qin Qingyu stiffened, relieved that she didn't throw up. Zhang Yinian looked up at Jiang Yu with teary eyes. "You're the most handsome, but my brother doesn't agree. He breaks up couples and there's nothing I can do. Wah. I really like you, but wah." Su Lishu quickly kicked a trash can over, and Zhang Yinian threw up in it. Hearing her heartfelt confession, Shen Xingyao clenched his teeth. "Zhang Xiaoyan, you're really something. You think I won't agree? I'm breaking up couples. Am I just a hindrance to your love life? Why don't you find someone and tell Jiang Yu you like him? Show me someone you actually like." A surge of anger rose from deep within, and I looked around for something like a stick to use. Qin Qingyu blocked him, saying, "What are you arguing with your sister for? She's drunk. She doesn't know what she's doing. Shen Xingyao glared at the girl who looked like she might cry, saying, "Just wait. I want to see how you explain this tomorrow." Jiang Yu flexed his fingers, watching the upset little girl. In the next moment, she covered her mouth and ran to the trash can to throw up. Su Lishu quickly poured her a cup of tea to rinse her mouth and helped her wipe her face and pat her back, asking, "Are you feeling any better?" Shen Xingyao rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache. "Old Gu, take old Lu home. I'll take this little girl. I don't know how drinking changed her so much." Jiang Yu stood up straight. "You should take her second brother. It's on your way. Big brother's route is different. I'll take her home." "All right, but if she keeps moving around, tie her up." Shen Xingyao supported Lu Tianrui and reached into his pocket to pull out the car keys, tossing them to Jiang Yu. "You drive old Lu's car back." Jiang Yu caught the keys and pushed down the little girl's head when she tried to kiss him. Feeling frustrated that she couldn't reach, Zhang Yinian looked at him with dissatisfaction. Jiang Yu tried to pull his hand away, but the little girl held on tightly, pouting at him. This was Jiang Yu's first time dealing with a little drunk, and he felt helpless. "Let's go home." When Zhang Yinian saw her cousins leave, she focused on Jiang Yu's face. "I need to go to the bathroom." Jiang Yu sighed and led her to the bathroom door. "Go ahead." Once the door closed, Jiang Yu rubbed his forehead. He took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and looked out the window, a smile forming as he thought of something. When Zhang Yinian came out of the restroom, she saw the man leaning against the doorframe. He had a cigarette in his hand, and when he saw her, he threw it on the ground and stomped it out. "Let's go." Suddenly, Zhang Yinian ran in front of him, leaning against the wall to block him. "Why are you so tall? What did you eat to grow like this?" "Lower your head. I have something to tell you." Jiang Yu looked down at her playful antics and bent his head down. In the next moment, she pressed her soft lips against his chin. The little drunk girl had intended to kiss him, but he was too tall, so she settled for kissing his chin, which made her happy anyway. Jiang Yu was shocked, staring at the smiling little girl in disbelief. Before he could react, a delicate little hand grabbed the fabric of his shirt at his chest. "Jiang Yu, you're mine now. It doesn't matter if my brother disagrees. I have money, and I can take care of you, huh?" Jiang Yu's expression darkened slightly, and a mysterious glimmer flashed in his eyes. "Do you know what you're saying?" "Of course. You're handsome, and it's fine. I have plenty of pocket money." Her hand, which was propped against the wall, grew tired, and she fell into the man's arms. Just as she was about to slip to the ground, Jiang Yu quickly wrapped his arms around her waist. Zhang Yinian instinctively hugged the man's waist, rubbing her face against his chest. Jiang Yu didn't know where to put his hands. Noticing the girl in his arms was silent. Xiao Nian. Seeing that she had actually fallen asleep, Jiang Yu felt helpless, not understanding how someone could change so much after drinking. With her asleep, he easily picked her up and carried her outside. When he placed her in the back seat, he held her tightly, not wanting to let go. Jiang Yu gently pried her fingers away and tapped her forehead, saying, "I hope you remember what you said when you wake up tomorrow." When Zhang Yinian woke up, her head was pounding. Who hit her on the head so hard? As she sat up, a flood of memories rushed back. With a series of images flashing in her mind, Zhang Yinian's expression slowly changed from calm to flushed.
Ah?
Zhang Yinian angrily pounded the blanket. Why did she keep remembering everything after getting drunk? She remembered every single thing she did clearly. She recalled her cousin's shocked expression, Gu Ji's dark look, and her wild confession to Jiang Yu, even taking advantage of him. Just let her die. What had she done? Finally managing to compose herself, she arrived at the classroom and met Su Lishu's amused gaze. Zhang Yinyan's face stiffened for a moment, but she sat down as if nothing happened. Ignoring her look, she opened her book. Su Lishu could tell from her expression that she remembered everything and leaned over the desk towards her. "Nian Nian, you're something else." Su Lishu gave her a thumbs up. "I admit defeat when it comes to chasing men. I didn't expect Nian Nian to have this side. I didn't know Nian Nian liked Jiang Yu. He's really nice and handsome, I support you." With each comment from Su Lishu, Zhang Yinyan's expression stiffened a bit more. Finally feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Zhang Yinyan's calm facade broke. Her body relaxed, and she looked at her with pleading eyes, hoping she wouldn't tease her anymore. Please stop, Lishu. I just want to find a hole to hide in. I promise I won't drink again. Su Lishu chuckled lightly. No need. I think Jiang Yu is great. He comes from a good family, and his grandparents and parents are well known and respected. He is handsome, tall, and has a great figure. He is also an officer, and I haven't seen any other women around him. He is not like Brother Liu, who is surrounded by women. He keeps himself pure, strong yet gentle. As Su Lishu spoke, her eyes lit up, resting her chin on her hand. It sounds like you two are quite a match. Zhang Yinian felt a wave of shame thinking about how she had acted with Jiang Yu last night and wished she could disappear. Just then, the class bell rang, interrupting her thoughts. Zhang Yinian carefully avoided Jiang Yu, relieved that he had returned to the army for the weekend. For a while, the person who troubled Zhang Yinian did not appear, and her anxious heart finally relaxed. She and Su Lishu focused on school and studying with Feng Qishan. After finishing a small test, Su Lishu rubbed her neck and looked at Zhang Yinian, who was organizing herbs. Let's go to my family's orchard tomorrow. The strawberries are ripe. Sure, Zhang Yinian nodded. It's a perfect day off. Suddenly, the ground began to shake, and the whole environment trembled violently. Su Lishu's first thought was that it was an earthquake. She quickly got up and ran outside, grabbing the startled Zhang Yinian. As they ran, she shouted, "There's an earthquake!" In just 2 seconds, Su Lishu had pulled Zhang Yinian to the street. As they stood still without support, Zhang Yinian fell to the ground. A crack suddenly appeared in the ground, and Su Lishu's eyes widened as she hurriedly pulled Zhang Yinian to run again. The shaking lasted about 20 seconds, and it was Su Lishu's first experience of an earthquake. Once the shaking stopped, Su Lishu's heart raced. Looking at the crack in the ground, everyone was still in shock. Zhang Yinian scanned the area and saw Feng Qishan sighing in relief among the crowd. Is everyone okay? Feng Qishan's voice brought everyone back to reality. Why did the earthquake happen so suddenly? Thankfully, it wasn't too strong. Yes, we were on the first floor and ran quickly. If it had been worse, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I wonder how my family is. I hope my mom is okay. My wife is pregnant. I need to go home and check on her. I should go back too. Everyone looked at Feng Qishan, as it was still work hours. Anyone who wants to go home can check on their families. The rest should return to the clinic and clean up, but be cautious of aftershocks. Feng Qishan, being experienced, knew that they were not in the earthquake's epicenter. If it shook this much here, the center would likely be much worse. Su Lishu called home and learned that Grandma Su was fine. She then called the old house and heard that Grandma Gu was also okay. Feeling relieved, Su Lishu prepared to leave and clean up the fallen herbs when the phone rang. Hello, this is Xuanxin Clinic. Lishu, are you okay? Did you get hurt? Hearing the familiar voice of a man, she couldn't help but smile. I'm fine. I was in the yard. What about you? Are you hurt? Gu Xiaoqing's office was on the 3rd floor. When the earthquake struck, he ran outside as fast as he could. With so many people, it could get crowded and lead to accidents. Gu Xiaoqing looked at the scrape on his arm and said, I hurt my arm. His tone sounded a bit pitiful. Hearing that he was hurt made Su Lishu's heart tighten. I'll come right over. Without waiting for a response, she hung up the phone. Zhang Quan glanced at the scrape on Gu Xiaoqing's arm, which was covered in blood droplets. Vice, I brought the first aid kit. Let me bandage it for you. No need, it's not urgent right now. Seeing his 2 different expressions on the phone, Zhang Quan silently thought to himself, what a guy. He put down the first aid kit and went out, knowing who would come soon. After hanging up, Su Lishu quickly grabbed some supplies for external injuries and drove to the government building. In just over 10 minutes, she arrived at Gu Xiaoqing's office. Seeing the large scrape on his exposed arm was a bit alarming. Why haven't you treated this? It's hot outside. What if it gets infected? Gu Xiaoqing looked at his wife's worried expression and assessed her. He felt completely relieved when he saw she was truly okay. He took her hand and brought her closer, saying, I can't do it like Zhang Quan, so I need you to help me. Zhang Quan, standing at the door, rolled his eyes silently, wondering if it was that he couldn't do it or if he just wouldn't let him. Su Lishu carefully cleaned his wound. How did this happen?
There's still dirt on it.
Gu Shaoqing focused his eyes on her face. When I ran down, someone got pushed to the ground. I pulled him up, but then someone behind me pushed me against the wall, so I got scraped. Hearing him speak so casually, Su Lishu knew it must have been dangerous at the time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten hurt with his skills. She sprinkled some powder on the wound and wrapped it with a bandage, finishing with a bow. All done. Be careful not to get it wet, otherwise, it could get infected. Okay, wait for me a moment, and we can eat together. Su Lishu packed up the first aid kit and shook her head. I need to stop by the factory first to check the situation. I also have to go back to the clinic. The herbs are scattered everywhere, and I need to sort them out. All right, be careful. Su Lishu glanced outside and quickly kissed the man's lips. I'm leaving. Take care of your arm. Gu Shaoqing was momentarily surprised by the kiss, then smiled and held Su Lishu's hand tightly. Okay. Gu Shaoqing looked at the bow on his arm, his eyes filled with affection. Miss Su, you're here. The security guard saw Su Lishu's car and quickly opened the gate. Su Lishu nodded and parked her car. Upon entering, she saw Su Lehong and Wang Jia with others tidying up. Miss Su, Wang Jia was the first to notice Su Lishu. Su Lishu nodded and walked into the workshop, which was almost cleaned up. Is everyone okay? No one was hurt. When the tremor started, everyone stopped what they were doing and ran to an open area. Some products that were being produced fell to the ground, resulting in some losses. Hearing that no one was injured, Su Lishu felt relieved. As long as no one is hurt, that's what matters. The lost products can be replaced. Su Lishu turned to Su Lehong. Today is a day off for everyone, including the staff at the mall. After an earthquake, there are usually aftershocks, so everyone should be careful at home. Su Lehong nodded. Be careful. Thinking of something, Su Lishu looked at Wang Jia. If I'm unavailable during this time, you can contact my husband if there are any issues. Where are you going? Wang Jia asked, puzzled. Isn't she just going to school? Why would she be unreachable? I might be going with my mentor to assist at the earthquake center in Qingshan County. She had already received news that the earthquake occurred over 600 kilometers away in Qingshan County. Seeing Feng Qishan's serious expression earlier, she knew that someone from Xuanxin Medical Clinic would go to assist, and Feng Qishan would likely lead the team, with Su Lishu also going. Hearing that she was going to the earthquake center, Su Lehong wanted to stop her, but paused when he met her gaze. Finally, he sighed, Be careful and take care of yourself. Su Lishu smiled and nodded. Don't worry, big brother. We're going to support from the rear, not the front lines. We'll be fine. Oh, right. Su Lishu reminded him. Big brother, prepare a batch of supplies. I might leave this afternoon. Once you're ready, have someone from the company send them to Qingshan County. Su Lehong and Wang Jia nodded, watching her drive away. When Su Lishu returned to the clinic, everything was already in order. Feng Qishan saw her and called everyone for a meeting. The main content of the meeting was to sign up for support in Qing County. Feng Qishan stood at the front and looked at everyone. Qing County is over 600 kilometers away from here. We all felt a strong tremor, so we can imagine what it must be like there. As a poor county in Yuezhou, Qing County has outdated medical resources. The damage from this earthquake is significant, and the advanced team has already gone there. Huai's will be seeing patients at the clinic, and I will head to Qing County. Those who are willing to go with me, please come to my side. Those who will stay at the clinic should remain where they are, but I want to make it clear that the epicenter is very dangerous, and aftershocks will follow. Think carefully before deciding. Everyone looked at each other, and Su Lishu and Zhang Yinian exchanged glances and stepped forward to stand with Feng Qishan. Seeing the two girls step up, those who were hesitant made up their minds to join them. Among them, Feng Qishan stopped those with pregnant wives or elderly mothers from participating. Although their desire to help was good, they needed to ensure their families were safe first. In the end, 5 people stayed to see patients at the clinic, while Feng Qishan took Su Lishu and 11 others to Qing County. Among the 11 were 5 students from the intermediate and advanced classes. Everyone go home and pack your toiletries and clothes. We will leave at 3 this afternoon. Su Lishu checked the time. It was 12:30. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Hearing the door open but not a voice, Gu Shaoqing frowned, put down his pen, and looked up coldly at the door. When he saw his wife smiling at him, his expression softened. He stood up, walked over, and closed the door behind her. What brings you here? Didn't you say you had things to handle? As he reached to pour her some water, Su Lishu held his hand. I just came to tell you that I signed up for medical support in Qing County. Our clinic's team will join the doctors from Huyang Hospital at 3 this afternoon. Gu Shaoqing was taken aback and tightened his grip on her hand. He sighed softly and sat down beside her. How long will you be gone? I don't know. We will probably wait until the situation stabilizes before returning. Don't worry. I will take care of myself. I will try to call you when I get the chance. Seeing his concern, she gently scratched his palm with her finger. We have dozens of people going together, okay? Su Lishu seemed easygoing, but after getting to know her, he realized how determined she could be. Once she made a decision, she would follow through without hesitation. I'll go back with you to pack. Su Lishu was pulled up by him. Aren't you supposed to be working? I can go back by myself. Gu Shaoqing didn't say anything. He took her bag from her hand, opened the door, and stepped outside. Mrs. Gu, may I say something? It's rest time now. Your husband still has time to drive you back. After all, it's been a while since you've seen each other. You can't deny him this little time together, can you? Su Lishu chuckled softly and followed him down the stairs. Whatever Mr. Gu says goes. Hearing this, the man's lips curved into a smile, and he slowed his pace slightly. Once home, he called the Gu residents to inform them and packed a few outfits along with some snacks. After zipping up the bag, Gu Shaoqing added a small knife, about the size of a girl's palm, inside. Stay safe in chaotic places. I'll have Zhang Quan accompany you. Don't refuse. Su Lishu closed her mouth, deciding to go along with it. It would make him feel more at ease. Among the crowd bidding farewell, the man stood out among the women. Even though many had husbands and sons nearby, their eyes couldn't help but glance at the man by the car window. He wore a white shirt tucked into black pants, with a black belt around his waist. Looking up at the girl by the window, his jawline was sharp in the sunlight, and his high nose bridge stood out on his handsome face. He seemed to radiate light, especially when he spoke gently to the girl by the window, which was particularly captivating. I know, I will be careful. If I get the chance, I'll call you. Su Lishu leaned against the window, making eye contact with the man as the car started. As the man stepped back, she quickly kissed her fingers and pressed them against his cheek. Meeting his smiling gaze, Su Lishu waved at him, saying, Hurry back. I'll miss you. As the car drove away, Gu Shaoqing continued to watch. A woman's voice beside him spoke up. You just got married, right? Before Gu Shaoqing could respond, the woman continued, You two are newlyweds. What were you thinking letting your wife go support Qing County? This place is quite dangerous, and I've heard there are aftershocks. It's part of a doctor's duty, Gu Shaoqing replied, looking at the empty street. Ah, the woman sighed deeply upon hearing this. I don't understand what these kids are thinking. My youngest son is the same. No matter how much I try to stop him, he insists on going. He says as a doctor, he is needed right now, so he must go. In the car, the man sitting next to Zhang Quan observed him closely. Seeing the other person looking at him, he directly asked, Which department are you from, brother? I haven't seen you at Huyang Hospital before. Zhang Quan held tightly to all he had, having only packed 2 sets of clothes in a hurry. I'm from Shuanshin Medical Center. She was responsible for protecting the lady who was from Shuanshin Medical Center, so he was too. The man nodded upon hearing this. Oh, so you're from the medical center. What's your name?
I'm Zhang Xueshan.
Zhang Quan. Oh, that's a familiar name. Maybe we're relatives from a few generations back. Zhang Xueshan's eyes lit up when he heard they shared the same surname. Noticing that Zhang Quan only had a small bag, he thought of the large suitcase his mother had packed for him. Brother, if you need anything later, just let me know. I have plenty of supplies. Zhang Quan didn't want to talk and simply nodded with his eyes closed. Seeing that he was still chatting, Zhang Quan opened his eyes and said, It's best to sleep for a while now. We'll need to get moving once we get off the bus. Zhang Xueshan then realized, noticing that most people in the vehicle were already asleep, and quickly closed his eyes. Before long, the sound of snoring filled the air, and Zhang Quan sighed, turning to face the window. As he tried to fall asleep, he thought it would be best not to be assigned to the same tent as the sky. Xiao Shu, what do you think the earthquake zone looks like? Zhang Yinian leaned back in her seat and turned to look at her, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Su Lishu had never experienced an earthquake, but she recalled the images she had seen on her phone and TV in her past life. It might be a wasteland, with walls collapsing and cracks appearing in the ground. People might fall into the ground along with the buildings before they even realize it, trapped under the rubble. The entire area would be filled with dust, and as time passes, the oxygen would run low, making it hard to breathe, leading to despair. Even worse, the shaking could cause landslides. Fortunately, if the rocks don't fall on the buildings, they might block the roads, hindering our access to Qingshan County. This would undoubtedly delay rescue efforts. For those affected by the earthquake, time is life. After listening to her, Zhang Yinyan's shock and fear lingered in her eyes.
What?
What do we do? Zhang Yinyan looked a bit helpless. At first, there was some chatter in the vehicle, but gradually everyone closed their eyes to rest. Everyone heard the conversation between the two, and the atmosphere in the vehicle became somewhat heavy. Su Lishu naturally sensed this and said loudly, I'm just saying, what if? It's not certain. Others didn't know, but Feng Qishan did. Qing County is surrounded by mountains on all sides. This rescue might be quite difficult. It wasn't until 4 o'clock the next morning that a large area of light suddenly appeared ahead. Someone pointed ahead and asked, What is that? It doesn't look like anyone lives there. As the vehicle approached the light, everyone clearly saw a group of soldiers in green uniforms clearing the road. The original path was covered with mud and debris, making it impossible for the vehicle to pass. According to the map, there were still 20 kilometers to Qing County. Everyone fell silent.
Su Lishu didn't expect to be right.
She immediately slapped her mouth, wondering when she had developed such a knack for bad luck. Seeing 2 buses approaching, one person walked towards their vehicle. A middle-aged man walked to the door and looked at the soldiers coming over. Soldier, we are doctors and nurses from Huyang Hospital and Xuanxin Clinic heading to Qing County for support. The soldier returned the greeting. Hello, comrade. The road to Qing County is blocked by a landslide and vehicles cannot get through. We are currently clearing it. Everyone will need to get off and walk in. Is there another route? There is one, but it requires a detour from Dawang County, which is about 130 kilometers away. However, there are also reports of a landslide there, though it's less severe than here. It should be cleared in less than 2 hours. Everyone gasped. A woman looked at the middle-aged man and said, Director, what will we do with all this medical supplies? Even if we walk in, we can't carry all this equipment. What will we do about the medical items we need? Another woman in her 30s said, We can't detour. Even if we take the longer route, it will still take 2 hours to clear. Over 100 kilometers in the current conditions is not worth it. We might as well walk. The middle-aged man, called Director Zhao Su, looked at Feng Qishan. Mr. Feng, what do you think? Feng Qishan looked at the soldiers working hard to clear the road and said, My suggestion is to walk in. Time is of the essence. Although taking the detour would allow us to bring all the supplies, it would delay us by several hours. I propose we take what we can carry and walk in, leaving 2 drivers here to wait. Once the road is cleared, they can bring in the rest of the medical supplies. We'll go in first. If we can save one person, we will. Zhao Su nodded and looked at the people in the vehicle. Listen to old Feng. Everyone should put down their personal items first and keep only the medical supplies with them. Take as much as you can, but don't overdo it since we have to walk 20 kilometers. Everyone, let's get moving. Ladies, change your shoes to a pair that is comfortable for walking. Without needing Feng Qishan to say anything, the staff from Xuanxin Medical Clinic had already started to pack up. The main supplies they were bringing included hemostatic powder for wounds and a personal medical kit that everyone had strapped to their waist. They also had several large bags of medicinal herbs, though not too many. Let me take that, Zhang Quan said, taking the large bag of herbs from Su Lishu. Su Lishu didn't argue and picked up a smaller bag instead. The medical team of over 30 people slowly climbed up the landslide area. Zhang Yinian stayed close to Sulishu. She had never faced hardship before. Usually, she only went on medical outreach trips with the clinic staff, but they always traveled by vehicle and had never walked such a rough mountain path. After climbing only halfway, she was already out of breath. Seeing that everyone else was carrying more than her, even Sulishu, who was her age, had a bit more and seemed to be managing well. Feeling tired, she suddenly stepped on a loose stone. Her foot slipped, and she started to fall backward. Ah! Zhang Yinian was immediately frightened and hugged her head tightly with both hands. When Sulishu heard the scream from behind, she turned around just in time to see Zhang Yinian falling. Startled, she widened her eyes and tried to grab her, but a soldier rushed out beside her. Faster than her, he reached out and caught Zhang Yinian around the waist. Zhang Yinian felt a strong hand secure her, pulling her into a cool, slightly earthy embrace. Once she was steady, she covered her chest and looked at her rescuer. "Thank you." Zhang Yinian was surprised to find Jiang Yu there and that he had saved her. "What are you doing here?" she started to ask, but then remembered that Jiang Yu's unit was stationed 100 kilometers away from Huayang and would surely send people right after the earthquake. She just didn't expect Jiang Yu to be here. Jiang Yu helped her stand up. "Be careful." Jiang Yu, Sulishu came down to Zhang Yinian's side and supported her with her other hand. "Big sister." Jiang Yu nodded at her. "Are you okay? Did you twist your ankle?" Zhang Yinian moved her foot and shook her head. "No." Jiang Yu directly grabbed Zhang Yinian's wrist and led her up. Sulishu saw Jiang Yu pulling her and let go to follow behind. Zhang Yinian glanced down at Jiang Yu holding her hand, then bit her lip and looked at his tall figure, feeling a sense of security. After crossing the landslide area, Jiang Yu finally let go and looked down at her. "Be careful. Always prioritize yourself and don't push too hard. If anything happens, contact the Tiger Camp. I will come after this area is cleared." Zhang Yinian nodded and looked up at him. He was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt, but sweat was already beading on his forehead in the early morning. "Got it, you be careful too." Jiang Yu gently ruffled her hair. "You need to be careful. There are still aftershocks in Qing County." Zhang Yinian walked beside Sulishu, glancing back to see Jiang Yu had already reached the top. In the light of the flashlight, he looked particularly tall. It seemed the man noticed, turning to look directly at her. Their eyes met, and Zhang Yinian quickly looked away, running a few steps to catch up with the group. "Is she your girlfriend?" A man with a square face appeared beside Jiang Yu, nudging him with his shoulder. Jiang Yu glanced at him and turned. "If you have that much energy, you should move more stones." The square-faced man watched Jiang Yu's back, deep in thought. After walking for nearly 2 hours, everyone was starting to feel exhausted. At this moment, the morning sun began to rise on the horizon. Seeing the team lagging, Zhao Su asked everyone to take a break. Zhang Yinian plopped down on the ground, wiping the sweat from her forehead. She looked at Sulishu. "How much longer do we have to go?" Sulishu thought for a moment about the distance and took a sip of water. "We should have about half left." Hearing there was still half to go, Zhang Yinian collapsed on the ground. Sulishu sat down next to her and shared half of her bread. "We've already come a long way. Just hang in there." Zhang Yinian took the bread and took small bites. She wasn't really hungry, but she knew she needed to eat a little for the journey ahead. Otherwise, she might faint before reaching their destination. After nearly 2 more hours of walking, they saw a shocking scene ahead. It looked like a wasteland. Most of the houses had collapsed. Only a few houses still stood, but they looked like they could fall at any moment. The road was broken in the middle, with ruins everywhere, resembling a hell on earth. Amidst the gray ruins, a group of soldiers in combat uniforms moved through the area, rescuing people. Everyone was stunned into silence, some with tears in their eyes. Feng Qishan and Zhao Su looked serious and called to the stunned crowd. "Quick, now is not the time to be dazed or sad. Everyone, let's move." As everyone snapped back to reality, they quickened their pace and even ran toward the battlefield. In the tent set up away from the earthquake-damaged buildings, injured people were being cared for. When Sulishu and her team arrived, Several military doctors were overwhelmed with work. Their clothes were stained with blood and dirt. If they weren't wearing white coats and masks, one might think they were also injured. Seeing them, the doctors were almost in tears with joy. Help had finally arrived. Without needing to say much, everyone put down what they were carrying and joined the rescue efforts. At that moment, a few soldiers jogged over, carrying a stretcher. They shouted, "Doctors, over here. Someone has a stone stuck in their chest and is bleeding heavily." Sulishu was bandaging a patient at the entrance when she looked up at the sound. On the stretcher was a young woman, probably in her 20s. Her head was covered in blood, and a stone about the size of a child's fist was embedded in her chest, protruding about 15 centimeters. The depth of the stone inside was unknown, and her clothes were soaked with blood. The woman's face was extremely pale, her hand weakly resting on the edge of the stretcher. As the stretcher moved, her hand seemed lifeless, and her pupils were somewhat unfocused. Seeing the woman's condition, Zhao Su instinctively shouted, "Prepare for surgery. Director, we don't have any medical equipment, and there isn't space for surgery here. There's no operating room, and the surrounding dust is significant. Even if we could perform surgery, the patient would likely face a high risk of infection," said a woman in her 30s who was the head nurse from Huyang Hospital, Wang Xiaomei. Zhao Su then realized that the conditions here were not suitable for surgery. The soldiers carrying the stretcher also looked uncertain. This was the most serious case they had rescued so far. Feng Qishan came over to check the woman's pulse and immediately frowned. "Her condition is critical. We need to perform surgery quickly to remove the stone from her chest. Otherwise, she could lose too much blood." Feng Qishan looked at the two soldiers. "Can we quickly set up a tent here as a temporary operating room?" They exchanged glances, and one of the older soldiers said, "Wait a moment, I will report this immediately, no need." "Wang Lei, bring over the tent we brought, and set it up right away." A man with a scar on his forehead came over, carrying a little girl. He gently set her down and quickly turned back toward the ruins. In less than 10 minutes, a tent capable of accommodating 30 to 50 people was set up. Feng Qishan was in charge of the needle and anesthesia, while Zhao Su performed the surgery to remove the stone and stitch up the wound. Sulishu was treating a 10-year-old girl's facial injury. The girl's face was covered in dirt, and she had a large cut near her temple from the stone. Her eyes looked a bit vacant, but the pain brought some life to her expression. Looking up at Sulishu, who was gently treating her wound, the girl cried, "Sister, will I have a scar on my face?" Sulishu paused for a moment, then smiled and reassured her. "No, the wound isn't deep. If you take good care of it, you'll heal well since you're still young and your body recovers quickly. Just remember to change the bandage regularly. By the way, where are your family? I can tell them what to watch out for." "I don't know, I was playing outside at the time," she said, starting to cry sadly. Seeing her about to wipe her tears on the wound, Sulishu quickly took her hand. "It's okay. The soldiers will definitely rescue your family. For now, can you wait here? You can also talk to me if you need anything." After finishing the bandaging, Sulishu took a chocolate from her pocket and gave it to the girl. "Everything will be all right. Just stay here and wait for them." Sulishu patted her head and moved on to the next patient. "Doctor, hurry. My leg feels broken. Will I be able to walk again? Please help me." A man shouted, holding his leg and crying out in distress. Sulishu frowned at the noise and walked over to him, gently touching his leg. The man immediately yelled, "Ah, it hurts. Is my bone broken? I need surgery." Sulishu quickly rolled up his pants and saw that his ankle was swollen, and he had serious abrasions on his calf. His knee was scraped and bleeding. She touched his ankle gently. The man continued to shout in pain, nearly deafening Sulishu. Gripping his ankle, she heard a crack. Suddenly, the man's voice changed, and he fell back onto the stretcher, rolling in pain. "Are you a doctor? Did you just break my leg more? Huh? Oh." The man moved his foot and sat up, surprised as he looked at Sulishu. "It doesn't hurt anymore, doctor. You must be a miracle worker." He gave her a thumbs up. Sulishu calmly took out some alcohol from her bag to clean his shoulder wound. "It's all right." The man moved his leg in amazement, as if he had regained something he thought was lost. My leg was broken and you just fixed it? Doctor, you must be a miracle worker. I thought you were a nurse because you look so young, but I underestimated you. He said this while playfully tapping his chest with his good hand. Don't worry, doctor. Once this place is better, I will definitely tell more people to come see you. My leg was broken and you just twisted it, and now it feels fine. Doctor, can you also give a shot to someone who is paralyzed and make them walk again? Sulishu looked at him, unsure how a man in his 30s could be so naive. Seeing that he was about to say she could give a shot to someone completely paralyzed, she pressed the cotton swab firmly to stop him from saying anything more fanciful. Ouch! The man winced in pain. Doctor, is my wound infected? Why did it hurt so much just now? Sulishu calmly discarded the cotton swab and sprinkled medicine powder on the wound. I'm not a miracle worker. Your ankle was just dislocated, not broken. Any regular doctor could handle that. And are you feeling thirsty now? The man nodded, a little dry. Do you have any water, doctor? None. Sulishu wrapped his injury with a bandage. The road to Qingshan County is blocked by a landslide, so supplies can't get through. It's best for you to stay quiet and save your energy. The man looked surprised. Then how did you all get here? Did you walk? Of course. He was momentarily speechless while Sulishu was helping another injured person with a splint. He came over to hand her a wooden board. So, how long did you walk? Did you carry all the stuff in? We walked for 4 hours. Since vehicles can't come in, we had to carry the supplies. And Sulishu stood up to look at him. The most important thing for you now is to rest. We don't have enough medical supplies, and if your wound opens up again, we won't have extra medicine or bandages. The man wanted to help, but after hearing her words, he obediently sat on the steps. Oh dear, young lady, can you please wrap it properly? It hurts so much. Zhang Yinian was already tired and immediately started bandaging the injured as soon as they arrived. Unfortunately, this elderly lady was never satisfied. Either the alcohol stung her, or the medicine powder smelled bad, or she just felt uncomfortable all over. She asked Zhang Yinian to find her a bed, preferably one with a tent, so she could lie down and sleep. Zhang Yinian had seen too many difficult patients, so she calmly held the woman's hand to keep her still. She felt exhausted and rebellious. Looking down at the elderly woman who was complaining, she said, "If others can handle it, why can't you? Supplies are stuck 20 kilometers away, and the soldiers are still digging with shovels. Since the earthquake, many haven't eaten or drunk anything, and you still want a private tent to sleep in. With just this scrape, if you weren't so old, you wouldn't even have a chance to sit here. Others with serious injuries haven't complained, so why do you think you deserve special treatment? These supplies are ones we carried in ourselves. If you don't want to get treated, please step aside and don't take up space or resources."
You.
Zhang Yinian stopped what she was doing and stared at her.
What?
Did I say something wrong? She put the bandage away and moved to the next patient. Your voice sounds lively, so it seems you don't need any bandaging. The elderly woman was momentarily stunned as she saw Zhang Yinian move on to the next patient without caring for her. Looking at the other doctors, she noticed they ignored her, even when they saw her. One male doctor stood in front of her, and just as she raised her arm, he told her not to block the way. Seeing her still standing there, he frowned and said, "Please finish up and sit down. Don't block the path." The elderly woman was surprised that they truly didn't care for her. Usually her tactics worked well. As Zhang Yinian finished bandaging the other patient, the elderly woman hurried over and tugged at her sleeve. "Hey, young lady, I'm not done yet. Please wrap me up quickly, and I'll leave." Zhang Yinian glanced at her and quickly wrapped her arm. Once the bandage was done, the elderly woman felt a bit relieved. With all the dust outside and the heat, she didn't want to risk infection. After being bandaged, she quickly grabbed a small stool from another tent and sat down comfortably. "Doctor, come quickly. There's a pregnant woman whose calf was pierced by rebar. She's feeling very anxious and her stomach hurts. When we moved the rebar, she started crying, and we didn't dare to move her." "I'll go with you," Zhang Xueshan said as he picked up his medical kit. The soldiers looked a bit troubled seeing a male doctor. "Isn't there a female doctor?" The pregnant woman is also injured in her chest. Zhang Xueshan paused and looked at his colleagues around him. Is there a nurse who can go with me? Wang Xiaomei stood up. I'll go with you. Su Lishu glanced at them before returning to her bandaging. Finally, when they could take a short break, Zhang Xueshan rushed back with a soldier. Seeing Su Lishu was not busy, he ran to her. Excuse me, could you please go to see that pregnant woman? She is very upset and only wants a female doctor. Su Lishu stopped rubbing her neck and nodded. Sure. Zhang Xueshan stepped aside to let her follow the soldier. However, he was surprised to see Zhang Quan following behind and quickly stopped him. Why are you going with her? She specifically requested a female doctor, so you're not needed. Zhang Quan pulled his hand away. I'm going to help. Zhang Xueshan watched Zhang Quan and Su Lishu leave, deep in thought, then suddenly realized, oh, he's worried about his girlfriend. Su Lishu followed the soldier to a 5-story building. Although the building had not completely collapsed, it was in poor condition. The soldier explained, when the earthquake happened, the pregnant woman lived on the 4th floor and was sleeping at the time. When she woke up and tried to run downstairs, it was too late. She fell on the 2nd floor and slightly fractured her elbow. She was scared and felt some pain in her belly, so she couldn't get up. Just then, the building started to collapse and she was thrown into a corner where a main beam supported her. Unfortunately, her calf was hit by falling debris and the rebar pierced through her leg. Now, the pregnant woman is very upset and says her belly hurts a lot. Su Lishu nodded and followed the soldier to the corner on the 2nd floor, where a woman was slumped against the wall, covered in dust and small
stones.
Her hair was messy, her eyes were red, and there were clear tear stains on her dusty face. Dr. Su, please come and take a look, Wang Xiaomei said, feeling helpless. The pregnant woman was very agitated and wanted help with her chest and other wounds, but refused to accept help with a man present. Su Lishu glanced at her leg, where the rebar had pierced through, and approached to check her pulse. Frowning slightly, she opened her acupuncture kit and took out a silver needle. She said to the pregnant woman, I'm going to stabilize your condition with acupuncture. We can't remove the rebar right now, and your baby is in a bit of trouble. The fall has caused some signs of potential miscarriage, and with your current emotional state, along with the risk of excessive blood loss from your leg, we need to act quickly. Your condition is very serious right now, so please don't resist our help. The pregnant woman, with red eyes from crying, froze upon hearing Su Lishu's words, her hands trembling as she held her belly. She grabbed Su Lishu's hand and shook her head, saying, No, my baby can't be in danger. We've waited so long for this child. Doctor, you must save him. Su Lishu gently patted her hand and said in a soothing tone, Of course, relax. Everything will be fine now. Look, we've come to help you. The country sent troops right away, so please don't be afraid, okay? As Su Lishu spoke, she quickly inserted a needle into the woman's arm. Out of fear, the pregnant woman was shaking all over. Su Lishu smiled reassuringly at her. My mentor is very skilled. With him here, you and your baby will be safe. Is he a man? Yes. The pregnant woman was about to speak, but Su Lishu interrupted. In front of patients, it doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman, especially since your injury is on your leg, not a private area. A nurse will clean and dress the wound on your chest, so there's no need to resist. Wang Xiaomei, seeing the pregnant woman's condition, added, Yes, Comrade Su's mentor is a leading traditional medicine expert in Huyang. No patient has ever had a problem under his care. Plus, our hospital's director was a military doctor for many years and specializes in surgery. He will handle your injury with ease. Su Lishu signaled for 2 soldiers to help lift the woman onto a stretcher. When the soldiers' hands touched the pregnant woman's arms, her body stiffened slightly. Su Lishu said nothing. This was someone else's matter. Although the country has opened up, conservative views still run deep in this era. Besides their husbands, brothers, and close relatives, many women are not accustomed to being touched by unfamiliar men, even in a situation like this. Su Lishu carefully lifted the woman's leg onto the stretcher, noticing her leg shaking in pain. She held the stones on the stretcher to prevent them from pressing too deeply into her leg. The 2 soldiers carried the stretcher, one in front and one behind, while Su Lishu walked beside them. Suddenly, a tremor shook the building. It's an aftershock. Hurry! Zhang Quan called out from behind Sulishu. He noticed that the roof above Sulishu was unstable and about to fall. Madam, watch out above. Sulishu struggled to maintain her balance, but she did not loosen her grip on the stones. Hearing Zhang Quan's voice, Sulishu looked up and saw a large rock falling right above her. If it hit her, she would either die or be severely injured. Seeing that they were shaking violently and unable to move forward, Zhang Quan wanted to push Sulishu ahead. But Sulishu wouldn't budge. She looked down at the pregnant woman on the stretcher. If she let go, the rock would fall, and the pregnant woman's leg, pierced by rebar, would drop due to inertia, likely causing severe damage. Although she didn't want anything to happen to the pregnant woman, she couldn't put herself in danger either. With her right hand holding the rock, she used her left hand to push the stretcher outward. Noticing Wang Xiaomei was a bit dazed, she shouted, "Hurry up! What are you waiting for? Do you want to get hurt?" A soldier behind them stepped on a fallen rock and twisted his ankle, and it looked like the stretcher was about to fall. Sulishu widened her eyes in alarm. This couldn't happen. Using all her strength with her left hand to lift the stretcher, it suddenly stabilized a bit because Wang Xiaomei was lifting the other side, preventing it from dropping. Sulishu sighed in relief. "Zhang Quan, come help."
Ah!
Before Sulishu could finish her sentence, something heavy struck her shoulder. The pain made her fall to the ground, but her right hand still clutched the rock, though it trembled violently. "Madam." Zhang Quan saw Sulishu's shoulder quickly stained with blood. Her left shoulder hung limply. When Zhang Quan tried to let go to help her, Sulishu shook her head weakly. At that moment, the aftershock stopped, and Sulishu sat on the ground, sweating. "Quickly get the pregnant woman out. I need to rest for a moment."
But
Zhang Quan wanted to say more, but Sulishu interrupted him.
hurry!
"If we wait too long, another aftershock could come, and this building won't hold. We'll all be trapped inside." She placed the rock in Zhang Quan's hands and slowly pushed herself up against the wall. Thankfully, she had moved forward a bit earlier, so the entire rock didn't fall on her. Wang Xiaomei saw blood seeping from the pregnant woman's leg again, clearly indicating that the earlier shaking had caused further injury, but they couldn't leave Sulishu behind. "Dr. Su, let me help you." Seeing someone assist Sulishu, Zhang Quan felt relieved and lifted the stretcher to move it outside. But the pregnant woman clutched Wang Xiaomei's arm, saying, "No, don't leave me." Wang Xiaomei glanced at the woman's tight grip and then at Sulishu, who seemed to be using all her strength to stand. "We won't abandon you. You see, we have serious injuries, and this building is unsafe. Don't worry, I will definitely go in with you when you enter the operating room. For now, let me help Dr. Su out first." The pregnant woman and Sulishu exchanged glances, noticing the bright red on her shoulder, and a flash of guilt crossed their eyes. Slowly, she released her grip on Wang Xiaomei's hand. Zhang Quan, dragging a stone, looked at Sulishu and said, "Madam, I will come to get you soon." Sulishu closed her eyes and nodded. The pain was too much. Wang Xiaomei supported her right arm and asked, "Can Dr. Su still walk? Do you want me to carry you?" As Sulishu moved slightly, a sharp pain shot through her shoulder. But she gritted her teeth and nodded. "It's okay. I can walk slowly." After a lot of effort, they finally reached the first floor. Just as they stepped down the stairs, another tremor hit. This aftershock was even stronger than the last one. Wang Xiaomei's face turned pale, and fear filled her eyes. Yet, she didn't let go of Sulishu's arm. Instead, she held on tighter. "Dr. Su, hurry. It feels like the building is going to collapse." Her voice trembled slightly. Sulishu remained silent, enduring the pain and the shaking of her body, her gaze fixed on the exit. Zhang Quan, carrying the stone, felt the tremor halfway. He handed the stone to someone nearby and quickly turned to run back to the building. But as he reached the doorway, he heard a loud crash, and the building collapsed. Zhang Quan was pushed back a few steps by the force of the falling structure, staring in shock at what had been a standing 5-story building, now reduced to rubble. His eyes widened, and he turned to run back, feeling a surge of panic. He knew he needed to call for help, but he felt defeated. Where could he go to call for help? There were already not enough rescuers, and most of the team was stuck behind. Zhang Yinian knew that Su Lishu and Zhang Quan had gone to save people. After experiencing 2 aftershocks, she was already worried about Su Lishu. Now, seeing only Zhang Quan standing there in despair, a bad feeling rose in her heart. "Zhang, where's Xiaoshu?" "Madam is still inside," Zhang Quan said, looking around and grabbing the arm of a soldier with a tiger emblem. "Help! There are people inside, and the 2 doctors are still in there. Hurry!" The 2 soldiers looked at the recently collapsed building and quickly called for more people to help. Zhang Yinian felt her legs weaken and had to hold onto a table to keep from falling. Tears filled her eyes. Stumbling, she followed behind them. Her only thought was to save Xiaoshu. "What are you doing, Xiaonian?" came the voice of Feng Qishan from behind. Seeing the tears in his granddaughter's eyes, he was momentarily stunned. "What happened?" "Grandpa, Xiaoshu went to save someone and the building collapsed." "She hasn't come out yet." Her voice was choked with emotion, and tears fell as she spoke. Feng Qishan's expression darkened, and he took a step forward, but was called back. "Mr. Feng, there's a pregnant woman whose calf has been pierced by rebar. She is in pain and needs your help." Feng Qishan glanced at the collapsed area with worry before turning to enter the operating room. Jiangyu saw a group of people rushing towards the towering rubble, including doctors in white coats. White coats. Jiangyu squinted at the figure and frowned. He ran in that direction, and the soldiers behind him noticed the urgency in his steps and followed. Zhang Yinian hadn't run far when someone grabbed her arm. "Why are you running? You should stay back and not come out here." The tone was stern but mixed with concern. Seeing him gave Zhang Yinian a sense of hope amid her despair. She grabbed his arm tightly. "Fourth brother, Xiaoshu is buried under the rubble. She went to save someone, and the building collapsed during an aftershock. She didn't make it out in time. What should we do, fourth brother?" "What about Xiaoshu?" Jiang Yu released her hand and called to the soldiers behind him. "Quick, help people. Grab your gear and hurry." Zhang Yinian looked at the mountain of rubble and shouted anxiously, "Xiaoshu, can you hear me? Xiaoshu, respond if you can hear me." Su Lishu had been hearing someone call her name, but her head felt heavy and she couldn't open her eyes. She wanted to speak, to say she was there, but her mouth felt glued shut, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open it. Wang Xiumei opened her eyes to darkness, unable to see her surroundings. But she could vaguely hear voices calling outside. As she moved slightly, a sharp pain shot through her, and her right leg was pinned under a stone, unable to move. She reached out to feel around, and touched only stones and rubble. "Dr. Su, where are you? Can you hear me?" After calling a few times and thinking she was alone, a faint voice responded nearby. "Dr. Su, how are you?" Wang Xiumei felt a surge of emotion upon hearing Su Lishu's voice. "Can you move, Dr. Su? How is your injury?" "I can't move. My leg is trapped under a stone." Su Lishu moved slightly. Although she wasn't pinned by the building, her whole body hurt, especially her shoulder, which had been struck earlier and was now numb. "I'm not dead yet." Wang Xiumei was taken aback by her words. Who talks about death so casually? "Spit, spit, spit," she quickly said, making 3 gestures of spitting for good luck. "Dr. Su, we should be saying some positive things in this situation." Su Lishu struggled to take out a flashlight from her bag and turned it on. The sudden light nearly blinded Wang Xiumei. After adjusting, she opened her eyes to look around. They are at the entrance on the first floor, and near Dr. Su, we can still see the stairs. Earlier, Su Lishu realized they couldn't escape and ran to the corner, but before she could take 2 steps, the wall collapsed. Fortunately, they were pushed further inside, and thankfully, their heads weren't hit. A large piece of the wall fell onto the stairs above them, giving them some space to survive. Luckily, the stairs on the first floor didn't sink, otherwise, it would have been much worse. "Xiaoshu, can you hear me?" "Quick dig. I'm here." "Cough, cough. I'm here." As they dug and moved the stones above, Su Lishu, lying on her back, got a mouthful of dust as she spoke. Wang Xiumei heard her voice and shouted, "We're here. I'm Wang Xiumei, and I'm with Dr. Su." Zhang Yinian, who had been listening from the rubble, brightened up upon hearing the voice. She grabbed Zhang Yu's pants. I heard it. It's Nurse Wang. She said she's with Xiao Shu. Zhang Yu nodded and took her hand to lead her down. You stay here and don't go up. Zhang Yinian nodded, knowing she wouldn't be able to help. Fourth brother, you must rescue Xiao Shu. Zhang Yu glanced at her hand, which she was holding, and nodded. Okay. Ma'am, do you know where you are? Su Lishu was still coughing softly. The dust had gone straight to her throat, making her uncomfortable. Wang Xiaomei answered loudly, We're at the entrance of the stairs. With a specific location, everyone began to dig around the staircase. After answering, Wang Xiaomei was puzzled by the title she had just heard. Ma'am. Wang Xiaomei looked at Su Lishu in confusion. Is the ma'am from the person outside referring to you, Dr. Su Lishu struggled to sit up against the stairs and nodded at Wang Xiaomei's puzzled gaze. Yes. You're married? Dr. Su, you're so young and already married. Aren't you still in college? Wang Xiaomei's shock was clear on her face, but it didn't stop her from showing her curiosity. Su Lishu smiled lightly and said, When you meet the right person, you naturally want to get married. The head nurse is too much. I'm already 20. I thought you were only 17 or 18. I didn't realize you were 20. Su Lishu looked down and took out a silver needle to inject into her arm. I guess I look quite young. Wang Xiaomei admired her for not even blinking while giving herself the injection. Is your husband from your school? No, he's just an ordinary person. Su Lishu was exhausted from her actions, and her pale face was covered in sweat. After retracting the needle, she rested for a while before slowly moving toward Wang Xiaomei. Seeing her face was even paler, Wang Xiaomei quickly said, Dr. Su, you shouldn't move. You look even whiter than before. I'm worried you might faint. Su Lishu paused to rest and then spoke. Your leg has been pinned down. It could get damaged. It will take at least half a day for them to dig us out. I'll see if I can help move your leg. Wang Xiaomei looked at Su Lishu's face in the flashlight's beam. Even though she was in pain, she was still trying to help herself. I'm sorry, I don't have the strength right now. Please sit down, Dr. Su. Your hands are getting hurt. The stone on my leg is part of the wall. Even a grown man couldn't move it, and if we did, this small space might collapse. Right now, this is already good. I just have a leg injury. I'm fine. There are people outside working hard to rescue us. It will be okay. Outside, the rescue team faced problems. They had dug a large hole but hit a stone slab, causing debris to fall around them. After 2 hours of work, they were back to square one, and several soldiers were injured. Deputy Commander, this? Zhang Yu's expression turned serious as he glanced at the soldier who had hit the stone slab. Seeing the soldier's wounds and the guilt in his eyes, he closed his eyes in frustration. Sun Li, Feng Qingyang, go get the excavator. Everyone else, keep digging. The injured soldiers should go for bandaging. Deputy Commander, I can continue. I can continue too, it's just minor injuries. Zhang Yu lifted a board and threw it to the ground, shattering it and sending stones flying. His muscles bulged as he exerted himself, sweat dripping from his tanned face onto the ground. Follow orders. Do you want to lie down on the first day? Su Lishu naturally heard the noise above. Wang Xiaomei thought it was another aftershock and hugged her head in fear. This aftershock seems never-ending. It shouldn't be an aftershock. It doesn't sound like one. Dr. Su, do you have a fever? Su Lishu's cheeks began to redden, and her lips were pale and dry, showing signs of illness. These symptoms were clear on her pale face, indicating she had a fever. Su Lishu shook her head slightly with her eyes closed. I'm fine. I just need to rest. She had no idea how she was rescued in the end. The warm sunlight shone on her face. Even though she looked pale, it didn't take away her beauty. Instead, it added a touch of delicate charm. When Su Lishu opened her eyes and saw her surroundings, she frowned slightly. It was a private hospital room. She had no idea how long she had been unconscious or how she was moved from the ruins to the city hospital. At that moment, the door opened, and it was Grandma Su. Su Lishu's eyes widened in surprise. Grandma? What are you doing here? Seeing her awake, Grandma Su's worry lessened a bit. But then her expression turned serious. You still remember I'm your grandma? Do you know how badly you were hurt? You were unconscious for 5 days, with a broken shoulder and injuries all over. Do you want to make me worry myself to death? Is it appropriate for a young girl like you to go to such a dangerous place? You got hurt on the very first day. Have you become so independent since getting married? Are you trying to upset me? Su Lashu wanted to get up but, after being scolded, obediently lay back down, her eyelids drooping as she accepted the lecture. After all, Grandma Su was quite persistent. If you argued back at that moment, a 10-minute lecture could easily turn into an hour. When Grandma Su paused, Su Lashu quickly said, "I'm sorry, Grandma. Please don't be angry. Take care of your health. Grandma, don't be upset. I know I was wrong." A man entered from outside, helped Grandma Su sit down, and poured her a glass of water. Grandma Su took it and glanced at Gu Xiaoqing. "You too, Xiaogu. If Xiao Shu is being foolish, shouldn't you know better? I thought you two would be more composed. I didn't expect her to just say whatever she wants. Can you stop listening to everything she says? With such a big earthquake and constant aftershocks, one careless move could cost a life. Look at her lying on the bed. She dared to enter a dangerous building to save someone on the first day. She saved someone but ended up like this. I lay in bed for 5 days before waking up. When I arrived, my face and body looked terrifying. Tell me, were you scared by her appearance when you went to pick her up? Next time I see you two misbehaving, I'll send you back to live with your grandmother. I can't control you two from so far away, but your in-laws can keep an eye on you. Grandma, we really know we were wrong. Next time, if a Shu has such a request again, I will definitely stop her. Even if I can't, I'll go with her. You." Old lady Su slammed her teacup on the table. "I'm telling you to stop her from going, not to go with her. One of you is not enough. Do you both want to drive me crazy?" Seeing old lady Su get angry, Gu Xiaoqing, who was nearly 6 feet tall, suddenly felt much smaller. "Yes, I misspoke. There won't be a next time." "Grandma," Su Lashu reached out to old lady Su. "I haven't seen you in a long time. Why are you scolding me just as I wake up? Is it because I got married that you don't like me anymore? They say a married daughter is like spilled water. I just got married not long ago. Isn't your heart changing a bit too quickly? Are you feeling wronged?" Old lady Su glared at her and sat down next to Su Lashu, holding her hand. Seeing the wound on her hand, her earlier anger turned into concern and pain. Su Lashu felt her eyes get a bit warm at old lady Su's expression. She wanted to rest her face on old lady Su's hand, but as she moved, she pulled her shoulder. Ouch! Old lady Su's face turned anxious as she pressed down on her, not letting her move. "Just lie still. Your shoulder is fractured. You don't need to move around. I'm right here. I just missed you." Su Lashu smiled at old lady Su, showing her teeth. "Seeing you makes me feel so much better." "All right, you sweet talker." Old lady Su adjusted the blanket for her. "Since you're awake, I'll go make you some chicken soup." Once old lady Su left, Su Lashu looked at the man still standing at the foot of the bed. His gaze revealed a hint of unease, his eyes fixed on her. Su Lashu raised her good hand and smiled at him. "Aren't you coming over?" The man came over, leaned down and hugged her, burying his head in her neck without saying a word for a long time. Su Lashu knew he was scared, worried. She had been unconscious for 5 days. Even if he hadn't seen her when she was rescued, it must have been frightening, or else she wouldn't have been out for so long. He saw himself lying there, covered in wounds, afraid to hear what he didn't want to hear. The man's hoarse voice reached Su Lashu's ears, filled with deep fear as he tightened his grip around her. "Do you know how scared I was when I got the call? Knowing you were buried under the rubble?" Su Lashu patted his shoulder. "I know. You don't." Gu Xiaoqing lifted his head to look at her, his eyes growing red as he took in her lively features. "You don't understand, Ah Shu. I personally carried you out from the rubble. Your face was pale, with no color at all, and you were completely lifeless, lying there without moving. If it weren't for the fact that you were still breathing, I would have really thought you had left me." The man took her hand and placed it on his chest. "Don't do this again. I can't go through it once more. Please, just for me, don't do this again." Su Lashu looked at him, her eyes filled with fear and unease. She touched the stubble on his chin, noticing how worn out he looked, realizing he hadn't slept well these past few days. "Why do you look so worn out?" Am I the one who got hurt or you? I know I won't do it again. We still have so much to accomplish, and I can't bear to lose you. She wrapped her arms around his neck and gently pressed down, brushing her lips against his eyes. I will be okay. Oh, it seems we came at the wrong time. Don't look, dear. It's not appropriate. Shen Xingyao quickly covered Qin Xingyu's eyes with his hand, but the gap was a bit too wide, and Qin Xingyu blinked in surprise at Su Lishu. Qin Xingyu smiled and pulled Shen Xingyao's hand down. We're not interrupting, are we? Right, Gu, we're not bothering you, are we? Shen Xingyao asked playfully, already lounging on the sofa, like he owned the place. He casually picked up a mangosteen to eat, as if it were his hospital room. Gu Shaoqing got up and kicked his foot. Why are you here again? Shen Xingyao pulled his legs back to make some space. TSK, Gu, what kind of expression is that? Are we bothering your sister-in-law? Isn't it a bit much, Gu? Your sister-in-law just woke up. Get lost. Shen Xingyao skillfully dodged Gu Shaoqing's kick. Qin Xingyu sat by the bedside, feeling a bit heartbroken at the sight of her injuries. You're so brave, going alone to rescue people during the earthquake. Thankfully, you're okay. What would you do if something happened to you? Su Lishu smiled at the wound on her hand and said, I'm lucky to be alive, but after going through this, I've realized something. The first step to saving others is to ensure your own safety. At the moment I was buried under the rubble, I felt a bit regretful. But thinking about how at least the pregnant woman and her baby are safe, and I'm okay too, just a little hurt, makes me feel better. Qin Xingyu admired and respected her, feeding her a peeled apple. Zhang Yinian sat on the steps looking at the starry sky, when suddenly a bottle of yogurt appeared in front of her. Looking up at the hand holding the yogurt, she felt a bit dazed. Jiang Yu's sharp eyes seemed bright under the nightlight, just like the stars she had been looking at. While she was lost in thought, the yogurt was handed to her, and the man sat beside her. What are you looking at? Why not go rest? Zhang Yinian looked down at the yogurt with the straw already inserted, took a sip, and shook her head. I'm looking at the stars. I saw a sky full of them. It was so beautiful. Jiang Yu tilted his head to look at her. This isn't even the most beautiful. I've seen even more stunning ones, where you can see shooting stars all year round. Hearing about shooting stars, Zhang Yinian's eyes widened in surprise.
Where?
Can I go? The army. Upon hearing the army, Zhang Yinian immediately felt deflated. The army? I can't get in there. It's been so long since I've seen a shooting star. It's actually not that hard to get in. Zhang Yinian thought he had a way to get in and turned to look at him excitedly. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she looked at his face so close. She didn't dare to breathe, afraid her breath might touch him. Just talk normally. Why are you so close? Seeing her flustered expression, Jiang Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. Zhang Yinian leaned back a little, and when the distance between them felt less intimate, she spoke up. What do you mean by not that hard to get in? Isn't it just family members who can enter the army besides you? Seeing Jiang Yu remain silent while smiling at her, Zhang Yinian quickly realized what he meant, and her face turned red. She jumped up suddenly. I'm going to rest now. Just as she took a step, her wrist was grabbed. She felt frozen, panic filling her eyes. Little drinker, do you know what you look like when you're drunk? Zhang Yinian pretended to be calm and turned to look at him. Fourth brother, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Jiang Yu chuckled lightly, stepped closer to her, and leaned down slightly. Are you trying to back out of this? You said you wouldn't marry anyone but me, that you would take care of me, pulled me close, and wanted to take me home to sleep. Your brother disagrees. You said he was trying to break us apart, but you insisted you wouldn't marry anyone else, that you liked me a lot, and wanted me to marry you. What do you mean pulling me close? I just kissed your chin, don't exaggerate. After saying that, the surroundings fell silent, and Zhang Yinian realized he had tricked her into talking. So, the little drunk can't hold her liquor, but her memory is pretty good. Jiang Yu moved a little closer to her. Did I say something wrong? Wasn't it you who pulled me in for a kiss? I never said it was a long kiss. This is the first time I've been kissed by a woman. Aren't you going to take responsibility? First time? Zhang Yinian's shy expression turned to surprise. You're 26 and haven't? His gaze seemed to question her abilities, as if saying, isn't it unusual to be kissed for the first time at 26? Seeing the look in her eyes, Jiang Yu chuckled softly. He reached out, lifted her chin, and wouldn't let her look down. Zhang Xiaonian, get rid of those dangerous thoughts in your head. I'm just being cautious. It doesn't mean I can't. As for whether I can or not, my future wife will know. So, Zhang Xiaonian, don't you think you should give me an answer? You need to take responsibility for my innocence. Zhang Inian looked at him speechlessly. Why is it always me who ends up at a disadvantage in these situations? You're a grown man, yet you feel wronged. Regardless, you should be responsible for me, right? How did it come to this? Fine, I'll take responsibility. Zhang Inian's unfinished words got stuck in her throat. Are you stunned? What did you say? Zhang Inian looked at him uncertainly. Since you won't take responsibility for me, I guess I'll have to take responsibility for you. So, before she could finish, he suddenly turned and ran away. Huh. Now she was genuinely amused. Who did he learn this flirting and running away from? Back in the tent, Zhang Inian held her pounding chest. He had just confessed to her, right? Xiaonian, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Do you have a fever? Zhang Inian smiled and shook her head, covering her hot face. No, I just got a bit warm from running. Feng Jia, you should rest. I'm fine. Lying in bed, Zhang Inian couldn't fall asleep for a long time. She didn't expect Jiang Yu to actually confess to her. Xiaonian, are you still awake? It's already past 1, and we have a busy day tomorrow. Go to sleep. Zhang Inian stopped tossing and turning. Okay, I'll sleep right away. Captain Jiang, this is my homemade braised pork. You've worked hard lately, so I made this especially for you. Jiang Yu glanced at the braised pork handed to him, his expression calm. No, thank you. He turned to leave but was blocked. Brother Jiang, I learned how to make this from our chef. Please try it. I burned my hands while cooking. Jiang Yu frowned, looking very displeased, and took a step back.
Who are you?
Why should I eat your food? Your burns are not my concern, and please call me Deputy Captain Jiang. I don't have the habit of calling random women my sister. Step aside. The woman, feeling his cold rejection, stomped her foot in frustration. But, remembering they would leave tomorrow, she forced a smile and followed him. Captain Jiang, please just try it. I really worked hard on this. Jiang Yu, growing impatient with her persistence, said, Ma'am, please do not interrupt me while I am working. Oh no. The woman stepped on a stone and twisted her ankle. She wouldn't have fallen, but seeing Jiang Yu nearby, she exaggeratedly called out and pretended to fall toward him. Jiang Yu had seen many tricks before. This one was hardly worth noticing. He stepped back to avoid her. The woman was shocked that Jiang Yu didn't catch her, and her scream was genuinely dramatic. The braised pork spilled everywhere, and her hand was scratched by the stones, causing her pain. Sitting on the ground, she looked at Jiang Yu in disbelief. Why didn't you catch me? Why should I catch you? Men and women should keep their distance. You understand that, right? Especially in public. If we touched, where would I explain that? You. How can you, a man and a soldier, just stand by and do nothing? Jiang Yu's gaze turned completely cold. Don't make it sound like a life and death situation. Anyone can trip on flat ground. Perhaps, ma'am, you should rest at home instead of coming out. Seeing her unwillingness to accept this, Jiang Yu squatted down to look at her. With a cold smile, he said, What makes you think I would be interested in you? I have someone I like. Stop with these little tricks. You look like a clown to me. Ignoring her shocked and hurt expression, he stood up and walked away. Then why did you save me back then? You did save me. Jiang Yu turned around with a look that said, Are you out of your mind? And said, I've saved many people. If everyone thought like you, I wouldn't see anyone at all. As she watched Jiang Yu walk away, the woman shouted and slammed her hand on the ground. Once Jiang Yu was completely out of sight, Zhang Inian stepped out from behind the wall. She glanced at the woman, who was filled with frustration, as she walked past her. At that moment, the woman felt so angry that she would have crushed even an ant passing by, let alone a living person, and all her anger was directed at Zhang Inian. Were you just watching me fail? Did you hear everything? Are you proud that Captain Jiang rejected me? Zhang Inian looked around to see no one else was there and pointed to herself in confusion. Are you talking to me? Of course. Is there anyone else here? Zhang Inian nodded. Maybe. Who knows? There could be several people behind that wall watching you. The woman was taken aback by Zhang Yinyan's words. She didn't expect the seemingly harmless girl to be so sharp-tongued. I know you. I've seen you with Captain Zhang often. I saw him getting food and drinks for you. The only person he has approached in the last few days is you. He must like you. Zhang Yinyan chuckled lightly. Whether he likes me or not is none of your business. As Zhang Yinyan walked away, the woman shouted again in frustration. What kind of person is she? One after another. They are all unbearable. Feeling a bit better, Zhang Yinyan walked to the tent where she was staying and saw a man waiting for her around the corner. Seeing him, Zhang Yinyan instinctively prepared to turn away, but he grabbed her wrist. Why are you running? Are you a rabbit? Who's a rabbit? Last time you said I was a puppy and now I'm a rabbit. Not a rabbit, but you run away when you see me? Am I that scary? Zhang Yinyan turned around, pretending to be calm, and looked at him. What is it? I need to check the ward soon. Zhang Yu noticed her eyes darting around, avoiding his gaze. He sighed softly and gently turned her chin to make her face him. Am I really that scary? You can't even look at me. Where did I say I couldn't look at you? It's just that you were facing the sun, and I was blinded. Zhang Yu looked down at her, enjoying the way she was completely under his influence, but he didn't call her out on it. We're parting ways this afternoon. Don't you have anything to say to me? Or do you think I'm too old and unattractive to match you? Zhang Yinyan said nothing and kicked a stone on the road. After a long pause, she finally spoke. You don't really like me. You just found me interesting after last time. Zhang Yinyan looked up at him seriously, no longer avoiding his gaze. In the past, when you looked at me, it was like you were looking at a friend's younger sister, so I didn't think you liked me. As for the age difference, you are 5 years older than me, which I don't think is a big deal. It's ridiculous to say I'm not good-looking. You know I've said before that you are very handsome, even more so than my cousin. At 26, you are a deputy regiment leader. I believe there are no better soldiers than you at your age. Your family has served in the military for 3 generations, which means you come from a strong background. I feel like I am the one who doesn't deserve you. You are great in every way. Although some of what I said when I was drunk wasn't entirely true, you are indeed my type. Even though I'm not very pretty and my family background isn't impressive, I won't settle for less. So, fourth brother, once you return to the army and clear your mind for a while, you'll realize that your interest in me will fade quickly. Zhang Yu watched the person entering the tent, a mysterious light flashing in his eyes. But Shen Xingyao, Gu Xiaoqing, and others who understood Zhang Yu knew he had the gaze of someone who values their beloved prey and would use any means to obtain it. Actually, the 4 of them grew up together because they shared similar personalities. Like attracts like. When it was time to leave, and they got on the bus, Zhang Yinyan had not seen Zhang Yu's figure. What are you looking at, Xianyan? Waiting for someone, Feng Qishan noticed her distracted gaze out the window. Zhang Yinyan withdrew her gaze, smiling as she shook her head. No, Grandpa, I'm just feeling a bit sentimental. Zhang Yu stood high up, watching the bus slowly drive away, his eyes landing on the third-to-last window seat of the second bus, where he could still see the light yellow clothing. Deputy Regiment Leader, the political commissar, said it's time to gather the troops. Zhang Yu watched the bus turn the corner and replied with a simple, Xiaoshu, I'm back. He started to say, but quickly turned around when he saw the 2 close together in the hospital room. I didn't see anything. You 2 continue. Xiaoshu, I'll visit you again next time. Wait, Yinyan, Aching was just changing my bandage. Zhang Yinyan slowly turned around and saw that Brother Gu was indeed changing Xiaoshu's shoulder bandage. She sighed in relief and walked to the other side of Su Lishu, placing the medicinal food she had brought down. How's the recovery going? Su Lishu slightly moved her suspended arm. It takes 100 days to heal from a serious injury, but I'll be discharged tomorrow. Everything else is almost fine except for my shoulder. Zhang Yinyan poured out the medicinal soup, saying, This was made by Lu Ma right after Grandpa came back this morning. Eat more of it. Originally, Zhang Yinyan wanted to feed her, but Gu Xiaoqing took it, blew on it to cool it down, and carefully fed her while also wiping her mouth. Zhang Yinyan felt a bit out of place here, unable to help with anything and being shown up instead. After finishing the meal, she quickly cleaned up and left. After being cared for by Grandma Su for 2 months, Su Lishu noticed she had gained weight. Looking at the small ring of extra flesh around her waist, she sighed. She glanced at Grandma Sue, who was still in the kitchen making ginseng chicken soup, wondering how this would end. When Gu Shaoqing came home from work, he saw her sitting on the sofa, sadly touching the little ring of extra flesh on her belly. He chuckled softly and sat down next to her, giving her a kiss on the cheek. Not happy, Su Lishu leaned back into his arms, looking up at him. Gu Shaoqing, I've gained weight. I have extra flesh on my belly. What should I do? I've gained 10 pounds in just 2 months. Yes, 10 pounds. She had just weighed herself this morning. Gu Shaoqing reached out to touch her belly. It was softer and had more flesh than before, but it felt nice. When he seemed to enjoy touching it too much, Su Lishu frowned and nudged him. His deep laughter rumbled from his chest. You're not fat. Once you're healed, I'll exercise with you. Although he spoke casually about exercise, Su Lishu was too focused on her weight gain to notice any change in his tone. Grandma Sue brought out the chicken soup and called to her granddaughter, who was lying on her husband. Lishu, don't just lie on Gu. You'll get sick and feel weak. Su Lishu was pulled up by Gu Shaoqing. Grandma, am I your granddaughter or is he your grandson? Don't talk nonsense. You married Gu, so he is naturally my grandson too. Su Lishu looked at the big bowl of meat in front of her. Grandma, I don't want to eat chicken soup anymore. If I keep eating, I'll be tired of it before I even have kids and need to rest after giving birth. Grandma Sue shot her a glare. You've eaten so much good food, and you're complaining? You really don't know how to appreciate it. All right, I'll eat what I can, but I can't skip meals. At that moment, the phone in the living room rang. Gu Shaoqing stood up to answer it. After a brief greeting, he called out, Dad, it's your call. Grandma Sue placed some ginseng in Su Lishu's bowl before taking the phone. Hello. What's up, San? Whatever was said on the other end made Grandma Sue frown in displeasure. How long have I been here? She burns her hand while cooking. Is she already showing signs of dementia before me? All right, I'll come back tomorrow. Every day, she just causes trouble for me. Click the phone hangs up. Is something wrong at home, Grandma? Sue Loudeye sighed. Your mom spilled hot water while cooking a few days ago, burned her right hand, and hurt her left hand on the table. These days, Shirtu has been cooking for himself after school. Today he even had mild food poisoning, so I need to go back to cook for him. Honestly, how can an adult get into such trouble and still expect me, an old woman, to take care of her? Though she said that, there was genuine concern in her eyes. This little old lady had a tough exterior, but a soft heart. Then I'll go back with you tomorrow. Su Laotai looked at her disapprovingly. No, you should stay home. It's already a hassle for me to take care of 1 or 2 people. I don't need you coming back too. What good will it do for you to go back? The best help you can give me is to stay home and recover. Su Lishu felt a bit upset. My mom is injured. As her daughter, I can't even go see her. You can go back when you're better. Your parents know your good intentions. Su Laotai firmly refused. If you go back and hurt yourself more, I don't see you studying anymore. Hearing about studying, Su Lishu quieted down. In half a month, the second semester of her sophomore year would start, so she needed to rest and prepare for school. Once Su Laotai left, Grandma Gu wanted to send someone to help, but the young couple declined. Su Lishu thought she should lose weight and didn't want the elders to come over to take care of her. Gu Shaoqing wanted to enjoy their time alone together without any interruptions. Actually, with the help of the system's medicine, Su Lishu was almost fully recovered. She could have gone to the hospital to remove the cast 2 weeks ago, but Su Laotai and Feng Qishan disagreed. No matter how much Su Lishu tried to prove she was fine, Su Laotai trusted Feng Qishan, a respected expert. After sending Su Laotai off, Su Lishu hurried to the hospital to remove the cast. The doctor in charge was surprised by the examination results. When you came in 2 months ago, your injury was supposed to take 3 to 4 months to heal. I didn't expect you to recover so well in just 2 months. It seems your body is in great shape, which is why your injury healed so quickly. Congratulations. Su Yushu raised her eyebrow at the man beside her, meaning, see? I told you it would be fine. Gu Shaoqing held her restless hand under the table and looked seriously at the doctor. What else should we pay attention to? The important thing is not to lift heavy objects for now. You can gradually start training your arm to hold weights, but take it step by step. Thank you, doctor. The doctor smiled and nodded at their tightly clasped hands, saying, "You're welcome." Feeling the freedom in her shoulders, Su Lushu happily shook her hand that was being held. "It's great not to have to wear a brace anymore. Where do you want to go? Or should we go home?" Seeing the man fastening her seatbelt, Su Lushu tried to lean in for a kiss but quickly pushed his head away. "There are people around." The man quickly kissed her on the corner of her mouth. "Shall we go out to eat?" Su Lushu thought for a moment. "Let's go to the old house. I haven't been able to visit Grandma lately, so today is a good chance to check in on her and have dinner there." Okay, when they returned, Grandma Gu was the happiest, but the most excited was Gu Qingqing. After finishing her college entrance exams, she wanted to hang out with Su Lushu, but Grandma and her parents wouldn't let her go, saying it would disturb her sister-in-law's recovery. She could only go when Grandma was there, and she didn't expect her sister-in-law to have already removed the brace. Excited, she bounced in front of them, linking arms with Su Lushu. "Sister-in-law, is your hand completely better now?" "Yes." Su Lushu playfully nodded. "It's all good now." "That's great. I thought you wouldn't be able to go to school with me." Then she released her arm and quickly ran upstairs. "Sister-in-law, I brought you a gift from Jing City. This child is so restless," Grandma Gu said as she came from the flower hall. Seeing them, she waved with a smile. "Shu Shu is here. Come over so Grandma can take a good look at you." Seeing her rosy complexion, she clapped her hands in satisfaction. Noticing that Grandma Su wasn't with them, she asked, "Why didn't your family come?" Su Lushu was pulled down to sit. "There was a little issue at home, so she went back early this morning and didn't have time to say goodbye. She asked me to let you know she'll come visit you next time." "Such a rush. I thought we were meeting tomorrow." Grandma Gu looked a bit worried. "Is there something wrong at home? Why the hurry? Is there anything we can help with?" Su Lushu poured her a cup of chrysanthemum tea and handed it to her. "It's nothing serious. My mom burned her hand while cooking a few days ago, so Grandma went back to help make dinner for my little brother." Hearing it wasn't a big deal, she sighed in relief. "Is your mother's burn serious? If needed, we can transfer her to the provincial hospital." "Grandma," Su Lushu said with a mix of laughter and tears, "you don't need to worry. It's just a minor burn. Her hand is wrapped, which makes it a bit inconvenient." Grandma Gu took a sip of the sweet tea her granddaughter-in-law poured for her and nodded with a smile. She wanted to say something and looked at her grandson sitting next to his wife. "By the way, there are freshly baked chestnut cakes in the kitchen. Go bring some for Lushu." From the stairs came the sound of slippers. "Sister-in-law, look at this silk scarf. The first time I saw it, I thought it would suit you. Do you like it?" It was a cream-colored silk scarf, simple yet elegant. "Thank you, Qingqing. I really like it." Seeing her gift appreciated, Gu Qingqing was delighted. "I knew you would love it, sister-in-law. Just in time, I have a gift for you too. A few days ago, when I was shopping with your brother, I saw this, and I thought it would be perfect as a gift for you becoming a college student. It was a small, exquisite watch with diamonds. It's beautiful." Gu Qingqing took it and swapped it with the one she was wearing.
"Thank you, sister-in-law.
"I really like it." Su Lushu smiled at the man who brought the pastries over. "Your brother paid for it. I picked it out for you. Still, it's your good taste, sister-in-law. My brother wouldn't pick something this nice." Gu Shaoqing shot her a glance as he sat beside Su Lushu. That look made Gu Qingqing straighten up, her earlier excitement fading. "Thank you, brother." Grandma Gu looked around the lively house, her face full of smiles. "The mangosteens and cherries in the orchard are ripe. You should go pick some to take home. I remember, Lushu, your teacher likes cherries. Pick some extra for him." After Grandma Gu went for her afternoon nap, the group drove to the orchard. This orchard is not open to the public. Each fruit tree has been carefully grafted to achieve the perfect taste before being planted. Only people from this circle can make reservations for picking, and they do accept customer orders, but the prices are much higher than outside. In the end, they picked a basket of yellow peaches and honey peaches, along with 2 baskets of cherries, strawberries, and 2 watermelons. They initially planned to pick kiwis, apples, and pears, but there were too many to finish, so they only took what they wanted. Back at the old house, Gu Qingqing wanted to chat with Su Lushu, but was stopped by a look from Gu Shaoqing. "Aren't you taking a nap? Why isn't your sister-in-law?" Gu Qingqing pouted in a sulky manner and muttered softly, "You domineering big boss, one day I will defeat you. What did you say?" Gu Shaoqing's flat tone carried a hint of danger in Gu Qingqing's ears. "I didn't say anything. I just wished my brother and sister-in-law good afternoon," she replied with a perfect smile. This was just a nervous smile in the face of danger. Once the two figures disappeared up the stairs, her smile immediately faded. Who would be so unfortunate to have a big brother like a demon?
Oh,
It's her family. Since the shoulder brace was removed, she had started learning and seeing patients at the traditional medicine clinic with Feng Qishan. "Zhao Shui, come out. Your Xuanxin clinic is a place for quack doctors, just here to take our money. Everyone come see. Xuanxin clinic has killed someone. Quick, come and judge for yourselves. Dr. Zhao Shui from Xuanxin clinic has nearly killed my husband." At the clinic's entrance, a woman in her 40s was supporting a pale, weak man in his 60s, shouting loudly. Inside the clinic, people turned to look at Zhao Shui, who was a bit chubby, around 25 or 26 years old, with a round face that looked kind and cute. Hearing the commotion outside and feeling the gaze of her colleagues, she waved her hands nervously. "That's not true. I didn't know the situation." Feng Qishan heard the noise at the entrance and came out with a serious expression, glancing at Zhao Shui as she headed for the door. Seeing them, the woman shouted even louder, pointing angrily at Zhao Shui. "It's you. My husband was just treated by you a few days ago. You said he only had a cold with a bit of pneumonia. You prescribed 3 doses of herbal medicine for my husband, and after taking 1 dose, his cough didn't improve at all. I thought 1 dose just didn't work, so I made another batch. Before we could finish it, my husband started coughing up blood, looking pale and weak. During this time, we only visited your Xuanxin clinic and took the medicine you prescribed, but his condition just got worse." As she spoke, her voice grew more agitated. If she weren't supporting her husband, she would have wanted to tear Zhao Shui apart with her pointing finger. "You're a quack. How can you claim to be a century-old clinic when you have a doctor who can't even understand a patient's condition? You're harming people, not helping them." She then pulled out the results from the hospital's X-ray check. "Everyone look at this. This is the result from when I took my husband to Huyang Hospital. My husband has respiratory failure and heart failure, and he has been suffering from diarrhea to the point of exhaustion. Dr. Zhao Shui from Xuanxin Medical Clinic concluded that my husband has a cold combined with mild pneumonia, saying that taking the medicine on time would be fine. However, after my husband took 2 doses of her herbal medicine, his condition worsened instead of improving. If this isn't a sign of a poor doctor, I don't know what is. I seriously doubt your clinic, especially you, Zhao Shui, since you don't have a medical license. Zhao Shui sees many patients every day, and this woman made an impression on her. A few days ago, she came for treatment without an appointment and insisted on skipping the line because of her husband's age. After some discussion, Zhao Shui finished with her current patients before seeing her husband, which calmed her down. Once the consultation was over, she complained about the high price and asked for a discount, claiming that the herbs used were cheap and should only cost a few cents, yet she was charged $8, calling the clinic a scam. In the end, the argument disturbed other patients, and she was given a discount of $1.50, which was still part of the consultation fee for her husband. Overall, they paid $6.50, 3 of which were for medicine to help her regulate her menstrual cycle. Zhao Shui provided treatment for free and only charged for the medicine, yet they called her clinic a scam. Encountering someone like her was truly unfortunate for the clinic. Not only was Zhao Shui's reputation tarnished, but the clinic's century-old prestige was also at risk. Feeling frustrated, Zhao Shui wanted to argue back, but her colleague pulled her sleeve, signaling her to stay calm, especially with Mr. Feng present. However, being falsely accused by this woman was hard for anyone to tolerate. "Madam, I obtained my traditional Chinese medicine license 5 years ago and am a legitimate practitioner. To this day, I am a chief physician. This information can be verified in the system. As for your claim that I am a poor doctor who misdiagnosed your husband, I have an assistant with me during every consultation who records everything I say, and my treatments are documented at the clinic. I can present these records for higher-level traditional Chinese medicine practitioners or professors to review the case I handled for your husband." The results from Huyang Hospital showed respiratory failure and heart failure, which were caused by severe pneumonia. I can guarantee, based on my medical career, that if you followed my instructions for the medicine I prescribed, your husband would not have experienced respiratory or heart failure. The woman became very angry upon hearing her words, breathing heavily. So, you mean this is my fault? It's my problem with the medicine or the way we take it. I am talking about the doctor's advice. You need to follow the diet and take the medicine on time. Why are you arguing? Zhao Shui frowned, feeling like they were not on the same page. The woman didn't care about any dietary restrictions or taking medicine on time. She only knew that the doctor had made her patient's condition worse. Not only was there no hint of regret, but she was also blaming her instead. Her anger flared, and she put down her husband to confront Zhao Shui. But Feng Qishan stopped her. Let's resolve this inside, ma'am. Seeing Feng Qishan, the woman paused. No one who believed in traditional Chinese medicine didn't know Feng Qishan, a renowned expert in Huyang. I won't go in. Once I do, you'll all just side with each other, she said. Feng Qishan noticed that a crowd had gathered at the entrance. If this issue wasn't resolved well, it could seriously damage the clinic's 100-year reputation. He turned to Su Huai's. Go get the records of this patient from a few days ago. Then he looked at the people behind him. Bring out some chairs and tables. After giving these instructions, he addressed the middle-aged woman. If you still trust my medical skills, I can examine your husband in front of everyone. If I say one false word, the clinic will close, and it will never appear before the public again. Also, if it turns out that Dr. Zhao Shui misdiagnosed or there was an issue with the medicine, we will refund the full amount and compensate you 100 times over. We will also ensure your husband's health is restored. How do you feel about this solution, ma'am? The middle-aged woman was about to say she didn't believe him, but the crowd around them nodded in agreement upon hearing Feng Qishan's proposal. I believe if Feng is willing to handle it this way, it must not be the clinic's fault. Otherwise, he wouldn't risk the clinic's reputation, which has been in my family for generations. I agree. It's just a common cold and mild pneumonia. How could the doctors misdiagnose? My grandson had a similar issue before. He was treated by Dr. Zhao, and he was almost better before finishing the second dose of medicine. There's no way Dr. Zhao could have misdiagnosed. Could it be that this family is trying to trick the clinic, but this person doesn't look poor? Could it really be a misdiagnosis? Someone eager for drama said, if it turns out to be the clinic's fault, Old Feng's reputation might be ruined by that Zhao Shui. A nearby person shot him a glance. Li Tieshio, I remember last year you got into a fight and broke your arm. You had no money, and Old Feng treated you for free. Truly ungrateful. If I were Old Feng and knew you were like this, I wouldn't have treated you at all. Most people around had received help from Feng Qishan, whether 10 years ago or even earlier, back in the 1960s. Li Tieshio was bombarded with complaints from the elderly nearby, getting splattered with saliva. One old man, with a foul mouth and a cough, was especially animated in his accusations against Li Tieshio. He spat a thick phlegm on Li Tieshio's face, and when Li Tieshio wiped it off, the smell almost made him throw up. Li Tieshio shouted loudly at the crowd, especially at the foul-mouthed old man. Grandpa Sun, when was the last time you brushed your teeth? If you spit on my face again, I'll go home and give your dog a good beating. Old Grandpa Sun seemed momentarily stunned. If you touch a hair on my dog, I'll smash you. Though he said that, he took a step back. His body honestly retreated, but his mouth continued to threaten. If anything happens to De Huang, I'll collapse at your doorstep until your family pays me. Li Taizhu was nearly sickened by the old man's bad breath. Seeing him getting more worked up, his body shook with anger. Li Taizhu stepped back, raising his hand to stop Grandpa Sun from advancing. All right, Grandpa Sun, don't try to trick me. I'm leaving now. Don't fall down. Li Taizhu stepped out of the crowd and let out a deep breath. Today was not going well. He had run into someone even more troublesome than himself. When the woman saw the person she was talking to leave, she quickly called out to him. Hey, don't go. Li Taizhu had been deliberately stirring things up against Zhao Shui at the clinic, and now this woman wanted to pull him into her scheme. Still catching a whiff of the bad breath, he glared at her in anger. Get lost, you old hag. I've grown up in this area and have never heard of a doctor in the clinic making a mistake, especially not for a simple cold. It's ridiculous that someone would come here just to cause trouble. Li Taiju was already angry, and now this woman had crossed the line. He stepped closer to her, towering over her, and pointed aggressively. Where do you live? I haven't seen you around before. Since the clinic opened, there has never been a case of misdiagnosis. There are plenty of people like you who come here just to make trouble. Some refuse to take medicine and let their condition worsen, while others are too stingy to buy a full prescription and try to find herbs themselves, only to end up getting poisoned and blaming the clinic. Then there are those who think they know better and take herbs that clash with their prescribed medicine, making their condition worse and harming their health. The only reason for all this is money. Which type are you? The middle-aged woman felt a flicker of panic at Li Tieju's words. She avoided his gaze and said, "What are you talking about? I don't understand you. Get away from me. I thought you were a reasonable person, but it turns out you're just an accomplice to the new clinic. My husband took the medicine prescribed by your doctor and got worse. My husband has a decent retirement income, and our children all have jobs. We don't lack for food or drink, so why would I do this? Are you saying the clinic made a mistake with the medicine? I can't even ask for an explanation when my husband is suffering. Is it true that if you don't live in this area, you can't come here for treatment?" You can't ask for an explanation. As she spoke, tears filled her eyes. Compared to her, Li Taiju appeared to be bullying her. Feeling the judgmental stares from the crowd, Li Taiju clenched his teeth in frustration. Su Lishu, who had not expected the unruly thug to see through the woman's intentions, realized she had been too used to being strong and was unprepared for this confrontation. Most people's disapproving looks were now directed at him. Just as Li Taiju was about to shout, Su Lishu spoke up. "That's true." Everyone turned their attention to Su Lishu. Li Taiju frowned at her. He knew she was a disciple of Master Feng. Why was she siding with this distressed woman? Su Lishu looked at the somewhat smug woman and said, "This lady is right. If there was a mistake in treatment, it is reasonable to ask for an explanation. If it was our clinic's fault, we will certainly take responsibility." The woman looked her up and down with a hint of disdain.
Who are you?
"A little girl, you shouldn't be speaking here. Are you in charge of this clinic?" Su Lishu smiled lightly and glanced at Feng Qishan. "I am the close disciple of the clinic's head, Old Master Feng Qishan. I believe I can handle this doctor-patient dispute." Upon hearing she was Feng Qishan's disciple, the woman noticed that everyone in the clinic, including Feng Qishan, remained silent. Her expression changed to one of delight, and the fear in her eyes vanished. "I see I underestimated you. The young doctor just heard that it was Zhao Shui from your clinic who prescribed the wrong medicine, which caused my husband to become seriously ill." Su Lishu nodded in agreement. "What kind of compensation do you expect?" For example, the woman found Su Lishu's innocent and naive expression amusing. She truly seemed foolish. "I don't ask for much. I just want the hospital expenses, compensation for my husband's health decline during this time, mental distress fees, and the costs for his recovery afterward." Her gaze turned to Feng Qishan. "As for my husband's recovery, I want Old Master Feng to take charge, since my husband is over 60 and his health can't handle any setbacks, and..." Su Lishu smiled as she watched the woman continue to demand more. Su Huai was called away, and Su Lishu subtly nodded in agreement with the woman's words. The woman pressed on. "That's about it, but let's be clear. You need to pay me this money up front. For all these expenses, you should compensate me 5,000. If it weren't for the fact that Old Master Feng is a renowned traditional Chinese medicine expert in Huyang, 5,000 wouldn't even cover anything." After saying this, the woman looked at them and noticed they were all silent. Thinking she might have asked for too much, she added, "Don't think 5,000 is excessive. My husband's health has suffered greatly, and anyone can see that. Just this alone is worth more than 5,000. Su Huai, who had just come out, whispered to Su Lishu. The medicine wasn't prescribed incorrectly, but an extra ingredient was added. Plus, the patient ate oranges without caution, which likely worsened his condition. He then leaned in to whisper to Feng Qishan. Su Lishu's eyes flashed with disdain. "What do you think, young doctor? 5,000 is nothing for your clinic, right? I don't think it's reasonable." Su Lishu replied, her previously innocent smile turning into a sarcastic smirk. What did you say? The woman couldn't believe how quickly a young girl could change her expression. Su Lishu scoffed, don't even mention 5,000 yuan. We won't give you a single cent. You and your husband have slandered the doctors at our clinic and damaged our reputation. I haven't even asked you for compensation and you still want 5,000. You must still be dreaming, ma'am. It's already noon.
You.
The woman was stunned, feeling that the girl was even more shameless than herself. What are you talking about? How did I ruin your clinic's reputation? Isn't there a record of the medicine Zhao Shuekai prescribed at your clinic? My husband became like this after taking her medicine. Su Lishu coldly replied, am I making things up? You know better than anyone. Our clinic has records of all the treatments and prescriptions. According to our records, Dr. Zhao prescribed normal cold medicine, along with medicine for your irregular menstruation. I'm not mistaken, am I? How do we know if the records are accurate? Were all the ingredients used that day really recorded? Despite Su Lishu's questioning, the woman's expression remained calm, and her tone was steady. After all, she had thrown away all the leftover medicine, and no one could prove if there was a problem with it. Hey, isn't there leftover medicine? Just bring it over and let old Feng check it. Then we'll know. At this moment, more and more people gathered around, clearly hearing their conversation. Such an easy matter prompted someone nearby to speak up. Su Lishu smirked. Yes, ma'am. Why don't you bring the leftover medicine from home to the clinic? The woman's expression turned cold as she glanced at the person who spoke up. What leftover medicine? I finished it days ago and threw it away. There's nothing left. Oh? No leftover medicine? But I have some here. The woman looked surprised and confused. You have leftover medicine? What are you joking about? How could you have my family's leftover medicine? Where did you get it to trick us? I gave it to you. A 15 or 16-year-old girl stepped out of the clinic, looking at the woman with disgust. The woman was shocked by the girl's appearance. Choo-choo, where did you get leftover medicine? It's not. The day before yesterday, you told me to throw it away. I didn't want to bother, so I just left it under the tree in the backyard. Since you've been too lazy to clean the backyard, it's still there. After saying that, she rushed towards the woman and pushed her hard, saying, You wicked woman. You ruined my dad's health just to get money from us. Choo-choo, cough. You can't treat your mom like this. What mom? She's not my mom at all. Zhang Choo-choo shouted at the old man. My real mom passed away when she gave birth to me. I told you before that this woman was only after your money, but you didn't listen. Now look, she has ruined your health to get money, and you are happy about it. The old man turned to help the woman up, but stumbled and nearly fell himself. Zhang Choo-choo quickly supported him, saying, Dad, what are you doing? You are in this condition, and you still care about her. Cough. Choo-choo, quickly help your mom up. You shouldn't be so rude. It's not your mom who ruined my health. Hearing this, Zhang Choo-choo angrily shook off the old man's hand. I already told you this woman is not my mom. My real mom gave birth to me at the age of 42 to give you a child. I don't expect you to be loyal to my mom, but you shouldn't let a scheming woman create chaos in our home. Big brother, second brother, big sister, and second sister have all been driven away by this woman. When will you wake up? Choo-choo, how can you say that? I've been part of the Zhang family for almost a year. During this time, I did all the housework and cooked meals. I also took care of your dad. Even if I didn't contribute much, I worked hard, and I can't believe you think this way of me. Zhang Choo-choo scoffed. No contribution but hard work? Only you would shamelessly say that. If you want to be part of the Zhang family, isn't it basic to do these things? Besides, my big brother and second brother give you living expenses every month, and half of my dad's pension goes into your pocket. And still, you're not satisfied. You even want to use my dad's health to get money. How dare you? Zhang Choo-choo shouted at the woman. Just wait, I've already called my big brother, big sister, and second sister. Prepare to be kicked out, you wicked woman. Upon hearing Zhang Choo-choo's words, the woman's face turned pale with fear. Usually, She secretly took some of the old man's pension and sold the nutritional products they bought for him at a low price, thinking they wouldn't mind since they saw her taking care of him. But the main issue was the old man's health. It was their bottom line. If they found out about this, being kicked out would be the least of her worries. The money I saved during this time will be taken back, my reputation will be ruined, and without money, my family will cut ties with me. Most importantly, I don't want to go to jail. The woman hurriedly got up from the ground, showing no signs of weakness. No, Choo-choo, it's not what you think. Don't be fooled by them. You have seen how much I care for your father. He hasn't had any minor illnesses. It was just this time when I returned to my family for 2 days that your father caught a cold. I only brought him here because I heard this hospital was well known. Who knew the medicine would make things worse? Choo-choo, you know all this. You can't side with outsiders against your father. Choo-choo, stop it. Cough, cough. Your mother isn't lying to you. Su-la-shu looked at the coughing old man with amusement. He was using his own health to support his young wife, clearly showing his love. Our clinic's records are fine, and the residue from the medicine you brought from home matches our records. Hearing that there were no issues, the woman's fear turned to shock, then slowly to happiness. But the next words from the other party made her smile freeze. Su-la-shu observed the woman's changing expressions and said, "However, we found an extra ingredient, rhubarb, in the medicine residue. Rhubarb is a medicinal herb, but it acts as a laxative." Su-la-shu looked at the old man. The patient is already weak from the cold, especially since he is older, so his resistance is lower than usual. Taking too much laxative can lead to dehydration. Plus, during this time, you have been eating oranges every day. Oranges can cause heat in the body, and with all these factors combined, even without rhubarb, your condition could worsen. Considering your current health, consuming a lot of oranges while having a cold would make it worse. And with the added rhubarb, it has led to respiratory failure and severe dehydration, which is not unfair. As Su-la-shu spoke, both the woman and the old man looked uneasy. Although they were found out, the woman still tried to argue. Don't talk nonsense. In our hometown, we often dig up rhubarb to make tea, and no one has ever had a problem. Why is it a problem when it comes from you? My husband, old Zhang, has constipation, so I bought some to make tea, and now it's poison in your words. Su-la-shu said, I never said that rhubarb is poison. It's just that your husband was already weak from a cold, and he ate a lot of oranges without being careful. A cold that isn't treated can get worse, and since your husband consumed too much rhubarb, his condition worsened. That's the reason. She continued, regarding your diet, our doctor clearly told you that during treatment you shouldn't eat cold or spicy foods. But you not only ignored that advice, you also ate a lot. This young lady mentioned that your family has been buying oranges almost every day lately. Before this, your husband hardly ate oranges at all. Am I wrong, ma'am? Su-la-shu said with a hint of sarcasm. Every medicine we sell is recorded, and during this time, we have never sold rhubarb. So, ma'am, you don't need me to investigate further to know who caused your husband's condition. Suddenly, a loud slap echoed in the room. Why are you helping outsiders? You fool. It's my fault for spoiling you, and not teaching you right from wrong. Cough, cough. Old Zhang held his chest, breathing heavily and coughing, looking at Zhang Choo-choo with disappointment. Zhang Choo-choo covered her face in disbelief, tears streaming down her cheeks. You hit me. You hit me for this woman. Are you still my dad? Zhang Choo-choo shouted in distress, her eyes filled with hurt. Old Zhang ignored her and moved closer to the woman, instinctively touching her belly. Zhang Choo-choo was shocked and pointed at them. Seeing that the truth was out and he couldn't get any money, old Zhang said, Your mother is pregnant. I know my health, and I won't live much longer. I have to think about your brother. Zhang Choo-choo scoffed, realizing her dad had known everything from the start and was willing to harm his own health for money. My dad, you really are confused. Don't you know your own body? Besides, this woman isn't even pregnant. I saw her yesterday, and she was dealing with her period. What pregnancy are you talking about? Dad, when will you wake up? Zhang Choo-choo's words hit old Zhang like a thunderbolt. Feelings of shame and anger surged within him, and his breathing became rapid. As he looked like he might fall, Zhang Choo-choo quickly supported him. Old Zhang stared at the woman with his cloudy eyes. Choo-choo said, it's true. You're not pregnant. At that moment, the woman looked anxious, shaking her head at old Zhang, but she couldn't find the words to explain. The truth about pregnancy is hard to hide. Even if she could deny it now, a visit to the hospital would reveal the truth. Besides, Zhang's third son works at the hospital. The woman quickly grabbed old Zhang's hand. I didn't mean to, old Zhang. I just really wanted to have a child with you. I thought I was pregnant at first, but my period came 2 days ago. I didn't expect I wasn't pregnant. I'm sorry, old Zhang. It's not what you think.
Please believe me.
Old Zhang suddenly slumped, most of his weight leaning on Zhang Chuchu. He became overwhelmed and fainted.
Dad.
Seeing old Zhang faint, Zhang Chuchu shouted in panic, feeling herself about to collapse but was caught. Big brother. Zhang Chuchu felt reassured upon seeing someone arrive. Big brother Zhang quickly held old Zhang and rushed to the hospital, while Zhang's sister-in-law shot a fierce glare at the woman. You better pray that Dad is okay. This chaotic scene ended with the truth revealed and the main character fainting. The reputation of the clinic was preserved, and everyone left satisfied. Back at the clinic, Zhang Yinian gave her a thumbs up in admiration. Xiao Shu, you're amazing. Su Lishu was slowly organizing the herbs. It's nothing. If it were a complex illness, it would be different, but a simple cold shouldn't lead to mistakes. I don't know about other clinics, but at least ours won't make such errors. Su Lishu sighed and pushed the man in front of her away. Be careful in the car. With a click, the seatbelt was fastened. Gu Shaoqing wiped her lips and gave her a quick kiss before returning to the driver's seat. Does your arm hurt today? Su Lishu shook her head, slightly pouting. I'm fine. I've told you I'm completely better, but you just don't believe it. Gu Shaoqing chuckled, holding her hand on his lap while driving away from the clinic. After finishing dinner and returning home, Su Lishu reached for the light switch. Halfway through, she was suddenly turned around and pushed against the door. Then, a passionate kiss landed on her lips, urgent and intense. Su Lishu, caught off guard, tilted her head back to accept it. As the kiss deepened, she slowly wrapped her arms around the man's neck in response. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. A deep, raspy voice whispered in her ear, bringing a sense of comfort. She felt the man's large hand, which startled Su Lishu, making her quickly let go of him. Enough, I just want to sleep now. Hurry up, I need to sleep, she said in a playful tone, which made the man feel relaxed. He leaned in and kissed her cheek. Su Lishu thought that would be the end of it for the day, but she underestimated how long the man had gone without intimacy. In the bathroom, along with the sound of water, there were also the sounds of a woman's frustrated shouts, but to the man, they sounded soft and playful. Su Lishu, who had planned to be at the clinic the next day, was still fast asleep on her big bed by noon. She was awakened by the doorbell. She turned over to continue sleeping, but the doorbell downstairs seemed determined to wake her up. Annoyed, she closed her eyes and called out, Gu Shaoqing, go answer the door. She kicked out her leg, but it hit nothing. Half awake, Su Lishu opened her eyes and peeked through the curtain to see the bright sun outside. Realizing it was already 12:30, she remembered the man had left for work long ago. Feeling a bit sore, she cursed the man for his lack of restraint. After changing into a long-sleeved shirt, she opened the door to find her brother, Su Lahong, who she hadn't seen in over a month. She was surprised to see his unshaven face. Brother, when was the last time you shaved? Have you not been resting well? She asked, stepping aside to let him in. Su Lahong looked her over and noticed her rosy complexion. He placed his injured hand on the doorknob, indicating it had healed. Seeing the sweat on his forehead, she poured him a glass of ice water. He quickly drank it and said, since your hand is better, you should go to the office. Even though the finances for the past 2 months are handled, you still need to take a look. After finishing the last sip of water and putting down the glass, Su Lahong felt more alive. Also, the R&D department has finished the Shuyan cream and setting powder. They're just waiting for you to check the quality. Additionally, some clients have complained that the store is too far from them and suggested opening another store in the west of the city.
And
after half an hour of updates, he finally finished. He got up and went to the kitchen to pour himself another glass of ice water. After listening to business matters for half an hour, Sulishu felt overwhelmed by the amount of work. Until school started, she was busy at the company, regularly going to the clinic on weekends to learn and assist with consultations. After the start of the second semester of sophomore year, the company expanded again, and a clothing store opened a branch in Huyang. Sulishu had to manage products, design clothes, and decorate the space, while also committing to study at the medical clinic every weekend. She wished she could clone herself to handle everything. Number 25, you are surrounded. Come back with us quickly. Get lost. If anyone comes closer, they'll regret it. The organization has invested a lot in your training. Isn't it treating you well? You were an orphan from a young age. The organization brought you back and has been searching for your relatives in your home country. The organization has always cared for you, providing for your needs without fail. Siuyu, come back with your sister. Do you really want to hurt her feelings? Get back. The girl called Honghu had wounds and blood all over her body. She was dirty and disheveled, with her hair covering most of her face. Sulishu hid in the shadows, watching the standoff, noticing that they were armed. She considered leaving but realized from their conversation that they were part of a secret organization, possibly from another country. These people were dangerous and well-trained, aware of their surroundings. Although she had some means to protect herself, she knew she couldn't confront such fearless individuals. No matter what you say, I will not go back. We are in Manhwa now, where all firearms and dangerous items are strictly prohibited. If the Manhwa military finds out, none of you will escape. The woman facing the girl laughed mockingly. What are you talking about, sister? How would the Manhwa military know about us? After all these years with the organization, how can you still be so naive? She nodded in agreement with herself. It's true. If you weren't naive, you wouldn't be thinking about returning to Manhwa for protection. Number 25, you should know that you are no longer a citizen of Manhwa. Your entire family has immigrated abroad, and now you are crossing the border illegally. Besides, you are a member of the Manhwa organization. You know our reputation worldwide. We are seen as dangerous individuals. What do you think will happen if Manhwa discovers your identity? Right now, you have no choice but to return to the organization with us. I am a citizen of Manhwa. A killing intent flashed in Honghu's eyes as she kicked the wall fiercely. A body flew through the air quickly towards the woman, with a sharp dagger aimed at her neck. The woman quickly stepped back and someone tried to shoot, but she stopped them. We can't shoot. This isn't a place like America. If the Dragon Country's army comes, we won't be able to leave. This aligned with the Red Fox's thoughts, and they dared not fire. Soon, 3 people on the woman's side were dead. The Red Fox was stabbed in the shoulder by the woman, blood gushing out. At the same time, another man kicked the Red Fox hard in the stomach. The Red Fox slashed the man's calf with the dagger, taking off a chunk of flesh. Meanwhile, the woman's hand was grabbed, and with a loud crack, her hand was broken. The Red Fox then swung at the woman's neck. The woman, enduring the pain, quickly retreated, but a cut appeared on her neck, and blood began to seep out. The Red Fox showed no sign of retreat. His eyes were fierce, and his skills were not weakened despite his bleeding wounds. He watched them like a wolf eyeing its prey. The man, seeing the woman's neck wound and the chunk of flesh he had lost, pulled out his gun and shot at the Red Fox, then helped the woman to run back quickly. The Red Fox was surprised that the man actually dared to shoot. He instinctively dodged, but still got hit in the abdomen. He wanted to chase them but was too injured and collapsed to the ground. Sulishu felt the gunfire for the first time, startled. She saw the 2 running towards her and thought she was unlucky. Forgetting her bicycle, she quickly got up and ran away. But after just 2 steps, she was spotted. Who is it? Stop or I will shoot, followed by the sound of a bullet being loaded. Sulishu quickly stopped and slowly turned around, her eyes red and tears streaming down her face. With a trembling voice, filled with fear, she looked at them and said, "Please don't kill me. I didn't mean to see you. I just want to go home." Her meaning was clear. She wanted to go home, and they were the ones blocking her, not the other way around. The man supporting the woman, filled with murderous intent, said, "Boss, I'll go kill her." He showed no mercy despite Su Lishu's appearance. The woman, hearing the noise around her, nodded pale-faced. "Let's finish this quickly." The man limped closer to Su Lishu. Su Lishu stepped back, her face showing fear and panic, but her feet slowly moved towards the woman. "Please don't come closer. Don't kill me. I promise I won't tell anyone. Please let me go." The man's face was cold and unyielding. He tried to grab Su Lishu with one hand while raising a dagger with the other. As he unconsciously moved closer to the woman, Su Lishu revealed an electric baton hidden in her other hand. She struck at the woman's arm, but the woman, being cautious, attacked Su Lishu with the dagger. Just as she was about to move, Su Lishu threw a powder in her face, causing her to fall straight down. The man also collapsed in disbelief and frustration. He had underestimated this beautiful woman. Seeing them fall, Su Lishu did not relax. She shocked them several times with the electric baton. After hitting them on the head a few times to ensure they were completely unconscious, she finally felt at ease. When she looked up, she saw a girl, known as Red Fox, standing behind her, watching. Su Lishu's body tensed, and alarms rang in her mind. She had seen how skilled this girl was. She had taken down 3 out of 5 opponents. Holding the electric baton tightly, she watched the girl approach cautiously. Su Lishu slowly backed away, and neither of them spoke. The girl stopped beside the 2 fallen men, crouched down, and quickly slashed their necks. They were now beyond saving. Red Fox looked up at the wary Su Lishu and said, "I won't kill you. Just go. Forget what you saw tonight and don't try to call the police. If you do, this organization will find you." After saying this, she ignored Su Lishu and turned to leave, but her injuries were too severe, and she collapsed on the ground. Su Lishu had intended to turn and leave as well, but she paused when she recalled the identity revealed by the system. Yen Chu was a descendant of soldiers. Her grandfather died in battle, and her family sacrificed for the country in various ways. During a time of turmoil, her parents took her abroad for safety, but when she was 8, they were killed by the organization mentioned earlier. Afterward, she was taken back by the organization and trained as an assassin, believing Yen Chu did not know her parents were killed by them. However, Yen Chu had always known who was responsible for her parents' deaths. Although she was not home when her parents were murdered, she saw someone leave her house, especially noting the blood on that person's face. It was the father of the woman known as the boss. She had always been aware of this. So, during her years with the organization, she had concealed her abilities, making subtle mistakes on missions to make them believe she was mediocre. During this border mission, Yen Chu finally escaped, but was soon discovered by the Min Sha organization, which chased her here. Su Lishu, feeling anxious, sighed. As a military descendant, she had no criminal record, making her a pitiful person. As she approached Yen Chu to help her up, Yen Chu opened her eyes and grabbed her hand, using her last bit of strength to ask, "What are you doing?" "If you don't want to be found by the police, come with me," Su Lishu replied. Hearing her words, Yen Chu wasn't sure if she trusted her or if she was just too exhausted, but she used Su Lishu's strength to slowly get up and follow her. Su Lishu helped her sit on the back of her bicycle and rode with her. Not long after they left, several police cars arrived at the scene. They found 5 deceased individuals, each armed with guns and sharp weapons. The team was led by an experienced old police officer who frowned as he examined the scene. Most of the younger officers were seeing such a dangerous situation for the first time, especially since 2 of the men clearly looked foreign. The fatal wounds were mostly on the neck and heart, indicating a swift and lethal attack. It was clear this was not an ordinary murder. This was beyond their usual cases. "Sir, should we send someone to chase after them?" a young officer asked, looking at the frowning old officer. The old officer shook his head and turned to another middle-aged officer, saying, "Report this." Given the nature of the confrontation, the suspects likely fled long ago and might already be on their way out of the province. Su Lishu brought Yen Chu back to the villa, where there were fewer people. They couldn't enter through the front door, as the guard was a retired soldier who would easily recognize the injuries. As Su Lishu was about to help Yan Chu through a small opening, Gu Shaoqing came out to meet them. The man quickly noticed his wife bending down to pull someone through the dog door. When he saw the blood on her back, he hurried over. Hearing his footsteps, Su Lishu was startled and quickly pushed Yan Chu into the opening, covering her with her body. Seeing it was him, Su Lishu sighed in relief. Then Gu Shaoqing turned her around, asking, "Wife, are you hurt? Who did this? We need to go to the hospital." Su Lishu quickly stopped him, holding him tight. Even though it was nighttime, she still wanted to maintain her dignity. "Keep your voice down, it's not me who's hurt, not you." Gu Shaoqing's worry eased a bit. Although his hand was holding her, his eyes were still looking around her, while his other hand touched her back. After checking carefully and confirming she was fine, he looked behind her. "Is that blood from the person inside?" Su Lishu glanced around and then explained everything to him in a whisper. The main point was that this person saved her, which is why she brought him back. She didn't mention that she learned about Yan Chu's background from the system. Knowing the man's character, he would definitely investigate further. Su Lishu thought it over. Instead of secretly hiding Yan Chu to recover, it would be better to let her be seen by everyone. Although Yan Chu was from the Min Sha organization, she had never killed anyone and had not harmed the safety of the people of Manhwa. Since she wanted to escape the Min Sha organization and was chased back to her country, as long as she explained about that organization, there shouldn't be any major issues. Moreover, Yan Chu's background in Manhwa was her lifeline. If Yan Chu wanted to stay in Manhwa for a long time, she had to be seen as a good person by the country. Gu Shaoqing's previously relaxed brows furrowed again as he glanced at the bloodied person. He looked down at his wide-eyed, innocent wife with some helplessness. He reached out and patted her head. "Do you want to save her?" "Yes," Su Lishu nodded. "If she hadn't saved me, you would be looking at a corpse right now." "Don't say that." The man's hand on her head tightened, his tone serious, unable to accept her words. Gu Shaoqing sighed helplessly. "You need to understand that someone like her cannot be kept close, even if she was once a citizen of Manhwa. With my position, our family cannot help her, at least not secretly." "I understand." Su Lishu tightened her grip on his hand to reassure him. "It's just that we can't find a place for her right now. At least she saved me. So why not wake her up and ask her what she wants?" Before they could act, they heard a weak voice. "I am Yan Shursong's granddaughter. My grandfather, Yan Shursong, was the commander of the 1925 Corps, and after liberation, he was the deputy commander of the Southwest Military Region. I need to find Yan Jinpeng. He is my uncle and was the deputy commander of the Northwest Military Region 13 years ago." "You're awake?" Su Lishu was surprised she hadn't noticed. Yan Chu tried to sit up, only to realize she was still in a cramped space. Feeling defeated, she fell back down. "I can surrender, but I want to see Yan Jinpeng." The couple exchanged glances, and Su Lishu nodded. "You go call the police. I will stay here and watch her." Gu Shaoqing shook his head. "You go call the police. I'll stay here." Su Lishu knew that the man was afraid she would use herself as leverage. Once Su Lishu left, Gu Shaoqing's demeanor became dangerous. He crouched down, his eagle-like gaze fixed on her. "Why don't you escape? You should have been alert this whole time. You should know that, given your status, turning yourself in means you won't have a chance to come back out." Yan Chu raised her eyebrows in surprise. This person was dangerous. He was as intimidating as her superior in the organization, and she hadn't expected both of them to be such unpredictable experts. Yan Chu chuckled softly. "I said I would turn myself in. Your wife is only involved because of me." Hearing this, Gu Shaoqing showed no expression, but the dangerous aura around him lessened slightly. He stood up, looking down at her. "Get up." Yan Chu struggled to push through the pain, finally managing to crawl out, blood seeping from her wounds. Her body trembled slightly against the wall from the pain. The police arrived quickly, and Su Lishu and Gu Shaoqing were taken away. Yan Chu looked at the police station without fear, feeling a long-lost excitement. She was finally back. Due to the gunfire, the police immediately reported to higher authorities. Since it involved illegal possession of firearms and Yan Chu was to meet military personnel, it became a matter between two countries. The military quickly sent someone to take Yan Chu away. This included Su Lishu, as she was a witness to the assassination attempt. She also took Yan Chu with her. Regardless of her motives, Su Lishu would face questioning. "Don't be afraid. Report anything if needed," Su Lishu said, feeling a bit awkward as she glanced at the soldiers around them. Wasn't this clearly telling others she had connections? "Okay, I understand. I'll be back soon. Please tell Grandma not to worry." On the way, Su Lishu had her eyes covered and was soon taken to a separate room. When the blindfold was removed, she saw 3 military personnel sitting in front of her, 2 men and 1 woman. The man in the middle, serious and unsmiling, looked at her. Su Lishu took a moment to assess the room. It looked just like the interrogation rooms she had seen in TV dramas. In reality, she found herself sitting here. Su Lishu, 21 years old, from Jiangyuan City, Yuezhou Province, a second-year student at Yuezhou University. She has a grandmother, parents, a sister, and a younger brother. She got married on the 15th day of the first lunar month this year. Gu Shaoqing, the male party, is 28 years old and currently holds a deputy position at the provincial level in Yuezhou. His father, Su Lishu, listened quietly, showing no surprise. By the time the police learned about this matter, her information had already been fully revealed to them. Su Lishu nodded. "Yes." The male soldier closed the file in front of him. "You reported the incident that happened around 8:20 p.m. last night at the east-west alley in the south of the city. You witnessed everything." Su Lishu nodded again. "I was about to go home from work when I almost tripped over a stone and had to brace myself on the ground, twisting my wrist a bit. I had just paused to move my wrist when they arrived. I heard them arguing and mentioning some organization. It sounded very dangerous. When I stopped, I saw they all had guns. I was so scared that I didn't dare to leave, worried I might alert them. I thought about hiding until they finished, but then I saw a man and a woman running towards me, both injured. I was afraid they would kill me. Just as I was about to run, I took one step and was spotted. They wanted to kill me, but that girl saved me." "So you took her away?" the quiet female soldier asked. Su Lishu nodded helplessly. "Since you heard she was part of an underground organization and had killed someone, why did you still take her away?" She fixed her gaze on Su Lishu's face. Without hesitation, Su Lishu replied, "I didn't think much at that moment. Maybe I just didn't react properly. I had just escaped with my life and saw the girl who saved me lying on the ground. Instinctively, I took her home. When I met my husband, I felt more secure and realized I had made a mistake. I shouldn't have taken someone away so casually. What if she had killed me? I wouldn't have had anywhere to cry." The male and female soldiers exchanged glances, and the female soldier shook her head slightly. The male soldier stood up and looked at her. "We already know what you said, but we still need to investigate further." "You can't go home yet." Su Lishu quickly nodded. "I understand. You need to finish questioning that girl. If her story matches mine, then I will be cleared." "I get it." The male soldier was momentarily taken aback by her words and said nothing as he walked out. Once the door closed, the female soldier shook her head. "I believe what she said is true. I didn't see any signs of her lying. Maybe she has received training in this area. Even I can't see through her disguise." After saying this, she shook her head, doubting her own words. That shouldn't be the case. She has lived in Jiangyuan her whole life, only moving to Huyang in the last 2 years. During that time, she has always been at school, the company, or her family's clinic, never leaving Yuezhou Province. Moreover, when she married her husband, the Gu family checked her background, so there shouldn't be any issues. Also, her master is the renowned traditional Chinese medicine expert, Feng Qishan. She has been pampered by her family since childhood and hasn't suffered much. Besides being a bit spoiled, there shouldn't be any problems. Let's go check that side. The male soldier didn't speak but seemed to agree with the female soldier's words. At the end of the hallway was another interrogation room, and the questioning there was not as gentle as it was with Su Lishu. They used all kinds of threats and temptations. Even a lie detector was used, showing that she was telling the truth. Yan Chu looked at them seriously. "Every word I say is true. I have never forgotten which country I belong to, nor have I forgotten who killed my parents. I have always remembered. Since I started my mission with the Min Sha faction, I haven't harmed anyone. Even when I was nearly killed, I never forgot my desire to return home. I follow all the orders of my country. I just want to go back and find my family. Su Lishu was taken back to a small room with only an iron bed to sleep on. Sitting on the bed, she reflected on the previous night. Su Lishu looked down at the wrist that was held tightly. If you want me to save you, I know who you are. If you want to stay in Longwa, you must turn yourself in because of your identity. I don't think you want to live like a rat, hiding everywhere. Do you understand what I mean? Yan Chu was shocked, tightening her grip on Su Lishu's wrist. Who are you? Su Lishu frowned slightly and pressed a point on her wrist, causing Yan Chu to lose feeling and let go. Yan Chu's face showed clear shock as she looked at Su Lishu with a serious gaze. Su Lishu pointed at the mark on her wrist. I am just an ordinary citizen of Longwa. You don't need to see me as a bad person or your enemy. So, are we leaving? Or would you rather wait here for the police? Seeing she didn't respond, Su Lishu stood up, ready to leave. About the electric baton and the drugs, those are yours, right? Yan Chu remained silent, looking up at her, and as Su Lishu was about to leave, she said, I want to meet someone from the Northwest Military District directly. You can help me, right? Exchange. Su Lishu turned to her and asked, Are you threatening me? I wouldn't dare, Yan Chu replied, staring at her. If you know who I am, you must have a way. Wait here. When the police arrive, you can explain your reason, and you will also be able to see the person you want to meet. Yan Chu sat up with a bitter smile. I can see them, but you know the difficulties in the process. Why suffer more when there is an easier way? Su Lishu assessed her with a slight smile. I'll help you, but what will you give me in return? Yan Chu said, As long as you help me, I can agree to 3 conditions. As long as they are not harmful, I will agree to anything. Su Lishu didn't expect to gain more and bent down to help her up. Then let's work together happily. Su Lishu was sent back alone after 5 days in the military. As for Yan Chu, Su Lishu didn't ask. They weren't related, but helping her intercept those 2 people and bringing her here was already a kindness from a military descendant. The fact that she could go home indicated that Yan Chu should be fine. They just needed to investigate whether what Yan Chu said was true. Her destination was not her concern. Gu Shaoqing, who had received the news, was already waiting outside and rushed to open the car door when he saw the car stop. He caught her as she got out, relieved to see her rosy complexion and no signs of injury. Even though the military had assured him she was fine, seeing her with his own eyes was what truly eased his mind. He pulled her close and nodded at the soldiers who brought her back. Thank you for your hard work. Hand in hand, they returned home. Su Lishu touched the man's chin and asked, Why do you look so worn out? Didn't you rest well? I missed you, he said, pulling her onto his lap and holding her tightly. Su Lishu wrapped her arms around his neck and casually said, That girl should be okay, right? Now that I'm home, I wonder if she can find her family. Gu Shaoqing remembered the background information he had discovered the day before and gently stroked her hair without replying. Not hearing his answer, Su Lishu found herself turned around and sitting on his lap. Then his lips covered hers, kissing her until she was breathless. He pulled back slightly and said, Thinking about someone else while in your husband's arms, huh? Before Su Lishu could respond, he kissed her again. She playfully slapped him twice, thinking if he didn't want to talk, then he shouldn't. She felt like her lips were going to be sore. Gu Shaoqing chuckled softly, watching the ripples between their lips. Is it that intense? As he squeezed her soft flesh, Su Lishu's sensitive body relaxed and melted into his embrace. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. As the weather got colder, Su Lishu felt more and more sleepy, as if she could never fully wake up. She thought it was because she had too much to do. Besides attending classes, she was busy with company matters and some assignments from Feng Qishan. At night, she also had to deal with her relationship, although she found some joy in it. Finally, when winter break arrived, Su Lishu slept deeply for a long time. Feng Qishan watched as his young disciple casually entered, eating a box of cherries. He pondered whether he had been giving her tasks that were too easy lately. But then he remembered that he had taught her everything she needed to know. She just needed practice. Why did she learn so quickly? Mainly because his young disciple was very talented, learning and remembering things almost instantly. By noon, after finishing the day's lessons, he saw his disciple lounging in his spot, enjoying the sun, while he was busy working. It felt quite unfair. Get up and look presentable. You need to go see patients, he said. Su Lishu opened one eye to glance at him and then closed it again. Master, it's not my turn to see patients today. It's yours. If you don't go, the patients will be waiting for you. Hey, you lazy little thing, he exclaimed, turning to grab a broom from the yard. Seeing that he was serious, Su Lishu quickly jumped up and started to run.
What are you doing, old man?
Can't we just talk about this? Are you going or not? Feng Qishan chased her with the broom. Su Lishu was worried he might tire himself out, so she surrendered. All right, you don't have to run. You're not young anymore.
I'll go, okay?
She said, glancing at his legs as she walked outside. Feng Qishan grumbled about his bad luck in choosing such a disciple. Su Huai then looked back at his little junior sister, who seemed to be running away from a dog, while Master kept a watchful eye on her with the broom. It was quite amusing. Su Lishu greeted Su Huai, third senior brother, just out for a walk? The attention quickly shifted to Su Huai. He could feel Master's gaze on him. Master, the senior brother called looking for you, Su Huai quickly said. Feng Qishan huffed and put down the broom, one after another. They're driving me crazy. When Su Lishu received the news about a business trip to the capital, she was busy chatting with Zhang Yinian while handling herbs. Should I go with you?
She asked.
Feng Qishan shot her a sideways glance. Who else would go? You're the most free. That's fine. She's a bit lazy right now. Until she got on the train, Su Lishu didn't know what the trip to the capital was for. Master, why are we going to the capital? Who are we treating? Feng Qishan took a sip of tea and replied, We're going to help your senior brother clean up the mess. Senior brother? Lu Yuan, Su Lishu, was a bit confused. She heard that Lu Yuan seemed to be the deputy director at the first military district hospital in the capital. At that level, could there really be someone they couldn't treat without outside help? Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, who was needed as outside help, was sweating after just coming out of the operating room. How did Director Zhao and Director Lu do? As soon as they came out, they were surrounded by a group of soldiers. Director Zhao shook his head. It's still not good. The commander's body can't handle the length of the surgery. Plus, the tumor in the commander's brain is pressing on the nerves, and there are some issues with his heart and blood pressure. He needs to take care of his health before surgery. He then looked at one of the soldiers. Before Old Feng comes to the capital to help the commander, it's best to make sure he doesn't stay up late and gets enough rest. And you must keep a close watch. He can't sneak snacks like sweet fried dough or spicy duck blood. This time, it was because he ate sweet fried dough and spicy duck blood that caused the problem. The guard, who was given strict instructions, felt helpless. How could he control the commander's temper? The next day, as soon as she got off the train, Su Lishu saw her senior brother, Lu Yuan. He was about 1.7 meters tall, in his 40s, looking gentle and somewhat refined, accompanied by two soldiers. When Lu Yuan saw them, he quickly stepped forward and slightly bent down to take the luggage from Feng Qishan's hands. Master, Feng Qishan looked at his balding head and turned his eyes away in disdain. Lu Yuan noticed his master's disapproving gaze and helplessly touched his thinning hair. Why is it that every time they meet, the first thing his master notices is his bald head? Su Lishu also noticed the exchange between them and wanted to laugh but felt it would be rude, so she bit her lip to hold it in. Lu Yuan's gaze fell on the stunningly beautiful girl beside his master. He was impressed. This must be my junior sister. Master often praises you on the phone. Your talent is even better than ours. Su Lishu smiled modestly at him. Hello, senior brother. I'm Su Lishu. You can just call me Xiaoshu. Master often praises the eldest senior brother in front of me and the third senior brother, saying that he studies the hardest and is the most like him among us. Is that so? Lu Yuan looked at Feng Qishan doubtfully. Feng Qishan glared. What are you looking at? Are we leaving or not? Su Lishu directly pointed out. Look, Master is shy. Hey, you little rascal, I called you here to learn not to chatter. Lu Yuan cheerfully took out the gift he prepared for Su Lishu. Junior sister, this is a gift from the eldest senior brother. It should have been given to you when you became his disciple, but I've been too busy to return. Lu Yuan handed her a well-protected medical book, showing how much care its owner had for it. Su Lishu quickly accepted it and thanked him. Thank you, eldest senior brother. She also took out her gift for him. Eldest senior brother, this is a healing pill I made myself. Originally, Su Lishu hadn't planned to prepare anything, but seeing the hair on Lu Yuan's head, she thought he would like this healing pill. Lu Yuan looked at the small porcelain bottle in Su Lishu's hand, feeling a bit uneasy, and hesitated to take it. It wasn't that he doubted his junior sister's medical skills. Despite her talent, it was hard to believe she could create this healing pill in less than a year of apprenticeship. His hair had always been a concern for him, and both he and Master had worked hard to maintain its current state over the years. However, this was their first meeting, and he couldn't refuse a gift from someone else. Moreover, it seemed his junior sister had quite a lot of beautiful black hair. He reached out to take it, saying, "Junior sister, actually my hair is fine as it is. I don't need any special pills." Even as he said this, he quickly tucked the porcelain bottle into his pocket. When they arrived at the hospital, Su Lishu realized that the patient Feng Qishan was treating was quite special. From the moment they entered this level, soldiers guarded the entrance and the elevator. Su Lishu felt as if there were always watchful eyes on her, as if one wrong move could lead to serious consequences. At the door of a patient's room, soldiers stood guard. Besides that, the gazes directed at her were sharper and more intense. Before entering the room, both Feng Qishan and Su Lishu were searched before being allowed inside. This was Su Lishu's first time experiencing such an atmosphere. With multiple layers of security, the patient inside must hold a very high position. Soon, Su Lishu and a few others entered the hospital room. Inside, there was an elderly man in a hospital gown sitting on the sofa, along with a middle-aged man in military uniform, around 40 years old, who was reporting to the elderly man. Additionally, a young man was making tea. Su Lishu quickly glanced at the military rank on the middle-aged man's shoulder, 2 bars and 4 stars, a senior colonel. When the middle-aged man saw them enter, the elderly man closed the document and looked at him. "That's enough for today. During this time, everything will be decided by the deputy commander. You can go now." The middle-aged man saluted the elderly man and turned to leave, glancing at Su Lishu as he exited. Seeing that he meant no harm, Su Lishu, with her big, curious eyes, looked back at him without fear, showing only curiosity and a hint of respect for the military. The elderly man noticed her and chuckled. "Qishan, come sit down. Is this young lady your student?" "Commander," Feng Qishan said with a smile as he walked over to the elderly man to introduce her. "This is my closed-door disciple, Su Lishu. She has a good talent and is quite skilled in traditional Chinese medicine." "Oh," the commander looked at Su Lishu seriously. "It's rare to hear you praise someone. She must be a good seed." The commander took out a cup and personally poured tea for Feng Qishan. Feng Qishan sat down across from the commander. "She is indeed much better than her senior brothers. Young lady, please sit down. Don't be shy." The young man glanced at Su Lishu and poured 2 cups of tea for the empty seats. Su Lishu was surprised. She realized that the people in this hospital room held significant identities, but she didn't expect them to be so important. A military commander. Su Lishu stood beside Feng Qishan, smiling after a moment. Feng Qishan sat down across from the commander. "She is indeed much better than her senior brothers. Young lady, please sit down. Don't be shy." The young man glanced at Su Lishu and poured. "They worry too much." Feng Qishan placed his hand on the commander's pulse, then withdrew it after a moment, looking at the commander without speaking, and took a sip of tea. The room fell silent. Only the sound of tea drinking could be heard. Noticing Feng Qishan's silence, the commander set down his cup and sighed. Who can resist the temptation? They worry too much. Feng Qishan placed his hand on the commander's pulse, then withdrew it after a moment, looking at the commander without speaking, and took a sip of tea. The room fell silent. Only the sound of tea drinking could be heard. Noticing Feng Qishan's silence, the commander set down his. "Every day I'm stuck with bland food. My taste buds are going to fade away." Cough, cough. Feng Qishan coughed a couple of times to remind him that there was a young girl present. The commander glanced at Su Lishu and also coughed awkwardly. He looked at Feng Qishan and said, "My friend, can we discuss something? Can we have a little extra food this time?" Feng Qishan did not. Every day, I'm stuck with bland food. My taste buds are going to fade away. Cough, cough. Feng Qishan coughed a couple of times to remind him that there was a young girl present. The commander glanced at Su Lishu and also coughed awkwardly. He looked at Feng Qishan and said, "My friend, can we discuss some?" Her body seemed weak, but still had some vitality. If she took good care of herself, she could live a few more years. However, the tumor in her brain needed surgery as soon as possible. After withdrawing her hand, Su Lishu stood up and honestly said, "Your body is a bit blocked, so it's best not to eat too much oily, sweet, or spicy food. A lighter diet is better." The commander listened closely, feeling a bit helpless at how mature the young girl sounded. Just as he was about to speak, he heard her say, "But using medicinal meals as part of your regular diet and improving it every few days is fine." Hearing this, the commander's eyes lit up. "Listen to that. Your little disciple is quite insightful. You, with your age, are not as wise as her. Haha, that's fine. As long as I can have spicy chicken, spicy duck blood, and sweet rice cakes a few times a week, I'm happy. So, she's a foodie," Su Lishu chuckled. The more the commander looked at Su Lishu, the more he liked her. "How old are you, young lady? Do you have a partner? I can introduce someone to you. My grandson is 24, quite handsome, and has made a name for himself in the military. How about I bring him over tomorrow for you to meet?" Su Lishu was taken aback and quickly shook her head with a smile. No, I appreciate your kindness, but I am already married." "Oh." The commander looked at Feng Qishan in disbelief. Feng Qishan smiled gently and nodded. "He's Gu Anmin's son." Hearing this, the commander's expression turned regretful. "Oh, he's Gu Anmin's son. My son doesn't compare. Well, good women are sought after by many." After leaving the hospital room, Su Lishu and Feng Qishan were arranged to stay at a hotel next to the hospital. In the following days, she stayed by Feng Qishan's side to learn and discovered that a military commander is really just a big child. What is this strange thing? Do those cooks even know how to cook? Spicy chicken with only a couple of peppers doesn't count as spicy chicken. I also want to eat sweet fried dough balls. What is this? Commander, this is sweet fried dough balls, but with less oil and sugar, the guard said, bracing himself under the commander's fierce gaze. The commander threw his chopsticks onto the table in frustration. "What is this? I won't eat it. Make it again." The guard looked troubled. "Commander, this is all we have for your meal today." Old Feng said that even if you don't have to avoid certain foods today, you should still have less oil, spice, and sugar. Hearing this, the commander pointed angrily at the food on the table. "They said to use less, but are you blind? This is not less. This looks like you're afraid to use any. I won't even mention the oil. You made spicy chicken into stewed chicken with 2 tiny peppers, and the sweet fried dough balls are tasteless and dry. Go back and tell the kitchen that if they can't cook, I'll do it myself." The guard felt helpless, his face crumpling as if he might cry. Just then, the door opened, and the guard saw Feng Qishan and a few others entering, like seeing reinforcements. "Old Feng, please talk to the commander." Su Lishu looked at the food on the table. It was so bland that it was no wonder the commander was upset. Spicy chicken had turned into stewed chicken, and sweet fried dough balls had become plain pancakes. After waiting a whole week for a special meal, if it were her, she would also complain. Feng Qishan stared at the dishes in surprise, then set down his medicine bag and glanced at the angry commander. He smiled and told them to take the food away. "It doesn't need to be reduced this much, just a little less is fine. Make it again. We haven't eaten yet, so we can have this. Quickly go and make it again." Hearing Feng Qishan say this, the commander's anger finally faded. The guard reluctantly went out to get new food. Feng Qishan was giving acupuncture to the commander, while Su Lishu handed him the needles. At that moment, the door opened, and Lu Yuanzhao waved to Su Lishu. "Junior sister, come out for a moment." "What is it, senior brother?" Su Lishu closed the door, noticing Lu Yuan looking mysterious. Seeing him glance around, Su Lishu asked, "Is there something you need me to do, senior brother?" Cough, cough. Lu Yuan rubbed his head shyly. Su Lishu followed his gaze and instantly understood what he wanted to say. In just half a month, some dark spots had appeared on his head. Feigning difficulty, Su Lishu asked, "Do you want the hair growth pill?" Lu Yuan's shy expression brightened instantly. Yes, yes. Junior sister, at first I didn't realize how good it was. The master was right. The junior sister is a rare talent, and this Yufuan is truly a precious find. Look, in just half a month, my hair has already grown. I wonder if there are any extra Yufuan left, or if you need any herbs, I can go find them for you. But I didn't make much of the Yufuan. The bottle I gave you before was all I had. None left. Lu Yuan froze, touching his head. Su Lishu slowly nodded under Lu Yuan's shocked gaze. None left, and the materials for making Yufuan are also rare, so I didn't produce much. This news left Lu Yuan feeling quite flustered. Just tell me what herbs you need, and I'll go find them. You'll just have to work hard to make some. Don't worry, if you need my help, I will go through fire and water for you. Su Lishu's lips curled slightly. I can help with the preparation, but some of the herbs for Yufuan are quite precious. Just say the word. Even if I have to get stars from the sky, I'll bring them to you. Su Lishu's smile widened. Oh? Big brother, you are right. One of the herbs is indeed star stone. Star. Stone. Lu Yuan's smiling eyes froze. There really are stars. Sister, the herbs for Yufuan shouldn't require the star stone, right? Although star stone is rare, it has no medicinal value, just like ordinary stones. Why would I add star stone to Yufuan? Su Lishu chuckled softly. Big brother is correct. Star stone can be used, but it is not necessary. Hearing that it wasn't needed, Lu Yuan sighed in relief. But what she said next made him feel that not having hair might be okay. I need 100-year-old ginseng, 100-year-old Hishowu, and Lingji that is over 50 years old. 500 years. Before he could finish, Lu Yuan interrupted. Where am I supposed to find something that's 500 years old? Su Lishu couldn't help but smile at Lu Yuan's stunned expression. Big brother, let me finish. I meant the pods from a 500-year-old soap tree. The older the soap tree, the better the pods. Additionally, I need high-quality baiji, honghua, cedar leaves, mulberry leaves, and ginger. As Su Lishu finished speaking, Lu Yuan stared at her in silence. Does Big Brother have any questions? If you think these herbs are hard to find, I can gather them after I return to Huyang and send them to you. It's not hard to find. Lu Yuan touched his hair with a hand over his chest. Su Lishu stifled a laugh. Little Shu is just waiting for the materials from the senior brother. But it's better if the senior brother is quick. To grow long hair, the special pills must be taken continuously, or the initial effort will be wasted. Lu Yuan nodded silently. Okay, senior brother will hurry. Once Su Lishu left, Lu Yuan touched his slightly prickly hair with trembling hands. This was a serious matter. 100-year-old ginseng, 100-year-old Hishowu, decades-old reishi mushrooms, and fruit from a 500-year-old soap pod tree. Su Lishu turned back and found it amusing to see Liu Yuan's bent posture. Although she intended to tease him, she wasn't lying. The special pills she gave him, while not from the system, were still diluted and processed, containing those ingredients. If they weren't fellow disciples, she would sell a single pill for dozens or even hundreds of coins. A purer one would cost several hundred. Su Lishu didn't expect Liu Yuan's desire to grow hair to be so strong. In just 2 days, he gathered all the materials she mentioned. Lu Yuan, looking pained, handed over all the materials. Junior sister, this is all my savings. Su Lishu took them, but struggled to pull the ginseng. Confused, Su Lishu used a bit more strength, but still couldn't move it. Seeing the reluctance on Liu Yuan's face, she pulled harder. Don't worry, senior brother. Just give me a processing room for the next 2 days without interruptions. Looking at her empty hands, it felt as if Liu Yuan's savings were also gone. Senior brother, think about your future thick hair. Money can be earned again. Lu Yuan considered Su Lishu's words and felt a bit better. Okay, I trust you, and once it's processed, we'll split it half and half. Su Lishu didn't expect him to be so generous. She had planned to take only 30% since they had the same master, but now she would get half. Her face lit up with joy. All right, senior brother, I promise to complete the task. Su Lishu worked tirelessly for 3 days to finish the processing. Just as she exited the processing room, she heard several shouts. Doctor, doctor, please save our captain. Doctor, help. Doctor. Su Lishu looked toward the door, where several soldiers in dark training uniforms were dirty and disheveled. Their faces were covered in grease, dust, and mud, making it hard to see their features. The soldier at the front was carrying an injured comrade. The soldier on the stretcher had wounds and blood on his head and arms, with blood dripping from his fingers onto the floor. Soon, doctors and nurses pushed the stretcher into the emergency room. Su Lishu felt a bit sad as she passed by. She noticed the soldier's breathing was very light, and his life was slipping away. Her mood was low. This soldier was young and fighting for his country, and with current medical technology, it was likely he wouldn't survive. At the window, she felt a breeze and went to Lu Yuan's office, where she was told he was in surgery. It was the commander's surgery, and after nearly a month of recovery, he was now fit for the operation. Since Lu Yuan was in surgery, Feng Qishan had gone to the military district in the capital to see other patients yesterday. Everyone was busy, so Su Lishu planned to return to her hotel to catch up on sleep and go out to explore later, waiting for Feng Qishan to return before heading back to Huyang. However, just as Su Lishu arrived at the hotel, someone called out to her from behind. "Dr. Lishu, wait a moment." She turned to see a nurse she often chatted with. "Sister Zhao, what brings you here?" Nurse Zhao hurried over, slightly out of breath. "Dr. Lishu, the hospital needs your help. A patient has been shot near the heart, and his head and arm are also injured. He's lost a lot of blood and is in danger. Director Liu is in surgery, and he said you could replace him to stabilize the patient's heart with acupuncture." Su Lishu immediately thought of the soldier she had seen earlier and nodded. "Please wait a moment. I'll get my acupuncture kit." Outside, the soldiers saw the nurse leading a young girl inside and were a bit puzzled. When the nurse came out, one of the larger soldiers stopped her and asked, "Is the girl who just went in also a doctor?" Nurse Zhao nodded. "She is our deputy director's junior. Since our deputy director is in surgery, she is stepping in to stabilize the patient's heart." One of the younger soldiers looked surprised. "She looks even younger than me. Is she still a student?" Nurse Zhao seemed to understand their concerns. "Don't worry. Even though Dr. Lishu is young, she is a direct disciple of the esteemed Feng Qishan. Her medical skills are excellent. Before this, she worked with him on patient care, and she usually handles the acupuncture as specifically instructed by our deputy director." Hearing this, the soldiers felt reassured. It was understandable. She looked like a girl in her teens. Their captain's injuries were very serious, and they worried that an inexperienced person would complicate things. Su Lishu entered, sanitized her hands, put on a mask and gown, and the doctors performing the surgery recognized her. She didn't underestimate her, but urged her. "The patient is in shock." "Hurry up," Su Lishu nodded. She had memorized all the acupuncture points in her mind. First, she fed the patient a pill. Then she quickly began acupuncture, without hesitation. The surgeon saw her giving the patient an unknown pill and hesitated, but still asked, "Dr. Su, what did you give him?" Su Lishu focused on the acupuncture and replied, "It's a heart-protecting pill to stabilize the heart." After finishing the acupuncture, Su Lishu finally had time to look at the patient. Even with his face covered in paint and blood, it was clear he was a handsome man. He had a strong nose and attractive features. However, as Su Lishu looked at him, she felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had seen him before. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't recall where she had met him, but he seemed familiar. The patient was bleeding heavily, so Su Lishu quickly focused on stopping the bleeding and put her thoughts aside. She took his pulse while continuing the acupuncture. For the first time, Su Lishu stood for 4 or 5 hours, and finally, the surgery was completed. As she relaxed, she realized her feet hurt and her lower abdomen felt uncomfortable. Calculating the days, it seemed her period was about to start. With that thought, Su Lishu didn't think of anything else and immediately went outside. Right now, all she wanted was a good sleep. She had been focused on making the pill and then on the surgery. It had been exhausting, and she really wanted to sleep. As Su Lishu stepped out of the operating room, the people waiting outside had already gathered around the doctor. "Doctor, how is our captain?" "Doctor, how is my son?" Su Lishu had been walking forward with her head down when she heard a familiar voice and stopped. The familiarity she felt in the operating room suddenly clicked. She had seen him at the Gu family home. In the family photo, there was Gu Yan, the son of her uncle and aunt. The surgery was successful. The patient will need to be observed in the intensive care unit for 24 hours. If there are no signs of infection or fever during this time, he can be moved to a regular ward. Hearing that the surgery was successful, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Andy, Qian Mingyue, clutching her chest, looked in disbelief at the person behind the doctor. Su Lishu? What are you doing here? Several soldiers also looked at Su Lishu, surprised that this young girl was related to their captain. I came with my master to help with his recovery, so that was Yan. Xiao Shu, how did you come out of the operating room just now? The doctor was surprised to hear them call her that. Xiao Shu, I didn't know you were family. You seemed very calm during the surgery. Su Lishu shook her head. I didn't notice because my brother's face was covered in paint and dust. A few soldiers were surprised to learn that their captain was 24 and still had a younger sister, who looked like a teenager. Xiao Shu, you were in the operating room? Qian Mingyue asked, astonished. Su Lishu nodded. The vice president of this hospital is my senior brother. Today, he and the president were performing surgery on that patient, so I assisted by stabilizing the patient's pulse. I just didn't expect it to be Ian. Qian Mingyue's eyes shone with pride. I can't believe our little Shu has become so capable in such a short time, and she even helped save that troublesome boy Ian. When he wakes up, we must make sure he thanks you properly. This will be your first meeting. It was mainly Dr. Wu. I just helped with the needle. Yes. Qian Mingyue turned to the doctor. Thank you, Dr. Wu. I don't know what I would have done without you. Dr. Wu smiled and shook his head. It's my duty. Besides, without Dr. Xiao Shu's assistance, the surgery wouldn't have been successful. Well, Dr. Xiao Shu, you can chat for a bit. Once the doctor left, the youngest soldier stepped forward to face Qian Mingyue. He looked guilty, and his eyes were slightly red.
Aunt, I'm sorry.
If it weren't for saving me, the captain wouldn't have been injured. It's all my fault. You can scold me. Su Lishu saw that he seemed weighed down by guilt. If anyone pointed it out, it might break him. She patted his shoulder to comfort him. Child, this isn't your fault. You are teammates, relying on each other. If our boy hadn't saved you, Ian and I would feel guilty. If Ian had been hurt, you wouldn't have abandoned him. As captain, it's his duty, so there's no need to feel guilty. As his mother, I can only feel proud of him. Qian Mingyue smiled at them. Now that Ian's surgery was successful, you should go back to your team. Then, Aunt, please take care of the captain. Once we report back, we'll come to relieve you. Qian Mingyue nodded and waved them off to reassure them. Qian Mingyue didn't say they couldn't come. She knew it was impossible to keep them away. After they left, Su Lishu asked her lingering question. Isn't Aunt Yen from the Southern Military District? Why is she in the capital? Qian Mingyue sighed. She was transferred to the capital a month ago. This was her first mission here, and look what happened. If it weren't for her good luck, who knows? At this point, Qian Mingyue's eyes turned red again. She had just been smiling to comfort her son's teammates, but she was just a woman, a mother worried about her child. How could she not be anxious seeing her son lying there, uncertain if he was alive or dead? Su Lishu didn't know what comforting words to say, so she just sat beside her. She felt a bit relieved, thankful that she had given Gu Yan a heart-protecting pill. Luckily, he was a soldier, otherwise, she wouldn't have spent 100 points to buy that life-saving medicine. If she hadn't softened her heart because he was a soldier, she would have felt guilty later. Fortunately, there was some luck in the misfortune. Gu Yan woke up 2 days later, just as Su Lishu was about to give him acupuncture. As she prepared to insert the first needle, her hand was quickly grabbed. What are you doing? Seeing him awake made Su Lishu a bit happy. You're awake. Gu Yan didn't speak but looked at the needle in her hand, wanting to push her hand away. However, his injured arm was too weak to do so. The smell of blood reached his nose, and looking at his arm, he saw the bandage had turned red with blood. Su Lishu put the needle away and stood up.
I'm Su Lishu.
I was about to give you acupuncture. Now that you're awake, don't move around too much. We just managed to save you. And we don't want to make things worse. I'll go get a doctor. As she left, Guyen looked around, holding his chest, and slowly moved to the window. Seeing it was a military hospital, he felt relieved. Just then, the door opened again, and he locked eyes with Qian Mingyue. Seeing him awake made Qian Mingyue's eyes brighten with happiness. "Mom," Guyen said, knowing he had worried the family this time. Though her eyes were red, Qian Mingyue smiled and set down the lunchbox in her hand. "You troublemaker. You just woke up and are already trying to get up. Look at your wound. It's opened again. Lie down." Guyen nodded and slowly walked to the bed with his mother's help, appreciating her kindness. "Hey, where's your sister-in-law? Have you seen her?" "What sister-in-law?" "I don't have a sister-in-law," Guyen instinctively replied. "But after speaking, I remembered that my older brother got married earlier this year. At that time, he was on duty and couldn't go back." Releasing his grip, Guyen exchanged glances with his mother. Qian Mingyue glared at him. "You have several sisters-in-law. If it weren't for your sister-in-law, who knows if you would have seen the sunlight today. Speaking of which, your sister-in-law is not only beautiful, but also smart. You should thank her properly later. This time, the doctor said that if it weren't for Xiao Shu giving you the heart-protecting pills, the surgery might not have ended well for you." Guyen recalled the person he had just seen, who looked like they were still in high school. His brother couldn't be that reckless, could he? "I'm asking you, did you see your sister-in-law? I brought her favorite spicy shrimp. If it gets cold, it won't taste good." Guyen thought about the sister-in-law he had pushed away a bit too forcefully, and it seemed he had even hurt her wrist. Feeling a bit guilty, Guyen coughed and prepared to lie back on the hospital bed. "Maybe she want to call the doctor. Maybe." Qian Mingyue stared at him. "When I left, Xiao Shu was here. Did you see her just now?" Seeing his guilty expression, she knew exactly how he felt. Angrily, she hit him once, transforming from a loving mother to a strict one. "Guyen, why are you feeling guilty? Did you bully your sister-in-law?" Ouch. The wound Guyen had just reopened now fully tore apart. "Mom, are you trying to murder your own son?" Guyen gasped in pain. "Quickly tell me if you bullied your sister-in-law." "Just wait, I'll call your dad and your brother to come and deal with you." "Mom, please don't get me in trouble. I've never even met my sister-in-law. When I woke up just now, she was about to poke me with a needle, and I reflexively pushed her away." Seeing the growing anger in Qian Mingyue's eyes, Guyen quickly begged for mercy. "Mom, I really didn't know she was my sister-in-law. I'll definitely apologize to her later and let her hit me to vent. And what's going on here?" Before Qian Mingyue could speak, Guyen quickly addressed Sulishu. "Sister-in-law, I didn't recognize you. I was wrong to push you just now. Please hit me a few times to let off some steam." Sulishu glanced at the red mark on her wrist and smiled. "Why would I hit you?" "It's understandable since you didn't know the situation." Hearing this, Guyen didn't feel relieved. Instead, he felt even more troubled. "Sister-in-law, you can hit me a couple of times to vent your anger. If my brother finds out later, I'll be in big trouble." Sulishu raised her eyebrows in amusement, realizing that Gu Shaoqing still had some authority over his younger siblings. "Lie down. Do you want to get better or not?" "Why aren't you lying down yet?" Qian Mingyue said with a look of disdain. Her son was just being a nuisance. While Sulishu was resting in the hotel, she was interrupted by a knock at the door. The person outside seemed to sense her confusion and answered, "It's me." The man's deep voice reached her ears. When the door opened, Sulishu saw the man she hadn't seen for a month and happily jumped into his arms. "What are you doing here?" Gu Shaoqing smiled and caught her, planting a kiss on her cheek. Looking down at her, he asked, "Did you miss me?" Sulishu wrapped her arms around his neck and nodded excitedly, giving him a big kiss on the lips. "I did." Hearing this, the man bent down and picked her up with one arm while pushing the suitcase inside with the other, using his foot to close the door. Their passionate kiss felt like a storm breaking loose. After being apart for so long, it was like dry kindling meeting fire. Sulishu felt normal when she wasn't with Gu Shaoqing, but as soon as she saw him, her desires were awakened, and she couldn't help but get lost in the moment. Gu Shaoqing watched the ripples between their lips, breathing heavily as he kissed her. "Where did you miss me?" At that moment, Su Lishu's eyes sparkled, and her lips were rosy and soft from his kisses. Her beautiful face and heaving chest were all enticing Gu Shaoqing. Su Lishu smiled like a little fairy, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing his throat. I missed you everywhere, especially everywhere. With a sudden rip, the man's shirt was torn open. This action completely ignited the passion in Gu Shaoqing's eyes as he carried her to the bed. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the dark room and casting light on the red dress and black pants on the carpet, as well as the sheets moving at the edge of the bed. Before drifting off to sleep, Su Lishu felt a pain in her stomach again. Thinking it was from their earlier activities, she didn't pay much attention and fell asleep. When the man came out of the shower and saw her frowning, he asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" Su Lishu didn't answer, her frown deepening as she curled up on the bed, holding her stomach. "It hurts. Gu Shaoqing, it really hurts." "Where does it hurt?" "Wake up. Tell me where it hurts." Su Lishu woke up from the pain, looking at him with a dazed expression while holding her stomach. "My stomach hurts, dear, it really hurts." Gu Shaoqing heard that she had a stomachache and lifted the blanket, ready to carry her to the hospital. But when he saw the blood on the sheets, his heart felt like it was pierced by a sharp object. Gu Shaoqing was momentarily speechless, his throat dry and his voice trembling. "It's okay. We'll go to the hospital right now." Su Lishu leaned her head on Gu Shaoqing's stiff shoulder and looked back at the blood on the bed. She didn't feel scared, just a bit embarrassed. Oh no, who would do such a thing and cause this mess? Now they had to go to the hospital, which felt like adding to the trouble. Su Lishu pretended to hide by burying her head in Gu Shaoqing's neck, hoping not to run into anyone she knew at the hospital. But fate seemed to play a trick on her, and as soon as they entered, they bumped into Qian Mingyue. "Shaoqing? Is that Lishu in your arms?" Hearing Qian Mingyue's voice, Su Lishu tightened her grip around Gu Shaoqing's neck. Gu Shaoqing, looking anxious, called out, "Auntie," Lishu said her stomach hurts, and she just bled. "What happened?" Before she could finish, Qian Mingyue noticed their disheveled appearance. Gu Shaoqing looked normal, but his clothes were messy, his hair wet, and there were red marks on his collarbone. Su Lishu, on the other hand, was only wearing a dress with a long coat over it. Qian Mingyue instantly understood what was going on. Angrily, she hit Gu Shaoqing's back a few times. "You silly boy, be more careful." Gu Shaoqing's expression was serious as he tightened his hold on Su Lishu and walked toward the gynecology department without saying a word. Qian Mingyue knew the girl was shy and didn't press further. When they reached the gynecology department, the doctor asked what was wrong, and Su Lishu felt so embarrassed she didn't know where to look. "After we were intimate, she had a stomachache and bled," Gu Shaoqing said calmly, without any embarrassment. But if one listened closely, they could hear a slight tremor and fear in his voice. The doctor, a woman in her 30s, asked him to bring her inside. "Family members, please step outside for a moment." Once they were outside, Su Lishu felt relieved that this doctor didn't know her. But when the doctor called her Lishu, she felt shy again. "Lishu, this doesn't seem like bleeding from a tear," the doctor said. "When did you last have your period?" Su Lishu was a bit stunned. Wasn't that the reason for this? Her period was always regular, and it was still a few days away. The doctor nodded. "It doesn't seem to be from intimacy or your period. I'll do an ultrasound to check." Su Lishu felt confused, but nodded in agreement. "Doctor, do you know that you're pregnant?" "It's been a month and a half already." Su Lishu was stunned. She immediately checked her pulse and confirmed it was weak, indicating a risk of miscarriage. The doctor wiped her belly and said, "You have signs of a threatened miscarriage. You must avoid intimacy for the first 3 months until things stabilize." As the doctor stepped out from behind the curtain, Gu Shaoqing and Qian Mingyue rushed over. Gu Shaoqing quickly walked to Su Lishu and helped her put on her coat. Qian Mingyue asked anxiously, "Doctor, is it serious for our Lishu? Does she need to be hospitalized?" The doctor, while writing a prescription, replied, "For safety, I recommend hospitalization since this is a threatened miscarriage, but she can also rest at home." "Pregnant? Doctor, are you saying our Lishu is pregnant?" Hearing the doctor's words, Gu Shaoqing paused in disbelief, looking down at Su Lishu. Gu Shaoqing stared at her belly, his hands trembling. Really? Su Lishu nodded at his uncertain gaze. Yes, I just found out too. I thought it was just us. I didn't realize I was careless and almost harmed the baby. Su Lishu touched her belly, feeling a mix of fear and relief. There had been signs from the start, feeling unusually tired and weak, and experiencing some discomfort after standing for too long yesterday, but she hadn't noticed. Gu Shaoqing's hand rested on her belly, a swirl of emotions filling his heart. It was his fault. He gently held her close, his eyes slightly red as he kissed the top of her head. You've worked hard, Ashu. Thank you. Su Lishu hugged him back, knowing how much he loved children. She had seen the tenderness in his eyes when he looked at the stars from the Shun family. When they got married, she had mentioned not wanting children right away, so he had respected her wishes. It's not hard, and thank you too. We have a baby now. Are you happy? Happy. Hearing his hoarse voice and feeling his trembling hands and slightly red eyes made Su Lishu want to cry. Qian Mingyue was filled with overwhelming joy. Finally, the Gu family would have grandchildren to hold. She wanted to share the news with the elder immediately. But she didn't forget the present. Doctor, we will be hospitalized. Please arrange a private room for us. Qian Mingyue looked at Su Lishu lying in bed, her smile never fading. She stayed by her side, even forgetting about her own son. Hey, Xiaoshu, I didn't expect you to be pregnant, that's great. But thinking about why she was in the hospital, Qian Mingyue immediately frowned at her nephew who was tidying up. Xiaoqing, Xiaoshu is pregnant, and she absolutely cannot have any intimate relations during her pregnancy, do you understand? Su Lishu's face turned a bit red, although she was quite thick-skinned. Being advised about such personal matters by an elder still made her feel shy. I understand. Su Lishu felt embarrassed as Qian Mingyue kept staring at her. Second aunt, do you want to go check on Ian? It's almost mealtime. Hearing that it was mealtime, Qian Mingyue finally stood up. Oh, look at me. I got so caught up in my happiness that I forgot you haven't eaten. Wait a moment. Second aunt will go make you chicken soup. Watching Qian Mingyue leave, it wasn't that she wanted to eat. She actually wanted her to care about Gu Yan and stop focusing on her. Once Qian Mingyue was gone, Gu Shaoqing held Su Lishu's hand with a guilty expression. I'm sorry. Su Lishu pulled his hand to her belly. It's okay. I represent the baby in forgiving our worried parents. Hearing this, Gu Shaoqing smiled slightly and tightened the blanket around her. Get some good rest. In the hospital room, Gu Yan waited and waited for someone to bring him food. Just when he was about to drag himself out in search of something to eat, Qian Mingyue finally arrived. Mom, you finally came. If you hadn't come soon, your son would have starved to death instead of dying on the battlefield. Qian Mingyue shot him a glare. You lie there all day and have nothing to worry about. Why are you starving? Eat up, you big eater. As soon as the food container was opened, the aroma of chicken soup filled the air. Smelling that delicious scent, Gu Yan's appetite was instantly awakened. I wondered why you were so late. Turns out you were making chicken soup for me, just like my mom loves to. What? Seeing the chicken backside, head, and bones in the soup, his hand holding the chopsticks froze. He looked at her in disbelief. Mom, where are the chicken legs and meat? They're right here. Gu Yan saw another food container and smiled as he reached for it, but it was quickly pulled away. What are you doing? Qian Mingyue dodged quickly, afraid he would take it. Weren't you making this for me? Why is it in 2 containers? Qian Mingyue placed his portion down and turned to leave. Yours is this one. Gu Yan couldn't believe how his mom was treating him. Mom, am I not your real son? I'm still a patient, and I only get to eat chicken backside. Not eating? Qian Mingyue frowned slightly. If you won't eat it, give it to me. I'll take it back for Qinghu. Gu Yan quickly covered his ears. He knew his mother's temper well. She meant what she said. He didn't think she was trying to scare him. Miss Qian could really do it. I can't eat? What about the chicken soup you made for me? Where's the meat? Qian Mingyue rolled her eyes at him. Do you think you deserve meat? You want chicken legs and wings? A grown man who can't even find a girlfriend wants to eat chicken legs. I'll give you chicken scraps just because we're family. You want to fight with your sister-in-law and the kids for meat? Just seeing you annoys me. Gu Yan caught the important part of her words, surprised. Sister-in-law is pregnant? When Su Lishu was mentioned, Qian Mingyue happily replied, yes. It's your brother and sister-in-law. If the Gu family relied on you, who knows when your grandma, and we would get to hold a grandchild. After Qian Mingyue left the hospital room, Guyan looked at the chicken soup that only had chicken scraps and bones, sighed, and poured his rice into it. He already had the lowest status at home, and now he felt even lower than the family pet. The good thing was that his mother brought enough food for him to fill up. When Feng Qishan returned and learned that his young disciple was pregnant and almost had a miscarriage, he was furious. He pointed at her head and said, "You're a doctor yourself. Didn't you check your pulse when you felt unwell? Being careless almost cost you the baby. Once you recover, study your medical books thoroughly. I even praised you for being smart, and at the crucial moment, you forgot everything." Su Lishu didn't dare to speak. She truly couldn't argue with that. She hadn't checked her pulse at all. Gu Shaoqing stepped in to block Feng Qishan's glare. "Old Feng, have some tea. It's not Su Lishu's fault. It's my problem." Feng Qishan shot him a glare. "Who said it's not your problem?" "Nonsense. It's my fault. Please have some tea." Su Lishu sighed in relief as Gu Shaoqing redirected Feng Qishan's anger. She could already imagine how much lecturing she would have to endure when she got home, especially after almost having a miscarriage. Just thinking about it gave her a headache. After staying in the hospital for a week, they returned to Huyang. Qian Mingyue wanted to keep them in the capital for a while longer, but with only 10 days until the new year, they had to go back. Qian Mingyue still had to wait for Uncle Gu'er, and it was uncertain if she would have time to return, so she could only regretfully send them off to the station. On the train, Guyan saw a couple across from him being overly affectionate, and he could hardly bear to look. He remembered his brother as a serious and cold man. How had he become so clingy? He radiated, "I'm in love, I'm married, and I'm taken." From the moment he saw the couple, his brother's gaze never left his sister-in-law for even a minute, and he kept holding her hand. He was constantly feeding her water, offering her fruit, and wiping her mouth, while joking around. Guyan felt that being in the same room with them was a mistake. It made him feel like a single guy. "Brother, could you pay some attention to me? I'm still recovering, and my sister-in-law can't even eat." Gu Shaoqing glanced at him and tossed a box of strawberries into his lap. "If you're sick, just lie down. Do you need me to take care of you?" A chill ran through Gu Yan, even though his brother's expression was calm and his tone gentle. But from years of living with his brother and being under his influence, he knew his brother was dangerous at that moment. The shadows of the past made his body ache. Guyan chuckled softly and picked up a strawberry. "I'm just trying to lighten the mood. You two go on. Pretend I'm not here." Su Lishu found their brotherly interaction amusing, realizing how much Guyan had suffered in his childhood under his brother's pressure. She playfully tapped the man's arm. "What are you doing? Don't scare him. Ian is already hurt. You should take care of him as his brother." After being lightly scolded by his wife, Gu Shaoqing held her hand and rubbed it gently. He looked at Gu Yan across the table, raising an eyebrow with a teasing smile. "Do you need me to take care of you?" Gu Yan immediately felt goosebumps and quickly shook his head. No, I don't need that." He clutched his chest, pretending to be weak. "Oh, my head hurts a bit. You two continue. I'll just take a nap." Once he felt his brother's gaze shift away, Gu Yan let out a sigh of relief. His brother was still the same, only gentle with his sister-in-law, while remaining the big brother to him. Back in Liang, Su Lishu was treated like a treasure. As soon as they got off the train, she was taken into the Gu household. She lived a life where someone dressed her, fed her, and helped her down the stairs. But this was all due to Gu Shaoqing being overly cautious, not wanting her to do anything. Su Lishu thought if this continued, she might end up with prenatal depression, while Gu Shaoqing, being overly careful, might be the one to suffer. Just then, when she needed to go to the bathroom, the moment she moved, he stood up with concern. "What's wrong? Do you need anything?" Su Lishu patted his hand on her waist. "I just need to go to the bathroom. I'll carry you in." Before she could respond, he had already picked her up in his arms. Su Lishu looked at the man standing beside her, his eyes filled with concern. Unable to hold back any longer, Su Lishu shouted, "Get out! What are you doing standing here while I go to the bathroom?" "How can I get out with you watching me?" Gu Shaoqing innocently rubbed his nose. "The bathroom floor is slippery. Get out. If you keep this up, you can go back to the villa in Pingjiang alone." Gu Shaoqing ruffled her hair. "If there's any problem, just call me." As soon as she stepped out of the bathroom, a large hand grabbed hers, leading her steadily downstairs. "Sister-in-law, come quickly. We have your favorite rice noodles today." Gu Qingqing saw them coming down and quickly served her rice noodles in a bowl. Su Lishu yawned slowly as she looked at the carpeted stairs. "Good morning, Grandma Qingqing." Grandma Gu was an early riser, getting up at 6:30, practicing Tai Chi, and taking a walk before having breakfast at 8. Now it was 9:30, and she was sitting on the sofa, drinking tea and reading. "Shuju is up, hurry and eat breakfast." Guyen came in from outside, looking like he had just finished exercising. "Good morning, brother and sister-in-law." Gu Shaoqing only gave him a glance, focusing on the little woman beside him, wrapping his arm around her waist. "Watch your step." "Good morning." Su Lishu noticed that it had only been half a month since his injury, and he was already exercising. "Is your wound better?" Guyen changed his shoes and wiped the sweat from his face. "Almost healed. I can slowly start training again." Su Lishu nodded without saying much, thinking to herself that soldiers were indeed different. A wound that nearly killed him could heal enough for exercise in just half a month. As soon as she sat down, Su Lishu caught a whiff of the egg smell and quickly pushed away the tomato and egg soup noodles that Gu Qingqing handed her, rushing to the bathroom to throw up. Seeing her like this, Gu Shaoqing frowned and quickly followed her into the bathroom, rubbing her back. "Here, drink some water." Su Lishu felt too weak to get up after throwing up and sat down on the floor. Gu Shaoqing quickly squatted down, wrapping his arms around her waist to help her sit on his lap, letting her lean against his chest as he offered her water. Gargle. After she spit out the water, Su Lishu hugged his neck and started to cry sadly. "Why do I feel so awful? It's so annoying. I can't even eat eggs. It's all your fault, boo-hoo. It's my fault. It's my mistake." Gu Shaoqing gently wiped the water from her mouth and held her close, rubbing her back. "Once he is born, I will teach him a lesson for making his mom suffer." "Why teach him a lesson? You don't like him? He's our child. Why are you being so harsh?" Gu Shaoqing looked at the unreasonable little woman, but she was exceptionally cute. She smiled. "I'm not angry. How could I not like our child? But I like you the most. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have him. After he is born, I'll teach him to love his mom well, just like his dad." Su Lishu huffed in a playful manner, her mood changing quickly. Gu Qingqing looked at her innocently with a towel in hand, feeling a bit regretful. "I'm sorry, sister-in-law. I didn't know you couldn't eat eggs right now." Su Lishu took the towel from her and shook her head, looking a bit pale. "It's not your fault. I just found out that I can't eat eggs now." Grandma Gu came over, worried. "Why is your morning sickness so bad? What do you want to eat?" "Grandma will make it for you." Su Lishu shook her head while sitting on the sofa. "It's okay, Grandma. It's just normal morning sickness. I'll be fine soon." She then looked up at the man in front of her. "I want to eat spicy chicken with noodles." The man draped a shawl over her and nodded. "Okay, I'll make it right away." Su Lishu turned to the people around her. "Ian, Qingqing, you guys go have breakfast." "I'm fine. Go eat. Don't all crowd around your sister-in-law." Grandma Gu poured her a cup of flower tea. "Here, drink this." "Thank you, Grandma." Su Lishu smiled sweetly as she accepted it. She took small sips and felt much better. The house had plenty of ingredients, and within half an hour, the spicy aroma of chicken wafted from the kitchen. Su Lishu's stomach, which had no appetite, suddenly started to rumble, demanding food. When Gu Shaoqing brought out the spicy chicken, Su Lishu was already sitting at the dining table waiting. Gu Shaoqing wanted to feed her, but Su Lishu couldn't wait any longer. Smelling the spice made her mouth water, and she grabbed the chopsticks to take a big bite. It was so delicious that she closed her eyes and nodded enthusiastically at the man watching her. So good. Seeing she enjoyed it, Gu Shaoqing felt relieved and sat next to her to serve her more food. "Eat slowly. There's more in the kitchen." Su Lishu could only eat half before feeling full. She thought she could eat a lot, but after a few bites, she was satisfied. She refused the man's offer for more food, saying, I'm full. Gu Shaoqing carefully wiped her mouth. Then how about some strawberries or cherries? He naturally took over the leftovers and finished what Su Lishu couldn't eat. For a while, Su Lishu couldn't eat much else, but she could always manage to eat some spicy dishes. As the saying goes, sour for boys, spicy for girls, and Gu Shaoqing thought he had a sweet little girl. Half a month later, Su Lishu lost her appetite for spicy food but could still eat some sour dishes. She especially liked sweet and sour cabbage and tomato beef brisket. During the new year, she couldn't return to Zhongyuan mainly because Su Lishu's health wouldn't allow it. She was suffering from severe morning sickness and was worried it would get worse on the train. Moreover, once Su Laotai learned about her pregnancy and that she almost had a miscarriage, she wouldn't let her travel back and forth, insisting that she take care of her health first. Su Lahong and Wang Jia knew about her pregnancy and morning sickness, so they finished their work at the company and called her to give a summary report. Su Lang was also handling the clothing store and reported the year's income and expenses over the phone. By the time school started, Su Lishu's pregnancy was not noticeable at all after 2 months. Su Lishu didn't mention it, and the people at school didn't know that their campus beauty was already pregnant. Shu, I have a meeting in the county today and won't be back until tomorrow. I'll have Zhang Quan pick you up. Su Lishu tilted her head to let the man wipe her mouth. No need. I only have class in the morning. I need to go to the company at noon, and I'll have my brother pick me up. I feel more at ease with Zhang Quan with you. Gu Shaoqing leaned down and kissed her lips. Okay, if anything comes up while I'm gone, contact Tian Rue or the others. All right. After class, Su Lishu was packing her things to leave when Lily called out to her. Xiao Shu, let's go eat later. I heard a new meatball hot pot opened at the school gate. Su Lishu thought about it and realized they hadn't gathered since school started. She nodded. Sure. Zhang Yinian leaned closer and whispered, Do you have an appetite? She knew about Su Lishu's pregnancy and that she was experiencing severe morning sickness. It's fine. I haven't been feeling too sick lately. I just need to eat something light. What are you two whispering about? Let's go, Jilin said, putting her arm around Su Lishu's shoulders. Su Lishu stumbled slightly and almost missed a step. Zhang Yinian widened her eyes and quickly grabbed Su Lishu, and luckily, Su Lishu managed to hold onto the table to avoid falling. Jilin didn't expect to almost make her fall and quickly let go and apologized. I'm sorry, Xiao Shu. I didn't notice the step. Su Lishu covered her chest, feeling her heart racing, and after a moment, she smiled and shook her head. Seeing their worried expressions, she reassured them, It's fine. I've just not been feeling well lately. Zhang Yinian supported her and nodded in agreement. Right? Xiao Shu shouldn't be startled during this time. Jilin, please be careful. They all noticed her pale face and felt a bit scared, especially Jilin. Is Xiao Shu okay? Should we wait until tomorrow to eat? I'm fine, Su Lishu said with a smile, linking her arm with hers. Really, I'm just a little startled. Didn't they say that hot pot place is crowded? Let's hurry. Hearing her say that, Jilan quickly nodded. Yes. I heard from class 2 that they waited for over half an hour before they arrived. When they reached the hot pot restaurant, it was indeed very lively, and by the time they arrived, all the tables were full. A boy happened to come down from the second-floor private room to grab drinks. He saw them, specifically Su Lishu, and his eyes lit up. Su, the school beauty, you all came to eat hot pot too. Su Lishu looked at him in confusion. She didn't recognize him at all. Who are you? The boy scratched his head. I'm LV Xiong Kai from the second year, Russian major. Su Lishu looked at the blushing boy and Jilan playfully nudged her. Little Shu, he's introducing himself to you. Su Lishu politely smiled. Hello, LV Xiong Kai. When LV Xiong Kai heard his name from the goddess's mouth, his face turned even redder with excitement. Goddess, would you like to share a table with us? Su Lishu politely declined with a smile. No, thank you. Then goodbye, goddess. Su Lishu nodded slightly and sat outside, waiting for a good chair. Lily shook her head. Our little Shu's charm hasn't faded at all. It's been 3 years since school started. Her charm is not only intact but has even risen. Even the younger students are captivated by her. But honestly, that younger student is quite handsome. Su Lishu waved her wedding ring at them. I'm already married. If you think he's handsome, go for it. Lily thought for a moment and shook her head. No way. That younger student is a bit handsome, but compared to your husband, he's not even close. Even though I can't dream of someone so handsome, I can't just settle for anyone after seeing better. That boy named LV or something is as thin as a stick. I don't like that. I prefer someone stronger. As she spoke, she shyly cupped her face with her hands and giggled at some thought. Little flirt. Feng Xiuyu adjusted her glasses, unfazed by Li Li's comment. Su Lishu lowered her gaze and smiled, the sunlight shining on her profile. The shadows of her long eyelashes fell on her face, making her look stunning. What she didn't see was that as she smiled, the boys around her slightly opened their mouths, captivated by her smile. With a loud crash, a boy carrying a bowl of sauce tripped on the stairs while not watching where he was going. Su Lishu looked over and noticed that the boy didn't dare to meet her gaze, his hands nervously unsure of where to go. Su Lishu glanced at him and then looked away. Seeing that she wasn't looking his way, the boy's panic eased a bit. Apologizing to the boss, he occasionally glanced over at Su Lishu. Zhou Shuichen noticed he kept looking this way, his gaze fixed on Su Lishu. Why does that boy keep staring at Xiaoshu? Feng Xiuyu, with her glasses on, seemed to see through everything and smiled. What else could it be? He must be enchanted by our Xiaoshu. Li Li sighed and shook his head. Xiaoshu has clearly told everyone she is married. We can only say that her charm is truly captivating. Su Lishu stood up and took her hand. Let's go, it's our turn now. She was clearly used to such comments. She was confident in her looks and had received confessions many times, so the earlier scene was nothing new to her. After finishing the meal, Zhou Shuichen felt very full. Why didn't I see your husband today, Xiaoshu? He usually picks you up all the time. He had something to do. Are you going back to the dorm? Zhang Yinian asked her. I'm planning to go to the office. I have time to attend a meeting and handle some matters. Su Lishu waved to them. I'm leaving now. See you tomorrow. Be careful on the way, Zhang Yinian said, looking worried. Should I walk you there? I'm not comfortable with you going alone. The others looked at Zhang Yinian in confusion. Jillian said, What's there to worry about? Doesn't Xiaoshu know the way to her own company? Su Lishu felt helpless. She wondered how she had given everyone the impression that she was so careless. It's fine. My brother will come to pick me up. After seeing Su Lihong take her away, the others returned to the dorm. Lily stroked his chin and looked at Zhang Yinian. Yinian, why are you suddenly so worried about Xiaoshu? She's a grown person. She could find her way to the office with her eyes closed after all these years. Zhang Yinian sighed dramatically and remained silent, her expression serious. Seeing her unusual demeanor, the others' smiling faces turned serious as well. Su Yeye, who had been quiet, said, Xiaoshu won't. The others frowned at her, and suddenly Zhang Yinian laughed playfully. Haha, you fell for my trick. With that, she quickly ran ahead. The others felt like they had been played and exchanged glances. Jillian pointed at Zhang Yinian, who was making faces at them. Hey, Zhang Yinian, how dare you tease us? Hey, Yinian, there's someone behind you. Zhang Yinian clearly didn't believe them. You're trying to fool me. As she turned around, she bumped into a strong embrace. Such enthusiasm, Zhang Yinian stepped back, holding her forehead where she had bumped it, surprised to see him. How did you? Fourth brother, Su Yeye exclaimed, shocked to see Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu nodded at them and looked down at Zhang Yinian, who had been silent. No classes this afternoon. Zhang Yinian avoided his gaze and didn't respond, nervously biting her lip, wondering how he found her at school. That means you have no classes. Before Zhang Yinian could think of a response, he grabbed her hand and led her away. After walking for a bit, Zhang Yinian realized what was happening and pulled her hand free. Why are you here? Seeing her release his hand, a glint flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. You were avoiding me, so I had to come to school to find you. That's nonsense. I wasn't avoiding you. She couldn't meet Jiang Yu's intense gaze. I have class. I'm not avoiding you. Besides, how would I know when you have a break? Jiang Yu stepped closer, looking down at her. I called you. The moment you heard it was me, you hung up before I could say anything. Zhang Xiaonian, I should be the one feeling wronged. You were the one who approached me first and said you liked me. I took action on my feelings for you, but you keep avoiding me. Nian Nian, I'm going back to the army tomorrow. Zhang Yinian looked up and saw a hint of affection in his eyes. She shook her head and glanced at her roommate, who was watching them. She tried to push him away, but he held her hand tightly. She struggled, but he held on too firmly, and they attracted the attention of those around them. Quickly, she pulled him toward the car. Jiang Yu followed her and got into the car with a smile. Zhang Yinian hurried to the passenger seat, glaring at him for still smiling. Drive already, stop laughing. Suddenly, Jiang Yu leaned closer to her, his face approaching. Zhang Yinian froze, eyes wide as he got nearer. She tightly shut her eyes. With a click, the seatbelt fastened. He tapped her forehead lightly, his amused voice coming from above. What are you thinking about, Zhang Xiaonian? Want me to kiss you? Zhang Yinian opened her eyes and saw the laughter in his gaze, pushing him away in anger. Jiang Yu leaned back slightly, but couldn't stop smiling. What are you laughing at? Zhang Yinian frowned, looking fierce, her cheeks flushed with a mix of shyness and anger. Jiang Yu not only didn't stop smiling but grinned even more, his eyes filled with unmistakable affection. Zhang Yinian awkwardly looked away and said, whether we drive or not, I'm going back to school. She then reached for the car door. Wait. The man's large hand grabbed hers. Stay with me. Zhang Yinian slightly moved her hand, but didn't look at him. We need to drive. Once the car started moving, Li and the others watched it with curious expressions. Jilin nudged the surprised Siyu and asked, who is that handsome guy you called fourth brother? Is he really your brother? Siyu felt confused and couldn't calm down. He's not my brother. That's just what we used to call the boys from the courtyard. The boys? Li's curiosity was evident. Siyu thought for a moment and whispered, I didn't see them being this familiar before. He's so handsome. How come Xiaoshu and Yinian have such great boyfriends? Why don't I have a handsome boyfriend? Jilin wrapped her arm around Siyu's neck and pulled her back. Let's not dream. We need to know the difference between dreams and unrealistic hopes. Zhang Yinian stayed quiet, occasionally glancing at him. When she looked again, he caught her gaze. She quickly looked straight ahead, her face calm, but her hand was tightly clenched, and her racing heartbeat showed her nervousness. If you want to look, just look openly. It's free. Zhang Yinian relaxed her grip a little and glanced at him. Who's looking at you? And even if I am looking at you, what's wrong with that? Can I look at you? The man's lips curled into a subtle smile as he looked at her, his eyes filled with growing affection. His voice was gentle. Of course, you can look as much as you want. If you want to see something else, that's fine too. Zhang Yinian blushed again, covering her ears and shouting, You're being ridiculous. When the car stopped, his hand, rough from work, held hers.
Zhang Xiaonian, I'm innocent.
If you want to look at me, I'm waiting for you. If you want to kiss or touch me, I won't resist. You're the one being ridiculous, Zhang Xiaonian. How am I being ridiculous? I was just drunk. The man nodded slowly, leaning closer to her. Zhang Yinian felt her breath quicken as he approached, her body stiffening. What are you doing? Seeing the man's gaze become more intense, Zhang Yinian swallowed nervously. His hand rubbed hers gently. So, Yinian, are you not going to take responsibility? That was my first kiss. It's my first time being kissed and touched by a girl. You're playing with me? Zhang Xiaonian. Zhang Yinian looked into his deep eyes and slowly pulled her hand away from his. She calmly met his gaze and asked, Zhang Yu, do you love me? The man leaned closer, stopping just a finger's distance away. I thought I made it clear that I am seriously pursuing you, Zhang Xiaonian. I've never loved anyone in my 26 years, but I know I want you. You want me? Physically or emotionally? Jiang Yu's gaze fell on her rosy lips. I want all of you. All of me? Zhang Yinian looked at the man she had long desired, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him. Jiang Yu's eyes darkened as he pulled her onto his lap, holding her head to deepen the kiss. The car was filled with the sounds of their kiss and soft sighs. Zhang Yinian sat on Jiang Yu's lap, feeling a noticeable change. As a doctor, she knew exactly what it was. Although she had never experienced it, She was curious about the joys described in books. But to fail at this first step would be embarrassing. She lightly bit Jiang Yu's tongue, meeting his eager gaze. Zhang Yinyan's chest rose and fell rapidly, her breath filling the car. I can't breathe, Jiang Yu chuckled, his rough hand moving slowly up her waist. He looked at her beautifully flushed lips and said, Nian Nian, kissing requires breathing. He kissed her again urgently. Zhang Yinyan found herself overwhelmed by his passionate kisses, her back pressed against the steering wheel with nowhere to retreat. Be gentle, feeling her struggle to breathe. Jiang Yu's hot kisses moved to her neck and collarbone. Zhang Yinyan was surprised at how thrilling this was, making her feel warm all over. She had never been kissed like this before, and her body responded instinctively. Jiang Yu let out a low groan, tightening his grip on her waist. Nian Nian, you're going to drive me crazy. Zhang Yinyan wrapped her arms around his neck and playfully bit his Adam's apple. The steering wheel is hurting my waist. Jiang Yu's desire was uncontainable as he lifted Zhang Yinyan out of the car. As they entered the villa, his kisses came down like a storm. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Soft whimpers quickly filled the air, sounding both pained and joyful. By the time Zhang Yinyan was finally carried to bed to rest, it was already dark outside. Seeing the man's proud expression, she couldn't help but scold him before drifting off to sleep. You dog of a man, Jiang Yu looked at the sleeping Zhang Yinyan, unable to hide his smile. He went to the study, lit a cigarette, and picked up the phone with one hand. Why isn't that kid back yet? Today, your Uncle Sue's family is visiting, and their daughter is just. He exhaled a puff of smoke, his cold eyes hazy in the mist. I told you not to introduce anyone to me. You stubborn kid, you're going to drive me crazy. You keep saying no to this and that, but you should at least bring me a granddaughter-in-law. Thinking of the girl's soft, tearful voice, he felt a mix of emotions, especially with the marks she had left on his back and chest. He leaned back in his chair, tightening his grip on the cigarette. You already have a granddaughter-in-law, so stop introducing me to unsuitable women. It took a lot for your grandson to finally find someone. If your granddaughter-in-law knew, I wouldn't be able to show my face. On the other end, the old man Jiang continued to shout, What do you mean no introductions? What granddaughter-in-law? Suddenly, the voice on the other end paused, followed by a sound of something dropping. After a moment, an excited voice came through. What did you say? I have a granddaughter-in-law. Whose daughter is it? When did you meet? How far along are you? What's your granddaughter-in-law's name? When will the families meet? Jiang Yu leaned back in his chair, placing the phone on the table and letting the old man talk. He tilted his head back, blowing smoke into the air, revealing clear bite marks on his throat and scratches on his collarbone and chest. He extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray and picked up the phone again. I'll apply for a marriage certificate when I go back tomorrow. If you want a granddaughter-in-law soon, make sure they approve it quickly. Hearing about the marriage, the old man was overjoyed, repeatedly saying, Good, good. By the way, whose family is it? Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the busy signal, the old man laughed and cursed. You stubborn kid. He tried calling again, but no one answered. However, the old man didn't get angry, still smiling. The Su family, who were visiting, heard his conversation and looked quite awkward, especially Sue's daughter, whose shyness had faded, replaced by anger. Sue's father shot his daughter a warning glance and smiled at old man Jiang. Congratulations, Uncle Jiang. It seems there will be a celebration at home, but I wonder which family's daughter it will be. Old Master Jiang smiled and waved his hand. You know my grandson is quite determined. When the time comes, I'll invite you all to the wedding. Since it had come to this, Sue's father felt it was best not to disturb them further. He stood up. Uncle Jiang, it's getting late. We'll head back now and visit again another time. Old Master Jiang realized he had unintentionally caused some trouble today and signaled to the butler to bring out the items. Since that's the case, I won't keep you. Once outside the Jiang residence, Su Han kicked a nearby flower bed in frustration. What do they mean by this? They invited us here, and now that they have a granddaughter-in-law, they act like this. They just sent us off with a few items. It's so annoying. Be quiet, Sue's father glanced at the Jiang residence and scolded her. You shouldn't say such things. It just means we don't have the fate to connect with the Jiang family. Xiao Shu, let's go. I'll take you home. Su Lehong closed the file and followed Su Le Shu. No need, I'll just take a taxi home. You should finish work and rest. I really appreciate you and Manager Wang during this time. Su Lehong didn't say anything, but helped her put on her coat and walked with her outside. Su Le Shu knew she couldn't argue with him, so after nodding to the security guard, she waited for a taxi by the road. Wei-en can start kindergarten now. What are you and your sister-in-law planning? Are you thinking of keeping him in Jiangyuan or bringing him to Huyang? Su Lehong understood her words clearly. Let's wait and see. The clothing store here is set to open next month. I'm planning to have my sister-in-law manage it. Hearing this, Su Lehong's hesitation turned into joy. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? In Jiangyuan, Xiaoying is the manager and your sister-in-law is just an assistant. Besides, Huyang is different. The clients are more high-end. Your sister-in-law hasn't dealt with that before, so it's better for Xiaoying to come to Huyang. Su Le Shu shook her head while adjusting her coat. My sister-in-law's abilities haven't been fully utilized in Jiangyuan. Plus, my sister and her family are all in Jiangyuan. It wouldn't work to bring her to Huyang. Your sister-in-law is different. I can guide her here, and when she comes, your family can be together. Also, Wei-en is at the age for school. Since you want to work hard with me, we should plan to settle the family in Huyang. Su Le Shu met Su Lehong's shocked gaze. Brother, we're just starting now. Everything in the future is still uncertain. To give your all at work, you must have no worries at home. Do you understand what I mean, big brother? Su Lehong was shocked. His sister had always been spoiled, never lacking in anything, and couldn't stand any criticism. She only wanted the best food and clothes, never settling for less than others. With such a pampered daughter, other families would have disciplined her long ago. But in the Su family, their grandmother favored this little sister and always provided her with the best. He and his younger cousin Shirtu never received such treatment. The only thing that made him envious was her excellent grades, consistently ranking in the top 3 of her school. Who would have thought that someone so talented would emerge from their family? Not only did she get into university, but she also started a company, earning in a month what many people would take years to make. Even his monthly salary of over 200 was something he never dared to dream of before. Now, his little sister was telling him this was just the beginning. What was to come would be even greater. Su Leji stopped the car, and Su Lehong opened the door for her. Big brother, please call sister-in-law soon and ask her to get ready to bring Wei-en up. Su Lehong nodded, looking at Su Leji, who was resting with her eyes closed. Okay. The mixed smells of gasoline and other odors in the car made him feel nauseous. As he looked out the window, Su Leji felt increasingly uneasy. Driver, this isn't the way to Songyue Villa. Su Lehong had been thinking about what she said and hadn't noticed the route. They seemed to be heading toward the suburbs. Stop the car. Do you even know the way?
Su Leong shouted.
But the driver showed no intention of stopping and only drove faster. Su Leji glanced at the rearview mirror. The driver wore a hat, obscuring his face. At that moment, their eyes met in the mirror, and Su Leji's heart raced. This person had harmed others and was coming for her. In the next instant, a dagger appeared in Su Leji's hand, and she quickly lunged at the driver's neck. The driver dodged, and the car came to a sudden halt. Su Leji gripped the handrail tightly. As soon as the car stopped, she opened the door and cautiously watched the driver get out slowly. The driver removed his hat and looked at Su Leji. You're the one who saved Honghu and killed our team leader. Little Shu, Su Lehong hurriedly got out and positioned himself in front of Su Leji. What are you doing? Do you want to rob us in broad daylight? The driver laughed at him, saying, Robbing? I don't want your money. I want your lives. Su Leshu grabbed Su Lehong's shirt and handed him a note. Brother, quickly call the person on this note to come and save me. No way, I can't leave you here alone. You go and I'll hold him off. His target is me. I can protect myself. You need to make the call. Trying to leave. The driver's smile grew wider. None of you will escape. He clapped his hands in the air. Slowly, 10 people emerged from around them. Some were foreigners and some were from their own country. They all had guns. Hong had never seen anything like this before. Everyone was armed, and some were not from their country. Xiao Shu, who are they? Why do they have guns? Hong's hands trembled, and his voice shook. Shu shielded Hong and looked at them, saying, "What are you talking about? I don't understand a word. I'm just an ordinary student. I wouldn't kill anyone. In our country, killing is serious." "Sir, you must have the wrong person." The driver laughed loudly. "Finding you wasn't easy. If it weren't for someone in our police station, we wouldn't have known you dared to help Red Fox escape." Shu's eyes turned red, and tears streamed down her face. She trembled in fear, dropping the dagger she was holding. "I didn't kill anyone. I just wanted to go home. I never expected to run into those people. It was that girl who threatened me. She killed them and forced me to take her away. She held a gun to my head, and I was scared." Tears fell heavily as she spoke, looking like a frightened little rabbit. "She killed them. I'm so afraid she will kill me. I could only take her away. On the way, she fainted, and that's when I called the police. After that, I don't know why the military took me away to ask questions. I didn't know anything. Then I was sent back. I really don't know anything, and I don't even know who you mean by Red Fox or who your captain is. Please let us go. I really didn't kill anyone and wouldn't dare to," she sobbed, hiccuping. A woman looked at Shu, confused by her fear and tears. Jumu heard that the man she married comes from a military family, and he holds an important position at a young age. Is this the kind of wife a man like that marries? The man next to the woman scoffed. "I thought we were sent to catch the Red Fox and her accomplices. I expected more from them. But it turns out they are just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat." Shu didn't mind that it was fake. She was already sweating coldly. System, come out and help me. If you don't show up soon, your host is going to be in big trouble. Buzz. Don't give me this nonsense, help me quickly. These people have guns, and I can't run with my brother, who is a burden. Make them dizzy so I can escape. Host, it's not that I don't want to help, but our system can't harm innocent people. Besides, I'm just a basic system, not as powerful as others. Shu was so frustrated she could burst. What good are you? A somewhat transparent cat appeared on Shu's shoulder. I may not have the ability, but the shop does. Shu quickly opened the shop page, but after searching through the entire shop, she found nothing powerful. The best she could find was a sleeping powder, which was just ordinary. By the time she scattered the powder, they would have already shot her. Is this all? Are you hoping I die too quickly? How can I take down armed opponents with this? Host, if you use 2,000 points to upgrade the shop to level 2, there will be much better items available. Shu looked at her over 2,000 points and glanced at the cat grooming itself. You useless thing. I see now why you've been inactive. You just want to take my points. I worked hard to save those points. The system looked around but avoided her gaze. Host, you want something, right? Level 1 doesn't have it. Only level 2 does. Seeing the group of people eyeing her and with a burden to carry, Shu swallowed her frustration. Fine, upgrade it. If there's nothing useful, I'll take it out on you. Okay, deducting 2,000 points to upgrade the shop. Upgrading to level 2 will take 20 minutes.
What?
20 minutes? Are you trying to get me killed? At this rate, my body will be in pieces by then. Can I rely on you? Give me my points back. The little cat flew around Shu, pretending to be serious. Due to the host's excellent task completion without any slack, the system is opening a secondary shop in 3 seconds. Shu, who was so angry that she almost lost control, managed to hold back from harming it. Shu quickly searched for what she needed, and the more urgent she became, the darker her eyes grew. 30-second sedative for 300 points, 3-second sedative for 800 points, and 1-second sedative for 1,000 points. There were also items like bows, smoke bombs, and explosive pills, all generally costing over 500 points. System, are you kidding me? Does this even help me? How does it not help? This sedative powder is much better than what you can find in the first level shop. Even this 30-second sedative, if you burn the powder, just 1 gram can affect everyone within a 2-meter radius around you. This sedative is colorless and tasteless, and once the time is up, it will instantly put people to sleep. Plus, it has no side effects. They will naturally wake up after 2 hours. Even during their unconscious state, hospitals won't be able to detect any sedative in them, and once they wake up, the effects will completely disappear. Hearing about these effects, Su Lishu found the points somewhat acceptable. How can I burn it with so many eyes on me? That's simple. Just buy an invisible incense burner and pour the sedative into it. Su Lishu flipped through the pages and found the invisible incense burner for sale in the corner of the first-level shop, and it was not expensive, only 10 points each. At least the system was somewhat reasonable. The 30-second sedative she bought for 300 points came with 5 grams, which wasn't too bad. The incense burner was small, about the size of her pinky, and wouldn't attract attention. She poured all the purchased powder into the burner, knowing she couldn't underestimate these people. There might even be others lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, Su Lihong's eyes became dazed, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Big brother, oh no, what's wrong?
Don't scare me.
Su Lishu didn't expect the sedative to be so powerful. Su Lihong fell down in just a few seconds. Crying, Su Lishu held her fallen brother tightly, feeling even more heartbroken.
Please.
Let me go, I really didn't kill anyone, sob. The driver looked at the fallen Su Lihong with a sneer. What a weak person, just a little scare, and he's out cold. Su Lishu knelt helplessly, holding Su Lihong's body and crying. I didn't mean to take that girl. She held a gun to my head. I was scared. That's why I took her. I didn't save her. Why won't you believe me? Captain, we've delayed for too long. We should quickly take him away and find out the location of the Red Fox to report back to the organization. Get to work. The driver waved his hand, turned, and put on his hat to prepare to get into the car. But in the next moment, he quickly rolled away, dodging an arrow that shot from where he had just stood. Who's there? Everyone instantly became alert. Aren't you looking for me? Why involve innocent people? Red Fox. The driver pulled out his gun and looked into the shadows. Yen Chu jumped down from the wall, glanced at the pitiful Su Lishu, and then looked at his former colleagues. Stay hidden. Yen Chu quickly attacked one of them. The person didn't react in time and collapsed to the ground, unconscious, with a thin line of blood on their neck. The gun in that person's hand fell into Yen Chu's grasp. The driver didn't expect the Red Fox to be so powerful and fired his gun first. Yen Chu dodged to the side and moved like a shadow toward the driver, pulling him to block the incoming bullets. The gun in his hand fired wildly, but none of the shots missed their target. Su Lishu dragged Su Lihong into a corner, confused about how Yen Chu had come out. Wasn't she supposed to be looking for her uncle? The driver began to feel dizzy, his arm hit, and the pain brought him back to reality. Seeing the serious injuries among his men, he realized in that moment that the organization had been wrong. They had all been deceived by the Red Fox. She had always pretended to be weak, making others believe she was incompetent. Now, he believed what Su Lishu said. The entire third team had been killed by the Red Fox alone. Retreat. The information is incorrect. An arrow shot from Yen Chu's arm blocked his path. Want to go back and report? None of you are allowed to leave today. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Yen Chu's bullets ran out, and he looked in disbelief at the fallen people. This familiar method made Yen Chu turn to Su Lishu. Did you do this? Su Lishu slowly stood up and brushed off the dust from her knees. You were released by the military so quickly. Yen Chu took out something and shot it into the air, causing sparks to explode. Who are you notifying? Su Lishu stood in front of Su Lihong, watching her. Yen Chu smiled slightly. The military. I should be considered as making a deal or redeeming myself. I am responsible for rooting out the spies from the Min Sha organization hidden in our country. The country has allowed me to return, and once everything is clear, I will be free. After speaking, Yen Chu shook his head, and his gaze began to drift. Watching Su Lishu and the others step closer, he staggered back a few steps. What have you done? I wanted to hold her back. Su Lishu waved her hand, and the powder flew towards them. A moment later, Yen Chu's eyes slowly cleared. You inhaled the sleeping powder, Su Lishu said, rubbing her temples. She had cried so hard that her head hurt. Yen Chu shook her head. She had been following Su Lishu recently. She hadn't seen how the sleeping powder was spread, and even she hadn't noticed it. Su Lishu checked her pulse and then looked around. Do I have to wait for the military to arrive before I can leave? Of course not. It's just that since the Min Sha organization found you this time, they will likely find you again next time. I've heard that Dr. Su is young but skilled. Can you slightly improve the structure of my face? Su Lishu couldn't believe what she heard. What did you just say? In Su Lishu's gaze, Yan Chu lifted a dagger and cut her own face. Su Lishu wanted to stop her, but Yan Chu took a step back without hesitation. Su Lishu was both angry and amused, not caring about her actions. I never said I could improve your facial structure. I've only learned a little about traditional medicine. However, I can handle your wound. Yan Chu smiled nonchalantly. If that's the case, then forget it. But you saw today that they won't let me go, and they certainly won't spare you for helping me. I just want to live like an ordinary person, without being chased by Min Sha. If you help me, I can be your bodyguard and protect you for life. Oh, Su Lishu chuckled lightly. Do you know what you're saying? Instead of looking for your family, you want to be my bodyguard. Mentioning family, a hint of sadness appeared on Yan Chu's face. I have no family left. They have all passed away. My uncle sacrificed himself on a mission 3 years after we went abroad, and my aunt remarried that same year. I have no relatives left. I just want to live peacefully. Su Lishu stared at her, momentarily speechless. System, is she telling the truth? It is the truth. Her immediate family is indeed gone, but she does have 2 distant cousins, which don't really count as family. Since Miss Yen has made a request I cannot refuse, then let's cooperate happily. When Su Lihong woke up, he found himself in a hospital, seeing Su Lishu sitting beside him, peeling an apple. He looked around, recalling the fear he felt before losing consciousness. Big brother, you're awake. Are you feeling unwell? Little Shu, did those people do anything to you? It's all my fault for being useless and fainting. Su Lishu's lips curled into a faint smile, but her face showed a hint of fear. Fortunately, after my brother fell unconscious, soldiers on a mission arrived just in time. That group entered the country illegally from the border, and the government has been aware and trying to capture them. So, I wasn't hurt. The soldiers told me not to speak about this, fearing that the criminals might have accomplices. Although the government will handle this properly, it's better to be safe. Su Lihong quickly nodded. Yes, I will definitely keep this a secret. No, I didn't see anything last night. Su Lishu also nodded. That's right. Yan Chu's injury extended from her forehead to her cheek, deep enough to see bone. The military understood her situation and, after identifying a few spies in the police station and military, agreed to let her start a new life with a new identity. She became an orphan named Yan Sheng, who had just retired from the military. In fact, the real Yan Sheng had sacrificed herself for the country a month ago. Su Lishu looked at her wound with some admiration for her determination. Are you sure you want to look like this soldier? Yan Chu, now called Yan Sheng, touched the scar on her face. It's worth it to exchange these wounds for a peaceful life. Seeing her insistence, Su Lishu slowly inserted the silver needle into her skin. Su Lishu wouldn't perform the surgery herself. That skill was left to the system. In less than a minute, her slightly double eyelids became prominent double eyelids, and her face shape changed slightly, still maintaining an oval shape with only a bit of resemblance, mainly in her eyes and brows. This transformation cost her an extra 200,000, and while points could be used, she didn't have the 2,000 required. 2 hours later, Yensheng woke up and looked at her bandaged face in the mirror. She smiled genuinely. Even though the wounds were painful, it was worth it. Thank you, Miss Su. I will do my best from now on. Seeing her awake, Su Lishu prepared to leave. I don't need anything from you. From now on, you are my assistant. By the way, I will bring you some books to read about our country while you recover. I will deliver supplies to this house every week. From now on, just call me Su like everyone else in the company. If you have any questions, call me. Yes. Please take care. Hearing her respectful address, Su Lishu turned back at the door. You don't need to be so formal with me. Just use casual terms. After Su Lishu left, Yensheng looked at her reflection in the mirror. Although her face was mostly covered, with just her eyes and nostrils visible, She felt happy. Mom and Dad, I'm finally back. As they left the small courtyard, Zhongquan quickly opened the car door for her. Madam, are you going back to the Songhua villa? Su Lishu touched her slightly visible belly, even though her clothes covered it. I'm going to the clinic. Upon arriving at the clinic, Su Lishu did not see Feng Qishan or Zhang Yinian, so she stopped one of Su Huai's disciples. Have you seen your master and Yinian? Hello, junior uncle. Master and senior sister Yinian haven't come to the hospital. Not here. That shouldn't be the case. She walked toward Feng Qishan's small house and, as she entered the front yard, she felt that the atmosphere was off. Master? Yinian? Are you home? Come in, came Feng Qishan's cold voice from the living room. Hearing his tone, Su Lishu hesitated and turned to leave. As she walked away, she said, Since you aren't at the clinic, I'll head back there. Come in. His voice was even more serious this time. After taking a few steps, she felt stuck by his tone, blinking as she wondered why he was upset when they hadn't even gone to the clinic. At the door, she saw a tall figure sitting with his back to her, facing the serious Feng Qishan. Zhang Yinian sat quietly beside them, her posture indicating she was nervous. With a smile, Su Lishu met Feng Qishan's gaze. Master, you have a guest today. Hearing her voice, the figure turned around to meet her eyes. Jiang Yu. Su Lishu was surprised to see him. Seeing a familiar face, Su Lishu relaxed her cautious demeanor. Sister-in-law, Jiang Yu called out as he stood up. Su Lishu nodded and sat beside Zhang Yinian. Why is Master so serious? Is Jiang Yu here for a checkup? You should ask them yourself. Them? Su Lishu's gaze shifted between Jiang Yu and Zhang Yinian. Suddenly realizing something, her eyes widened slightly as she uncertainly asked, Are you too? Sister-in-law, Yinian and I are together now. Together? It was no wonder Su Lishu was surprised. During their previous gatherings, Zhang Yinian had acted like a timid rabbit around Jiang Yu. It felt strange that two seemingly unrelated people were now together. Su Lishu looked at Feng Qishan, who indeed had a displeased expression. Zhang Yinian tugged at Su Lishu's sleeve, signaling her to help ease the situation. Su Lishu smiled and said, That's great, a match made in heaven. Great? It's only been a short time, and you already tell me you're getting married, and to someone in the military. Feng Qishan looked at them sternly. You're still in school. Why are you thinking about marriage? Grandpa, I'm already 22 years old. From a medical perspective, this is the best time to get pregnant. Besides, after I graduate, you won't have time to think about these things. If you don't agree, that's fine. I've already made plans with Xiaoshu to open a shop together right after graduation. Just don't rush me to get married then. You little rascal, are you threatening me? Feng Qishan said, frowning at her words. Su Lishu quickly switched places with Zhang Yinian, standing beside Feng Qishan to give her a back rub. Master, please don't be upset. Think about it, what Yinian said isn't wrong. Look, I'm younger than Yinian and I'm already married and pregnant. Yinian is 2 months older than me. I won't say much about Jiang Yu. You must know him. He has good character, a good family background, and he's handsome. Together with Yinian, they make a perfect couple. I heard you and Zhang's grandfather are good friends, so you must know Jiang Yu's character. Why are you against it? Su Lishu massaged his shoulders, saying, This isn't like you. You talk too much. Feng Qishan glanced at her belly. Sit down quickly, or you'll blame me later. Su Lishu gave Zhang Yinian a knowing look and slowly sat down. Feng Qishan looked at Jiang Yu, who was sitting up straight, and snorted, Choose a time for both families to meet. Jiang Yu bent down to pour tea for Feng Qishan, saying, I'll bring my family to meet you tomorrow, Grandpa. What's the rush? Since my precious cabbage has already been picked by you, there's no need to hurry. We have to wait for Yinian's parents to come first. In a moment of urgency, Jiang Yu forgot and smiled shyly. You're right, Grandpa. I was too hasty. Su Lishu smiled slightly. In the private room on the top floor of Shikage, Lu Tianrui looked at the 3 pairs across from him, especially Jiang Yu and Zhang Yinian. Pointing at them, his hands trembled. You guys, Jiang Yu, is this how you treat your brother? Jiang Yu affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair in response to her confused gaze, saying, You'll get used to it. Seeing them so carefree, Lu Tianrui felt even colder inside. Jiang Yu, You actually abandoned me for a girlfriend. How could you do this to your brother? Zhang Yu carefully picked a piece of fish for Zhang Yinian, making sure to remove the bones before placing it in her bowl. Only then did he look up at Lu Tianrui, who seemed abandoned by the world, and said, "How does my dating relate to abandoning you? You couldn't find me, and neither could you." A silent arrow struck Lu Tianrui's heart. "You're getting older and not looking for a partner. It's not my fault, I'm not either." Whoosh, another arrow flies. "You have no one but I do, right, Nian Nian?" Whoosh, another arrow. Lu Tianrui clutches his chest, feeling hurt. Zhang Yinian tugged on Junyu's sleeve under the table, signaling him to stop talking. Junyu smiled and held her hand. "It's okay, right, second brother?" Lu Tianrui pointed at them. "Do you guys even consider me your brother? You're all finding partners, but why am I still single?" "Gouda, say something. Eat less," Gu Shaoqing said, placing the cleaned fish on Su Lishu's bowl. Seeing the bland fish, Su Lishu took a bite and almost spat it out, quickly pushing the rest away. "It's too fishy and not tasty." Gu Shaoqing quickly offered her some flower tea. "Then don't eat it. Gouda, do you even care about your brother's well-being?" Gu Shaoqing ate the piece of fish that Su Lishu had taken a bite of and looked at him. "You is right. If you can't find someone, you shouldn't stop others from trying. Just because you're single doesn't mean everyone else has to be. Besides, you have plenty of female companions. What girl would be interested in you?" Hearing this, Lu Tianrui's playful expression returned. "Isn't it nice to have admirers? Why tie yourself down with marriage?" Qin Qingyu rolled her eyes at him. "Second brother, be careful. One day you might regret saying that." "Regret?" Lu Tianrui, don't know what regret is." Su Lishu smiled softly, pushing Gu Shaoqing's hand away. "I'm full. I want some yogurt jelly." "Okay." Gu Shaoqing pressed a button at the table, looking at the waiter, who came in. "A pot of da hong pao and 3 servings of yogurt jelly. Please wait a moment." As everyone finished eating, they moved to the tea and snacks area. Lu Tianrui looked at Gu Shaoqing. "Old Gu, I heard the government plans to auction the East Lake land." "Yeah," Gu Shaoqing said, taking half of Su Lishu's yogurt jelly. "Hey, I'm not done yet." Su Lishu reached out to grab it. Gu Shaoqing held her waist, keeping it out of reach. "You've had enough for today. You can't handle too much yogurt, or you'll get an upset stomach. Remember last time when you got so sick? But it'll go to waste if I don't eat it." Su Lishu looked longingly at the half-eaten yogurt jelly. "I'll eat it." Su Lishu huffed and sat back down. Although she craved it, getting sick again was worse. "All right, eat quickly." Gu Shaoqing handed her a piece of dessert before looking at Lu Tianrui. "There's a plan, but it's still 6 months away." 6 months. Lu Tianrui tapped his fingers on the teacup. "The location of that land is a bit remote, but I do have some interest in it." "Auction land?" Su Lishu felt a little tempted. "How big is the land?" Gu Shaoqing glanced at her and, seeing her eagerly looking at him, fed her a spoonful of yogurt jelly, then finished the last bit himself. 683 acres. "That's so big." Su Lishu hesitated. "Does my sister-in-law want it too?" Lu Tianrui looked at her. Su Lishu nodded. "I do want to buy a piece of land to build my own company, but 683 acres is too much for me." Shin Xingyao said, "Sister-in-law, if you don't have enough money, you can ask old Gu. Don't be fooled by his honest job. He has quite a bit of private property." "Sister-in-law, you shouldn't let old Gu spend money so freely." Gu Shaoqing gave him a cold glance. Su Lishu smiled and asked, "So, your family has Qingyu managing the money, and you work for her for free?" Qin Qingyu also smiled at him. Shin Xingyao nodded confidently. "Of course. All the money at home is managed by my wife." "Oh," Su Lishu casually added, "so the money the company makes is also managed by Qingyu." Shin Xingyao tilted his head slightly. "This isn't just my decision." Su Lishu smiled and said nothing, taking a sip of milk tea. Lu Tianrui put down his teacup. "Since my sister-in-law wants it, I won't join in on that." Su Lishu shook her head with a gentle smile. "No need. It's just an idea for now. 600 acres is beyond my consideration." A hint of regret flashed in Su Lishu's lowered gaze. It wasn't that she didn't want it. It was that her own abilities and finances didn't allow it. Over 600 acres of land would cost at least tens of millions at current value. not to mention the significant expenses for building houses afterward. Half a month later, when the others in the dormitory learned that Zhang Yinian had already obtained a marriage certificate, they were all shocked to look at her. Jilin said, "Sister, from what I know, that day was the first time we met you both. It's only been half a month, and you're already telling us you're married." Zhang Yinian was also surprised by Jiang Yu's speed. It was less than a week from when he returned to the army to apply for the marriage report to when he came back. After that, it took a few more days for both families to meet, and just the day before yesterday, they got their marriage certificate. Until yesterday, when Jiang Yu returned to the army for a mission, it had only been half a month. Zhang Yinian smiled and took Jilin's hand down. "I've known him since we were kids. Our relationship changed last year, so it's not that short of a time." Wow. Lily looked at them with a curious expression. "Isn't this just like a story about childhood friends who grew up together?" Feng Xiuyu adjusted her glasses and replied to the somewhat awkward Lily. "Stop watching those pointless shows. They're all fake." Lily countered. "How is it fake?" "Look at Nian Nian and her husband." Zhang Yinian smiled gently. "Actually, I wasn't very familiar with Jiang Yu before. We hardly spoke more than I do with my classmates, and I was a bit scared of him." Lily paused. "Well, at least you were childhood friends." Zhou Shuoqin, who was tall, noticed some red spots on Zhang Yinian's collarbone that looked like mosquito bites, but they weren't swollen. "Nian Nian, what happened here? Did a mosquito bite you? Or are you having an allergic reaction?" Zhang Yinian quickly pulled up her collar, looking a bit uneasy. "It's an allergy. I accidentally ate a dish with apples yesterday, and that's why I'm reacting." "Yesterday? Which dish had apples?" Su Lishu noticed her discomfort and how she kept tugging at her collar, so she figured it out but stayed silent. "Xiao Shu, why are you smiling?" "Huh." Su Lishu looked up at them. "I'm not smiling at anything." "Nian Nian, weren't you going to treat us to something?" "I was just thinking about the delicious food later." Everyone's eyes lit up at the mention of a treat. "A treat? But isn't your partner back in the army?" Zhang Yinian patted her bag. "Everyone can order whatever they like. His money is with me. When he returns, I'll bring him to meet you all." "Oh." Everyone looked at her playfully. As the weather got warmer, people wore less clothing, and everyone was surprised to see Su Lishu's belly. Su Yaya stared at her belly in shock. "Are you pregnant?" She pointed at the ice cream in Su Lishu's hand. "How can you still eat ice cream?" "It's May, not August or September." Jilan exaggeratedly opened her mouth wide. "Oh my. I noticed something was off with you. You've been eating more than usual. I thought you just gained weight, but I never expected you to be pregnant." Under Su Ya's disapproving gaze, Su Lishu finished the rest of her ice cream in 2 big bites. She raised her hands innocently. "I've finished it." Then, still a bit unsatisfied, she licked her lips. "Do you want some?" "I'll treat you." The others all refused in unison. "No, thanks." As if they didn't know she wanted some herself. Hearing their refusal, Su Lishu clearly looked a bit disappointed. Su Lishu clearly hadn't had enough to eat. "You really aren't going to eat? The ice cream from that place is really delicious." The others shook their heads seriously in refusal. Zhang Yinian pulled Su Lishu along toward the classroom. "Xiaoshu, you had ice cream today, and you won't have any for the next 3 days. Don't think about it anymore, and don't try to sneak out to buy some. I will follow you at school. You're carrying twins, so nothing can go wrong." "Twins?" Li's eyes widened. "Wow, it has to be you, Xiaoshu. You always have to be the best at everything. In studies, you're the best and prettiest, and now you have to be the best at being pregnant too." No wonder they were shocked. It was the national family planning time, and families could only have one child. Officials like Gu Xiaoqing had to set an example, only allowed to have one child regardless of gender. Now that Su Lishu was expecting twins, it was more than what others had, which was quite impressive. Su Lishu really wanted something sweet and sighed. If only there were bubble tea right now. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Yes, bubble tea was popular in Taiwan right now. She could open a bubble tea shop at the school entrance. Images of 3-layered milk tea, taro milk tea, strawberry boba, and various milk cap teas flashed in her mind. Thinking of these made her swallow hard. Without hesitation, Su Lishu bought 3 storefronts at the school entrance and connected them. Instead of renting, buying was better. Property was an investment. Su Lishu planned to combine milk tea with desserts. She bought recipes from the system, which were a bit pricey but worth it. During this time, Su Lishu was very busy, first designing the bubble tea shop, then renovating and buying materials. She also needed to purchase equipment for making milk tea and desserts and was busy hiring staff. At the same time, she had to try everything herself. She had to taste a little of each item, and by the time of her pregnancy checkup, her blood sugar was noticeably high. The doctor looked at the test results and then glanced at the slightly guilty Su Lishu. He opened his mouth and directed his comments at Gu Xiaoqing. As the husband of a pregnant woman, I told you last time to strictly control her intake of sweets. Well, this time it's significantly higher. He then looked at Su Lishu. When you lower your blood sugar, then you can have sweets again. He lowered his head to fill out a form, continuing, since you walked in, I could smell sweetness on you. I knew this would happen. Su Lishu held Gu Xiaoqing's hand, looking down and not daring to meet the doctor's gaze or argue back. She squeezed his hand under the table. Gu Xiaoqing looked at his hand, which was almost raw, and said seriously, I understand, doctor. I will keep a close watch on her. The doctor handed him a list. If you can really keep an eye on her, her blood sugar wouldn't be so high. All right, you should head back now. Remember to control it. It's not good for the baby. Su Lishu placed the milk tea and desserts on the table, smiling at her. Dr. Liu, I made this pearl milk tea and matcha milfai cake myself. Please share it with everyone. Dr. Liu quickly refused. No, that's not acceptable. As a doctor, we should stick to our duties. Please take it back. Dr. Liu, these are samples from my shop. I want everyone to try them and give me feedback for improvement. You own a shop? Su Lishu nodded. I'm planning to open a milk tea shop near Yuezhou University. It's still under renovation and testing, but it should open when school starts in September. Dr. Liu smiled and said, Then thank you on behalf of everyone. Congratulations. When Su Lishu stepped outside, she ran into a familiar nurse. Sister Zhao, are you on rounds? Yes, it's little Shu. Are you here for a checkup? That's fine. Su Lishu smiled but didn't nod. I brought milk tea and cake for everyone at Dr. Liu's. They can all try it later. Hearing her words, the doctors and nurses nearby happily thanked her. No need to thank me. Everyone has worked hard. After leaving the hospital, Gu Xiaoqing looked at her. Now that you've heard, you can't eat any more sweets. Su Lishu knew she had been eating too many sweets lately. She pouted. I know, dear. The man smiled and kissed her on the lips. Good. Once we have the baby, we can eat as much as we want. The day after summer vacation started, Su Lishu packed to return to Zhongyuan. She looked at the cluttered living room and saw Grandma Gu still pondering what she might have forgotten. With a mix of laughter and tears, she said, Grandma, you have too much stuff. I'm only going back for half a month. I don't need to take much. Grandma Gu shook her head disapprovingly. That won't do. This is your first visit back home after getting married, but it was delayed because of your pregnancy. This time, you must take back more things. These fruits are from our orchard, and since you like them, take some for your in-laws to try. If they're good, we can send more back. While speaking, she remembered something and looked at Gu Qingqing. Qingqing, go to the cloakroom and bring out the clothes and shoes we bought for your in-laws. Also, get a ginseng from the storage room to help them regain their health. Grandma. Su Lishu gently supported Grandma Gu. I didn't go back last year, but Ah Yan did, right? He should go back. It's different. After saying that, she patted her hand. All right, you and move everything to the car. The trunk was completely filled, and the front passenger seat had several boxes of fruit. Grandma, we're leaving now. It's sunny outside. You should go inside. Grandma Gu nodded with a smile. Okay. Drive slowly on Shaoguan Road. She then looked at Gu Xiaoqing. Yuan, keep an eye on Shuju. If she feels unwell, stop and rest. Got it, you go inside, we're leaving. Knowing that Su Lishu and her husband were coming back made Grandma Su very happy. After breakfast, she took a basket and hummed a song as she went out to buy groceries. Hey, Sister Su, what's got you so happy? Is there a celebration in your family? Grandma Su smiled and touched her face. Is it that obvious? Of course. Your smile is almost reaching your ears. Is it because your little Shu Zhu is coming back? Grandma Su looked at her in surprise. How did you know? I didn't say anything. The older lady rolled her eyes at Grandma Su. Do you even need to ask? You're always happy because of your little Shu Zhu. Your little Shu Zhu didn't come back on the second day of the new year. It was just her son-in-law who returned. Wasn't she pregnant at that time? Grandma Su laughed, and the wrinkles on her face deepened. Yes, she was pregnant. She was feeling very sick at that time, and the strong smell in the car made it worse, so we didn't let her come back. Now that her pregnancy is stable, she's coming back for summer vacation and specifically asked for twice-cooked pork. I won't talk to you anymore. I need to go early, or I won't find good meat later. As soon as Grandma Su left the apartment building, within half an hour, all the elderly ladies in the building knew that the delicate girl from the Su family was back and pregnant. Suddenly, the big tree in the yard was filled with people chatting under its shade, their eyes occasionally glancing toward the entrance. One lady in a floral short-sleeved shirt looked at the entrance and then turned her gaze back to everyone. Do you think the second daughter of the Su family is still studying? How is she pregnant? If she doesn't hurry to have a baby to secure her husband's family, with her temperament and conditions, she'll be kicked out sooner or later. Studying? What's the point compared to wealth and status? Your words are really harsh, Chen. Are you jealous of how well Su is doing? You can't stand to see her happy. Besides, Xiaoshu earns a lot and isn't any less than her man. Maybe that little Gu earns even less than Xiaoshu. Am I jealous? Chen was so angry that she fanned herself harder. What do I have to be jealous about? Why can't I see her succeed? Did I say something wrong? She's only charming because of her looks, dressing up every day at such a young age. In a family like the Gu's, they value matching backgrounds. She's just a pretty girl who got into college. With so many people getting into college, what else does she have to offer? She should hurry up and have kids. If she waits too long, they might lose interest. Zhao Hua, who was taking care of her grandchild, scoffed at her words. When Chen looked over, Zhao rolled her eyes and said, "You old hag." Chen stood up, glaring at her. "What did you say, Zhao Dahua?" Zhao remained calm and looked up at her. "I said you're an old hag who's deaf, blind, and foolish. Now you're even hard of hearing." She laughed. "That's just wonderful. It seems justice is served." Chen's eyes turned red with anger, and she seemed ready to hit her, but the people around stopped her. Zhao snorted sarcastically. "You think I'm scared of you? If you hit me, I'd be worried about passing out from your bad breath. Zhao Dahua, why do you care about that girl? Oh, I remember, you're making clothes for her, treating her like a queen." With that, Zhao stood up and slapped Chen across the face. "Keep barking, and see if I hit you again. You're just an old fool who can't see reality. Xiaoshu is beautiful, 1 in a million, and got into a top university. She earns more in a month than your whole family does in a year without eating or drinking, and still you look down on her, saying she only attracts people with her looks. If I said that Xiaoshu was pursued by little Gu, would that make you feel worse? Just admit you're envious of Xiaoshu's talents, her beauty, and that she has a good man like Gu admiring her. You're jealous of everything about her. Chen Posey, you just can't accept that originally Xiaoshu's family was not as good as yours. Now that Xiaoshu has gotten into college and can start a business to earn money, buying jewelry and clothes for Aunt Sue, you just can't stand it. An elder who thinks highly of herself can't stand country folks, yet her words are even worse than those of the loudmouth villagers. Indeed, like elder, like younger. Your Chun area pushed Xiaoshu down the stairs, almost causing her death. Back then, Xiaoshu would give your Chun area 50 cents even when she had only $1. In the end, it was because of $5 that Xiaoshu was pushed down. Such a cruel heart, truly a reflection of the family. Even with the same blood, the malice is the same. No matter how good you are to them, they are still ungrateful. If I were Xiaoshu, I would make sure to teach you a lesson that would keep you in bed for half a month. I would tear your mouth apart so you wouldn't speak so foully every day. Chen Posey was furious, breaking free and rushing to grab Zhao Hua's hair, pushing her down. When old lady Su returned from grocery shopping, she saw a large crowd around the big tree. A hint of confusion crossed her eyes as she squeezed through with her basket. Seeing that it was Chun Posey and Zhao Hua fighting, she nudged the person next to her. What are they fighting about? Su Jia, you're here. It's just Chun Posey. She said your Xiaoshu is using her looks to attract Xiao Gu. Now that she's pregnant, it's to secure her position in the Gu family. Otherwise, why would she be pregnant while still in school? Nonsense. My Xiaoshu is married to Xiao Gu, and being pregnant is perfectly fine. I'll tear your mouth apart. Chun Posey, just getting up after being pushed down and slapped, was knocked back down again, feeling like her nose was broken. Then her hair was roughly grabbed, and she received another slap. Chun Posey, your mouth is truly foul. I haven't bothered you, yet you keep slandering my girl. I won't let you off easily. Ah. Let go of me, you shameless person. Another slap landed on Chun Posey's mouth. This is for your foul mouth. Hey, Su Jia, please stop. Someone might get hurt. Yes, Chin Jia, apologize quickly, or it really will get out of hand. Please stop it. The crowd was chattering, trying to persuade them, but no one stepped in to break it up. They all seemed to enjoy the spectacle, wishing it would get even more exciting. Zhang Quan drove downstairs and saw the crowd gathered around the tree, looking lively. Jokingly, he said, "This place has a lively atmosphere. It's so hot, yet there are still so many people out here." Su Lishu frowned slightly, but her eyes sparkled with curiosity. She got out of the car and walked over, saying, "I want to see what everyone is gathering for, despite the heat." Gu Shaoqing quickly followed her, protecting her from behind. "Auntie, what's happening here that's so lively?" A woman who was trying to peek inside turned her head upon hearing the question. When she saw Su Lishu, she looked down and noticed her baby bump. Her eyes lit up as she shouted, "Make way, make way. Little Shu is back." With that shout, a path opened up in front of Su Lishu. She saw her grandmother and Aunt Chen arguing and hurried inside, asking, "Grandma, what's going on?" Hearing Su Lishu's voice, Grandma Su turned around and saw her coming in with her big belly. She quickly stood up, saying, "Dear, don't run. Be careful." Su Lishu took her grandmother's hand and looked her over, noticing her hair was messy and her clothes were wrinkled, but she was not hurt. "Grandma, why are you fighting?" Grandma Su glared at Aunt Chen, who was lying on the ground. "It's because she has a sharp tongue, saying things about your pregnancy and status. She hasn't said a single good word, so I wanted to shut her up." Su Lishu glanced at Aunt Chen without any expression. "Grandma, she's just a jealous gossip who can't stand others doing well. Just ignore her, like you would ignore a barking dog. Grandma, if a dog barks at you and you respond, it would lower our dignity. We shouldn't stoop to that level." Grandma Su understood her words and laughed heartily, nodding in agreement. "You're right, dear. I won't argue with dogs anymore." Aunt Chen got up, feeling the stares from everyone and hearing Su Lishu's words. With her hair covering her eyes, she glared at Su Lishu, and seeing her big belly, a hint of malice flashed in her eyes. She reached out towards Su Lishu, saying, "You little brat, how dare you call me a dog? I'll make you pay." Seeing this, Gu Shaoqing wrapped his arm around Su Lishu's waist and turned her away while kicking Aunt Chen. Ah! Gu Shaoqing's kick was powerful, sending Aunt Chen flying 2 meters away. "Ah! My back is broken. I'm going to sue you for attempted murder." At this moment, Gu Shaoqing, towering at nearly 2 meters, radiated an intimidating aura, looking at Aunt Chen as if she were a ghost. "All right, Zhang Quan, go tell Feng Yi that someone is trying to harm my wife and children. Let him see why there are criminals in his area. Tell him that my wife and 2 children almost faced danger right under his watch. Is it because he isn't doing his job, or is he just too comfortable in his position as police chief? Why do people feel bold enough to commit such acts in front of so many witnesses?" Zhang Quan was shocked by the old woman's actions. He couldn't believe she would push a pregnant woman, especially the wife of an important official, in front of everyone. The old woman's cries suddenly stopped when she saw Zhang Quan really driving away. She wanted to get up and stop him, but her body hurt too much to move. The scene fell silent. Gu Shaoqing looked closely at Su Lishu's expression. "Are you scared?" Su Lishu shook her head while holding her stomach. Her heart raced, but her face was pale with fear. She had seen the old woman trying to push her, but before she could react, a man had already taken her away. She never expected the old woman to be so bold as to try to make her fall. The old woman knew that Su Lishu's husband was an important official with a powerful family. Regret flooded over her. She was scared. She shouldn't have impulsively tried to push Su Lishu. Now she regretted it, but she could tell from the man's expression that he wouldn't let her off easily. Rolling her eyes, she fell to the ground, crying out, "Oh heavens, is there no justice? A young person hit me, and my back is broken. My goodness, the officials are bullying us ordinary people. They want to kill us." Suddenly, the whole place fell silent, except for the old woman's nonsensical cries. Everyone looked at Gu Shaoqing with a hint of fear. Just moments ago, the old woman had been kicked far away in front of them. Now, she couldn't get up, and given her nature, lying on the ground proved she truly couldn't move. Su Laotai was also surprised, but then she remembered the old woman's attempt to push her granddaughter, and anger filled her mind. Pointing at the old woman, she shouted, "You shameless wretch! You tried to harm my granddaughter and great-grandchild. You're a criminal. Our Su family has no business with your Chin family. I will definitely talk to my husband about this and make sure he teaches your family a lesson. Why didn't your husband take you with him when he left, so you wouldn't cause trouble for us?" Soon, 2 police cars followed Zhang Quan's vehicle, and the police chief, Feng Yi, also got out. "Secretary Gu, what is this?" Feng Yi glanced at the woman held by Gu Shaoqing, who was now pale and holding her stomach. Gu Shaoqing pointed to an elderly woman on the ground in the distance. "She tried to harm my wife and our unborn children." She showed no hesitation. Her eyes were fierce and determined. Feng Yi signaled to the officers behind him. "Since someone attempted murder in public, take her away immediately." "Ah, my back, my back." 2 officers tried to pull the elderly woman up, but she screamed in pain. Gu Shaoqing looked coldly at her. "Oh, I almost forgot. I kicked her when she was trying to harm my wife and children. Once at the station, have a doctor check on her. I will cover the medical expenses, but please investigate her attempted murder thoroughly." "Chief." Feng Yi nodded. "Of course, we will not let any wrongdoer escape. Take her to the hospital first." After giving his orders, Feng Yi turned to Su Lishu. "Madam Gu, I will handle this properly." "Thank you, Chief Feng." Gu Shaoqing glanced at the elderly woman being taken away, showing no sign of amusement. "Serving the public is our duty." The elderly woman realized she had made a serious mistake and shouted towards Su and the others, "I was wrong, I apologize. I shouldn't have acted impulsively against Lishu. Please have mercy on me. I'm old and didn't mean it. Lu Hua, help me, I was wrong and won't do it again." Lu Hua is the elderly woman's original name. But neither Su nor Su Lishu responded. This was karma. Su would never help her, and Su Lishu certainly wouldn't forgive someone who tried to harm her and her children. The elderly woman had intended to push her with great force, and if she had succeeded, it could have harmed the baby or caused a miscarriage, leading to irreversible damage to her health. Why should she show mercy to someone with such malicious intent? After the police cars left, everyone looked at Gu Shaoqing with respect, fear, and admiration for his authority. Seeing this, Su called for Su Lishu and the others to go home. "Girls, we're going home now." Su Lishu held her stomach and smiled weakly. "Grandma, aunts, please come visit us sometime. I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I'll head home first." "All right, you must have been scared. Go home and rest." Su Lishu glanced at the fruit in the passenger seat. "Zhang Quan, take a box of cherries for everyone to try and say it took up their time." "Okay." Zhang Quan picked up a box of cherries and walked over, smiling brightly, completely different from his earlier cold demeanor. He opened the box and said, "Hello everyone, my wife asked me to let you all try these. They're all from our home, really sweet. Here, Annie, try some." Zhang Quan approached Zhao Hua first, knowing she was on his wife's side. Zhao Hua hesitated for a moment, took one and smiled. "Thank you. No need to thank me. Take more." Zhang Quan handed her a handful. He also gave some to a few others who looked friendly, and soon everyone eagerly reached out to grab some. Who doesn't love free things, especially big red cherries? These are really sweet. I'll save these 2 for my grandson. "Thank you, little Shu." Su Lishu smiled gently and nodded as Gu Shaoqing guided her upstairs. Old lady Su carried a basket in one hand and the items they brought back in the other, while Gu Shaoqing and Zhang Quan also had their hands full, with half the car still loaded. Xiao Gu, why did you buy so much? We have everything at home. Of course, Grandma. The fruits in the orchard are ripe. I remembered you liked mangoes last time, so I brought some good ones this time. Old lady Su felt warm inside. Oh, I'm just an old lady. I can't eat so much. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful, and remember, now Su Lishu was 6 months pregnant. Because she was expecting twins, her belly was about the same size as a typical 7 or 8-month pregnant woman. Aside from her growing belly, Su Lishu looked much the same as before pregnancy, with just a bit more fullness in her face. As soon as they entered, Gu Shaoqing helped her sit on the sofa, poured her a glass of water, and washed some fruit to place in front of her before going downstairs with Zhang Quan to move things. Old lady Su watched quietly, her eyes filled with satisfaction. Once the others went downstairs, she sat beside Su Lishu and carefully observed her. It seems the 2 babies inside know to take care of their mom and not trouble you. Su Lishu fed old lady Su a cherry and gently touched her belly, nodding. Aside from some nausea, they haven't caused me any worries. They sleep when I sleep. That's good. Old lady Su paused and asked, has your mother-in-law not come back since you got pregnant? Su Lishu spat out the seed and shook her head. She has come back, but I have school. After class, there are nannies and grandma at home, and at night it's a yen who takes care of me. My mother-in-law feels like she can't help me at home, so after going back to work, she gave me a lot of money. How much? Grandma Su looked at her 2 outstretched fingers. 2,000. No, guess again. 20,000? Grandma Su suggested another number. Seeing her granddaughter still smiling and not speaking, Grandma Su's eyes gradually showed surprise. 200,000. Su Lishu raised her eyebrows and nodded. Yes, my mother-in-law also gave me a lot of jewelry. Look at this bracelet. She gave it to me. 15,000. Su Lishu whispered in Grandma Su's ear, who was astonished. There's still a lot more at home. Grandma Su was initially a bit uncomfortable with her granddaughter's pregnancy, but her feelings changed when she saw the money. Looking at the jade bracelet on her granddaughter's wrist, she asked, this bracelet is worth 15,000. Yes, I brought one back for you too. My mother-in-law asked me to give it to you. I have one too. Grandma Su was truly surprised. Su Lishu took a jewelry box from her bag and opened it in front of Grandma Su. Look, this bracelet is so green. You'll look great wearing it. Grandma Su hesitated to touch it. This is too valuable. Su Lishu put the bracelet on Grandma Su's wrist. What's valuable? Yours is far less expensive than mine, at most 20,000. What? 20,000? Grandma Su immediately wanted to take off the bracelet. But Su Lishu stopped her. Hey, Grandma, what are you doing? 20,000 is a lot, not just 2. I can't wear this. You should keep it. That's not right. Su Lishu adjusted it for her. This is a special gift from my mother-in-law. It's also a thank you for taking care of me for over a month when I was injured last year. You deserve this, so wear it. We have money now, so it's fine. But this is too expensive. Besides, it's only natural for a grandmother to take care of her granddaughter. Your mother-in-law is too kind, Su Lishu replied. Grandma, you don't understand my mother-in-law. Her way of showing gratitude is through gifts. She feels that taking care of me should have been her responsibility, but she couldn't because she and my father-in-law had something to attend to. Since you are her elder, she feels grateful. Do you think this bracelet is still too expensive compared to mine? Grandma Su shook her head. Although it can't compare to yours, this bracelet is still very valuable. I do housework every day and I might bump into things. What if I accidentally damage it? Su Lishu put a strawberry in Grandma Su's mouth and said, Grandma, do you really think I need this little bit of money? Then she took out a jewelry box containing a jade necklace. Look, this is a gift from your granddaughter. They say jade is good for people, so just wear it well. Don't worry about it getting damaged. I will buy you one every year, so you can change them. When Grandma Su heard that the jade necklace was a gift from her, she held it tightly. You silly girl. Why waste money on me? I'm just an old lady. Wearing something like this is a waste. Even though she said that, her eyes showed how much she loved it. Su Lashu knew she was being contradictory and stood up to put it on her. How can giving my grandma a gift be a waste? It's a blessing for the necklace. You sure know how to sweet talk, Grandma Su said, looking in the mirror and smiling widely. For a while after that, whenever Grandma Su went out and met someone she knew, she would casually show off her wrist and neck. Before anyone could ask, she proudly said it was a gift from her granddaughter. She talked about it so much that others started to avoid her. It was as if they didn't know her granddaughter was doing well, and she had to repeat it over and over. Of course, this happened after Su Lashu returned to Huyang. Right now, Grandma Su was humming a song while cooking in the kitchen, and Zhang Quan was helping her. Gu Shaoqing was sent out to buy soy sauce, while Su Lashu lounged on the sofa watching TV, surrounded by snacks and fruits within reach. Hey, sis, brother-in-law, I'm back. Before he even entered, they heard Shirtu, Su Lahue, shouting. Then, with a loud bang, the door was pushed open. After a year apart, he had grown to over 170 centimeters. He threw his backpack aside and ran towards Su Lashu with open arms. Second sister, you're back. I missed you. But just as he was about to jump into her arms, he noticed her big belly and suddenly stopped, almost losing his balance. Su Lashu quickly covered her belly, looking at him warily, ready to kick him away if he fell on her. He managed to steady himself and sat down beside her. Second sister, why is your belly so big? Didn't you say you were only 6 months along? Grandma Su's voice came from the kitchen. Shirtu, are you trying to get in trouble? If you kick the door again, get out. Su Lashu looked at her brother, who hadn't changed much except for getting taller. I'm almost 7 months along. With twins, the belly is naturally bigger. Twins? Shida's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Su Lashu's belly, filled with curiosity. Sister, you are amazing. You're having twins. Can I touch your belly? Su Lashu looked at the TV and casually nodded. Sure, go ahead. As Shirtu placed his hand on her belly, he felt a kick. Oh. Su Lashu looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Why are you so surprised? Shirtu pointed at her belly, stuttering. Sister, your belly. The two little ones were moving a lot, possibly reacting to their uncle's voice. Su Lashu laughed at him. That's just the baby moving. They might be excited to see their uncle. This was Shida's first experience with something like this, and it was hot, which made pregnant women uncomfortable. Su Lashu was wearing a dress, lying back on the sofa, and the baby movements were quite visible. You could even see a little foot sticking out. All right, babies, you scared your little uncle. After a while, the two babies calmed down. Shirtu, they're back. With his mouth full of strawberries, Shirtu looked towards the door as a tall figure walked in, illuminated by sunlight. Brother-in-law. Gu Shaoqing found it amusing to see Shida's cheeks puffed up with food and patted his shoulder while taking the soy sauce inside. When Su Dad and Su Mom returned from work and saw their daughter after a year, their faces were filled with smiles. Dad, Mom. Su Lashu felt a bit emotional seeing them. Su Mom quickly supported her. Oh, your belly is so big now. Sit down. Gu Shaoqing came out of the kitchen with dishes and said with a smile, Mom and Dad are back. Today we have your favorite braised pork with vermicelli and Dad's favorite cold pig's head meat. Dad, let's have a drink together later. Su Dad nodded happily. Great, we have good food today. Uncle and Aunt, you're back. Wash your hands and try my cooking. If the taste isn't right, let me know so I can improve next time. Oh, Xiaozhong is here too. I will definitely enjoy it. Su Dad was very happy. Su Mom shot him a glare. You're so happy today because your daughter is back and your son-in-law is here to drink with you. Hey, how can you say that? If my daughter and son-in-law are back and I'm not happy, what else would make me happy? Su Dad quickly took out some alcohol from the cabinet.
Dad, drink this.
I brought it for you. Su Dad happily accepted the Mao Tai that his son-in-law offered. Good. Today the three of us will enjoy this. After eating and drinking enough, Su Lashu and Shirtu lay back on the sofa in the same position. Su Lashu glanced at him while munching on a mango after finishing her meal. I heard you have an exam today. Shirtu paused, meeting his sister's gaze while still holding the mango. How did it go? Shirtu didn't answer and continued eating. We finally get to meet, and you bring up something that makes everyone unhappy. We'll know how it went once the results come out. Su Lashu huffed lightly. It seems like it didn't go well. I was going to say that if someone did well, I would reward them with pocket money, but it looks like I won't be giving that out. Right, little brother? Hearing about the pocket money, he quickly finished his food. He smiled and leaned closer to Su Lashu. Sister, I heard that pregnant women have swollen feet. Let me give you a massage. Su Lashu rubbed her lower back. Why does it feel a bit empty back here? I understand, sister, I understand. Shirtu quickly stuffed a pillow behind her back. Then he squatted down to massage her legs, looking very eager to help. Sister, how's the pressure? Is it okay? Su Lashu glanced at the person trying to signal her and then looked away at the TV. She casually replied, Not bad, do the other leg too. Okay, Shirtu focused hard. Sister, the book says there are many professions, and anyone can excel in their field. With you studying, that's enough for our family, right, sister? Su Lashu huffed again. You want pocket money? Huh, I do. Shirtu nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling. Su Lashu shook a cherry in front of him. If you want it, you need to earn it with your grades. If you get third place in class, I'll reward you with 100 yuan. 100? Shida's eyes widened in excitement. Su Lashu continued to tempt him. If you get second place, I'll give you 150, and for first place, 300. 300. Shida's voice trembled with excitement. Su Lashu nodded confidently under his gaze. Yes, 300, and it's all yours to spend however you like. No need to give it to mom and dad. All for me? I can buy whatever I want. Yes, it's all yours, Su Lashu confirmed again. Suddenly, Shida's mind was filled with thoughts of having 300 yuan to buy his favorite comics, toys, and treats, imagining all the fun he could have. That's 300 yuan. He wouldn't even dare to dream about it. His dad only makes 50 or 60 yuan a month, which is half of his dad's salary. He can actually have 300 yuan. Su Lashu looked at her silly, smiling brother and felt a bit of a headache. He really was a bit foolish. Hey, wake up, you're drooling. Shirtu woke from a sweet dream and instinctively wiped his chin. Sis, can I really have 300 yuan? Brother, the condition is that you must come first in your class. Su Lashu put a strawberry in his open mouth. Instantly, Shida's shoulders drooped in disappointment. Okay, Su Lashu knew his nature. Without strong motivation or pressure, he wouldn't strive for success. But I can't possibly get that score. You think too highly of me. Shirtu looked completely disheartened. After all, it was 300 yuan. Oh, really? Su Lashu nodded knowingly. Then you can study here alone next semester. Shirtu looked confused. What do you mean? What do you mean I'll be here alone next semester? Where will grandma and mom and dad go? Mom and dad have to work. How could I be here alone? Sis, if you're going to scare me, at least come up with a decent reason. Shirtu didn't believe Su Lashu at all. Their parents had worked there for so many years. How could they leave? Su Lashu spat out a seed. You know I'm expecting twins, and after I give birth, I still have to go to school. My brother-in-law's grandmother is not well, and my mother-in-law has to work and won't be around, so no one can take care of the kids. So, I need grandma to come stay with me next semester. As for mom and dad, the factory isn't doing well and many people have been laid off. Last time, grandma said there would be a list of layoffs by the end of the year, and it seems dad is on that list. I bought a small house in Huyang. The location is pretty good. I plan to have mom and dad move there. The first floor is a storefront where they can sell things, and the second and third floors are for living. I have a recipe for marinated food that tastes really good, so I plan to have mom and dad set up a shop in Huyang next semester. This house was also given to dad by the factory, and since he's being laid off, the house will naturally be taken back. And you, my brother, if you can't rank among the top in your class, even if I want to help you transfer schools, I won't be able to. You'll be all alone in Zhengyuan, eating in the cafeteria with those bland meals, living in that smelly dorm, and spending every day at school without family around. So, little brother, do you want a reward and go to Lake Yang together, or would you prefer to go alone and just watch from there? Shirtu didn't expect to hear such shocking news when he returned from the exam. He looked at the few people who were staring at him. Grandma Su immediately looked away and took a bite of her food, avoiding his gaze. Dad Su paused with his wine glass, his eyes flickering as he turned away, continuing to smile and clink glasses. Mom Su hesitated, meeting his gaze for a long moment before finally saying, Shirtu, Listen to your sister and study hard. Her words fell like a feather, but they felt like a heavy weight on Shida's heart. With a thud, he sat down, his eyes vacant. He looked at his sister, unable to accept the news. Su Lishu took out 50 yuan from her bag and handed it to him. This is a little encouragement from your sister. Keep going. Whether you can go to Lake Yang depends on you. Shirtu stared at the 50 yuan in his hand, feeling no excitement. This amount of money couldn't heal his broken heart. He thought about the baby movements he had felt earlier. His second sister said they were excited to see him. Thinking about the 2 unborn nephews, Shirtu felt that as their uncle, it was a pity he couldn't witness their birth and growth. At that moment, the seed of determination to study was planted in Shida's heart. Su Lishu had no idea that her encouragement and pressure were ineffective, but her 2 children had sparked his determination to go to Lake Yang. After playing at home for 2 days and checking the business situation at the clothing store, he planned to return to his hometown for a few days, just in time for Uncle Su's birthday the day after tomorrow. Su Lishu saw Shirtu packing his textbooks into his bag, seemingly preparing to take them home. Su Lishu was puzzled. What are you doing? Shirtu raised the textbooks from his second-year high school semester. These are the textbooks I borrowed. I've decided to work hard and catch up to you. Since I might have questions, you can help me study. Just watch, I won't let you down. Su Lishu raised her eyebrows in surprise, wondering what had motivated him. Even though she didn't know if this was a sudden impulse or something else, she didn't want to discourage his confidence. She smiled and gave him a thumbs up. That's great, keep it up. Dad and Mom Su had to go to work, leaving only Grandma Su and Shirtu in the car, which had just enough space. Brother Wei, what are you doing? It's a hot day. Why aren't you resting at home and instead fishing? Su Weizu stood in the middle of the river and looked up, saying, well, since we have some free time, we might as well improve the food at home. Weizu, if you say it like that, I have to disagree. Xiao Hong and his wife are working in the city, and I heard they make several hundred a month. They're living well in the city, while you and your wife are catching small fish in the river to improve your meals. I think you and your wife should just move to the city and enjoy life with Xiao Hong. Why work so hard in the fields? Su Weizu wiped the sweat from his forehead with his shoulder and laughed. Where did you hear they make several hundred? Xiao Hong didn't even finish high school and has no skills. What boss would pay him several hundred? That's a lot, not just a few dozen. Who told you this, Shizhu? If they really made that much, my wife and I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be working so hard if I could enjoy life. Xiao Hong is just helping Xiao Shu a little. It's because she thinks about us working in the fields. Otherwise, just relying on the land wouldn't be enough to feed the whole family. They're renting a place in the city, and everything costs money. If we went to the city, it would just add more burden on the kids. My wife and I can still work. It's good enough that we don't cause them trouble. Is that so? The person who replaced Shizhu nodded with a smile. I said if Xiao Hong really made several hundred a month, he would have brought his parents to the city to enjoy life. That would be ungrateful. All right, Weizu, you keep talking. I'm going to the village committee. After the person left, Su Weizu pondered while watching him walk away. The car slowly drove into the village, and people working by the roadside saw a black sedan coming. Hey, is that a leader coming? We need to inform the village chief right away. A woman said this while kicking her son, who was playing with earthworms. Gooden, go tell your uncle village chief that a leader is coming. Hurry up. Oh, Gooden, who had been kicked, put the earthworms into a small cage to take home for the chickens. As he got up and ran a few steps, he saw the back window of the sedan roll down. He turned around and shouted, Mom, that's not a leader. It's Xiao Hong's grandma, Shirtu, and Xiao Shu. The woman looked closely and realized it was indeed Aunt Su, along with Shirtu and Xiao Shu. Xiao Shu was sitting next to a young man who looked incredibly handsome, almost like someone from the heavens. How could a man be so good-looking? Unlike their village, where everyone is dark and scruffy, wearing oversized coats and shorts with unkempt faces, suddenly there's such a handsome man. He's dressed in a white shirt, and he looks perfect next to the lovely girl beside him. It seems this is the man of the delicate girl from the Su family. How lucky she is. I heard he's an important official from the provincial city, and the Su girl is truly fortunate. Old lady Su waved her hand. adorned with a jade bracelet, to greet the people by the roadside. "Oh, you're back. Where's the Zhang family's hoe? Bring my granddaughter and her husband to see. Aunt, this is your granddaughter's husband. He's handsome and looks very capable, a perfect match for her." Old lady Su smiled so much that her eyes squinted. Gu Shaoqing nodded gently at them as a greeting. Once the car drove completely into the village, and they could no longer see it, people began to gossip in the fields. "That's Su girl's husband. He's so good-looking. I've never seen a man more handsome than him. Isn't that true? I heard he's an official in the provincial city. When he looked over here, I didn't even dare to meet his gaze. He has such a strong presence, even greater than the county head I saw last time. You don't understand. That official from the provincial city is definitely higher than the county head. But how did the Su girl manage to find such a man?" A woman around 30 looked enviously in the direction of the car. "At first, when I heard that Xiaoshu's husband was an official in the provincial city, I thought he would be much older. I didn't expect him to be in his 20s. This woman looked about 30, but was actually only 22, just a year older than Su Lexu. Though they were of similar ages, their life choices and partners were completely different. Previously, they heard that the second daughter of the Su family had married someone who not only looked good but also worked in the provincial government, with an unprecedentedly high bride price. They hadn't seen him return to the village, not even when that girl came back last year. They thought it was just talk or that he didn't want to associate with them, given the high bride price that seemed unattainable for ordinary folks like them. He must have been pressured at home, looking down on her rural relatives, which is why he didn't want to come back with her. Or perhaps he was too old, and the Su girl felt embarrassed. They thought of everything except that the Su girl's husband was completely different from what they imagined. Not only was he handsome and young, but he also came from a good family and was an official in the provincial city. As soon as I arrived at the door, I ran into Uncle Su. Uncle Su knew they were coming back today, and his niece's husband came along too. I didn't expect my second official meeting with him to be like this. His pants were rolled up to his thighs, and he was holding a stick in his hand. His shoes and pants were soaked and covered in mud, and he smiled a bit awkwardly. "Mom, Xiaoshu, Xiaogu, you're back." "Uncle." Gu Shaoqing greeted him with a friendly smile, and then took out a pack of Peony brand cigarettes to give to him. Uncle Su wiped his hands on his clothes and took it, but when he saw his niece's belly, he tucked the cigarette behind his ear. Gu Shaoqing tried to take the stick from him, but Uncle Su stepped back to refuse. "Xiaogu, it's fine for Uncle to carry it." Grandma Su looked at him and was speechless. "Did you roll around in the fields? I didn't expect you to still have such fun at your age." Uncle Su scratched the back of his head and smiled. "Well, Xiaoshu is pregnant, so I thought the fish from our river, flowing down from the mountain springs, would be fresh and tender. Today, Suyu made tofu, so I'll make a soup for Xiaoshu." Xiaolei remembered the taste from last year. Indeed, it had no fishy smell and was very tender and delicious. Thinking of this, she smacked her lips and leaned in to look at the stick. There were a dozen fish about the size of a palm, and 2 slightly bigger ones, probably around half a pound each. Xiaolei quickly nodded. "Uncle, let's steam these 2, and we can use the rest for soup." Uncle Su nodded happily. "All right, I'll have your aunt make it for you." While they were talking, the yard gate opened, and Lu Xiuyu found it amusing that they were standing at the door without coming in. "Mom, why didn't you come inside when you arrived?" No wonder Wang Fu kept looking at me and scratching at me, and occasionally looking outside. He knew you were back. As soon as the door opened, Wang Fu ran over to Grandma Su, whining and rubbing his head against her feet, wagging his tail so much that Xiaolei could feel the breeze from where she stood. Grandma Su only came back once a year, and with so many people outside, he chose to show affection to her. Logically, he should be more familiar with and fond of uncle and aunt, but every time he saw Grandma Su, it was clear who he liked the most. "Wang Fu," Xiaolei called softly. Wang Fu glanced at Xiaolei, not wanting to pay attention to her, but then noticed her belly. The dog got up, wagged its tail, and sniffed her belly. It was about to leave, but when it noticed Su Lishu's outstretched hand, it came over and nudged her hand with its nose. Then, it happily followed Grandma Su into the yard. Su Lashu stood there, surprised. Did she see indifference in the dog's eyes? Yes, it seemed indifferent.
Su le su lau get.
Maybe the dog was just a little dismissive because she was the granddaughter of its owner and was pregnant. Otherwise, it wouldn't have paid her any attention. Finding amusement in this, Su Lashu chased after it, calling out repeatedly, Wang Fu, come here. I have something tasty for you. At first, Wang Fu responded, but soon it got annoyed and just twitched its ears or tail. Eventually, it lay down on the ground, closed its eyes, and ignored her. Su Lashu pinched its ear gently. Wang Fu, do you want a bone? Wang Fu turned its head away, letting out a sigh. It then covered its ears with its paws, thinking that this human was too noisy. If it weren't for her being pregnant, it would have ignored her long ago. Su Lashu found its sigh amusing and said, Wang Fu, you're so cute. Grandma Su noticed that she was still playing with Wang Fu and warned, Nuan, don't get too close to Wang Fu. Be careful of the fleas on it. Okay. Su Lashu tossed a piece of jerky to the dog. Seeing the treat, Wang Fu's eyes lit up, and it opened its mouth to eat. The taste of the meat instantly lifted Wang Fu's mood after being bothered by Su Lashu. It looked at her with bright eyes, happily wagging its tail while sitting on the ground. Su Lashu took out another piece of jerky and asked, want more? Bark for it. Woof. Su Lashu was delighted and broke off a piece to throw to it, watching as it caught it. Shake hands. Wang Fu looked at her hand innocently and nudged it with its nose. Shake hands, Wang Fu. Wang Fu made a small whine and tilted its head, looking at her with confusion. Su Lashu was charmed by its cuteness and pulled its paw to shake it a few times. Wang Fu, remember, this is shaking hands. Come on, shake hands. Wang Fu seemed to recall and placed its paw on her hand. Yip, as if asking, did I do it right? Su Lashu was thrilled and rubbed its head, saying, Oh, Wang Fu, you're so smart. She directly fed it the jerky from her hand, saying, good dog. Whether it was because Wang Fu was clever or tempted by the jerky, it could remember any command after just 2 repetitions. While Su Lashu was happily playing with Wang Fu under the big tree in the yard, 2 people walked in through the main gate. Su Weifan looked at the pregnant Su Lashu, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. She was really pregnant, but wanting her son to be in the hands of certain people made the compassion in her eyes turn to indifference. She smiled and said, Xiao Shu is back. Su Lashu paused, her smile fading as she turned to look at her. Seeing what she was carrying surprised her even more, especially when she noticed both of them staring at her. Big aunt, cousin-in-law. When Su old lady heard her eldest daughter's voice, she remembered the unpleasantness from last year and looked sternly at the door. Zhang Jiadong's wife saw Su old lady's serious expression and awkwardly called out, Grandma. She didn't understand what her mother-in-law was thinking. After last year's big argument that strained their relationship, they hadn't been in touch for a year. Now, hearing they had returned and even brought her along made her feel embarrassed. Su Weifan noticed Su old lady's expression and felt a bit wronged. She felt wronged because she was her first daughter, her own flesh and blood, yet she was treated this way for the sake of a granddaughter. Why are you crying? I haven't even said anything, and you're already feeling wronged. Weren't you the one who insisted on cutting ties last year? Why come back to see if this old woman is still alive? Su old lady saw her standing in the yard, saying nothing, just crying out of grievance. After all, she was her daughter, and Su old lady's heart softened. At that moment, Gu Weifan's emotions peaked. She felt wronged that her mother no longer favored her and that she had become the least liked among her siblings. She felt wronged for having her arm broken while saving her sister when they were young, and now she couldn't even exert herself, all for a man who cut ties with her. She felt wronged that her son was taken by those people and tortured, even though it was clearly Su Lashu's fault that her son had to bear the consequences. She felt wronged that if she continued like this, she would completely sever ties with the Su family. Remembering her father's last words before he passed, urging her to honor her mother, get along with her siblings, and cherish family ties, she knew she was destined to disappoint him. Wasn't the root of all this her dear niece? It wasn't entirely her fault. Mom, How can you say that about me? Am I not your daughter? How could I curse you? Humph, isn't that for the best? After all, last time you blamed me for being a bad mother. Though she said that, Sue old lady's expression softened considerably. Since you're here, come inside. Don't let anyone say that I'm a bad mother. Su Lashu leaned back in the lounge chair, looking at Su Wei Fan in the yard with confusion. She could tell that Su Wei Fan was genuinely upset, but she couldn't figure out what Su Wei Fan was feeling wronged about. I don't know if Aunt Su Wei Fan has really changed or if she has just developed a late affection for her niece Su Lashu, as she is showing so much care. Seeing Gu Shaoxing, who usually doesn't flatter anyone, treating Su Lashu much better. Most of the food brought this time is for Su Lashu. Aunt Su Wei Fan served Su Lashu a piece of meat. Shao Shu eat more. Look how thin you are, you're carrying two, they need a lot of nutrition. You're 6 or 7 months along and haven't gained any weight. If you don't gain some weight now, you won't have the strength to give birth later. You should eat more while you can. Su Lashu lowered her gaze to the meat in her bowl, smiled slightly, and nodded. Aunt, you eat too. You don't have to worry about me. Aunt Su Wei Fan looked at her lovingly, but when she glanced at her belly, her eyes showed concern. She had no choice. If anyone should be blamed, it was Su Lashu's mother. This is the trouble she caused. Looking up, she smiled and nodded. All right. Aunt Su Wei Fan turned to the man beside Su Lashu and casually mentioned, Xiao Gu, I saw you laughing just now. I didn't expect Aunt to meet you like this for the first time. Gu Shaoqing placed the peeled shrimp into Su Lashu's bowl, his expression calm. Aunt is joking. Aunt Su Wei Fan took a bite of shrimp and continued, I heard Xiao Gu works in the provincial government. Since it's not a holiday, you accompanying Xiao Shu back won't delay your work, right? Grandma Su had been so happy that she forgot her grandson-in-law worked for the government. Now that he was back home, would it affect his job? She looked at him. Gu Shaoqing smiled lightly and shook his head. No, I can take a 5-day break. I'll go back the day after tomorrow. Hearing this, Grandma Su felt relieved, as long as it didn't affect his work. That's fine then. The day after tomorrow, after your uncle's birthday, we'll go back to Jianyuan together. The day after tomorrow? Aunt Su Wei Fan felt anxious. They couldn't leave yet. Why are you in such a hurry? I thought since Xiao Shu and Shirtu are on summer break, and my father-in-law is planning a big birthday celebration in 3 days, you all should join us for the meal. Grandma Su looked at Gu Shaoqing. Since Xiao Gu has work to return to, I'll have Xiao Shu and Shirtu stay a couple more days. Su Lashu tossed a fishbone to the dog at her feet, looking at Aunt Su Wei Fan with sincerity, realizing she was just trying to save face. You're in such a hurry? Should I ask my father-in-law to change the date? Grandma Su glared at her. Nonsense. Such an important matter can't be changed so easily. Su Weifan's regret was very clear, as if without Gu Shaoqing's presence, she had nothing to show off. Old Lady Su knew her daughter's thoughts well. She was fond of showing off. With a frown, she asked, Isn't it enough that you have me as your mother? How many more people do you need? In today's world, if a family has important matters but lacks support from their parents and siblings, they may be looked down upon. Old Lady Su's presence was a sign of support for Su Weifan's in-laws and for her daughter. Su Weifan quickly nodded and smiled. You're right, Mom. This isn't the first time I've met Xiao Gu. My family has heard about his abilities and has wanted to meet him for a long time. Since Xiao Gu has work and can't come, work is important. We can meet him another time. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law stayed there for one night, and after Su Wei's birthday the next day, they prepared to go home. Mom, I'll have my brother and sister-in-law come to pick you and Xiaoshu up the day after tomorrow. You can come and have fun. I'll head back first. Old Lady Su nodded. All right, I got it. Do I need to say this multiple times in a day? Su Weifan looked at Su Lashu. Xiaoshu likes to eat green plums. My aunt has 2 trees in her backyard. Bring some back to pickle. They can be enjoyed for a while. Su Lashu smiled and nodded. Got it, Aunt. Be careful on the way home. After Su Weifan and her mother-in-law left, Lu Xiuyu couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Fan has really changed a lot this time. I wonder what was said to her. Su Lashu pondered Su Weifan's figure, wondering who had spoken to her. But it seemed they would find out the day after tomorrow. The next morning, after breakfast, Gu Shaoqing kissed Su Lishu on the corner of her lips. While I'm not around, keep Zhang Quan close. There will be many people at my aunt's house tomorrow. It might get a bit chaotic, so take care of yourself. Su Lishu smiled and kissed him back. I know. You've left Zhang Quan with me, so I'll be fine. Don't worry. I'll stay a few more days before heading back to Huyang. On the day of the birthday celebration, Su Weifan was momentarily stunned when she saw Zhang Quan driving, then smiled and welcomed them in. Mom, brother, sister-in-law, you're here. Come in and rest for a bit. Zhang Quan, Su Weifan's husband, also called out, Mom, brother, sister-in-law. He then looked at Su Lishu and Shirtu. Xiaoshu, Shirtu, you both came too. Uncle, Su Lishu called out, glancing at the lively courtyard. Zhang Quan's parents were very welcoming, especially towards Su Lishu, as they had heard that their daughter-in-law's niece had gone to university and started her own factory. Zhang's mother smiled and approached old lady Su, saying, Oh, sister, I've been looking forward to your visit. It's not easy to meet you in the city, but I'm so glad you're here this time. Please come inside. It's very sunny outside. Old lady Su responded warmly, Yes, it's been a few years since we last met. It's perfect for us sisters to catch up today. Zhang's mother glanced at Su Lishu, who, despite being pregnant, looked incredibly beautiful with flawless, fair skin like a peeled egg. Her big, bright eyes smiled at her, making her look even more lovely. This is little Shu. The last time I saw you, you were just a child. I even held you in my arms. I can't believe how fast time flies. In the blink of an eye, you've grown up and will soon be a mother. And Shirtu, you've grown so strong. You look like a capable young man. Since Su Lishu entered the yard, many eyes, both male and female, were on her. She was surrounded by Shirtu and Zhang Quan, who acted like bodyguards, protecting her as if she were a precious treasure. The Su family had arranged for them to sit inside. As soon as Su Lishu took a bite of her food, she paused. She glanced at Gu Weifan, and a hint of mockery flashed in her eyes, but quickly disappeared. Seeing Su Lishu looking at her, Su Weifan smiled and offered her some food, saying, Is little Shu not enjoying the meal? Should I make you a bowl of egg noodles? There was a hint of nervousness in her eyes. Su Lishu smiled and shook her head. No, Auntie, I'm just not very hungry because of the heat. I can eat a little less. Suddenly, Su Lishu coughed and covered her mouth as she took a pill. At the same time, Zhang Quan looked over and noticed Su Lishu's gaze on the food, and her chewing slowed down. Seeing that everyone had eaten enough, Su Weifan felt relieved. She stood up and looked at Su Lishu. Little Shu, don't you like eating green plums? They're in the backyard. While the men continue drinking, my sister-in-law and I can take you to pick some. Old lady Su shot her a glance. You should calm down. Can't you see little Shu is pregnant? Why would you ask her to pick green plums? Su Weifan replied, I just thought that since little Shu finished eating, sitting too long without digesting isn't good for a pregnant woman. It's just in the backyard on flat ground, and the weeds around have been cleared, so it won't be a problem. Su Lishu held onto her grandmother's hand and said, Grandma, please let me go to the back and take a look. I've never seen a green plum tree before. Don't worry, I'll just stand on flat ground and let Zhang Quan and Shirtu pick the fruit. Yes, yes, Su Weifan nodded earnestly. Lishu has grown up in the city, and now that she's pregnant, she wants to see what a green plum tree looks like. Su Lishu stood up and saw Zhang Quan following Su Weifan as they entered the backyard through the door of a corner room. As soon as she stepped into the backyard, Su Lishu looked around but found it surprisingly quiet. Seeing Su Lishu standing there, looking around nervously, Su Weifan chuckled and asked, What's wrong, Lishu? Is it too shabby at your aunt's house? Su Lishu smiled and shook her head. No, I'm just a bit curious since it's my first time here. If you don't mind, you can come to play here often. These green plums are quite sour, but I only crave them during pregnancy. Otherwise, we can pickle them with sugar, but green plums aren't expensive, while sugar is a rare commodity. No one would waste it like that. Since you have a car, you can pick some to take back to Huyang later. Su Lishu's gaze fell on two tall green plum trees in the backyard, both heavy with fruit. Su Weifan glanced at Su Lishu, who seemed to be getting addicted to the green plums, and his expression grew more anxious and confused. That person said the drug was strong. How come she seemed fine? Su Lashu discarded the pit and called out to Shirtu, who was enthusiastically hitting the green plums with a stick. Holding her head and feeling a bit uncomfortable, she said, "Shirtu, go inside and get my jacket. The wind is a bit strong today and I'm feeling a little dizzy." Shirtu replied, "Okay," but as he took a couple of steps, he suddenly felt dizzy. A gust of wind blew, and Shirtu muttered, "The wind is really strong today. It's making my head spin." Just as he entered the door and hadn't taken 2 steps, he fell to the ground with a thud. Su Lashu and Zhang Quan exchanged worried glances, both feeling weak and holding their heads as they were about to collapse. Su Lashu frantically reached out to Su Weifan, saying, "Aunt, what's happening to me? Help me." Su Weifan shook her head and took a step back, saying, "Lashu, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for getting involved with the wrong people." Tears slowly filled Su Lashu's eyes as she looked at her with confusion. "Aunt, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Please help me, Aunt. Save my baby." Su Lashu clutched her stomach and staggered back 2 steps, leaning against a tree trunk as she slowly slid down. With a dazed and unwilling look, she pleaded with Su Weifan, "Aunt, please save me." Su Weifan thought of her son in the photo, covered in bruises, with a broken arm, one eye bleeding, and a large wound on his chest. A feeling of anger replaced her initial pity. She stepped forward and firmly grabbed Su Lashu's chin, saying, "You brought this trouble upon yourself. Why should my son suffer while you live a life of luxury?" Su Weifan shouted in despair, "You asked me to save your child, but who'll save mine?" "Su Lashu, just seeing you makes me sick. Why did you provoke those people? They are terrifying and armed. They could easily kill me with a finger." Su Weifan recalled the day she saw those people kill a dog in the yard without a sound, and how one of them had grabbed her by the throat. The fear still made her tremble, and tears fell onto her arm. "They said that as long as I brought you here, my son would be safe, and I would receive a large sum of money." Su Weifan grabbed her shoulder to show her the necklace around her neck. "Look, this is what they gave me. Jewelry worth thousands, something I could never have. I put sleeping pills in the food you all ate. They provided that too. If I help them, they will give me everything I want. I still have 20,000 at home, and after this, I will receive 100,000, wealth that lasts a lifetime. Su Lashu, you should help me exchange your life for my family's fortune. After all, this is all your fault." Before falling, Su Lashu looked at her with hatred, saying, "Su Weifan, you will not have a good end. Grandma won't let you go, and neither will my husband." Seeing Su Lashu collapse, Su Weifan smiled. "They won't know what happened. Well done." She heard from 2 men who suddenly appeared, their smiles fading as they stood stiffly beside her. She looked at them eagerly, saying, "I've followed your orders and put them to sleep. When will my son be back?" The 2 exchanged glances, both seeing amusement in each other's eyes. One man, with a scorpion tattoo at the corner of his eye, stepped forward and smiled. "Back? Your son has already been fed to the wolves. I'm just reminiscing and feeling happier. Also, your son's screams are quite beautiful. He might still have some bones left. Do you want them?" Su Weifan trembled as she looked at the man with a devilish smile. Red veins quickly spread across her wide-open eyes as she stared at them in terror. Tears streamed down her face, and her throat felt blocked, causing her pain and making it hard to speak. Her lips were pale, and her mind spun like needles piercing her thoughts. The man, pleased with the scene, tossed her 2 fingers. "I said I would bring your son back. Although this is just part of his body, I haven't broken my promise, have I?" Su Weifan looked at the scar on one of the fingers and completely lost her mind. She screamed and rushed at the man. "I will kill you and get my son back." The man scoffed, grabbing her hair and slamming her head down hard. "A mere ant dares to kill me? How foolish." Su Weifan's head hit the stone, and she fainted. The man was about to strike again when he was stopped. "Let's go. Don't make things worse." The man with the scorpion tattoo spat at Su Weifan and looked at Zhang Quan. "What about this one? Just kill him." "No." The man with the tattoo on his hand glanced at the unconscious Zhang Quan. "We were instructed to only bring back the target. The Dragon Kingdom's army is already watching us. This person is just a retired soldier from the Dragon Kingdom. We can't kill him at the border now. Su Lishu was carried away by two men while Zhang Quan looked at Su Weifan, whose head was bleeding. He raised his hand to signal and turned to chase after them. At the same time, fireworks were set off outside for a birthday celebration, and the signals resembling fireworks did not alert anyone. Su Lishu was taken over 2 mountains and across a river before finally boarding a boat. They spent nearly half an hour on the boat. Su Lishu realized they were in a lake in Songha County, Jianyuan City. If they crossed a few more mountains, they would reach the coast. The boat stopped, forcing Su Lishu's thoughts to pause. But the 2 men did not get off the boat, and she could feel their gaze on her. She sighed deeply in her heart, knowing she had been exposed. Slowly, she opened her eyes and looked at the 2 men above her. The man with the scorpion tattoo sneered, "Why stop pretending?" Su Lishu sat up and adjusted her posture. "Pretending? I eat less, so I wake up early." Su Lishu kept looking up at them until her neck ached. "Come on, guys, sit down and chat." The scorpion looked at her without any fear, making it seem like this situation was her territory. The scorpion crouched down to meet her gaze, clearly interested. "You are very different from what we found in our files. Aren't you afraid of us?" Su Lishu smiled lightly. "Aren't you afraid of me?" The man with the tiger tattoo also crouched down to look at her. "Don't you feel weak and tired right now?" This implied a question. "Why should we be afraid of you?" Su Lishu did not answer him. "I'm a bit curious about how you keep finding me. Last time, although not all of your people were killed, they were caught by the military." Su Lishu suddenly paused, looking at them in surprise. "You have an undercover agent in the military." The scorpion laughed heartily and looked at his companion. "Qinghu is indeed clever. Stop chatting and hurry up and bring her in." A dark-skinned woman with her hair slicked back appeared at the shore, watching them. She spoke in fluent Dragon Kingdom language, making it hard to tell she was a foreigner if one didn't see her appearance. The scorpion turned to Su Lishu and reached out to pull her, but Su Lishu avoided him.
I can walk by myself.
As they entered the island, the dark-skinned woman stopped in front of a hidden patch of grass and pressed something. The grass parted to reveal a passage wide enough for one person to pass through. Qinghu walked in front, and the scorpion urged Su Lishu to follow, with the dark-skinned woman entering last. As she entered, the door closed automatically, and the lights in the cave turned on. Su Lishu exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, you actually dug a cave and brought electricity to this island. How did you do this without us noticing?" "Of course, we did it openly. If we want to do something, we will accomplish it." "Scorpion, you talk too much." Whatever Su Lishu asked, the scorpion answered, as if he was certain she wouldn't be able to leave. The scorpion glanced back at the woman who seemed to blend into the environment. "Why do you care about me?" Suddenly, Su Lishu turned and stomped her foot hard on the ground. "Please keep your little pet away from me. I don't like it." The scorpion and Qinghu looked down at Su Lishu's feet, where a small black snake was writhing underfoot, soon losing its life. Su Lishu moved her foot away, leaving the snake's head crushed and unrecognizable. Su Lishu kicked the dead snake toward the dark-skinned woman and said, "I really dislike it when others approach me without my permission, just like with things." After speaking, Su Lishu smiled. "I still don't know how to address this lady. Keeping such a dangerous animal is risky. It could turn on its owner." Scorpion and Qinghu exchanged surprised glances. The dark-skinned woman looked at the snake at her feet before finally meeting Su Lishu's gaze. "Black Pearl, Miss Su is right. I will be careful. Black Pearl suits you well," Su Lishu said, giving her a deep look before turning away. Black Pearl is one of the 4 top agents of the Min Sha organization, with countless blood on her hands, mainly targeting important military and political figures in various countries. The other 3 are Qingyue, Hongshuang, and Lanlin. These 4 directly follow the orders of the Min Sha leader, each commanding a group of subordinates. Black Pearl is skilled with poison, Qingyue specializes in intelligence and stealth, Hongshuang trains and is the strongest in combat, while Lanlin is responsible for saving people, but he is not a kind-hearted person. His main task is human and organ trafficking, which is the organization's primary source of income. It was surprising that Black Pearl, one of the four, was sent today. It showed her significant standing within the Manhwa organization. From the conversation between Scorpion and Black Pearl, it seemed they wanted her to think Black Pearl was just an ordinary subordinate. After walking for 2 minutes down a narrow corridor, it gradually widened, leading to a room after navigating several complex turns. Indeed, it was a room. Sulishu surveyed the layout and noticed a computer displaying all the footage around the island. The people inside had been aware of their presence since they entered. Sulishu looked at the only man sitting there and was a bit surprised to find him somewhat handsome, with a tattoo visible on his chest and pointed ears resembling a dog's. "Miss Su, I have long admired your reputation." Sulishu glanced around but didn't see a chair. "Could you please get me a chair? My legs are tired from standing." The sitting man, Wolf Blue, casually glanced at Black Pearl, who stood at the back. Seeing her blink, he waved for someone to bring a chair for Sulishu. "I apologize for my oversight. I hope Miss Su won't mind." Sulishu sat down and rubbed her legs. "It's fine, but why did you go through all this trouble to bring me here? Do I have a grudge against you?" Wolf Ching turned the ring on his finger, a mysterious smile in his eyes. "I thought we all knew why Miss Su was invited. How come she doesn't understand?" Sulishu met his gaze. "Then please be straightforward. I'm not used to flowery language. I thought a university student like you would appreciate my way of speaking. Isn't that how things are in Long Country?" "Stop right there." Sulishu raised her hand to stop him from continuing. "Just get to the point. I'm tired and don't have the energy to waste on nonsense with you." Sulishu glanced at the 8 people in the room, all eyes fixed on her. "I have never had any conflict with you from Manhwa, yet you repeatedly send people to kill me. Why is that?" Wolf Ching's smile faded, his eyes cold. "You saved the Red Fox, which is against us. Not only did you save her, but you also helped her find support from your military. Should we not kill you for that? When did I help her? Did you see it? She took me hostage. After she fainted, I called the police for my safety. Is that wrong? I'm just a simple woman. I wouldn't help someone who threatens my life, and I don't have the ability to contact the military for her. In Long Country, we are all family." She shouted in the police station that she wanted to see a high-ranking military officer. Given her dangerous identity, it's not surprising that she received significant attention from the state. How does that make it my fault for helping her? Although I may be pretty, my heart is not kind. Let's not even mention that I wouldn't help a stranger without reason. You're looking for someone who threatened and intimidated me. How foolish would I be to help her?" Sulishu scoffed lightly. "Since you have people in the military, why not just kill her there instead of involving me?" Miss Su has a way with words. Suddenly, a dagger appeared in Wolf Ching's hand. Sulishu's gaze fell on the dagger. "I'm just stating the facts." Wolf Ching stood up and walked in front of Sulishu, leaning down to look at her exceptionally beautiful face. He traced the dagger around her face. "Miss Su has beautiful skin, flawless and delicate. Among all the girls I've seen, you are the most beautiful, but what if I accidentally scratch it and because I didn't pay attention, the wound gets much worse? Then when I leave, I accidentally fall into the sea. The salt water soaks the wound, and if it doesn't get treated for a long time, it could become infected, leaving me with an ugly scar for the rest of my life. What do you think, Miss Su?" "I don't think it's good at all." Sulishu pushed away the dagger that was waving in front of her face. "Every part of my body is precious, so I advise you, sir, to keep dangerous items like that away and not wave them around." Lang Qing suddenly became furious and grabbed Sulishu's chin. "You better tell me the truth while I'm still in a good mood, or your child might never see the world." Sulishu's gaze turned cold, and before she could react, her hand was caught. In the next moment, Lang Qing's face turned red, and he released Sulishu, clutching his lower body in pain. Sulishu's hand was free, and she quickly slapped Lang Qing's face. With a loud smack, the sound echoed throughout the room. "What are you?" The others looked at Sulishu in shock, and the room was filled only with Lang Qing's angry breathing. "Damn it! You BTCH, I'll kill you." Lang Qing felt humiliated for being slapped by a pregnant woman in front of his teammates. He pulled out his gun and aimed it at Sulishu. Don't make me angry. Today I'll shoot you. Sulishu rolled her eyes at Black Pearl. Using a fool to test me. Have you seen enough, Black Pearl? Lang Qing's anger turned to shock as he looked at Black Pearl, who appeared pale. Black Pearl lowered her hands, and the people in front stepped back to make way. You know me? Sulishu looked at Lang Qing, pointing to Scorpion, Qinghu, and the others. The leader here could be him, or her, but it can't be him. Someone whose gaze isn't firm and lacks presence, who only looks to you when things get tough, and has a bad temper. Such a person is lucky to survive on the battlefield. Black Pearl clapped with a smile. Miss Su is indeed wise, brave, and strong. We originally wanted to ask Miss Su in a peaceful way, but it seems there is a lot of hostility from her, so we had to resort to this method. We hope Miss Su can understand. Ask me? Sulishu felt it was absurd. Threatening my family, harming me, and killing my cousin, this is your way of asking. In our dragon country, no one's life is insignificant. Everyone has the right to live. You treat life like a game, but one day, your lives will end just as carelessly. Black Pearl replied calmly. Thank you for your concern, Miss Su. Since we joined the organization, our lives are no longer our own. Black Pearl sat down in the middle and said, if you tell us where Red Fox is, you can return safely, and your unborn child will be fine. Red Fox. Sulishu tilted her head and looked at her. Wasn't she taken by the military? How would I know? Your people are everywhere in our dragon country, whether in the police, military, or government. If you don't know, how would I, a regular student, know? The leader is joking. How could you not know? Wolf Qing glared at her fiercely. Last time your people came to find me, Red Fox appeared and saved me. You know I fainted from fear before that, Sulishu replied nonchalantly. When I woke up, I was in the hospital, and only a soldier told me not to speak out of turn. After that, I never saw Red Fox again. So, you want to find Red Fox through me? You're mistaken. I don't know. Black Pearl looked at her for a moment before standing up. Then we will trouble you, Miss Su, to return with us to the United States. I hope you can remember something on the way. Sulishu stood up and smiled. Did I say I wanted to go back with you? Sulishu shot a silver needle at the power control system, damaging the switch and causing the computer to go black. The lights above flickered and were about to go out, and Sulishu's smile under the flashing lights appeared very irritating to the others. Black Pearl frowned and ran toward her while instructing. Catch her. As they rushed toward the narrow passage, a figure quickly ran forward to block them. Shadow, what are you doing? Move aside, Black Pearl said to the subordinate blocking their way. The man, who had always been inconspicuous, suddenly stood in their way. They all had a thought in their minds, but they didn't want to believe that their companion was an undercover agent. The dagger in Shadow's hand was quickly thrown into the groove controlling the stone door. Seeing this, Black Pearl and the others quickly attacked Shadow, but he fired his gun at their feet. As the stone door began to close rapidly, confusion and hurt filled Wolf Qing's eyes. Shadow, what are you doing? Why are you helping her? The Shadow looked at them coldly. I have never been one of you. Heishenza stared at the fallen stone door, unable to shake off the coldness in her eyes. Blast the stone door open and pursue the Shadow until he is dead. Understood. Heishenza listened to the booming sounds, recalling how the Shadow had been her right-hand man, involved in many important matters within the organization. Since the Shadow was an undercover agent for Long Country, he had to die, otherwise, the loss to the organization would be immense. Heishenza took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and restrained herself. With a loud crash, the stone door shattered. Heishenza opened her eyes, a sense of killing intent surrounding her. She dashed forward towards the docking area. At the same time, she issued orders. Split up and search for Sulishu. Leave her alive, but kill the Shadow on sight. Just as she finished speaking, Heishenza's eyes widened in rare fear. She shouted loudly, "Fall back." Heishenza ran frantically to the right, but an explosion occurred right where she had just been. Several people were thrown away by the blast, while gunfire surrounded them. Heishenza clutched her chest, looking around with blood trickling from her mouth, her gaze fierce. She spotted the Shadow among a group of soldiers and turned to flee. But the Shadow knew Heishenza best. As her right-hand man, if he didn't kill her now, it would be nearly impossible to do so later. One squad, follow me. The shadow quickly pursued Haizenzu, firing bullets at her retreating figure. Ugh. Haizenzu was hit in the shoulder, and her left calf was also struck. She stumbled and fell into the bushes. The shadow and several soldiers fired several shots in that direction but heard no response, only seeing a large pool of blood on the ground. Search. Su Lishu clutched her stomach and ran towards the place she had just landed. She knew there were troops waiting for her, but her survival instinct told her to escape. Su Lishu did not believe she was a match for Haizenzu. Such confrontations were best left to the military. As soon as Su Lishu boarded the boat, it suddenly rocked, and a dark gun barrel emerged from the water, aimed at her. Then, bright red blood stained the side of the boat, and Su Lishu froze in fear. She watched as Haizenzu emerged from the water, grabbing the boat and staring at her. Su Lishu was shocked that Haizenzu could escape despite being surrounded by so many attackers. Haizenzu climbed onto the boat, her gun trained steadily on Su Lishu's heart. The current Black Pearl is not as calm as before. Her eyes are cold, and her injured hand trembles slightly as she holds the gun. If you don't want to die, start the boat now. Su Lishu's gaze falls on her. She's been shot in the shoulder near her heart, and it looks like her leg has also been hit based on how she jumped onto the boat. Hurry up. Black Pearl sees her examining her and slowly lowers the gun to aim at her stomach. Then she stands up and moves closer. I don't have time to waste with you. Su Lishu moves her hand slightly, and a bullet shoots past her, splashing into the water. She feels a sharp pain on the back of her hand and looks down to see a cut bleeding. I warn you not to make any sudden moves. Start the boat. At the same time, Su Lishu feels something crawling up near her feet. She looks down to see a black and red scorpion, its tail raised, resting at her ankle. Miss Su, don't underestimate my little pet. It has a fierce temper. Its prey never escapes. If it bites you, the poison will spread in 3 seconds. If you don't believe me, feel free to try. Su Lishu finds the scorpion at her ankle very bothersome, but with danger above and below, she dares not move. I won't start the boat. Black Pearl does not believe her, and Su Lishu feels the scorpion getting closer to her skin. Just a little more, and the poison stinger will pierce her. Su Lishu sighs in frustration and slowly bends down to press the switch. System. Get rid of that scorpion on my foot. It's too disgusting. The host only needs to buy a beast poison pill from the shop, but the system suggests the host buy a beast control pill to make the scorpion obey you. Rebellion? The thought crosses Su Lishu's mind, and she immediately buys one. The purchased pill automatically feeds to the target. Just as Su Lishu wants the scorpion to move away to Black Pearl, help finally arrives. Put down your weapons and surrender immediately. The shadow sees the scorpion on Su Lishu's ankle and feels a sinking feeling.
He knows how dangerous that scorpion is.
Black Pearl pulls Su Lishu in front of her, aiming the gun at Su Lishu's temple while looking at the shadow. Step back or I'll shoot her. Black Pearl, you are surrounded. Put down your weapons and surrender now. The soldier beside the shadow says sternly. Black Pearl looks at them with disdain, finally fixing her gaze on the shadow. You were chosen for the organization at 5. When did you start to betray us? The organization has always treated you well. Why betray us? The shadow held a gun aimed at Black Pearl's head, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw a scorpion on Su Lishu's ankle slowly crawling toward Black Pearl. In this situation, Black Pearl could not possibly call back the poisonous scorpion. Remembering the scene from the surveillance where Su Lishu crushed a poisonous snake, there was only one possibility. Su Lishu could control the scorpion, though the chance was slim. The shadow remained cold and focused on Black Pearl, ensuring she did not notice. I never intended to join Min Sha. It was Min Sha that took me from my parents. I had no choice. My homeland is Longwa, my blood is of Longwa, and my roots are in Longwa. How can there be talk of betrayal? Black Pearl, if you surrender now, I will request leniency for you from the state, considering our past. Ha! Black Pearl scoffed, looking at the countless guns around her with disdain. Do you think these are all there are on this island? Black Pearl pressed a small button on her wrist. There are a total of 121 anti-tank mines buried on this island, along with a massive bomb with a 2,000-meter blast radius. My mission is to find the traitor Red Fox and bring Miss Sue back to the organization. If I can't bring them back, I'll kill them on the spot. With so many soldiers accompanying me to another world, I think that's not bad. I'll also help the organization uncover an undercover agent. This deal is worth it. However, I have always respected life, so I offer you a second choice. If everyone leaves at the same time, I won't kill you and I won't harm Miss Sue. What do you think of this choice? You have no power to choose. You are surrounded by us, said the soldier beside the shadow coldly. Black Pearl, you have no choice. We hold the power. Your companions are in our hands. Surrender immediately and lay down your weapons. As Black Pearl coldly smirked, she pressed the first button in her hand. Bang! Boom! A sudden, violent explosion erupted behind everyone. Their expressions turned serious and grim. Black Pearl smiled and asked, "So, can I have a choice now?" Sulishu did not expect these people had developed the island so thoroughly, with so many mines buried underground. Black Pearl smiled with delight at their expressions. I said we would leave together, and no one would get hurt. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what I might do next. Then she seemed to realize something. By the way, you should know about me. I have no other hobbies in life. I just like to study poisons. If I press this final switch, this island will instantly become a ruin. The explosion will trigger a tsunami, and the nearest village will be flooded. At the same time, the poison hidden in the bomb will spread with the wind. 100 miles around will be covered in toxic gas. If anyone breathes it in, their lungs will suffer. It could lead to serious health issues. Now, I give you the choice, Black Pearl said, looking at the soldiers next to the shadow. Captain, what do you think of this choice? Black Pearl, this is our dragon country, not the United States. Don't be too reckless. Black Pearl smirked nonchalantly. This isn't recklessness. I am in charge here. Everything on this island is under my control. You should be begging me now. Instead of threatening me, I give you 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, either we all leave or we all stay here together. 3. The soldier's hand on the gun began to sweat as he glanced at the shadow. How credible is what she says. The shadow kept his eyes on Black Pearl but glanced at Sulishu. Don't believe her. If we let her go, this island will explode in the next second. 2. Hearing this, the soldier frowned, feeling tightness in his throat. What do we do then? Seeing that Sulishu showed no fear, the shadow felt somewhat reassured. So, we absolutely cannot let her leave. Even if we all die here today, she cannot escape. Black Pearl remained calm, her gaze toward the shadow fierce, like a predator. So, you are all prepared to die here, right? The shadow replied. Black Pearl, we have people around this inner lake. You have no chance of escape. Black Pearl's expression turned cold as she slowly placed her hand on Sulishu's stomach. Did you hear that? They don't care about your life. Your child will never see the world. Aren't the people of Dragon Country supposed to trust their soldiers the most? Look at this. This is the soldier you trust, risking everything to capture us. But they don't care about your life. Aren't you going to save your child? Sulishu felt a hand on her belly, and her gaze turned colder. You said they are all going to die here. How can a pregnant woman save anyone? Since you want us all to go with you to the underworld, the Black Pearl leader truly deserves to be a leader, wanting to take everyone in the county down with her before she dies. She secretly commanded the Scorpion to attack Black Pearl. At the same time, she pretended to lose her balance and grabbed Black Pearl's hand to pull back. Black Pearl's injured foot was already numb and painful, and Sulishu's sudden movement drew most of her attention away from the pain. As Sulishu moved, a shadow immediately aimed a gun at Black Pearl. Black Pearl pulled Sulishu to the side to dodge, quickly bringing her in front to shield her. She stared fiercely at the shadow. Since you want to kill me, then we all die together. Before she could finish, Black Pearl's expression changed suddenly, and dark red blood began to flow from her mouth. She looked down at the scorpion by her foot, realizing it had left Sulishu and struck her with a fatal blow. She didn't understand why her own scorpion would attack her. As soon as Sulishu noticed Black Pearl's unsteady hand, she quickly revealed Black Pearl's body. The shadow saw this and immediately shot at the hand Black Pearl was using to hold the gun, while the soldier also aimed at her gun hand. Bang, bang, bang. Countless bullets flew towards Black Pearl, and Sulishu stood frozen in place, afraid that if she moved, she would end up like Black Pearl, full of holes. The scorpion, frightened by the gunfire, hurried to Sulishu's feet for comfort, its pincers clutching her pants leg and trembling all over. Sulishu was scared too. It was her first time experiencing such a hail of bullets. She could feel the bullets whizzing past her ears. Seeing and experiencing were two different things. When the gunfire stopped, the shadow quickly approached to check. First, he picked up the button that had fallen on the deck, then walked over to Black Pearl, who had been shot to pieces, and carefully examined her. After confirming she was dead, he stood up and looked at Sulishu. He apologized to her. "I'm truly sorry, Comrade Su.
It was our mistake.
We didn't expect her to escape and almost hurt you. If it weren't for you just now, both we and the surrounding civilians would have been in trouble." The soldier also saluted Sulishu. From the shadow's words and the sudden poisoning of Black Pearl, it could only be Sulishu who had done it. "Comrade Su, on behalf of all the soldiers and the people, I thank you. I will report this honestly and request a commendation for you." Sulishu's ears were still buzzing, and she waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. It's what I should do. After all, they were coming towards me." The shadow looked at the scorpion by her feet. "Why does this scorpion listen to you and sting the Black Pearl?" The soldier followed the shadow's gaze and indeed saw a black-red scorpion at Sulishu's feet, its pincers gripping her pant leg. Sulishu blinked her sincere eyes at them. "I might have a natural affinity for animals, or maybe this scorpion just really dislikes the Black Pearl." After she spoke, both of them fell silent. Sulishu wasn't boasting. Earlier, when she bought the beast-taming pills, the store had a strong promotion, and she bought 10 at once. The bonus animal affinity allowed her to understand what animals were trying to express. Sulishu stomped her foot, and the two watched as the scorpion released its grip. She went to find a chair to sit on, and it followed closely behind her. When Sulishu extended her hand, the scorpion obediently climbed onto her palm, looking quite well-behaved. The shadow could hardly believe it. This scorpion had harmed many lives before, yet now it was betraying its owner and behaving obediently in front of a stranger. However, people with animal affinity truly exist, and this was their first time witnessing it. The Black Pearl could command various poisonous snakes and scorpions because, compared to ordinary people, animals were not afraid of her and even wanted to be close to her. But Sulishu was even more impressive. She could command animals that already had owners. On the boat back, Sulishu looked at the scorpion in her hand and felt a bit melancholic. She couldn't possibly take this scorpion home. Not to mention that Grandma Su wouldn't agree. But this thing is poisonous. Just a sting from its tail could be fatal within seconds. Even if she wanted to keep it, how would she take care of it? She couldn't hold this scorpion in her hand all the time. What if she accidentally got stung when she put it in her pocket? Host system has a space to store living creatures. How many points do I need? Only 888. Sulishu fell silent. She knew the system's sudden voice meant trouble. "Host, you must seize the opportunity. It won't come again. Today, since you bought the beast-taming pills, I'll give you a 20% discount. Would you like one? The storage ring looks very nice. Would you like one, host?" No matter what it said, Sulishu ignored it, even as it tried to trick her and take advantage of her. The system paused when it saw Sulishu not responding. What about the 666? This really can't go any lower. 666 is both lucky and pleasant to hear. A shadow on the boat hesitated before looking at the scorpion in Sulishu's hand and finally asked, "Are you planning to release this scorpion or keep it for yourself? Do you want it?" Sulishu extended her hand toward the shadow, raising the scorpion's tail as a clear warning, and it started crawling toward him. The shadow quickly stepped back and waved his hand, saying, "I'm not worthy of that. If it listens to you so well, it's best for you to keep it close." Sulishu looked at the scorpion, which was still warning the shadow, and smiled, "But I think it seems to like you." The shadow was confused, thinking the scorpion looked like it wanted to sting him. He moved 2 meters away from Su Lishu, and only then did the scorpion lower its tail. Do you really think it likes me? Su Lishu gently touched the scorpion's head, and it closed its eyes in comfort. I only have 432 points. That's all I can offer. If it works, sell me one. If not, I don't want it. Host, that's not how you negotiate. 666 is already the lowest price for a space ring that can hold living things. Are you selling it or not? Stop talking so much. Selling. Realizing she had offered too much when she heard the quick response, Su Lishu knew she had to be careful. The shadow kept staring at the scorpion in her hand, and suddenly, Su Lishu threw it into the water. The shadow's eyes widened in shock as he met Su Lishu's calm gaze, feeling confused. Did you just throw it away? Yes, Su Lishu replied, looking at the rippling water. Why would I keep something so poisonous? If it ever betrayed me like the Black Pearl did, I wouldn't have time to regret it. So it's best to let it go just in case. Being in the forest is unsafe. It could harm people. Throwing it into the sea is different. It won't survive in the water and will drown. This way, we prevent it from hurting anyone and solve the problem of its existence. The thrown scorpion suddenly appeared in a strange space, looking a bit dazed. The shadow was shocked by her action, glanced at the water, blinked, and slowly nodded. This is good. At least it resolves the danger posed by this creature. Zhang Quan saw Su Lishu return safely and finally felt relieved. Madam, are you okay? Su Lishu held onto his hand as she got off the boat. I'm fine. How are my grandmother and the others? The doctor has checked them. They just ingested a lot of sedative. They will wake up when the time comes. Su Lishu sat in the car, leaning back in her seat, and nodded. Did my cousin really get killed by wolves? Remains of Zhang Zhiliang's body were indeed found deep in the nearby mountain. And your aunt, Su Weifan, suffered a severe head injury and didn't receive timely help. The chances of her waking up are slim, and due to the trauma, she may become mentally unstable when she does. Su Lishu remained silent, looking at the scenery outside, her heart showing no signs of emotion. A few days ago, she had inexplicably gotten close to her. With Su Weifan's personality, it was impossible for her to lower her pride and treat her kindly. Perhaps it's better this way. It saves her from using any tricks to get her into trouble. She just wondered how Su Laotai and Su Debao would react when they found out, especially Su Laotai, who thought her daughter had changed her mind and was excited to go, only to be deceived from the start. Do the Zhang family know about this? They helped Su Weifan plot against us, Zhang Quan replied. From the interrogation, it seems the Min Sha organization only approached Su Weifan to avoid complications. Only she knows about this. Everything was orchestrated by the Min Sha organization for Su Weifan to carry out alone. Su Lishu nodded and closed her eyes to pretend to sleep. During the Zhang family's banquet, guests suddenly saw countless police rushing into the yard, surrounding the entire Zhang family. Villagers dining outside saw the Su family members being carried out, and Su Weifan, covered in blood, was also brought out. The crowd began to murmur, and the Zhang family was completely stunned. They had no idea why everyone was being taken away during a meal. Both the Zhang family and the villagers who came to eat were questioned one by one, even too afraid to eat the food on the table, just waiting to go home after the questioning ended. Everyone stood under the sun, waiting for results, but no one complained. The entire Zhang family was surrounded by police, and they had never seen so many officers in their lives, all standing with guns, watching the crowd. It seemed that if anyone in the crowd acted strangely, they would be shot on sight. A middle-aged police officer stepped forward and addressed everyone. Please do not panic. We received a report that Su Weifan is involved with a major trafficking gang. Her son, Zhang Jiaoliang, is also part of it, but he got lost in the mountains while trying to escape a few days ago and was attacked by wolves. Today, we received a tip that Su Weifan planned to use the Zhang family's birthday celebration as a cover to drug the food and abduct Su Lishu with the help of her accomplices. However, during a dispute over the loot, Su Weifan was pushed to the ground by her two accomplices and hit her head on a rock, causing her to lose consciousness. Su Lishu has already been rescued by our team, and is on her way back now. We have confirmed that the Zhang family and everyone here are not suspects, so please remain calm and continue with your activities. Once the police left, the courtyard was filled with chatter, and people looked at the Zhang family with disdain. Oh my gosh, Su Weifan always seemed so arrogant, but who knew she was part of a trafficking gang? I have goosebumps all over. I want to go home. I'm afraid something might happen if I stay here. Ugh, how could Su Weifan do this? She even trafficked her own pregnant niece. She's worse than an animal. Thankfully, she was rescued in time. The Zhang family seemed so honest, but who would have thought they were involved in something like this? Let's get out of here. In less than half a minute, everyone had left, leaving only the Zhang family and 2 dogs searching for bones on the ground. The Zhang family was stunned by the news, especially Zhang Jiandong, who still couldn't accept that his mother and brother were involved in such activities. With so many police officers coming in to question them, and the speaker being the head of the town's police station, he had no choice but to believe it. After this incident, people avoided the Zhang family, fearing that their own children might be unknowingly taken away. When Su Lishu was returned to her family, the Su family was still in shock. Su Lishu sat in a lounge chair in the courtyard, eyes closed, recalling the words of the shadowy figure from the car. I have never met the leader of the Manhwa organization, nor am I part of it, but he seems to know everything that happens within the group. At the time the order was given, I was next to the Black Pearl. The information was received via radio, and judging by the signal's direction, it came from our dragon country. I also feel that the leader of the Manhwa organization is within the troops. He must have a significant position there to leak information from such a place. Perhaps he is a high-ranking officer's child who can frequently come and go from the military, which is why he learned about the Red Fox incident so quickly. Maybe he has been watching everything you do. This time, he didn't discover my identity. I lean towards believing he is the latter. Those above the brigade commander level in the military have been around since the war. The leader of the Manhwa organization is about 30 years old. He is the adopted son of the previous leader and took over at the age of 16 after the previous leader passed away, which was 18 years ago. The current leader has not appeared in the organization for the last 10 years, and only the 4 major hall masters know his whereabouts. Xiao Shu. Uncle Su's voice interrupted Su Lishu's thoughts. She opened her eyes and looked at Uncle Su, who came out holding his head. Xiao Shu, aren't we at your aunt's house? How did we come back? Su Lishu looked at him, unsure of where to start. Has Grandma woken up? Confused. This was followed by the sound of a teacup shattering on the floor. Grandma Su clutched her chest and scolded. She is simply confused. What complaints does she have to treat her niece like this? I will go and deal with that ungrateful girl. Uncle Su looked down at the ground, recalling how Su Weifan always called him Big Brother since they were young, and tears fell unknowingly. As the eldest brother, his first sister was Su Weifan, and he never expected her to turn into someone like this, joining forces with malicious people to harm her own niece. Lu Xiaoyu sat beside Su Weizhu, clearly sensing his emotions. She knew he had strong feelings for his sister Su Weifan. Even when she acted arrogantly at home, he always defended her. Now, however, she had committed such a grave betrayal against their ancestors. It was evident that his heart was hurt. Su Weifan had harmed his mother, brother, and niece, trying to sell her pregnant niece to fulfill her ambitions. This Su Weifan was no longer the sister he once knew. Su Lishu stood up to support Grandma Su. Grandma, please calm down. It's uncertain whether Aunt will wake up or not. The doctor said that even if she does wake up, there is a high chance she will be mentally impaired. This is what she gets for her wrongdoings. In the end, everything falls back on her. Grandma, from now on, you will only have Uncle, my dad, and Aunt as your 3 children. You and Grandpa never had her, and I never had an aunt like her, okay? Grandma Su looked at her granddaughter, who was still comforting herself, feeling heartbroken. She thought about how close they came to losing each other to a criminal. Tears she had been holding back fell as she hugged her and started to cry.
I'm sorry, dear.
It's my fault. I shouldn't have agreed to let her go to the Zhang family. I was suspicious that she would change so quickly. I thought she just wanted to take advantage of Xiao Gu's status, but I didn't expect her to be so bold as to scheme against you. We're going back to Jianyuan and Huyang today. From now on, I will act as if she is not my daughter. She is not a part of the Su family." Su Lashu patted Grandma Su's back, saying, "It's okay, Grandma. I'm fine, really." Shirtu, standing nearby, looked furious. He couldn't believe that his aunt would treat his sister this way. He crushed the walnut in his hand as if it were Su Weifan. When Su Dad and Su Mom saw the sudden return of the group during dinner, they looked confused. Su Mom got up to take the things Grandma Su was holding. "Mom, didn't you say you would stay a few more days? Why are you back now?" Su Dad put down his chopsticks and stood up. "Mom, wasn't today the day of the big sister's father-in-law's event?" "What big sister?" "Dad, don't mention her again. I'm still scared." Before Su Dad could finish his sentence, Shirtu interrupted loudly and angrily. Su Dad made a sound of surprise, ready to scold the disrespectful boy, but Grandma Su shot him a glare. Su Dad and Su Mom exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes.
Wow.
Su Weifan has no sense of decency, does she? How could she do something like this, especially in broad daylight? She even dared to harm her own niece. How did she not get punished? Su Dad's face was dark with anger, and his words were a bit harsh. Su Mom said nothing, but her grip on the chopsticks turned white from holding them too tightly. Finally, unable to contain her anger, she threw the chopsticks down next to Su Dad's bowl. "Su Weigua, let me tell you, this is something Mom and Xiaoshu won't pursue, but I can't tolerate a big sister like this. If you don't cut ties with her, today it's Xiaoshu, and in the future, will it be Shirtu and Xiaoshu's children? Even my mother dares to use tricks. Who knows if we will wake up after sleeping? I can't keep in touch with someone like this. If you don't cut ties, you can stay here. I'll take Stone to Luoyang." Although this was said to Su Dad, her gaze occasionally shifted to Grandma Su. Grandma Su looked at them sternly. "This matter has spread back home. Before returning, I publicly sever ties with her. From now on, we will have nothing to do with each other. Su Weifan is no longer a daughter of the Su family. She is neither your elder sister nor the aunt of Xiaoshu and Stone. Just remember, I only gave birth to the three of you siblings." Hearing Grandma Su's words, Su Mom's expression softened a bit. The day before returning to Luoyang, Uncle Su called. Su Lashu could barely hear what was being said on the other end when Grandma Su exploded. "Whoever brought her here should take her back. A daughter who has been married for decades is not something that can be returned. Besides, Su Weifan is no longer a child of the Su family. Let the Zhang family take her back. I have already been more than fair by not causing trouble for them. Now that Su Weifan cannot take care of herself and has lost her mind, she is the responsibility of the Zhang family. Even if Zhang Quan doesn't care, Zhang Jiandong, her son, should. Even if the Zhang family ignores her, she cannot step into the Su family's door. If they just dump her at the door and expect you to call the police, how can a man in his 50s not know how to handle this? Directly report Zhang Jiandong for neglecting his mother. If he, as her son, doesn't care for her, why should you? Let me tell you, Su Weizu, if you dare to bring her into our home, I will make sure you regret it." Listening to his mother's words on the phone and hearing Su Weifan outside yelling for her son, Su Weizu felt a headache coming on. "Mom, Su Weifan is thrown at the door in disarray. She can't even take care of herself. How can I get her to leave? Now she attacks any man she sees. I almost got hit by her sticks just for showing my face." Grandma Su was furious. "Don't you know to call the police? Can't your wife fight back with a stick? Is your head made of wood? Why can't you think of a solution? If the Zhang family continues to be so shameless, even if Zhang Jiandong gets hurt, they will still throw his mother here and ignore her. If you find it bothersome, just go to Luoyang tomorrow." Coincidentally, Xiao Hong's wife just started working in Luoyang and is too busy to care for Nin. "You can help them out by cooking and taking care of the kids." Su Weizu looked at Lu Xiuyu and said, "Mom, Huyang and I won't go. We can't neglect the crops in the field right now. Xiao Hong and the others are already busy, and if we go, it will just add to their burden." Old Lady Su replied, "Then you should call the police. If the Zhang family causes trouble again, call me right away, and I'll handle it." Zhang Jiadong pleaded with Zhang Quan. "Dad, please let me go bring Mom back. Her head injury hasn't healed, and now she can't recognize anyone. Uncle's side won't let her in. Zhang Laotu looked at the bloodstains on his arm and tapped the table as a warning to Zhang Jiadong. No one can go. Look at what she has done to our Zhang family. I don't even dare to go outside. Whenever I do, people point and stare. Our family has lived in this village for over 100 years, and it's the first time we've been treated like this. Many people even want us to leave the village. It's not that Grandpa is harsh. It's that your mom has gone too far. She joined a trafficking gang and even brought our family into it, leading to the death of a grandson and ruining our family's reputation. Grandpa is old and doesn't have many years left, but your dad, uncle, and even you all have to live in this village for a lifetime. Do you want to be looked down on forever? Your mom is the kind of person who could harm her own mother and wants to sell her pregnant niece. If the Gu family finds out that this happened in our Zhang family because of your mom, good thing she is crazy. If she were sane, our family would be completely finished. Your younger siblings aren't married yet. You need to think about them. Air Hai is preparing to join the army and has already signed up. Your uncle and I have made connections, and we are just waiting for the right time. If this incident with your mom prevents him from enlisting, how will you explain that to him and your uncle? Even if you don't care about us, think about your 2 children. Today, those kids called them traffickers' kids. If you insist on bringing your mom back, then you need to separate from the family. You can take your mom and leave, but you are not allowed to step into the Zhang family home again. Hearing his grandfather's words, Zhang Jiadong looked at his wife and children and at his father, who remained silent but clearly sided with the old man. His shoulders slumped. But after all, she is my mother who gave me life. She gave birth to 3 children for the Zhang family. She may not have done much, but she has worked hard. Zhang Jiadong was still struggling to defend himself. Old Lady Zhang snorted. Our Zhang family has had bad luck since marrying Su Weifan. From the first year she got pregnant, she started causing trouble. She wanted to eat well and wear nice clothes. At first, I tolerated it for you, my eldest grandson, and tried to satisfy her. Then, because of the Su family, I had to endure even more. Later, due to her sister's influence, she became even more domineering at home, making our Zhang family a mess. I never expected her to have the audacity to do something like this. Now, with such a big issue, I've never seen so many police officers in my life, and I almost got taken away. Jiadong, think carefully. Suddenly, the hall fell silent, and there was a knock at the yard's door. Who is it? Police. Upon hearing it was the police, the Zhang family's faces turned grim, especially Old Man Zhang and Old Lady Zhang. It was their decision to leave Su Weifan at the Su family's doorstep. Uncle Zhang went to open the door and saw 3 police officers standing there, looking a bit uneasy.
He quickly invited them in.
The leading officer walked straight into the hall and looked at Zhang Quan and Zhang Jiadong. We received a report that your family left Ms. Su Weifan at the Su family's doorstep, seriously affecting their lives. This is your first warning. If you do not quickly bring Ms. Su Weifan back, we will arrest you according to the law. Old Man Zhang quickly replied, Officer, Su Weifan is also a daughter of the Su family. She did this, and we have the right to send her back. Why should we be arrested? The officer raised a hand to stop him. First, Su Weifan is now married into your Zhang family and is registered as part of your household. She has no ties to the Su family anymore. Second, Su Weifan is your wife, and you are not divorced. You have 3 children together and have raised them. You both share responsibility for Ms. Su Weifan. Since she is unable to live independently now, as her husband, you cannot abandon her or seek a divorce. Third, as Ms. Su Weifan's child, Zhang Jiadong, you cannot neglect your mother. Now that you are married and have children, you have the ability to support your parents. If you do not bring your mother, Ms. Su Weifan, back today, we will proceed with your arrest. Before the Zhang family could fully comprehend the situation, a mailman arrived at the door. Zhang Arai, receive your email. Please sign here to confirm receipt. Zhang Arai quickly signed and took the document, noticing it was from the conscription department. He opened it hurriedly. After reading the information, he stood frozen in disbelief. Zhang Ershu felt a tightness in his chest and quickly grabbed the paper to look. Seeing the words, not approved, made him feel like the sky was falling. The Zhang family had spent all their savings to help him join the army, believing everything was going well and waiting for the list to be released. Now, receiving a notice of disapproval was something they could not accept. What is going on? Old Zhang saw their expressions. Although he had a bad feeling, he looked at them with eager curiosity. Zhang Arai's eyes suddenly turned red, and he glared at Zhang Jiadong. In a fit of anger, he shouted, "Grandpa, I didn't pass the selection. I can't join the army. It's all that woman's fault. It must be that Gu family who blocked my chance." Old Zhang staggered back a few steps upon hearing this news. Old Mrs. Zhang collapsed into a chair, pounding her thigh and crying, "Our family is so unfortunate. What bad luck has befallen the Zhang family to encounter such a heartless woman? She has gone mad and ruined our family. It's such misfortune." At first, Zhang Jiadong felt relieved hearing the police's words, thinking this meant they couldn't abandon his mother. But the next moment, Zhang Arai's words made him feel uneasy, and his straight back suddenly slumped. The police ignored their issues about not being able to join the army and looked at Zhang Quan and Zhang Jiadong, who sent someone to bring Ms. Su Weifan back. Zhang Quan, looking exhausted, stood up and turned to his son. "Jiadong, you and I will go bring your mother back." Old Mrs. Zhang wanted to stop him but fell silent when she met the police's gaze. Soon, the news spread widely, claiming the Zhang family had offended the Gu family, the in-laws of Su Weifan, leading to their downfall. First, Zhang Arai's eligibility to join the army was revoked. Then the youngest son, who worked in the city, was fired from his job, and even Zhang Jiadong's position was downgraded. He was demoted from a deputy director to a regular worker due to a minor mistake, now doing the hardest and most exhausting tasks in the factory. Zhang's daughter faced frequent beatings and scoldings at her in-laws' home, prompting her to cry and return home, asking her family for help. But upon learning that all of this was caused by Su Weifan's actions, she was furious and wanted to confront her. Su Weifan was beaten, and Zhang's daughter quickly returned to her in-laws' home, as her own family was unreliable. It was better to rely on her in-laws than anything else. Gu Shaoqing was indeed very angry when he learned that Su Weifan was responsible. If Su Weifan hadn't lost her mind and was capable of being arrested, she would have already suffered in jail. Although Su Weifan was insane and could not be punished, the Zhang family could not escape responsibility. What happened with the Zhang family was indeed caused by Gu Shaoqing. Although the Zhang family did not directly participate, Su Weifan was already part of the Zhang family, so they were not innocent. After this incident, Su Lishu was always followed by Gu Shaoqing, who was very clingy. He would even want to accompany her to the bathroom if he could. 2 months passed during the summer break, and the 4th year of university began. Su Lishu had already taken leave at the end of her 3rd year. Now, Su Lishu was over 9 months pregnant, and her belly was so big that she couldn't see her feet. Her legs were swollen like dumplings, and pressing them left a big indentation. Even though she had beautiful features, she felt unattractive and just wanted to give birth quickly, hoping never to be pregnant again. She felt like a completely different person. Grandma Gu, seeing Su Lishu eating spicy hot pot, said, "Lishu, why don't we go to the hospital to prepare for the delivery? It's already your due date." Su Lishu shook her head, fanning herself from the spice. "No, Grandma, let me eat a few more meals to spice them out." Grandma Gu exchanged a helpless glance with the housekeeper, unsure where she had heard that eating spicy food could help with labor. She had prepared a spicy hot pot for her today. Gu Shaoqing cooked the beef tripe for her and quickly wiped the sweat from her forehead, saying, "Take your time eating." That night, after taking a shower, Gu Shaoqing was drying her hair when Su Lishu suddenly felt a warm sensation between her legs. Without any warning, she had an accident, and her face turned red with embarrassment. She felt flustered and pushed Gu Shaoqing aside to run to the bathroom. Gu Shaoqing thought something was wrong and chased after her, only to see liquid running down her legs. Realizing what is happening, he quickly stepped in front of her to stop her from running, asking, "What are you doing?" Su Lishu didn't want her most embarrassing moment to be known by him and tried to pull away from his grasp. Seeing her expression, Gu Shaoqing understood what was happening. He hugged her to comfort her, saying, "Your water broke. It's not just urine. Stay still. I'll get you some clothes, and we'll go to the hospital right away." Water broke? Su Lishu paused her struggle. Feeling liquid flowing down her leg, Su Lishu suddenly remembered that she was in the late stage of pregnancy and could go into labor at any moment. Su Lishu nodded obediently, and Gu Shaoqing gently kissed her forehead to comfort her. "Don't worry, I'm here," he said as he quickly grabbed some clothes from the closet and lifted her downstairs. Although Gu Shaoqing appeared calm, Su Lishu could feel his fingers trembling slightly as he dressed her. He placed Su Lishu in the car and then hurried back upstairs to get the hospital bag. The noise of him running up and down the stairs woke Grandma Gu, who quickly got out of bed upon hearing the hurried footsteps. She saw her grandson rushing down with the prepared hospital bag. "Is Shu going to give birth?" he asked, putting on his coat to go to the hospital. "Grandma, you don't need to come.
I'll take Shu, he said.
Grandma Gu ignored him and walked toward the door. "I can't miss such an important event. Besides, I won't be able to sleep at home worrying. It's better for me to be at the hospital." Seeing Grandma and the butler following, Su Lishu felt a bit helpless. "Grandma, why did you come along?" Grandma Gu patted her hand. "I can't relax at home alone. I'll feel better going with you." Upon arriving at the hospital, it was unclear whether the two little ones inside were eager to come out or if their mother had startled them. As soon as she lay down, the pain intensified. The doctor checked and said she was 4 centimeters dilated. "Quick, let's move her to the delivery room." Su Lishu grabbed Dr. Lu's hand. "Dr. Lu, wait." With her other hand, she held Gu Shaoqing's hand. "Quick, help me fix my hair." While her hair was still being styled, her water broke, and her hair fell loosely as she began to sweat from the pain. Gu Shaoqing skillfully styled her hair into a bun, but when he tried to enter the delivery room with her, Su Lishu firmly refused. "Are you kidding? The expressions during childbirth are the ugliest moments of my life. There's no way I'm letting you in there." In her past life, she had seen many husbands accompany their wives into the delivery room, only to feel uncomfortable afterward and even dislike being intimate with their wives. As time passed, the contractions became more intense, and Su Lishu quickly took a pain relief pill. Once she swallowed the pill, the pain eased significantly. "Keep going. I can see the baby's head." "Push." With the pain relief, Su Lishu let out a sigh of relief. Gu Shaoqing pressed his ear against the delivery room door but heard no sounds, feeling a bit anxious. Just then, a nurse came out with a surgery notice for him to sign. Seeing the words about life danger, Gu Shaoqing's expression darkened. "What does this mean? My wife is still giving birth and you say she and the baby are in danger? Why does your hospital have this kind of notice?" The nurse quickly explained, "Sir, you misunderstood. This is to inform family members that childbirth is not 100% safe and carries certain risks. It's just a notification for the family. Miss Su is in a good position and is strong. There shouldn't be major issues with the delivery." Gu Shaoqing's hand trembled as he signed, recalling the frightening scenarios on the notice: severe bleeding, difficult labor, a mother too weak, and the baby stuck, leading to a tragic outcome. These thoughts swirled in his mind, and he clenched his fists, staring intently at the delivery room, losing track of time. Suddenly, a loud cry of a baby came from inside, and Gu Shaoqing blinked, his eyes slightly red. Less than 10 minutes later, another cry followed. "They're born." The housekeeper looked at the excited Madame Gu. "Old lady, the young lady has given birth." Madame Gu's wrinkles deepened with joy. "I heard it. The cries of these 2 babies are strong." Then the delivery room door opened, and 2 nurses came out holding the babies. "Family of Su Lishu?" Madame Gu hurried over. "I am Lishu's grandmother." Gu Shaoqing didn't look at the babies but turned to the nurse. "How is my wife? Why hasn't she come out?" He glanced inside but saw nothing. "The mother is undergoing the final cleaning and will be out soon. Come see your children. Both are boys." The older brother was born on September 10, 1987, at 10:08 p.m., weighing 5 pounds 2 ounces. The younger brother was born at 10:16 p.m., weighing 4 pounds 6 ounces. Gu Shaoqing looked down at the baby in the nurse's arms. He was just an ordinary child, and he didn't feel much attachment yet, but knowing it was from his beloved made his heart soften. He took one of the babies, who resembled Su Lishu. The one in Dad's arms is the older brother, and the one in Grandma's arms is the younger brother. After letting them hold the babies for a while, the nurse took them back to the delivery room. When Su Lishu was wheeled out, Gu Shaoqing looked at her pale face with concern, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and gently kissed her lips. "You've worked hard, my love." Su Lishu weakly nodded off to sleep, feeling pain despite taking medication, which also drained her energy. When she woke up, it was already noon the next day, and the sunlight felt warm on her face. As she moved her hand, she realized someone was holding it. She turned her head and met the tired, red-eyed gaze of the man beside her. Su Lishu smiled slightly. "What happened? Did you not sleep all night?" Gu Shaoqing lifted her hand and kissed it, saying, "You've worked hard, my love." "I love you. I love you too, but what about the kids?" Su Lishu replied, feeling a bit dismissive. "They were taken for a checkup." Su Lishu frowned. "Why didn't you go with them? What if they get taken away?" As she tried to get out of bed, Gu Shaoqing quickly stopped her. "Grandma and Qingqing, along with the housekeeper, are with them." Just then, laughter came from the doorway. Gu Qingqing saw Su Lishu was awake and hurriedly brought the child to her. "Sister-in-law, you're awake." Su Lishu looked at her child and then at the baby in Grandma Gu's arms, feeling relieved. "Qingqing, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be in class today?" Gu Qingqing carefully handed the child to Su Lishu. "Sister-in-law, don't you remember today is Friday? I only had one class this morning." At that moment, the doctor and nurse entered, noticing Su Lishu was awake. Dr. Liu smiled. "Congratulations, Miss Su, on having twins. They are really beautiful. In all my years of delivering babies, I have never seen any as lovely as yours. I'm here to help with your recovery, but I need your husband and other family members to step outside for a moment." Su Lishu was in a single room with a living area outside. She asked Gu Shaoqing to step out, and Dr. Liu understood her hesitation, knowing she was worried. "Let the children's father step out." Gu Shaoqing had been learning how to care for pregnant women and what to do after childbirth since Su Lishu became pregnant. He understood what the doctor meant and knew she might worry about him disliking her, but he also knew that once she made up her mind, nothing could change it. "Okay, let me know if you need anything." As soon as he stepped out, Su Lishu's cries of pain echoed from inside. Seeing Gu Shaoqing suddenly rush back in, Su Lishu, feeling embarrassed about her current state, angrily shouted, "Get out." Su Lishu quickly covered herself with the blanket. Gu Shaoqing walked over, lifted the blanket, and looked at Su Lishu's legs, taking out a tissue to clean up. "We're married. I've seen you in every way. During your pregnancy, I helped you bathe and change clothes many times. Are you worried I won't take care of you well? If you think I'm not doing a good job, I'll learn more." Su Lishu turned her head away, not wanting to look at him, biting her lip with tears in her eyes. After cleaning up, the doctor pressed on her abdomen again. This time, no matter how much it hurt, Su Lishu didn't cry out, biting her lip until her face turned red. Seeing her bite her lip until it bled and still not letting go, Gu Shaoqing reached out his wrist. Su Lishu bit his wrist tightly, tears slowly flowing from the corners of her eyes. For a while, Su Lishu became much quieter. When Gu Shaoqing was around, she didn't dare to meet his gaze and was very silent. Looking out the window, Su Lishu suddenly felt she was being too sensitive. Others didn't mind taking care of her. She should be happy, but she just wasn't. Su Lishu clearly knew she was influenced by her past life, seeing various online images of husbands in the delivery room witnessing their wives giving birth. There was a big change that couldn't be fixed right away, and some couldn't help but lose control on the delivery bed. The husbands might not say anything, but their bodies honestly pulled away from their wives. After one argument, she accidentally said, "You really make me feel sick. Just thinking about what I saw back then makes me lose my appetite." There were also couples deeply in love, getting pregnant and giving birth, with husbands taking care of their wives during such intimate moments. Even if husbands felt disgusted, they had to remind themselves it was their beloved wives giving birth, lying in bed unable to move, and that feeling disgusted was wrong. But as time passed, things changed, and memories of those moments lingered. They might meet someone new outside, and after a year or two, the feelings could fade. Malice emerged, revealing the ugliest side of human nature. Su Lishu knew deep down that she was afraid Gu Shaoqing would dislike her, worried she would end up like those women online, rejected by their husbands. Gu Shaoqing stood at the door, watching the tearful Su Lishu, feeling uneasy and clenching his fists tightly. He turned and punched the wall in the corridor, hitting it until his knuckles were bruised and bloodied. "What are you doing, old Gu?" Shen Xingyao quickly pulled Gu Shaoqing away. Seeing the tears welling up in his eyes, he was stunned. Qin Xingyu was also taken aback. Over the years, she had never seen a hint of despair in him. The old Gu Shaoqing was a confident young man from a prominent family, always in control of everything. Now, Gu Shaoqing seemed lost, with uncertainty in his eyes. "What happened? Xiao Shu?" Su Lishu turned to Qin Qingyu, her lips curling into a smile. "Sister Qingyu, you're here."
Come, sit down.
Qin Qingyu noticed her red eyes, yet she smiled as if nothing was wrong. Seeing her like this made Qin Qingyu's throat tighten. She opened her mouth, wanting to say comforting words, but nothing came out. Su Lishu then looked at Shen Xingyao, who was standing with Gu Shaoqing. "You haven't seen the kids yet, have you?" she said to Gu Shaoqing. "Go bring the kids out for Sister Qingyu to see." "Okay." Qin Qingyu took a deep breath and smiled as she received one of the children, surprised by how they looked. "Xiao Shu, he looks just like you. It's as if he was made from the same mold. Those charming eyes will surely captivate many girls in the future." Shen Xingyao looked at the two children, who didn't resemble each other. "Aren't your two kids twins? Why does one look like your sister-in-law, and the other like you?" Su Lishu pointed at her brother's face. "Identical twins look the same. Our two are fraternal twins, so they look different. That's why we don't look alike, right?"
Ah.
"Oh no. Why are you crying?" Qin Qingyu patted her, but she continued to cry loudly. "She probably needs a change. Give her to me." Gu Shaoqing took the child to change the diaper. Shen Xingyao glanced at Su Lishu, who was laughing inside, and then at Gu Shaoqing, who was skillfully changing the diaper. "Gu, I see your sister-in-law is fine. Isn't this normal?" There's laughter and conversation. Gu Shaoqing paused, thinking about how he didn't want to meet the eyes of the person he cared about most lately. He smiled bitterly, shook his head, and continued changing the diaper. "Ah, Shu, I'm taking our son to bathe." Su Lishu instinctively looked up, meeting his gaze. Her smile faltered for a moment, and she hurriedly looked away, a bit flustered. "Okay, but don't bathe him for too long. Be careful he doesn't catch a cold." After returning the child, they went downstairs. Shen Xingyao took out a cigarette and prepared to light one.
Want one?
Gu Shaoqing took it, but didn't light it. Shen Xingyao exhaled smoke and looked at him. "I saw you earlier. Did you upset your sister-in-law?" "I noticed that my sister-in-law doesn't seem to want to talk to you. She instinctively avoids your gaze and seems a bit hesitant to look at you. Am I mistaken?" Gu Shaoqing looked down at the cigarette in his hand and remained silent for a while before speaking. "Did you go in to support your sister-in-law when she was in the hospital to give birth?" "Yes," Shen Xingyao recalled with concern. "At that time, my wife was in serious trouble. The baby was quite large in her belly. During the delivery, it was almost a difficult birth. I still feel anxious about it. My wife's face was pale, and she was sweating a lot. Thankfully, she was okay. Otherwise, I would have regretted it deeply." Gu Shaoqing asked, "Did you help your wife after the birth?" "What do you mean?" Shen Xingyao was momentarily confused. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. "You mean when the doctor pressed on my wife's belly the next day, and those fluids came out? I helped clean her up." "Why do you ask?" Gu Shaoqing sighed. "So, your sister-in-law didn't resist your touch?" "No, she didn't. She's my wife, and I'm her husband." "What's wrong with that?" Shen Xingyao suddenly realized something and looked at him in surprise. "Wait, you don't think my sister-in-law is upset because you didn't do these things, do you?" Look, it's not that I'm saying this, but she went through a lot to carry the baby and give birth. It's such a dangerous process. How could you not take the initiative to care for her? You even know how to change the baby's diapers. At this point, Shen Xingyao paused, a bit puzzled. You're so familiar with changing diapers, and whenever my sister-in-law is around, your gaze seems glued to her. You took care of her during her pregnancy, so you must have helped her. So, why is she acting this way? Gu Xiaoqing. I want to know why too. When I was supposed to go into the delivery room, she wouldn't let me in, so I didn't go. We had agreed on that beforehand. She said that giving birth is the ugliest moment, and she didn't want me to see her like that. She insisted, so I stayed out. When it was time for the doctor to press on her belly, she told me to go outside, but when I heard her scream in pain, I was scared. I had never heard her cry like that before. When I rushed in, she immediately pulled the blanket over herself and told me to leave, but I didn't listen and insisted on helping her. From that day on, she started avoiding me, not wanting to talk. Even when I tried to kiss her, she was stunned at first and then looked at me right away. She won't even let me help her clean up afterward. I really don't know what I did wrong. These days, she seems a bit scared of me. Sometimes, even when she's feeding the baby and falls asleep, she wakes up if I help her get dressed. Gu Xiaoqing looked down at the bite mark on his wrist, feeling uneasy. He didn't understand why things had turned out this way. Shen Xingyao suddenly had a thought. Are you saying that when you were helping your sister-in-law with her recovery, you suddenly walked in and after that her attitude toward you changed? And before that, she was fine after giving birth. Do you think she might be upset that you barged in? It seems like you're not listening to her. Maybe you should apologize to her. Gu Xiaoqing's expression was serious, and he broke his cigarette in half and threw it in the trash. That day, when old lady Su arrived at the hospital, Su Lishu felt a sudden wave of emotion, and tears streamed down her face. She reached out to old lady Su. Grandma, you finally came. I missed you so much. Old lady Su was taken aback by the hug and patted her shoulder. What's wrong, dear? You can't cry during your recovery. Your eyes are so beautiful. It wouldn't be good if you hurt them. Despite the comfort, Su Lishu continued to cry sadly, and old lady Su looked at Gu Xiaoqing with concern. Su Lishu didn't understand why she felt this way. She just felt so sad and couldn't control her tears. That night, after being discharged and returning home, they went back to the Pingjiang villa because old lady Su was there to help with her recovery. Once Su Lishu fell asleep, old lady Su sat on the sofa and watched her grandson-in-law come out of the kitchen. Gu, come here, let's talk. Seeing old lady Su's serious expression, Gu Xiaoqing cleaned his hands and sat across from her. Grandma, go ahead and ask. What's wrong with my dear? It's only been 3 days since she gave birth. I wasn't here in time, and you all bullied her when she was so weak. Is it that your family thinks they can take advantage of her because her family isn't around? Let me tell you, Gu, that's not how you treat people. Grandma, I didn't. At this point, Gu Xiaoqing's eyes turned red. Thinking about how the person he loved most had been keeping her distance from him, and now he was being questioned, he wondered who was really bullying whom. Old lady Su softened her serious expression. You. Grandma is just asking. Why is a grown man crying? Grandma, I don't know what's wrong. Shu has been. Since that day, Shu has been unhappy and doesn't want to talk to me. Sometimes she even cries secretly. Grandma, I'm afraid to say too much to her. I worry it will make her dislike me even more. After hearing all this, Grandma Su felt a bit embarrassed. She remembered how her granddaughter had asked her to sleep with her today and realized she hadn't spoken much to her granddaughter's husband. Days passed and Grandma Su kept observing the young couple. She noticed that her granddaughter seemed a bit hesitant to be close to her husband. Even when he sat next to her, she would look at him closely. Worried that there might be a misunderstanding between them, Grandma Su waited until her granddaughter's husband had put the child to sleep. She then looked at her granddaughter, who was wiping her face, and asked, Nuan Nuan, what's going on between you and Xiaogu? Did Grandma interrupt something? Su Lishu paused her actions, turned to her with a smile, and shook her head. It's nothing, Grandma. I'm just resting after giving birth. Tomorrow, Ayan has to go to work. If he works all day and then has to wake up at night to care for the baby, he will surely wear himself out, Grandma Su said. Before she could say more, Su Lushu got up to go to bed. Grandma, you should get some sleep too. The next day, after Gu Shaoqing went to work, Zhang Yinyan and Qin Qingyu came over. Seeing them, Su Lushu knew who had sent them. You're here. Come in. What would you like to drink? Is watermelon juice okay? Is ice alright? Zhang Yinyan took her hand and looked at her closely. I'm sorry, Xiao Shu. I was visiting family when you gave birth, and I only found out after I returned.
I'm sorry, Xiao Shu.
I should have come sooner, Zhang Yinyan said as she hugged her. Su Lushu chuckled and patted her shoulder. Nian Nian, what's wrong? I gave birth, and you don't need to apologize. There's no need for that. Playfully, she added, is it because you didn't get to hold the baby right away? Well, you can hold him now if you'd like. Zhang Yinyan looked at her, her eyes slightly red. Xiao Shu, you are my best friend. You can't keep everything from me. We promise to always be the best of friends. In the future, I will be your child's godmother, and you will be mine. If something happens, why didn't you tell me? Do you still consider me your best friend? Su Lushu turned away, her eyes starting to water. What could possibly happen to me?
I'm Xu Lishu.
I'm beautiful, fit, and a university student at a top school. I even started my own clothing and skincare companies. I'm so capable. How could anything go wrong? Only a man would worry about losing me. I would never fear losing a man. As she spoke, the weight on Su Lushu's heart suddenly lifted. Su Lushu's tears fell to the ground as she looked at them. I was right? I'm so amazing and beautiful. Even after having a child, I'll still be the most beautiful, right? Zhang Yinyan felt her eyes welling up too. She hugged her. That's right. You are the best. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen, both in how you treat your loved ones and friends. You are the best, and no one could dislike you. Having a child won't take away your beauty. It will only add to the richness of your already beautiful self. Did Brother Gu bully you? Tell me, and I'll have Jiang Yu go teach him a lesson. Let's stop crying, okay? You can't cry while you're resting after giving birth. No more tears, all right. The emotions Su Lushu had been holding back were released, and after crying, she felt a bit silly. I just didn't want him to see my worst side. Maybe I love him too much. I'm afraid he'll dislike me after seeing those things. Qin Qingyu put her arm around her shoulder. If a man dislikes you for the pain you went through to have his child and leaves you, then he is not the right man for you. A man who loves you will not distance himself or dislike you because of the challenges of having a child. Brother has not been in touch with him lately, thinking you regret having his child. He blames himself for your body changing after having a child, thinking you find him unattractive. He wants to talk to you, but you don't want to talk to him. He has even teared up a few times in front of me. He went to the hospital yesterday for a procedure. Su Lushu, why didn't you ask him about it? A couple should be there for each other the longest. You are afraid he'll dislike you after seeing your worst moment, but your cold attitude makes him think you are upset about having a child and not listening to him. He sees you struggling, tries to help you, but if you get upset, he worries you regret having a child and marrying him, thinking your feelings for him have faded. Su Lushu, with red eyes, was stunned. What did you say? He had a procedure. Qin Qingyu nodded. He said that the procedure is worse for women and has a higher risk than for men. Su Lushu looked at the fruits Gu Shaoqing had washed for her on the coffee table. Dealing with postpartum recovery is something I find quite unpleasant. Qin Qingyu smiled helplessly. If you're feeling uncomfortable here alone, why not ask him? Before this, I asked him if he felt disgusted by cleaning up after you, and he said he just felt sorry for you. If it weren't for having a baby, you wouldn't have to suffer like this. He doesn't feel disgusted. He just worries about not taking good care of you and making you uncomfortable. Su Lushu felt tears welling up again and smiled bitterly. She realized she might be suffering from postpartum depression. In the afternoon, Gu Shaoqing came home from work and saw Su Lushu sitting alone in the living room. You're back. Gu Shaoqing noticed it was the first time she spoke to him without avoiding him, and her expression was calmer. He tightened his grip on his briefcase, smiled gently, and nodded. What do you want to eat? I can make it right away. Again, let's hire a nanny. I think I might be unwell. Gu Shaoqing hurriedly approached her and hugged her, gently wiping away her tears. Okay, your mom bought a lot of formula, so we can use that, all right. For the first time, Su Lishu hugged him tightly and buried her head in his chest. Yen, will you blame me? I'm just afraid you'll dislike me. I really didn't mean to. I can't control my emotions, and I don't know why I'm like this with you. I'm so sorry. Gu Shaoqing held her tightly, his eyes becoming moist. No, it's my fault for not taking good care of you. He released her and kissed the tears from the corners of her eyes. How could I ever dislike you? You are the one I recognized as my partner from the very first moment. I pursued you with intention. Just standing still makes me the happiest. It's my fault that I didn't take care of you after you had our baby. But Shu, Gu Shaoqing said, his voice trembling, you can't keep everything bottled up inside.
Give me a chance to talk.
You can't just decide my feelings without asking me. You are my wife, my love. I can't imagine my life without you. I love you so much, Su Lishu, so you can't assume I'm the kind of person you think I am. I might not want children, but I can't live without you, you know? Su Lishu's tears fell again, and she pouted, wanting to bury her head in his chest. But her shoulders were held firmly by his large hands. Gu Shaoqing looked at her with intense sincerity. Please answer me. Don't think like that anymore, okay? You don't know how much I struggled when you avoided me and pushed me away. I thought you didn't love me anymore and would leave me. Su Lishu looked at him with his pitiful eyes and suddenly smiled at his words. You're talking nonsense. When have I ever disliked you? I'm just scared. Suddenly, the man leaned down and kissed her passionately, filled with longing and comfort, turning into deep love. Old Lady Su saw the couple making up around the corner of the stairs and smiled contentedly while holding the baby. But the next moment, the baby's cries echoed through the living room, and Su Lishu quickly pushed Gu Shaoqing outside. Old Lady Su exclaimed and hurriedly took the baby back to the bedroom. After they resolved their misunderstandings, the couple returned to their past, but Su Lishu's postpartum depression began to take hold, making her feel anxious and moody. Today, because Gu Shaoqing came home half an hour later than usual, Su Lishu couldn't help but start to imagine things. Gu Shaoqing had promised to come home on time today, yet he was late by half an hour, and Su Lishu faintly smelled a scent that didn't belong to either of them when he entered. Su Lishu froze in place, and when she tried to smell it again, the scent was gone. What's wrong, sweetheart? Gu Shaoqing, after changing his shoes, walked up to her and kissed her lips. When he looked up, he saw tears in her eyes, and his smiling expression turned to panic. What's wrong, sweetheart? Why are you crying? Did the baby trouble you? I'll take care of them for you. He reached out to hug her, but Su Lishu stepped back. Tears welled up in Su Lishu's eyes, stubbornly refusing to fall. Why did you come back half an hour late today? Why do you smell like perfume? As she spoke, her lips trembled, and tears fell like strings. You're lying to me. Gu Shaoqing, you're lying. Su Lishu questioned him, her voice strained. Seeing her like this filled Gu Shaoqing with pain. He wanted to hug her, but was pushed away. Su Lishu clutched her chest, feeling as if she couldn't breathe, the thought of Gu Shaoqing being unfaithful lingering in her mind. Gu Shaoqing quickly took out the flour cake he had brought for her and explained, You said last night you wanted to eat flour cakes. When I went, they were just making a fresh batch, so I waited a bit longer. I absolutely did not get close to any other woman. It might just be the scent from people around me while I was waiting. I'll go take a shower right now. He said this while taking off his jacket and throwing it into the trash. As Su Lishu listened to the sound of water from the bathroom and looked at the flour cake on the table, she grabbed her head and silently broke down in tears. Her gaze was fixed on the cold flour cake on the table, recalling Gu Shaoqing's worried expression earlier. Su Lishu grabbed the flour cake and took big bites, crumbs scattering on her clothes. With both hands mechanically eating the flour cake, Gu Shaoqing came out of the shower to see this scene. She ended up choking and had to spit it out, yet Su Lishu still desperately grabbed the flour cake to eat. He picked her up and said, Shu, stop eating. I'll make some for you myself when I come back tomorrow. Su Lishu then spat everything out and looked at him apologetically, saying, I'm sorry. I didn't know you went to buy flour cakes for me today. I didn't mean to be rude. Please don't be mad at me. If I finish these, will you promise not to be angry? Gu Shaoqing shook his head. No, I'm not angry. Shu, I'm not angry. Please don't cry. I'll make sure to come back on time every day and won't waste any more time. Gu Shaoqing lifted her into his arms and noticed the bruise on her head, filled with regret. He gently rubbed it with his fingers, resting his chin on her head while patting her back to comfort her. Since that day, Gu Shaoqing made sure to leave work on time, calling home every day at noon, even bringing work home to finish. A month passed, and because Su Lishu was expecting twins, Grandma Su wanted her to rest more. However, seeing that Su Lishu's condition hadn't improved, Gu Shaoqing wanted to take her out for a walk. "Ah, Shu, there's an auction happening today. Do you want to go see it?" Su Lishu paused with her rattle, looking surprised at him, and then at Grandma Su in the yard. "Is that okay?" But Grandma won't allow it. Gu Shaoqing affectionately rubbed her fingers, saying, "It's fine, I'll talk to Grandma." This auction was organized by the government, mainly concerning the East Lake area. Many business people attended, and although the East Lake area was still quite desolate with few people living nearby, its location was excellent. The train station was just 3 kilometers to the west, and it took only half an hour to reach the neighboring city. Most importantly, it was only a 2-hour drive to the main urban area. This land should have been developed long ago, but its large area required a significant financial investment, and there was a small wetland in the center. It was home to a group of wild Japanese ibises, and the government mandated that whoever bought the land could not disturb that wetland. This is why no one can accept it. Those who can afford it don't want to waste land on raising birds that can't be eaten or moved, wasting a lot of money. Isn't that just foolish? Those who can't afford it can accept not using that wetland, but they don't have enough money to support it, so the land has remained undeveloped for many years. Today, Su Lishu wore a black off-shoulder dress. Over the past month, she has lost weight quickly, and her baby fat has disappeared, making her collarbones very noticeable. When they arrived, Gu Shaoqing was quickly surrounded by people in the banquet hall. Su Lishu initially smiled and cooperated, but later, more and more people kept coming to toast Gu Shaoqing. Su Lishu released her arm from Gu Shaoqing's. "I'm going to the restroom." As soon as she entered the restroom, she heard voices from outside. Just as she was about to go out, she heard Gu Shaoqing's name.
Did you see that?
I didn't expect Secretary Gu to be so young. At first, my dad wanted me to come, and I wasn't happy about it, but I didn't expect to see such a handsome guy. His waist, legs, and hands are amazing, but his face is even better, more handsome than movie stars. He comes from a good family and is the youngest and most promising person in the provincial capital's government. Such a man is my ideal husband. Another voice hesitated, but Secretary Gu seems to be married. He has a ring on his left ring finger, and the woman with him today looks like his wife. They both wear matching rings, and I heard his wife just had twins. The first voice continued dismissively. So what? Just because he's married doesn't mean he can't get a divorce. Who says a man can only marry once? There's a saying, a house flower can't compare to a wild flower. Only after experiencing different women can a man know how to choose, rather than hanging on one tree. Besides, who wouldn't want to spend a wonderful night with a man like him? But Secretary Gu seems to really love his wife, and she is beautiful. She's the prettiest I've ever seen. Can beauty feed you? Even if it could, eating the same thing every day would get boring. Changing things up is always refreshing, right? Who is this? How shameless. To say such things and still consider herself a refined young lady. It turns out she appears dignified, but has such a messy private life. I'm tired of hearing about being a mistress. It seems this is the philosophy of the Huang family. I need to talk to everyone about this later. I also want to ask Chairman Huang and Mrs. Huang if they agree with their daughter's views and think being a mistress is something to be proud of. Su Han, what does this have to do with you? Does the Huang family need advice from a daughter of the Su family who is not accepted? It's quite ridiculous. The only reason you can come to this place is because of Su De Ji's kindness. Do you really think you've become something special? Can a girl like you compare to me, Huang Yi? If I want something, I will get it. Don't talk about just Gu Shaoqing. Even that woman who had a child, if I want her to step aside, she will have to step aside. Huang Yi's face showed arrogance. My family is not just the richest in Huyang. We are among the top 3 in the entire country. There is nothing in this world that money cannot influence. I, Huang Yi, am beautiful and come from a good family. I am the most respected person in Huyang. As long as my family exists, the connections we have will continue to support us, as long as I don't do anything against the country. I am the only child of the Huang family, the sole heir of the Huang group. No matter what I do, my father will protect me. Don't talk about a mere provincial government official. Even the highest officials in Huyang would have to listen to my family. And you, Su Han, after saying all this, how do you think I should deal with you? Huang Yi's eyes showed disdain as she smirked at her. She finally focused on Su Han. I don't like your attitude. Huang Yi turned to the 2 girls beside her and pointed at Su Han. Go. Make her unable to speak. The girl in the yellow dress hesitated. But she's still the daughter of the Su family, and they are downstairs. What are you afraid of? Huang Yi shot her a glare. Whatever happens, my family will handle it. She is a daughter of the Su family who is not accepted by Mrs. Su. Do you think the Su family will help her against us? The girl in the green dress laughed nervously. Exactly. We just want to teach this arrogant girl a lesson. What's wrong with that? I will make sure to teach this girl a proper lesson. Seeing the 2 people approaching, Su Han felt a bit flustered and stepped back, turning to run but almost tripped over her dress. She had to stop and cover her chest as her hands were grabbed, and her hair was pulled back, forcing her to look up at Huang Yi. Su Han glared at the smiling Yi Yen, surprised by her boldness. Huang Yi, are you really sure you want to go against the Su family? Go against? Huang Yi laughed at this. What are you talking about? It's not going against you. Her smile faded as she continued. What qualifications does your Su family have to stand against my Huang family? You might as well be my family's shoe shiners. Don't act like you're on the same level as my Huang family. That's quite a bold statement. I think your attitude is pretty bold too. Who is eavesdropping on us? A sudden voice made everyone stop. They turned to see someone coming out of the restroom, the overhead light shining on her. Her long, curled eyelashes framed her face beautifully. Her charming eyes looked over coldly, and her already radiant skin glowed even more under her black dress, making her look stunning against the background. Huang Yi felt a flicker of jealousy upon seeing the unexpected Su Lishu. Wasn't this woman supposed to have just given birth? How could she look so good, with such flawless skin and a perfect figure, showing no signs of exhaustion or weight gain? Huang Yi knew who she was. Since entering the venue, all eyes had been on her, which only fueled her jealousy. Su Lishu glanced at them, turned on the faucet, and let the water wash over her hands, which were itching to strike. The 2 girls holding Su Han exchanged glances, both sensing a hint of guilt in each other's eyes. You eavesdropped on us. How shameless. Su Lishu's lowered gaze made her chuckle, and she looked up to meet her eyes. Eavesdropping? Shameless? That's the funniest joke I've heard today. Do you really think that's funny? Huang Yi paused, her expression darkening. So, what if this is the restroom? Didn't you hear us talking? You were clearly trying to listen in. Luckily, we weren't discussing any state secrets. Otherwise, you would be in trouble, huh? Su Lishu interrupted her with a cold laugh. Miss Huang, I think you should know exactly who you are. No matter how dark and gloomy your expression is, she continued, I actually wanted to come out earlier. I don't like eavesdropping on others. But since you're trying to take my husband and asking me to step aside, as the person involved, I have to hear how you plan to make me leave. It's my first time seeing someone so bold in being a third party. Su Lishu glanced towards the stairs. Shall I call Gu Xiaoqing up here? You can tell him yourself. Why bother using the Huang family's influence? Although Su Lishu spoke with a smile, her words sounded sarcastic and mocking to Huang Yi. Huang Yi had long disliked her, and now she dared to speak like this. Furious, Huang Yi reached out to push Su Lishu. Su Lishu looked at her hand with a cold glare. A silver needle appeared in her hand, ready to strike.
Stop.
What are you doing? A sharp voice interrupted, and Su Lishu froze, the silver needle disappearing. Huang Yi's hand remained suspended in the air as she turned to see Gu Xiaoqing quickly approaching, followed by a few others. Is Ah Shu okay? Su Lishu allowed Gu Xiaoqing to check on her, and shook her head at his worried gaze. Gu Xiaoqing wrapped his arm around Su Lishu's waist and glared at the women across from them. Are you bullying my wife? Huang Yi stepped back, intimidated by Gu Xiaoqing's fierce look. No, no, Secretary Gu. This Miss Huang wanted to hit your wife and openly said she wants to be your mistress. That's nonsense, Huang Yi shouted. If you keep talking like that, I'll make you pay. Su Han paused, a hint of fear in her eyes. Who do you think you can threaten? Lu Tianrui stepped forward, blocking Huang Yi's menacing gaze. Do you not know whose territory this is? Should I call your father? Lu Tianrui turned to her. Continue. Su Han instinctively looked down, avoiding his gaze, her expression a bit evasive and her cheeks slightly flushed. She glanced at Gu Xiaoqing. This Miss Huang said you're just a government official. Even if the governor of Huyang changes, it's just a word from the Huang family. She claimed a woman who has given birth can't compare to the status of their young lady. Su Lishu's gaze fixed on Huang Yi, a mysterious smile flickering in her eyes. Interesting, boldly lying right in front of her. Huh. Gu Xiaoqing tightened his grip around Su Lishu's waist and glanced at Zhang Quan. Go tell the Huang family that if they don't know how to teach respect and integrity, I don't mind taking action. He paused halfway and turned to Lu Tianrui. I remember the chairman of Huang Real Estate said earlier that he has a daughter who is of marriageable age. I recall that the third son of the Zhang family is also being urged to marry. This seems suitable, Lu Tianrui replied, glancing back at the people behind him and nodding with a smile. I think it's a good idea. Huang Yi was trembling, not from fear but from anger. For 22 years, she had lived a smooth life, getting whatever she wanted. When had she ever been treated like this? With disdain and contempt in her eyes, she shouted, Who do you think you are? Just because I call you Secretary Gu doesn't mean you're anything special. You're just an ant that my Huang family could crush with a finger. Why do you act so high and mighty here? Wow, wow, wow. Shen Xingyao leaned on the railing, shaking his head and clapping. Old Gu is impressive. This is the first time I've heard such words. Did you hear that? The Huang family could crush you like an ant. Are you scared? Gu Xiaoqing turned around, giving a cold glance to Huang Yi without saying a word, and led Su Lishu down the stairs. His expression showed that he didn't take her words seriously, as if she were just a clown. As soon as they reached the bottom of the stairs, Gu Xiaoqing was surrounded. Secretary Gu, I've heard so much about you. Sula began to engage with him but soon grew bored with the flattery. She pulled her hand away from the man. I'm going to rest over there for a bit. Gu Xiaoqing took a sip of his drink and squeezed her hand. I'll be over in a moment. Secretary Gu and his wife have such a great relationship. They are a perfect match, truly a talented couple, someone remarked. Gu Xiaoqing only looked away after the person sat down and turned to the speaker. Mr. Huang Tianju, a bit flustered, raised his glass to clink with Gu Xiaoqing's. Huang Tianju. Gu Xiaoqing, not drinking, looked at him. Earlier upstairs, I heard your daughter say that the Huang family's connections have reached the central government. It seems that replacing an ordinary official like me is just a matter of a word from your family. Crushing me would be as easy as stepping on an ant. Even replacing our provincial governor would be just a word from your family. I didn't realize the Huang family was this powerful. In the future, I will have to rely on Mr. Huang's care, Gu Xiaoqing said, clinking his glass with him. Huang Tianju felt a cold sweat break out at these words. His hand holding the glass stiffened, his smile faded, and fear flickered in his eyes. Hearing the last part made his trembling hand reach for a napkin to wipe his sweat. It's a misunderstanding. Secretary Gu, this is all a misunderstanding. It's our fault for spoiling our daughter, especially her mother. We have raised her to be this way by always giving in to her wishes. I will definitely discipline her properly when we return. Until then, I won't let her go out again. Here, I apologize on behalf of my daughter, as I have not been strict enough. Gu Xiaoqing lowered his gaze to the drink in his hand, remaining silent and indifferent. No one around dared to speak. Huang Tianju nervously swallowed, his grip on the glass turning white. After a moment, Gu Xiaoqing finally spoke. I heard your daughter is of marriageable age. Yesterday, I learned from the elder of the Zhang family that his grandson is quite fond of her. Didn't Mr. Huang say he wanted to develop in foreign trade? The Zhang family would be a good choice. After saying this, Gu Xiaoqing ignored him and left. Huang Tianju stood there in shock. Although the Zhang family's third grandson was known as a playboy, he was just someone who indulged in partying and had a reputation for fighting. He changed partners multiple times a month and had been in trouble with the law almost every week. Marrying off a daughter to such a person would be a disaster. But a flicker of understanding crossed Huang Tianju's eyes. Su Lishu was sipping her drink and observing the crowd when someone approached her. "May I sit here for a moment?" Su Lishu looked at her and gestured for her to join. "My name is Su Han. I share the same surname as my sister, so we must be quite fated." Su Lishu smiled and assessed her. "Su Han? You seem quite eloquent." Su Han recalled her earlier words and managed a helpless smile. "Though I may have spoken a bit too much, I meant what I said." Su Lishu swirled her drink, smiling softly without replying. Su Han wanted to say more, but Gu Shaoqing approached and took Su Lishu's hand. "Let's go, Shu. It's starting." Su Lishu nodded at Su Han and followed him out. In the end, this piece of land was bought by the Liu family for over 60 million. Huang Yi felt angry at Gu Shaoqing, the man who lacked romance, and was thinking about how to explain things to her family later, wanting to teach Gu Shaoqing a lesson. But before she could go downstairs, the family bodyguards took her home, no matter how much she protested. That night, sounds of hitting echoed in the Huang family villa. Huang Yi covered her face in shock, looking at her father with disbelief. "Dad, what are you doing?" Mrs. Huang quickly stopped Huang Tianju and shouted, "What are you doing? Why are you hitting Yi? Does it hurt, Mom?" "Let me see," Huang Tianju said, looking at her with disappointment. "You just spoil her. Do you know what trouble she caused today?" She boldly claimed that our Huang family has connections to the central government, saying that Gu Shuji is just a minor official and that with a word, we could replace the governor of Huyang. She even said this in front of Gu Shuji. "This is the daughter you spoiled, and she is ruining our Huang family." Mrs. Huang thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be this. "Yi may have exaggerated, but you're making such a big deal over a government official? You're losing your mind." Huang Tianju was furious with his wife for being so clueless. Just a government official? That's a narrow-minded view. Not only our Huang family, but even all the prominent families in Huyang wouldn't dare to challenge the Gu family. Yet you call him just a minor government official. Power has always been tied to money. The economy has only been open for a short time, and our Huang family is just a small business family. How can you say such things? Mrs. Huang touched Huang Yi's face and looked at her in surprise. Is it really that serious? Would our Huang family be afraid of a government official? Huang Tianju scoffed and sat down. A government official without a background is not scary, but do you know who Gu Shaoqing is? Do you know who his parents are? His father is the second in command of national diplomacy, someone we can't even meet if we wanted to. His mother's family has a company that is beyond our reach and is a top player in the capital. Plus, his uncle holds a military rank of division commander, with power and influence in both military and politics. And Gu Shaoqing himself has achieved so much at a young age without relying on his family, while others are eager to curry favor with him. Your good daughter said that killing someone from a Huang family is as easy as stepping on an ant. Is she trying to ruin our Huang family's future? Mrs. Huang became anxious and poured a cup of tea for him. What should we do? How about I take Yi to visit and apologize in person tomorrow? Take your daughter with you. Huang Tianju threw the teacup at Huang Yi's feet. With a loud crash, Huang Yi stepped back in fear, not daring to meet his gaze. Ask your good daughter what she has done. The daughter you raised said she wants to be Secretary Gu's mistress and even claimed she would drive his wife away. This is the daughter you taught well, who knows nothing of respect and honor but has learned to bully others. Taking your daughter to apologize will only make things worse. Is it not chaotic enough already? Mrs. Huang's shoulders slumped. What should we do then? Suddenly, she had an idea and looked at him with bright eyes. Dear, Secretary Gu is a reasonable man. Could it be that we are worrying too much and he doesn't care? Fool. Huang Tianju brushed her hand away. These words were spoken by Secretary Gu in front of everyone. He wants a satisfactory answer from our Huang family. Otherwise, if he takes action himself, our Huang family will have no place in Huyang. Mrs. Huang glanced at her daughter, who was looking down, and then at her husband's stern expression. She walked over to Huang Yi and slapped her shoulder. "You ungrateful girl. I always taught you to be aware of the situation and see things clearly. Look at what you've done. You're pushing the Huang family to a dead end." Huang Yi wanted to break free but saw her mother's expression and began to cry loudly.
Woo.
"I was wrong. I spoke without thinking. I truly regret it." Huang Yi knelt and grabbed Huang Tianju's leg. "Dad, I was wrong. If I had known Secretary Gu was such a person, I wouldn't have dared to act like that. Weren't you saying that daughters should marry when the time comes? I thought Secretary Gu was a talented man. If he became your husband, it would benefit our family. Dad, I really understand my mistake. Tomorrow. No, right now. I will go apologize to Secretary Gu and his wife and ask for their forgiveness." Huang Tianju stood up. "No need. From today on, you are not allowed to step out of this house. Tomorrow, I will discuss your marriage with the Zhang family. Until you are married, you will stay home and learn proper behavior to avoid causing such trouble again." Huang Yi looked up at Mrs. Huang, her eyes dry of tears. But when she heard that she was to be married off to a stranger, her eyes filled with worry. Mrs. Huang was confused and quickly grabbed Huang Tianju's hand to stop him from leaving. She laughed awkwardly and said, "I haven't heard you mention the Zhang family before." Lu Wanwan shyly replied, "Don't worry, there will be plenty." Hu Linghan felt encouraged. "You are such a good wife." They kissed more passionately. However, Lu Wanwan was always afraid of the cold and was wearing several layers of clothing today. Hu Linghan's big hands found it difficult to move freely. After removing several layers, he finally saw her thin, warm clothing. Her graceful curves were beautiful enough to make him swallow hard. Then, with his long fingers, he lifted her warm clothing. She looked even more beautiful than before. Hu Linghan leaned down and kissed her without hesitation. Huang, I've heard enough about him. A man abandoned by his family, who can't even get a job in the company. You want to marry Yi off to someone like that? Huang Tianju, you have no conscience. Huang Tianju brushed her off, saying, "You know better than I do what kind of daughter you've raised. You've caused so much trouble at home, and now offended the Gu family. It's already generous of them to let our family stay in Huyang. I've made my decision. If you don't want to marry, then go back to the countryside and stop bringing me shame." After Huang Tianju left, Huang Yi finally let her anger out. She stood up and swept everything off the table, breaking anything she could. She shouted, "Why? Why has it come to this? I only said a few words. I didn't hurt anyone. Gu Shaoqing is just bullying people because of his family background. Is there no law? And Dad too. I don't want to marry that third son of the Zhang family. Mom, I don't want to marry someone like that. Please talk to Dad for me." No matter how much Huang Yi protested, the decision was already made. She, relying on being the only child of the Huang family, threatened to go on a hunger strike or even harm herself. But the next day, Huang Tianju brought home a son and a daughter. The son was already 15, and the daughter was around 13 or 14. With the children of the third party entering their home and having grown up, Mrs. Huang suddenly had no time to deal with Huang Yi's issues and began to argue with Huang Tianju. Su Lishu heard the commotion from the Huang family and leaned back at her chair, playing with her little son. She looked at Gu Qingqing, who had been talking nonstop, and found it amusing. "Where did you hear that? You just got back today and already have time to ask around." Well, Gu Qingqing switched hands to burp her nephew. "I didn't need to ask. This news is all over the circle. I also heard that a guy from the Zhang family went to propose to the Huang family yesterday, and Huang Yi was taken to get a marriage certificate right away. Then I heard that when she got home, she threw a fit and got a good scolding. She ran back home, but was chased out by her parents. That's what she gets. Every day, she relies on her family's wealth to bully others." Su Lishu said nothing, just smiled quietly. A small burp escaped her nephew, and Gu Qingqing quickly sat down to play with him. "Does our little A.U. miss his aunt?" "Ah," little Gu Qingyu responded sleepily, and then closed his eyes to sleep. "Did you fall asleep so quickly?" Gu Qingqing couldn't believe it. Just a moment ago, He was answering her, and now he was fast asleep with his fist clenched. Looking at the cradle, her brother had also fallen asleep after a little smacking of his lips. Su Lashu asked the nanny to take the children to the room and got up to pour herself a cup of flower tea. Little kids really do need a lot of sleep. After finishing her tea, she went to the gym to practice yoga. She took off her outerwear, revealing a fitted outfit. Gu Qingqing noticed that there was no excess weight around her waist. Her figure looked just as good as before having children. In fact, she looked even better, with an indescribable charm about her that made her even more captivating than before. Sister-in-law, if I hadn't seen you pregnant and giving birth myself, I wouldn't believe it. Su Lashu smiled lightly while lying on the yoga ball. It's just my body type. I've been watching my diet during this time. A strange girl got out of the driver's seat, and Wang Jia and the secretary were momentarily stunned. Was this the driver? She seemed a bit too young. Yan Sheng, formerly Yan Chu, opened the back door, and Su Lashu made her first appearance at the company 2 months after giving birth. Hello, Miss Su. Hello, Miss Su. Su Lashu smiled and nodded at each of them. Wang Jia and the secretary had been waiting at the door. Upon seeing Su Lashu, they immediately stepped forward. Ms. Su, the factory had expanded production, growing from a few dozen employees to nearly 200. In the office, Su Lashu pointed to Yan Sheng and introduced her. This is my personal assistant, Yan Sheng. You can contact me through her for all matters in the future. Yan Sheng smiled and nodded at the group, giving off the impression of a harmless, inexperienced girl. Although she was wearing a suit, she seemed to be trying a bit too hard to appear mature. Wang Jia smiled and nodded in response, looking at Su Lashu. Ms. Su, here are the production details for this period. Please take a look, and these documents need your signature, and also, Su Lashu looked down at the documents without raising her head. What is it? The landlord of this place told us a few days ago that the rent is due at the end of next month. If we want to renew the lease, the rent will double. Double? Su Lashu frowned and looked up. Why is it increasing so much? Su Lahong shook his head. I don't know, but the landlord seemed very certain, with no room for negotiation. He didn't show any willingness to lower the rent. Really certain? Su Lashu leaned back in her chair, twirling a pen. Have the landlord come in. I will talk to him myself. Watching the others leave, she called out to Yan Sheng. Keep an eye out for any land or houses for sale near Donghu. It would be best if they're larger. Yan Sheng nodded and stepped out. Su Lashu continued to think while twirling her pen and looking out the window, realizing that she indeed needed her own territory.
Ding ding.
Ms. Su, the landlord has arrived in the meeting room. Okay. Su Lashu closed the documents and stood up. In the meeting room, the landlord surveyed the surroundings, noting how much it had changed since a few years ago. Initially, he saw her as just a student, renting the place at half price because it had been empty for so long, thinking she wouldn't make much of an impact. Unexpectedly, her business had grown significantly over the years, so it was time to raise the rent. Uncle Wang, long time no see. Su Lashu entered and turned to her secretary. Quickly make tea for Uncle Wang and get the tea leaves from my office. I heard you had a baby. Young people recover quickly, the landlord said, glancing at Su Lashu before returning his gaze, showing no extra emotion. He knew who she was and understood who could be teased and who could not. I heard you had twins. What a blessing. Su Lashu smiled lightly as she sat across from him. Oh, it's just good luck. The landlord didn't waste time and got straight to the point. Su, I already discussed the rent issue with Manager Wang and Manager Su from your company a few days ago. Initially, I rented the place to you for 300 a year, and it has been 3 years now. You've seen it over the years. Everyone else's rent keeps going up every year, but I haven't raised yours at all. This contract is about to expire, and this place is not the same as it was a few years ago. The rent can't be the same as it was back then. Su Lashu lifted her teacup and took a sip. I understand what you mean, Uncle Wang. This area is slowly developing now. It really can't be compared to 3 years ago, but raising the rent by 1,000 a year seems too much. You can see that we've taken good care of this place, even better than before. The landlord relaxed in his chair, shaking his head, and took a sip of tea. Xiao Su, it's not that I want to charge so much for rent. I'm old and rely on this place for my income. Everything outside is getting more expensive, and I have nearly 2 acres of land here. You definitely can't find a place to rent for 1,000 a year outside. Su Lishu lowered her gaze to the tea in her cup. So, Uncle Wang, is there no room for negotiation? There's really no room for negotiation. This land is worth this much. If it weren't for you renting it for a few years, it wouldn't even be this price. Su Lishu smiled slightly and set down her teacup. When I first rented this land from you, there were only 2 or 3 empty rooms and nothing else around. Everything you see now was built up little by me. And now you say it's worth this price. The landlord's eyes flickered, but he stood firm. Then I can't help it, Xiao Su. Since we can't agree on the rent, I can only choose not to renew the lease. Su Lishu coldly laughed and stood up. Fine. Since you have other tenants, I won't stay here against my will. Before the rent is due, I will find another place. Huang Yuan, the secretary. Please see him out. The landlord noticed that Su Lishu showed no signs of wanting to stay, and he felt a bit anxious. But then he thought about how well Su Lishu had improved the place. Even if they moved out, he would quickly find new tenants. Su Lishu understood what the landlord was thinking. He wanted to rely on her investment to rent it out again, but it depended on whether she would give him that chance. The landlord stood up and looked at Su Lishu. Xiao Su, it's not that I don't value our past. It's just that this place really can't be rented for less. I have to support my family too. Su Lishu nodded without showing any emotion. You're right, uncle. I will move out before the contract expires. Seeing that Su Lishu was determined not to renew the lease, the landlord turned and left. After he left, Wang Ya and Su Leihong came in. Su Leihong. Xiao Shu, we are not prepared. Where can we move in such a short time? Wang Jia nodded. Even if we find a place, we only have a month and a half left. That's not enough time for renovations, and we will also need a few days to move and organize things from the factory. Su Lishu looked out the window at the landlord leaving. A month and a half is enough. I've already asked Yansheng to keep an eye on available land and houses for sale. Manager Wang, Manager Su, please pay attention these days as well. As long as it's suitable and within our acceptable range, we can go above the market price. Wang Jia and Su Leihong exchanged glances in surprise. They realized the company was about to undergo a huge change. In less than 3 days, there was progress on the land. Let's meet the seller tomorrow morning. After hanging up the phone, Su Lishu smiled and gently removed the phone line from little Qingrue's grasp. Rue, call me mommy. Ba. Who are you calling daddy? I'm mommy, not daddy. Ba. What kind of language is that?
Call me mommy, ma.
Ma. Grandma Gu laughed while teasing her great-grandson. The child is still so young, just a few months old, and can't even call out yet. Just wait, our little Rue and little you are smart. Host, you currently have 3,200,000 in your account, plus over 4 million in sellable stocks, along with the value of the cosmetics, clothing store, Chinese medicine shop, and the newly opened milk tea shop. In total, it's estimated to be around 20 million, which is still far from our goal. Host, if you suddenly buy land now, your cash is not enough, and you will definitely have to use your stocks and company stores, which you worked hard to earn. Although we are still far from our goal, we have already completed a small part in just over 3 years. If you use almost all your money to buy land and build houses now, that's not an investment. It's going back to the beginning. When will our goal be achieved? Su Lishu looked at the white cat in front of her and waved it away. My money is mine to use as I wish. Besides, I spend quickly but earn quickly too. This land may seem useless to you, but to me, it's the foundation for making money. Also, did I say I plan to sell the clothing store or the pharmacy? Am I at that point yet? The houses I have and my husband's money are still money, right? Moreover, can I gather this amount through my connections? Worst case, if I can't gather enough, won't I take out a loan? System, look at the benefits and not just the immediate situation. Only a few years have passed in 20 years. Since I promised, I will naturally keep my word. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Su Lishu was out of breath, trying to cling to the man, feeling that things had changed due to the recovery medicine. Hearing the man's words, her face turned even redder as she gasped, "No. Can you do it?" In situations like this, the man couldn't stand being told he couldn't do something, especially now. In the next moment, the man's sudden movement made Su Lishu grip tightly, her nails digging into his back, accompanied by the sound of water splashing in the bathroom and the woman's soft whimpers. In the car, Yen Sheng glanced at Su Lishu in the back seat, who was rubbing her waist. "Su, is your back bothering you?" Su Lishu looked up and met Yen Sheng's clear gaze in the rear-view mirror. Anyone could tell why she was rubbing her waist, but it was hard to respond to such a naive look. "I might have twisted my back while sleeping last night." Yen Sheng nodded in understanding. "Oh, I see. Su, you should take care of your health. You're so young, and you can hurt your back just from sleeping. How about we start morning exercises together tomorrow?" Su Lishu shot her a glare. "Thanks, but no thanks." Yen Sheng's eyes kept darting to the rear-view mirror, and Su Lishu caught her looking. "Are you driving, or do I have a road on my face?" "No." "Then look ahead." Before she could finish, the car suddenly braked, and Su Lishu's forehead hit the seat in front. Their eyes met in the rear-view mirror. Yen Sheng. "Su Lishu." Su Lishu glanced ahead, almost hitting a flower bed. "If you don't focus, I'll deduct your salary next time. If you want to buy a sword, you'll have to beg for money." Ouch. That hurt quite a bit. Yen Sheng pouted and continued driving. "There's only one day left in this month." Su Lishu scoffed and shot her a look. "Still talking? I'll be quiet." Finally, they bought a piece of land in a marshy area for 5 million, covering an area of 452 acres. Wang Jia looked at the desolate land. There was a cement road, but not a single house within 10 miles. "Su, this land must be cheap, right?" "Very cheap," Su Lishu replied, satisfied as she looked at the area. 5 million for all this land? That's a great deal. Su Lihong and Wang Jia exchanged glances, wondering how it could be so cheap in such a deserted place. Su Lihong said, "But isn't it a bit too remote? It's over 18 kilometers from the city. We built the company and factory here, and without discussing the surroundings, the first point is that it will definitely take at least 3 to 5 months to complete the factory. Also, there is the issue of employees commuting. Most of our factory employees are from the city, and many will likely disagree with the move." Wang Jia nodded in agreement. "Manager Su is right. Our company's benefits are quite good. Many employees have heard about the move and are asking me where we are relocating and how far it is. They're concerned about being late for work if it's too far. It's nearly 20 kilometers from the city, which makes walking unrealistic, and biking would take several hours one way, which is also impractical. If that happens, we will definitely lose a significant number of employees, if not more." Su Lishu nodded. "You raise valid points that need to be addressed. I have thought about the commuting issue. While constructing the factory and buildings, we will also build a dormitory for employees. We will provide 2 company vehicles to take employees home on Saturdays and bring them back on Sundays. This way, the commuting issue will be resolved. If that's still not acceptable to them, we can hire more employees." Su Lishu finished her discussion and looked at Su Lihong, tossing him the car keys from her bag. "This car is for you from now on. Starting tomorrow, bring a few security guards to supervise the construction and inform the guards over there. During this time, we also need to hire 30 unemployed veterans to patrol the area. The construction team will set up temporary housing for the workers tomorrow. The patrolling personnel will have their meals and accommodation covered, with a weekly salary of 50, including meals and housing. But the most important thing is that they need to be responsible and trustworthy, able to ensure the safety of the factory and its assets." Su Lihong nodded but looked a bit puzzled. 30? Isn't that a bit too many? 30 people can manage the construction. They're just patrolling, and 50 a week is too high. Su Lishu shook her head as she walked out. "It's not too high. The construction team I hired has over 100 people, and their daily output is 2 to 3 times the normal amount. I'm paying a premium. The materials delivered here each day are worth tens of thousands. The goal is to have the factory operational in a month. The construction of the office building can wait, but the roads and factory must be built." Su Lishu looked at the others. "Everyone stay focused. I'm not joking around. The marshland was sold the day before, and construction began the very next day with much fanfare. People around were confused. This remote area had nothing nearby except for some residents. Although the road was paved, it was isolated with no businesses and inconvenient transportation. What was the plan here?" Lu Tianrui was also puzzled. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? You should have bought that piece of land at Donghu that I bid on before. Its location may not be as good as the city center, but it's still decent. Building a factory and company in such a desolate place with no traffic means you'll rely entirely on the shops in my building. Forget about making money. How will you support all the employees in your company? No matter how low the price of this land is, I wouldn't want it. Suddenly realizing something, Lu Tianrui looked at Gu Shaoqing in shock. Wait, Gu, tell me the truth. Is the government starting to develop the marshland? Then, he remembered something and snapped his fingers in realization. 3 years ago, didn't a real estate developer from the port city buy over 2,000 acres of land? Are they starting construction this year? Is the government supporting this? Gu Shaoqing tossed a piece of food into Su Lishu's bowl. Who knows? Hearing this, Lu Tianrui understood that the wealthy businessman was planning to develop in Huyang. No wonder the roads have been gradually repaired. With that thought, Lu Tianrui stood up, grabbed his coat, and headed outside. I have to go now. Next time, it's on me. The main reason Su Lishu bought that land was its proximity of 2 kilometers to the land purchased by the wealthy real estate developer. Moreover, the road was partly funded by that businessman. Otherwise, why would they build such a good road in a barren area? Construction on that land would begin in the second half of the year, and someone had already measured it out. Just the design work took a year. With confirmed news that construction would fully start in May, it was expected that within 6 months, the land around the marsh would see a price surge, and in 2 to 3 years, it would develop rapidly. With significant financial backing, the new factory area was completed in less than a month. Su Lishu temporarily divided the land into 5 sections. The factory area was split into 2 parts, one for skincare and cosmetics, which was the largest, and another for clothing. Both factories were located on the west side, separated by a cafeteria for the employees. The employee housing was at the back, on the south side, consisting of a 3-story building. Behind the employee dormitory, there is a sports field with basketball courts, soccer fields, and areas for badminton and table tennis. To the east, there is a 25-story office building, and across from it is a 5-story department store. Below is a square, and behind the office building is a park. Su Lishu looked at the newly built 2-story factory area, which was spacious and clean, with well-maintained paths leading to each area. Seeing the place taking shape, Su Lishu felt very satisfied. This was her territory, entirely hers. When she saw the entrance marked Bowl Group, a smile spread across her face. Indeed, Su Lishu's company is called Bowl Group, which has subsidiaries including Shudai Cosmetics Company, Limited, Shue Clothing Company, Limited, and Sia Trading Company, Limited. Her happiness was quickly dampened by the system. Host, I must remind you that your account is empty. Su Lishu shot it a cold glance and said nothing. Did it think she didn't know her account was empty? Who says my account is empty? I'll receive a payment the day after tomorrow. And the money on my card counts too. The system glanced at her bag. That's not yours. It belongs to your partner. Su Lishu scoffed. What's mine is my partner's. Are you jealous because you don't have anyone to spend money on you? Oh, I forgot, you're not even human, so you wouldn't understand relationships or have a partner. Is it fun to attack the host personally? Don't I have feelings? Come on, why are you sulking? Su Lihong noticed her sudden pout. Oh, I'm coming. Su Lihong took the safety helmet from her hand. Not satisfied? Su Lishu was a bit surprised.
What was she dissatisfied with?
Seeing his expression, she smiled and shook her head. No, I'm very satisfied. That was a happy hum. You wouldn't understand. Su Lihong chuckled helplessly and opened the car door for her. Tomorrow, we'll start arranging for some equipment and products to be moved over. Okay. The rent for the other place was due, and there were still 2 weeks until the new year. Although many employees thought the new factory was far away, the company provided free accommodation and weekly transportation. Everyone was willing to continue working at the new location, especially since the pay was good and overtime was well compensated. As long as there were no special issues at home, they wouldn't miss out on such a good job. Su Lishu instructed everyone to move their things over, and then moved her belongings to her dormitory. After that, She told everyone to collect their New Year gifts and enjoy their holiday. This year, after the New Year, Su Lishu and her husband took their child back to Jiangyuan for the holiday. After the New Year, the whole family moved to Huyang with all their belongings. The house had already been bought. Su's parents wanted to wait until after the holiday to go to Huyang. So, after the holiday, they returned to their hometown and then left for Huyang. It is a 3-story house with a small yard in the back, located right on the street. There is an elementary school nearby, and a middle school is just a kilometer away, making the location very good at that time. The Su family was visiting for the first time, and were all very pleased. Su's grandmother was particularly happy about the small yard, which has a large osmanthus tree that blooms all year round. Su's parents were satisfied with the house's location since they planned to open a store, and the location is very important for business. Shirtu was happy because once he starts school here, he won't have to stay in a dorm. He can go home for meals. After helping to tidy up the house, Su's grandmother took out a card and handed it to Su Lishu. There's 16,000 yuan in here. You take it. Su Lishu quickly pushed it back, saying, "What are you doing?" "I don't need this." Su's grandmother glared at her. "It's for the house. Your parents are still here. You don't need to buy it. Still, I don't want it. This is for you. Besides, if you give me this money, how will I open the store? That's different." Su's grandmother shoved the card into her bag. "I haven't heard of a daughter buying a house for her family when she gets married." Su Lishu wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Su's father. "Just take it. We all know your good intentions, but you definitely shouldn't be spending money on the house." Su Lishu realized she couldn't refuse the money, but she still looked at them with some frustration. "Really, others want their daughters to show respect, but you're pushing me away." Just then, Yansheng suddenly walked in, pushing the door open. Seeing Su's grandmother, he softened his tone and said to Su Lishu, "Su, there's something at the company that I need to take care of." Their eyes met, and Su Lishu nodded in understanding. She stood up and looked at her puzzled family, saying, "Grandma, Dad, I need to go to the company for a bit. Why the rush? Isn't it still early for work?" Su's grandmother stood up to see them off at the door. Yansheng opened the car door for her, and Su Lishu smiled reassuringly at her. The construction workers haven't had a break, and there are some details in the blueprints that they don't understand. "I need to go check it out. You won't need to make dinner for me tonight." As Su Lishu sat in the car, she rolled down the window. "But your granddaughter's husband will bring your great-grandson to dinner soon. Remember to make something delicious for him." Old lady Su playfully glared at her. "Do I need you to remind me? Xiao Gu is a secretary and is busier than you. He still has to go to the construction site during the new year." Okay, it's not like I have a choice. I'll spend more time with you tomorrow." Old lady Su waved her hand quickly. "Enough. I've been in Huyang for so long. I know how to get around here with my eyes closed. You should focus on your own work." As the car drove out of old lady Su's sight, Su Lishu's smile faded. What happened? There was a collapse at the construction site. Several workers were injured. 2 have died, 3 are lightly injured, 4 are seriously injured, and 2 are still trapped. Su Lishu furrowed her brows tightly as she listened, her expression growing darker when she heard that 2 people were still trapped. How could this happen? Didn't I request that the materials be better than standard construction materials? How did it collapse? Is the site manager taking kickbacks or something? Has this been investigated? Yansheng clearly felt the atmosphere in the car drop to freezing point. "We haven't had time to investigate yet, but we've received reports from the site. The steel reinforcement in the collapsed load-bearing wall and floor does not meet the standards for high-rise buildings." Su Lishu closed her eyes in frustration and let out a deep breath. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became, and she couldn't help but curse. Damn it, these idiots just don't listen. Upon arriving at the construction site, they found it surrounded by police, ambulances, and numerous reporters. "Su, I didn't expect so many reporters. No one would notify them about this kind of incident right away. It wouldn't have spread so quickly otherwise," Yansheng said. Su Lishu looked at the reporters with a predatory gaze. "It seems there's a lot more to this story. Su, it's my mistake. Let's go in through the back door." "No need. They're already here. Besides, I can already imagine tomorrow's headlines. Collapse at company construction site causes serious injuries and deaths, while the greedy manager evades responsibility. Even worse topics could come up. As the car door opened, it seemed like all the reporters recognized Su Lishu and immediately surrounded her. Hello, Su. I'm a reporter from Manhwa Daily. I have questions about the collapse at your construction site that resulted in fatalities. According to on-site workers, the steel and other construction materials purchased by you, Mr. Su, do not meet national standards and may even be below the standards for a typical two-story building. It is said that you are planning to build a 25-story commercial building. So was this incident expected by you, Mr. Su? After all, in our country, buildings over 20 stories are still rare. As far as we know, Huyang does not currently have a team capable of constructing buildings taller than 20 stories. Can you tell us where you found the construction team? It is said that the main designer of this site is you, Mr. Su. So can we say that the main issue lies with you? Before Su Lishu could respond, another reporter asked a question. Hello, Mr. Su. I am a reporter from today's Law newspaper. Your construction site has seen the first fatal incident in Huyang. What are your thoughts on this? As the sole responsible party, will you take legal responsibility for your mistakes? Hello, Mr. Su. I am a reporter from Huyang Morning News. What will you say to the families of the deceased? If they sue Bo Le Group to hold you accountable, how will you respond? Everyone, please step aside. Yan Sheng shielded Su Lishu and pushed through the crowd. Su Lishu faced the microphone in front of her. I rushed here as soon as I received the news, and I still do not know what caused this incident. I deeply regret the loss of life, and once the situation is clarified, I will provide everyone with an answer. Just as Su Lishu finished speaking, a man interrupted her. Mr. Su, it is said that your husband is the deputy secretary of the provincial party committee in Huyang. Will he help you with the legal responsibilities you may face regarding this matter? Su Lishu suddenly stopped and looked at him, while the male reporter met her gaze, without flinching. Which newspaper are you from? The male reporter was cleared a path by those around him, and Su Lishu stepped forward to face him directly. People's Civil Daily. I thought only a tabloid would have a reporter speaking without thinking. Did you pass a proper recruitment process? The male reporter's expression darkened. Please do not question my professionalism. Mr. Su, please directly answer the previous question. Su Lishu smirked slightly. Professionalism? What you call professionalism is jumping to conclusions before the matter is resolved. My husband's job and position have nothing to do with this matter, nor is it a gimmick for reporters like you to use. As a journalist, you should stick to the facts, not make baseless assumptions. Su Lishu looked around at them. I want to emphasize that no one wants something like this to happen, especially regarding the issues you mentioned about the building materials being substandard. I only just learned that the contract I signed with the construction company specifically stated to use the best materials, and I personally selected the first batch. I chose materials like rebar, boards, and cement that are above the standards for high-rise buildings in our country. I will investigate why there are issues with the materials. Once the investigation is complete, I will share the results with the public. Right now, I need to go in and understand the situation. The office building is currently under construction on the 4th floor, and the collapse also occurred from that level. The exposed rebar in the load-bearing wall is indeed quite small. It is similar to what would be used for a regular 2-story building, but it does not meet the standards for high-rises. Even the rebar in the middle of the floor is small and only a single layer. Seeing this, Su Lishu's forehead throbbed with anger. The scene has already been cordoned off by the police, and Su Lihong is being questioned by them. Upon seeing her, a police officer stepped forward. Hello, we are from the Jiaoqi police station. Are you Ms. Su Lishu? Su Lishu looked at the architect, Chen Fan, who was arguing with the police and is the person in charge of this construction project. Seeing him made her feel a surge of frustration. If she knew he was responsible, she would confront him. Su Lishu and everyone present were taken back to the police station for questioning. Su Lishu calmly replied to the 2 officers in front of her. I just returned to Huyang yesterday. I went back to Jiangyuan during the holiday I gave to our employees last year. Although I didn't visit the construction site during that time, I received regular updates from my staff about the progress. I was aware that there had been no accidents at the site. Everything was proceeding normally. When I learned about the incident, I was helping my parents move. The 2 officers exchanged glances, and one of them noted something down. What Ms. Su said, we are already aware of, but during the initial questioning, the person in charge of the construction site, Mr. Chin Fan, stated that everything at the site proceeded only after your approval, and regarding the materials, you decided on the manufacturer and specifications, and Mr. Chan mentioned he had given you suggestions. High-rise office buildings over 20 stories use steel bars that are at least 2.5 centimeters thick, but he said you decided to use 1.0 centimeter bars. Su Lishu understood immediately that Chen Fan was trying to set her up. She wanted to speak, but was stopped by a police officer. The police officer continued, "After our investigation, we found that these building materials do not meet national standards." Chun Fan also said that if any problems arise, you would assure them there is nothing to worry about. I have the contract for the first batch of building materials I purchased. Su Lishu quickly defended herself. I had someone bring it from my home, and I used materials that meet national standards. The steel bars I chose are 3.0 centimeters, not the 1.0 he mentioned. I personally inspected the factories of all the suppliers before signing the contracts, so there is no way they do not meet national standards. At that moment, a police officer entered and placed several documents in front of the two officers. These are materials sent in from outside. He then whispered a few words in the officer's ear. The higher-ups want to clarify everything and release her as soon as possible. The questioning officer looked at Su Lishu and began to review the documents. The companies listed were all well-known national suppliers, and the contracts specifically stated that the steel bars used were indeed 3.0 centimeters. Another officer then brought in several contracts. These are the contracts from Chin Fan regarding Ms. Su and the various suppliers. Su Lishu frowned, wondering when she had contracts in Chin Fan's hands. The officer glanced at the documents, his brow slightly furrowed. After a moment, he looked up at Su Lishu. "Ms. Su, these contracts seem very different from the ones you provided." He picked up the contracts from Chin Fan. "These documents confirm what Mr. Chin Fan said is true, and they even have your signatures." "That's impossible. Any contract I personally signed is in my possession. It cannot be with anyone else, especially not someone who is not an employee of my company. If Ms. Su does not believe it, she can take a look herself. The signatures are clearly yours." Su Lishu took the documents and flipped to the page with the signatures. Seeing the signature made her expression darken, and upon noticing the unfamiliar materials and suppliers, her face grew even more troubled. "I have never signed such a contract. This is not my signature. But after checking, your document is exactly the same as Mr. Chen's, so your statement does not support your explanation." Su Lishu was almost laughing with anger. "If my statement is not evidence, did you investigate? This contract was signed on November 18, 1988, and the contract I personally signed was on November 13, 1988. Since then, I have never signed any contract regarding building materials. On November 18th, I was at home all day. My grandmother and 2 caregivers can confirm this. The security at the entrance can also testify that I did not leave Pingjiang that day. If this still does not prove that I was home, you can check the surveillance around my house. There are cameras installed everywhere, and you can see if I left on November 18th. Most importantly, the 4th stroke of my signature is straight, not curved, and there are even more flaws in the signature. If you can't see that, I request an agency to verify it. All this evidence proves that I am telling the truth. You can ask the corresponding suppliers about the materials." After speaking, Su Lishu glanced at her watch. "I need to go now. I will cooperate with any further inquiries." The questioning officer stood up and nodded. "We will investigate Ms. Su's statements, but during the investigation, we need to know Ms. Su's activities." Su Lishu replied, "I understand. I will cooperate." Just as she reached the lobby, someone called out to her. "Su's sister." Su Lishu turned around to see Su Han, who was holding a stack of documents and looking at her in surprise. Su Han walked up to her. "Su's sister, you don't recognize me? We met at the auction last time." Su Lishu nodded. "I remember. Do you work here?" "Yes, in the archives." "What's going on, Su's sister?" As they talked and walked down the stairs, Su Lishu lost her balance and almost fell. Su Han quickly stepped forward, wrapped her arms around Su Lishu's waist, and pulled her back with force. Seeing there were still several steps to go, Su Lishu felt a wave of fear. "Are you okay, Su's sister?" Su Lishu turned to see the concern on Su Han's face and gave a stiff smile, shaking her head. "I'm fine, thank you." Soo-han released her and shook her head. No. But Sue sister, are you feeling unwell? Should I take you home? No, it's fine. My driver is here to pick me up. Soo-han followed her gaze to the person getting out of the car, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. This is the first time I've seen a dedicated female driver. She looks quite young. Su-lashu replied, Oh, my husband arranged this for me. I'm not sure. I heard she's a veteran from the military. In the car, Yen-sheng glanced at Su-lashu, who seemed lost in thought. What are you thinking about, Su? Su-lashu looked at the ripples on the river surface. I'm wondering who wants me gone so badly that they would set up such a big scheme, even disregarding others' lives. Do you think it could be someone from that side? Yen-sheng recalled the girl she had just seen. Was the person next to you earlier familiar to you? Su-lashu understood her words and turned her gaze back to her. Are you suggesting that Min Sha might be planning something big this time? Yen-sheng nodded gravely after checking the rear-view mirror. In Long Country, they can't reach you, and outside, they can't do anything to you. But once you're in prison, anything can happen. Su-lashu rested her hand on the car door, tapping her forehead with her finger and curling her lips into a slight smile. Well, since they've come looking for me so quickly, why not put on a show for them? I will clarify things with the military, Su-lashu asked. Are you suspicious of that girl from earlier? Yen-sheng thought about their brief eye contact, which felt strange, like a prey being spotted by a hunter. But when she tried to look closely again, that feeling vanished, and the girl appeared as a polite stranger. She thought she might have been mistaken, that she was just imagining things. However, past experiences told her that such fleeting feelings were rarely wrong. That person definitely had something off about them. I suspect that girl might be with Min Sha. Su-lashu interrupted. I believe you. Their eyes met in the rearview mirror, and Yen-sheng felt a warm surge of emotion. Su-lashu leaned back and closed her eyes. Just drive carefully. Yen-sheng looked at the road illuminated by the car lights, her lips involuntarily curving into a smile. She glanced back at Su-lashu in the mirror. Su, I will investigate her situation thoroughly. Upon returning home, they saw Gu Shaoqing pacing at the door. When he noticed their car, he came over and opened the back door. Su-lashu slightly leaned forward to look at Yen-sheng. You don't need to come to pick me up for a while. Just pay attention to things at the company and be careful on your way back. Yen-sheng nodded, greeted Gu Shaoqing with a nod, and then left. How was it? Did anything happen? Gu Shaoqing pulled her inside, speaking as he guided her to check things. Su-lashu let the man take off her outer coat and said, It's nothing. I just feel like hitting someone, especially that Chin Fan. Just mentioning Chin Fan made Su-lashu's anger flare up. She tossed her bag onto the sofa, feeling inexplicably wronged by the man. That person actually dared to deceive me. I gave him thousands for a project and he used that money to harm me. Oh, I misspoke. He must be in cahoots with the people behind this. Those are real lives at stake. How could they dare? The man sensed her hurt and anger, pulling her into his embrace and gently patting her back. I understand. I will investigate this thoroughly. You have me. He looked at the pattern on the coffee table, his eyes darkening with a hint of menace that quickly faded. In the middle of the night, the man slowly pulled his arm from under the covers, quietly closed the door, and went to the study. The flicker of a flame illuminated his deep features, and the smoke made his fierce eyes narrow slightly. He placed a cigarette on the table and picked up the phone to dial. Transfer me to Colonel Guantai. Shaoqing. Gu Shaoqing exhaled smoke. It's my uncle. Regarding the Overseas Min Sha organization, I think it's time to take action. The next day, the newspapers reported a collapse at the Bo Le Group construction site, resulting in heavy casualties. Su-lashu's photo appeared prominently in the news, enlarged for emphasis. Within hours, her various identities were uncovered, and reporters surrounded the Su family. Those who couldn't reach Su-lashu blocked the Su family instead. When Grandma Su returned from grocery shopping, she was surrounded, her clothes and hair in disarray. The whole family was too scared to go out, and it wasn't until the police arrived that the crowd dispersed. Many people began to boycott Su-lashu's cosmetics and skincare products, and protesters gathered at the department store, disrupting business. At the same time, Su-lashu was summoned to the police station again and couldn't return home that night. Evidence began to pile up against Sulishu. Meanwhile, the Gu family faced political scrutiny, with Gu Xiao's father reported for misconduct and suspended from work, unable to return to the capital. Gu Xiaoqing was also sent on a business trip out of the province. He didn't want to go, but he had to obey orders. Not going could lead to disciplinary action, especially with his wife in such a situation. Various problems keep coming one after another, as if they won't stop until the Gu family is brought down. I told you it wasn't me. Don't you understand that slander? I already explained about the name. Are your eyes just for decoration? Can't you use them to see? Su Lishu was almost furious, especially since the identification results claimed that the fake contract had her signature. If it weren't for someone manipulating things behind the scenes, it would be strange. It seems the other party's level is not low. To push the Gu family to this extent, it appears the Min Sha organization has deep connections. After half a month of investigation, although Su Lishu had evidence proving she didn't sign those poor-quality contracts, there was no evidence to prove that the contracts weren't signed by her. Therefore, the police concluded that the contracts were signed by Su Lishu, and a family member of a deceased person officially filed a lawsuit against her. Naturally, Su Lishu wouldn't accept this fate and requested the signatures on the contracts be verified by the largest identification agency in the capital, while also refusing to accept any lawsuits. However, it seemed that this time fate was on the other side, as news indicated that the identification results in the capital were the same as those in Huyang. Su Lishu said nothing in response and remained quiet. Su Lishu, someone is here to see you. Although Su Lishu had not been formally convicted, she was being held in isolation. Su Lishu looked at Su Han, her eyes filled with confusion. Su Han looked at Su Lishu with concern as she entered. Sister Su, is there anything I can help you with? Just let me know. Su Lishu leaned back in her chair, quietly watching her, causing Su Han to start pondering. I actually do need your help with something, but it might delay your work. Maybe I should forget it. Don't say that, Sister Su. I'm not busy lately, and I feel guilty for not being able to help you with this situation. Su Lishu slowly smiled. Who says you haven't helped me? You've been a great help. Really? Su Han pointed to herself, puzzled. Did I help? Su Lishu sat up straight and leaned closer. Can you go to the dock to pick up the architect from the French construction company, Vinier? Vinier? Isn't that the chief architect you hired? Su Lishu nodded. Yes, I originally hired Vinier from the French company, but recent investigations found that Chen Fan is an imposter. An imposter? Su Han was shocked. Su Lishu stood up, turning to glance at Su Han, who seemed lost in thought, with a slight smile on her lips. 2 days later, as expected, that person did not show up.
Sorry, Sister Su.
It's all my fault. I waited at the dock until evening but didn't see the person you mentioned. Su Lishu was shocked and felt helpless about the situation. How could this happen? We agreed they would come yesterday. Su Han looked into Su Lishu's eyes and continued. I heard that the person named Vania never came. I checked the international ships at the dock, and there were no cruise ships from France yesterday. Su Lishu seemed to lose all her strength and slumped in her chair. She muttered to herself, it can't be. That Vania was supposed to bring important evidence from that organization. Su Han, listening closely, hesitated for a moment, then stood up. I'm sorry, Sister Su. I got delayed with work yesterday, and now I need to get back to it. Su Lishu nodded sadly. Thank you, Xiao Han. You've worked hard. After Su Han left, Su Lishu slowly raised her eyes to look at her, feeling a bit anxious, then turned away coldly. That night, there was a large-scale artillery attack on the back mountain of the Lake Yang Military District guest house, and a fire broke out at the same time. However, when the fire occurred, no one escaped from the guest house. The leader saw this scene and furrowed his brow sharply. Suddenly, countless bullets were fired in their direction, and the surrounding lights turned on instantly. They were completely exposed. Retreat. The intel was wrong. It's a trap. But it was too late. The area was surrounded by the Dragon Nation's army. Jiang Yu coldly watched them, a murderous glint in his eyes. Take them all away. In less than 2 days, the Min Sha organization's members in the country were almost entirely uprooted, while the Su family faced various attacks. The Liu family was the first to strike, taking many contracts from the Su family. The head of the Su family couldn't sit still, but all requests for meetings were refused, and the tax bureau began an investigation into the Su family. They found serious discrepancies in tax payments and involvement in money laundering, helping to launder over 100 million every month. Almost all members of the Su family were involved to some extent. Subsequently, the investigation into the collapse and casualties at the construction site under Su Lishu's company was also clarified. The mastermind behind this incident was the original architect, Chen Fan, who planned everything. The next day, both large and small newspapers in Lakeyang published the police investigation results on their front pages. Chen Fan was originally a member of an overseas organization, ordered by his superiors to impersonate the French designer Vanilla, during which he forged Su Lishu's signature to cut ties with the signed quality manufacturers. They signed a low-quality construction materials contract under a false name and secretly replaced various building materials, which ultimately led to a collapse that caused injuries and fatalities among workers. This organization aims to disrupt the development of our country and disturb its legal order. The families of the deceased naturally found it hard to believe, but this situation was investigated by the military and the Lakeyang Bureau, and this was the outcome. Even though it was difficult to accept, the facts remained. After the incident, Su Lishu quickly held a press conference to clear her name and the reputation of the company. She looked at the families affected by the incident. As a decision-maker in the company, none of us wanted this to happen. This organization is a cancer to our nation. I believe the government has provided an explanation to you all, as well as cleared my name and that of Bol. However, the incident occurred at our construction site, and Bol has decided to give each affected worker a compensation of 10,000 yuan. In addition, injured workers will receive 500 yuan for nutritional support, and we will cover all medical expenses until they fully recover. This press conference helped Bol and Su Lishu restore their reputation and significantly boosted sales of their skincare and makeup products. Su Lishu looked at the investigation report with a slight frown. So Su Han has escaped. Yanxing nodded and placed another investigation result in front of her. She went missing right after the incident, but the military has secured all exits, so she hasn't escaped yet. Although the situation was resolved, Su Lishu felt a lingering pressure in her heart. The only thing we found is that she returned to the Su family 3 years ago, and there's no evidence linking her to the Min Sha organization. Is that all we have? There's no evidence of her involvement in the Su family's money laundering. What happens after we catch her? What charges will we bring against her? Yan Sheng's expression darkened. The military and the Gu family have only found this information. A few days ago, 2 people fled from the site of the conflict at the guest house. However, a women's watch with bloodstains was found at the scene, and none of the captured individuals matched the blood on the watch. Su Lishu nodded. All right, you've worked hard these past few days. Make sure to rest well and come back refreshed for work the day after tomorrow. For some time, Su Lishu remained on guard against Su Han, but it was as if she had completely vanished, leaving no trace behind. After that, Su Lishu focused on the construction site. Following the previous incident, she became much stricter about it. In June, during graduation season, Su Lishu and her friends finished their university studies. A few of them from the dormitory went out to celebrate their graduation with a meal. When Zhou Shuichen thought about how everyone would go their separate ways after tonight, her eyes became a bit red. They exchanged glances, and Zhou Shuichen couldn't hold back and hugged Li Li. I'm going to miss you all so much. How did time pass so quickly? I don't even know when we'll see each other again. As she cried, everyone's eyes became red too. Su Yaya awkwardly turned her head and said, Why can't we meet? You can come to Huyang every year. Xiao Nian, Xiao Shu, and I are in Huyang. Even if you return to your hometown, as long as we remember each other, it'll be fine. Lili raised her glass and said, Come on, let's drink until we can't anymore. Drink until we can't anymore. They kept drinking until midnight, and the most lively, Li Li and Suya, were the first to pass out, marking the end of their last night at school. After Yan Yu and the Su family driver took them away, Su Lishu asked Yan Sheng to take the rest back to the dormitory, finally feeling relieved as she collapsed into the back seat. Yen Sheng handed her the hangover soup he brought. Su, this is the soup the secretary made for you. Drink it while it's hot. It will help you feel better. Su Lishu took it and drank a couple of sips. Let's go back. As the car drove down a dark road, suddenly there was a loud noise from a tire and the car lost control, crashing into a wall. Yen Sheng's head hit the glass hard, and his chest was injured by the steering wheel, causing blood to flow from his mouth. Blood also trickled down from his head as he endured the pain. He struggled to unbuckle his seatbelt, but it was stuck, and his leg was trapped.
Su.
Su, are you okay? Su Lishu, not wearing her seatbelt, was thrown forward, hitting the front seat and bouncing back. She slowly lifted her head, but before she could speak, the car door was opened. In the next moment, she felt a sharp pain in her neck and lost consciousness. When she woke up again, Su Lishu found herself in darkness, with her hands and feet bound and unable to move. Her body ached from the earlier accident. Xiaosheng, are you there? While calling out, Xiaosheng, she struggled with her hands behind her. Suddenly, the blindfold was lifted, and the light made Su Lishu quickly close her eyes. You're awake, a male voice said from behind her. As Su Lishu opened her eyes, she saw Yen Sheng hanging in front of her, covered in blood. Xiaosheng, Su Lishu struggled to get up upon seeing the scene, but her hands and feet were tied to the chair, leaving her feeling helpless and furious. A hand rested on Su Lishu's shoulder, holding her down. Don't get excited, Miss Su. This is just a small punishment for a traitor. This is just a little appetizer. The real punishment is yet to come. Su Lishu looked at the hand on her shoulder, noticing a blue qilin tattoo on the wrist. Lan Lin, one of the 4 ace members of the Minsha organization and the deputy leader of Minsha. Su Lishu closed her eyes weakly and said, She is just my driver. A light laugh came from above her. Miss Su, you are so clever. As you would say, we should be straightforward with each other. Why are you still pretending to be clueless? Perhaps you don't know me well enough. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lan Lin. I am a doctor, and also have some knowledge of cosmetic surgery. Although the Red Fox has changed her appearance after years of training in Minsha, every move she learned is from our techniques. One more thing, I personally checked Red Fox's body when she entered. I examine their physical condition every year, and even if Red Fox becomes a man, I would still recognize her. Su Lishu sighed softly in her heart and opened her eyes to meet his gaze. I've heard a lot about you. Lan Lin smiled slightly. Miss Su, you are also well known. I have heard that you are quite skilled, but seeing you today is different. Su Lishu relaxed her body against the chair. When did you enter the country? We had no idea. Lan Lin tilted his head in thought. Perhaps it was after your country captured all our members. Once again, you have changed my perception of you, Miss Su. This time, your country's forces have been pressing us hard, almost reaching beyond the borders. It seems you hold a high position in your country. Su Lishu coldly stared at him. It's not that I hold a high position. It's that your actions have crossed our country's bottom line. Using innocent lives to frame me, those who treat life as worthless will not be spared. Lan Lin still wore a faint smile. You can't blame us. You should blame them. If it weren't for your cunning ways, we couldn't send anyone back, and your country's laws are quite troublesome for me, so we have to handle it this way, but it seems this isn't working either. What about Su Han? Su Lishu didn't respond to him, her eyes scanning the surroundings. She realized they were in what seemed to be an abandoned building, with the wind howling outside. The area was blocked off, so she couldn't see outside, but all she could hear was the sound of the wind. System, check where we are and how far we are from the city center. Host, you finally woke up. I was about to use lightning on you if you didn't. Su Lishu shot at a glare, wondering why it wanted to harm her. Stop talking, hurry up. What do you mean, Su Han? There were only the two of you in the car. Lan Lin's expression was clear, as if he didn't understand what she was saying at all. Su Lishu's gaze moved past him to the woman standing behind him, who was wearing a mask. Why haven't you called me sister yet? Why haven't you spoken to me? Lan Lin's smile faltered slightly. The woman, locked in Su Lishu's gaze, slowly lifted her head to meet Su Lishu's eyes, her hand moving away from the mask. The people around her immediately parted to create a path, bowing their heads respectfully. As the mask was removed, Su-han's face was revealed, and she smiled slowly. Sister Su, long time no see. I didn't expect to be so important in your heart that you could recognize me. Lan Lin stepped back to give her space, slightly bowing his head. Su Lashu observed their actions. How could I forget? You gave me a very significant gift. From our first meeting, wasn't it your intention for me to remember you well? Shueji, Su-han, raised an eyebrow in surprise, then applauded appreciatively. She glanced at Lan Lin and said, "It seems we don't know Sister Su well enough. You all need to train harder." "Yes, leader. I will strengthen the training when we return." Lan Lin lowered his head even more, fear evident in his eyes. Shueji leaned in to meet her gaze. "Sister Su, I admit you are very mysterious, even more so than my organization. If you had been in the organization back then, you should have been the leader instead of me." Su Lashu avoided her gaze and looked at Yan Sheng, who was hanging. "Can you let my driver down?" Shueji straightened up and shook her head. No, she betrayed the organization that raised her, causing unprecedented disaster. Not killing her immediately is already showing you respect. I may have gotten along well with my sister at first, but her demands are too many, and that's not acceptable. So you want to kill me? No, no, no. Shueji quickly shook her head. For someone like you, if we could trade your life for theirs, it would be beneficial for both me and Min Sha. Turning a strong opponent into an ally is Min Sha's way. What do you think, Sister Su? Will you consider it? Shueji continued to raise the stakes. If you come back with us, we can forget about the Red Fox betraying the organization. How about that? Su Lashu scoffed. I don't think so. Why would I choose to forgive you and leave with you after you have harmed me and the people of our country? Shueji's smile faded, and her eyes grew cold. She turned and issued an order. In that case, Lan Lin, act quickly. We need to get home. Understood. Lan Lin produced a dagger and swiftly moved to cut Su Lashu's throat. But as he got closer, Su Lashu's chair and body suddenly recoiled. Lan Lin tried to advance again but suddenly swayed, feeling weak and unable to move. Everyone attack, Lan Lin shouted in anger. He had underestimated her. But the sedative had been in effect for 10 minutes. Even a few strong individuals should have collapsed by now. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed. Shueji quickly turned around and saw Lan Lin fall before her. Surprise filled her eyes as she looked at Su Lashu, who was freeing herself from her bindings. Her gaze finally settled on Su Lashu's shoulder, and her expression relaxed. Sister Su, is that white cat of yours your system? Su Lashu stiffened at the mention, then calmly stood up to meet her gaze. She looked around, confused. What white cat? There's no white cat here. What system are you talking about? Suddenly, Su Lashu raised her hand, throwing the dagger into the air while attacking Shueji with a silver needle from her other hand. Shueji sidestepped to avoid the needle. Su Lashu caught the falling Yan Sheng and fed her a pill. Shueji did not stop Su Lashu's actions. You don't need to pretend you don't know, because I have a system too. As she spoke, a transparent sphere appeared in her hand, radiating a strong sense of technology. My system claims to come from an advanced civilization. As long as I help it achieve its goals, I can get what I want. It also told me that in our world, there is another species from outside with similar abilities. I wasn't originally interested in another system, but then you appeared, defeating my people time and again and ruining my plans. And aren't you curious why I'm still fine? Su Lashu carefully leaned Yan Sheng against the wall while quickly checking the transparent sphere with the system. Actually, the system had already checked it as soon as Su Lashu mentioned it. Host, that is indeed a system, but it is not a legitimate one. It is an eliminated system, not recognized by the main god system, and cannot be compared to us legitimate systems at all. Seeing its proud expression, Su Lashu knew that the other system was not a serious threat. But she still wanted to tease it a bit. Oh, you say it can't compare to you. But how did you not notice it at first, letting it discover you instead? The system's proud demeanor faltered a bit. That's because the other guy's energy was almost non-existent, just like my situation at the beginning. Without energy, it remained dormant, which is why I didn't notice it. It seems the host of that eliminated system hasn't accepted any tasks, so it has no energy to repair itself. For this kind of system, I can absorb it without reporting to the main system. Su Lishu tossed the self-important cat toward Xueji. Stop talking and hurry up. Xueji's face lit up when she saw the cat being thrown and quickly reached out to grab it. System, quickly absorb it. The thrown system was a bit confused, but the next moment it felt its energy disappearing. Angry, the system vanished from Xueji's grasp and appeared above the sphere. It swiped at the sphere. How dare a small eliminated system try to absorb me? The swipe instantly created countless cracks in the sphere, its light flickering as if it were about to short-circuit. Realizing it was outmatched, the sphere tried to escape, but as soon as it moved, it was immobilized. The system opened its mouth and consumed the sphere. Xueji, seeing this, wanted to retrieve the sphere, but she was no match for the system, and in the end, the sphere was eaten. Feeling the connection with the system vanish, Xueji's mouth bled, and her face turned extremely pale. At that moment, Xueji's expression hardened, and without speaking, a gun appeared in her hand as she shot at Su Lishu. Su Lishu was close enough to feel a jolt of fear at the sight. Suddenly, her body was pushed down, and a dagger whizzed past her ear toward Xueji. The bullet also grazed past her ear, causing a sudden ringing in her ears. To avoid the dagger, Xueji sidestepped and felt the force of the attack push her back, kicking out with one foot. Yansheng also retaliated with a kick, and both stepped back. You recovered so quickly, Xueji said, surprised as she looked at Yansheng. Thanks to the leader, my body heals fast. Xueji was forcibly disconnected from the system and had sustained serious injuries. She needed to leave quickly. Not wanting to linger, she shot at them while retreating. But Yansheng would not let her escape, rolling to avoid the attack. She grabbed a member of the Minsha to shield herself from the gunfire, snatching his gun and shooting at Xueji. Su Lishu also threw a silver needle at Xueji. Aren't you going to catch up with your sister? Why are you leaving? Under their attacks, Xueji could only retreat. Meanwhile, outside, sirens blared, indicating that the police were only a few minutes away. Hearing the sirens, Su Lishu's expression grew serious. She looked at Xueji hiding behind a pillar. This person had to be dealt with before the police arrived. Yansheng glanced at Su Lishu and quickly ran toward Xueji, continuously shooting. Su Lishu also picked up a gun and shot at Xueji. Suddenly, a grenade was thrown from behind the pillar. Yansheng's expression changed dramatically as she shouted to Su Lishu, "Get down." With a loud bang, Gu Shaoqing, who was in the car, heard the explosion and became anxious. "Drive faster," he yelled at the driver. When the car reached the abandoned site and had not fully stopped, Gu Shaoqing jumped out. He ran up the stairs in 3 steps, and what he saw was Su Lishu lying there, covered in blood. Seeing this scene, countless images flashed through Gu Shaoqing's mind, and his legs felt weak, almost causing him to fall. Zhang Quan quickly supported him. "Secretary." Gu Shaoqing's eyes turned red, his face filled with sorrow, and his throat felt like it was being cut, causing him great pain. Pushing Zhang Quan's hand away, he staggered forward, his eyes fixed on his wife lying on the ground, lifeless. Not noticing the stones underfoot, he tripped and fell onto sharp rocks, instantly cutting himself. Blood flowed down in large drops, but the men were oblivious as they rushed toward the person in their sights. His trembling fingers touched the bloodied face, feeling the faint warmth of breath. His fearful expression finally relaxed, and as the tension eased, tears began to fall. He picked her up and quickly ran back to the car. "Zhang Quan, take her to the hospital." When Su Lishu woke up again and saw the white ceiling and smelled the medicine, she realized she was in the hospital. As soon as she moved her hand, it was tightly held, and then a large hand gently touched her face. "Wife, you're awake. Does your head still hurt? I'll go call the doctor." Su Lishu followed the man's figure to the door. After Su Lishu woke up, police officers came to the hospital in the afternoon to take her statement. When she learned that Xueji had died, her face showed shock and disbelief.
Dead?
Yes, she died from being shot 3 times in the chest instantly. I don't remember anything. After the grenade exploded, I lost my memory and woke up in the hospital. After the police left, Su Lishu looked out the window and saw the officers getting into their cars. Memories of that day flooded back to her. When she saw the grenade, Yen Sheng told Su Lishu to duck while he grabbed an unconscious member of Min Sha and threw him at the grenade. He rolled behind a main pillar and saw Shueji's exposed arm, shooting her hand. The gunfire and explosion happened at the same time, and Shueji took the chance to run toward the window. But she was hit by both Yen Sheng and Su Lishu. Su Lishu shot her calf, while Yen Sheng hit her chest. Shueji fell, and Yen Sheng quickly fired a few more shots. But Yen Sheng was also shot in the chest. After confirming Shueji was dead, Yen Sheng looked at Su Lishu. "Su, are you okay?" Su Lishu shook her head, assessing her. "Did you hear what she said?" Yen Sheng paused and nodded. "I heard." "Then I shouldn't have let you stay, right?" Yen Sheng pursed her lips, looking at Su Lishu. "I won't tell anyone, but only the dead keep secrets. My life was saved by you. If you want me, you can have me." Su Lishu stared into her eyes, and at the same time, the system's voice said, "She is not lying." Su Lishu looked at the wavering Yen Sheng, knowing that part of Yen Sheng's determination was because of her. With a soft sigh, she produced a pill. "Then take this, and I will trust you." Without hesitation, Yen Sheng took it and swallowed it. "Forget what you heard today." Yen Sheng's eyes held only trust for her. "Okay, but Lan Lin can't live. If he does, he will definitely escape."
Su Le Su, not that.
Yen Sheng picked up the gun and shot Lan Lin twice in the head, then her body went limp and fell to the ground. Hearing the approaching sirens, Su Lishu's body was thrown back, and the blood from her head flowed down her face as she fainted. 5 days ago, the country united with a beautiful nation to dismantle the Minsha organization, which had been established for 51 years and was destroyed in Manhwa in 1989. With the popularity of pagers, Su Lishu invested in Shen Xingyao's pager company and received several times her investment back the following year. By 1990, high-rise buildings began to emerge in people's minds. Su Lishu and Lu Tianrui partnered to develop land at Donghu, constructing the first landmark building, the Twin Towers Commercial Office. They received strong support from the government, and the park and plaza below provided essential resources for Donghu's development. The land Su Lishu bought became lively with the construction by wealthy merchants from the port city, and in just a few years, the area was bustling. By the turn of the millennium, the land Su Lishu purchased near the marsh had increased in value by more than 10 times, and the office buildings they built were in high demand. In the time given by the system, Su Lishu completed her tasks in 16 years ahead of schedule. On the day she finished, the system disconnected from her, and the pain she had been experiencing also left with it. "Mom, I'm back." The two people working in the room tightened up at the sound, and Gu Shaoqing's forehead showed tension from Su Lishu's grip. "Dear, relax a bit. Our son is back. Hurry down." As their son called from the door, it opened. Su Lishu smiled at her tall son. "Why are you back, Dabao?" Gu Qingrui immediately hugged Su Lishu's shoulders. "I missed you, but Mom, why is your face so red? Are you sick?" Su Lishu's eyes darted around shyly as she quickly pulled his hand down. "No, I was just exercising and was about to take a shower." Gu Qingrui noticed his dad was giving off a cold vibe and looked at him in confusion. "Gu Qingrui, you are already a first-year student. A big guy like you shouldn't be acting so spoiled with your mom. Aren't you embarrassed? Dad, did you take the wrong medicine? What do you mean by that?" Gu Qingyu appeared at the staircase. He took Su Lishu's other side and kissed her cheek. "Mom, did you miss me while I was gone?" Seeing this, Gu Shaoqing's expression darkened as he stepped forward to separate the two boys. "This is my wife. Don't come back every day and cling to her. Aren't you embarrassed at your age?" The twins were 13 this year, but they were already nearly as tall as their dad. However, they still looked young, and compared to their father's presence, they seemed like small seedlings next to a big tree. Gu Qingyu pouted. "Well, that's still my mom." Su Lishu smiled as she watched them bicker. A top official from the Huyang government and 2 kids who didn't look like middle schoolers. Scenes like this happened almost every day at home. The end. This book is finished. I thank all the readers who supported this book. Red Heart.